Our protagonist here was living an incredibly peaceful life. Seriously, his only daily wish was to have a modern toilet, but then he gets summoned by a bunch of so-called gods to the world of Fantasia. Their demand, go kill the Demon King. And so after 10 long years, in that world, the time had finally come for him to go home to Earth. But then bam, a god suddenly pops up holding a report card and loudly announces a problem. Because our hero removed every single obstacle to kill the Demon King, his personality score got a big fat F. The consequence, he's sent right back to day one, forced to start all over again with absolutely nothing. Before all this Fantasia nonsense, Hansu was just a normal guy. He was perfectly happy with his simple everyday life, which is exactly why he saw this whole summoning thing for what it was, a kidnapping. And yeah, he was seriously bitter about it. Now he's back at square one. No gear, no items, nothing. The only thing he has left are his memories from the past 10 years. 3,650 days, 87,600 hours, 10 years, a full decade, nothing less. In that time, a couple could get married, have kids, and see them finish elementary school. A high school student would have graduated from college by now. Meanwhile, our hero had to fight and struggle every single day just trying to get home. To make things worse, he was tormented by his awful teammates. While he was stewing in his anger, a voice called out from behind, "Welcome, hero. Have you regained your senses yet?" Our hero furiously yells in her face, "No." According to his memories, this is day one all over again, and she's the first person to speak to him. Seeing his foul mood, she doesn't react at all. She just gently pulls back the curtains and keeps talking. "It seems you're still feeling some side effects from the summoning. I hope you'll feel stable again soon. This is Fantasia, a world completely different from where you were born and raised." You'd think she was about to give the big why you were summoned speech, but no. Our hero cuts her off and summarizes it for her. "Okay, let me guess. 1. The Demon King Pedonar has awakened. 2. Disasters are threatening mankind. 3. The hero gets summoned. And 4. Please, save our world right." She listens completely amazed and praises him. Wow, that's a perfect summary. Our guy just smirks. Of course it's perfect, he's the one who already lived through the entire story right to the very end. Only then does the young woman formally introduce herself. "My name is Laneville, a sage who possesses the power of prophecy. I'm the one who followed the continent's legends to summon you here." Oh, and Laneville means truth in the ancient tongue. Hansu can't help but blush. Even after 10 years, she's still just as cute as he remembers. Back when he was just a teen, he'd been completely smitten by her looks. But not anymore. Now he's about to teach her a lesson. He suddenly unleashes on her. "Don't smile like that. It's really getting on my nerves. And stop trying to act all cute. Someone just living their life gets kidnapped and forced to do whatever you people want. Does this seem fun to you? If that constant smile is meant to humiliate me, then you're not living up to the meaning of your own name." After that verbal beatdown, the girl just wilts, bowing her head in apology. Meanwhile, our hero smirks, enjoying his little victory. But the fun's not over yet. A soldier arrives, informing him that the king wants an audience. But Hansu's arrogant response nearly makes the poor guard faint on the spot. He just lays it out plain and simple. How many heroes in this world can actually defeat the Demon King? That's right, just one. Me. Without me, this world ends. Got it. If the king wants to see me, he better make it quick. My patience is wearing thin. Got a problem with that? Tell him to kill the Demon King himself. Now, what are you waiting for? Time's a-wastin'. Just as he's venting all his rage about that stupid report card, another infuriating voice suddenly rings out. It tells him to be humble. That the more one grows, the more humble they should be. True maturity comes from humility. Making something a habit will help you discover a new you. And with those words, a mysterious woman wearing a mask appears out of nowhere. She introduces herself as a special guide assigned to him specifically because of that F-rank personality score. She promises to do her absolute best to mold him into a true brave hero and get that awful personality of his back on the right track. Hansu is absolutely fuming. Starting over was unfair enough, but now he has to deal with this annoying obstacle. He completely loses his cool and yells, "Why, I already defeated the Demon King as the hero. What more do you want? It was a perfect run. I didn't leave a single loose end behind." But that apparently was the wrong thing to say. The guide launches into a whole psychological lecture. Long story short, her main point is that someone like Hansu should have made mistakes. He was supposed to fail against the Demon King at least once, but he didn't. He won way too easily, and that's the problem. Apparently, the gods are big believers in failure is the mother of success. Since he never failed, he never learned any valuable lessons. Plus, a good person is supposed to help their comrades, not, kill them all. So the bottom line is, use feelings to save the kingdom instead of the power of his fists. Hansu heard this, and his brain just about twisted itself into a knot. Helpless. What in the world was this? Grabbing the Demon King by the neck seemed easier than this nonsense. His brain had turned to soup. If something is doomed to fail, you're supposed to nip it in the bud. But this woman wanted him to rise from failure. Talk about delusional. He felt like a student locked in solitary confinement, forced to study all day. He realized they didn't bear him any ill will. But people who could casually send the guy who just beat the Demon King back in time could also kill him whenever they pleased. For now, he had to obediently cooperate until he found a way to flip the tables on them. With that mindset, Hansu's animosity toward Lanuv completely vanished. It was a fateful encounter, so he might as well let it go. His thoughts now clear, our hero proactively went to find the king. Because if this kingdom falls, he isn't getting home. So he needed to form some kind of connection with the old king and his cronies, a relationship kind of like a boss and his employee. But before he even reached the door, a tall, burly guy blocked his path and threw a few basic punches. Luckily, Hansu was agile enough to dodge. Racking his brain, he remembered him. This was Alex, captain of the Royal Knights and also Hansu's former teacher. This guy treated heroes like absolute garbage, beating him black and blue on the first day of training, then tossing him aside like a broken toy. With 10 years of experience as a hero but all his power gone, Hansu was beyond furious. He had to leave a little souvenir behind. No sooner said than done. He used the pen in his hand to slash at Alex's armor, but it failed, only managing to tear a piece of his pants. Alex, however, was now intrigued. He wanted a one-on-one, a proper duel. He promised that if Hansu won, he would swear on his honor to get on his knees and give a sincere apology. But his honor was worthless. The guy wouldn't even say a word on his deathbed. Hansu held up 2 fingers, saying if he swore on his family jewels instead, he'd reconsider. This just ticked Alex off and he stormed away. At long last, Hansu finally got inside to have an audience with the king. Looking at the old man before him, our hero just wanted to charge forward and curse him out for that perpetually idiotic look on his face. And yet he heard that in his youth the king was a great warrior who fought everywhere. Now he just looked like a clown wearing a crown. On top of that, all the surrounding nobles had the same sour expressions. He thought back to his first meeting 10 years ago. Even without knowing the proper etiquette back then, he had shown the utmost respect. But this time it had nothing to do with knowing the future. He just couldn't find a single reason to bow his head to this man. And yet he still gave a polite bow. Because the guide's words were still ringing in his ears, be humble, become a vast ocean to protect your comrades. After the greetings, the old king wanted to see his status window and asked what was so special about being a hero. Bored Hansu opened it up. The logic was simple: if you repeat an action enough times, it automatically becomes a skill. The more proficient the action, the higher the skill level rises. And along with it, its power and effectiveness. His interpretation skill was A rank, same as before. The only difference was that fortitude and assassination were both F rank. They probably appeared after he attacked Alex just a moment ago. In the end, from his level to his skills, everything had been completely reset. Hansu reported that as a hero, his experience gain was boosted by 500%. This left everyone in the room completely stunned, just like last time. To be fair, it would be weird if they weren't shocked. Thanks to this natural class talent, he could grow 5 times faster than a normal person. The experience he could earn in 1 hour would take anyone else 5 straight hours of grinding to match. Then the king looked at him and gave his order. O chosen hero, our kingdom of crisis is in peril. The Demon King Pedonar has risen. You must use your power to destroy him, along with his minions, and bring peace to our lands. Hansu sighed. He thought, same words again, me again. What do I even get out of this? And even without a Demon King, it's not like this kingdom has only 1 or 2 problems. Don't just blame everything on the Demon King and sit back and relax. This idiot king. He was about to explode, but he calmed himself. I am a vast ocean. Hansu asked the king what support he provides so he could defeat the Demon King. But the king's eyes just bulged as he chewed him out. Why should I support you when I'm the one who summoned you to save humanity? That is the duty of a hero, yet you dare to make demands. That was the last straw. He couldn't take it anymore. The vast ocean became a raging tsunami. He flatly refused, then unleashed a verbal assault so fast the king couldn't even react. He told the king to find some other hero to order around. What did the Crisis Kingdom have to do with him? And he should check his attitude toward heroes. The king should be the one on his knees, begging him to save this place. The soldiers, seeing this, moved and pointing their swords at Hansu's throat, but he wasn't scared in the slightest. In fact, he got even more fired up, threatening them right back. If the king dies, the prince succeeds him. If the queen dies, there's the princess. If the princess dies, there's the next generation. But what happens if the hero from the prophecy? If the hero dies, who's going to be the one to slit the Demon King's throat? The king refused to back down. He argued that he spent a ton of magic stones to summon Hansu, so by all rights the hero should be his property. But here's the thing, the winner is the one holding all the cards. Hansu had his own logic. The kid wasn't afraid of anything. Even if his life was on the line, he couldn't care less. If this entire world crumbled to dust. So he boldly declared he'd just go to another kingdom, one that actually respects its heroes. Trying to stop him or lock him up would be pointless because he simply wouldn't do a single thing for this kingdom. And when the truth gets out that they oppress humanity's only hope, well, that's when this place meets its end. And the fools who supported the stupid king, they wouldn't escape that fate either. The king's ears were probably ringing. Finally, he had to give in and agree to all Hansu's demands. We're talking high-quality food, housing, clothes, gear, and potions. Personal needs, you name it, and especially money. Cold, hard cash. What else? Some things are so important you gotta say them 3 times. The guide, after hearing the story from Hansu, was at a complete loss. She tried to lecture him again, saying that if he's a millstone, he can only be used to grind grain. And besides, he wasn't the only hero around here. She claimed plenty of others had graduated before him and returned to Earth safely. Apparently, they're all living happy lives and helping people around them, so he should just try his best. Hansu watched her disappear into the distance, completely bewildered and muttering, "What the heck? I'm not the only hero being trained in another world. What kind of messed up world is this?" His head felt like it was about to explode. Lost in thought, he was suddenly snapped back to reality by Lanu's assets, which was enough to make any guy lose his cool. In his past life, he might have gotten flustered, but right now, he really wasn't in the mood for that stuff. He quietly asked her if he was truly the only hero summoned to this world. When she confirmed he was the only one, his headache just got worse. The instructor had said she was busy with many students and that countless people had been sent to defeat the Demon King, but he was the only one summoned to this specific world. So does that mean there are tons of fantasy worlds, one for each student, who got transported, kinda like an offline role-playing game? The more he thought, the more his brain turned to mush. He decided to ditch the thinking and invited Lanu to go shopping to blow off some steam. They headed to the kingdom's central exchange district, where all the best goods were gathered. But thanks to high taxes, the prices were absolutely insane. Still, the most expensive items were always the ones with the word magic attached. Interestingly, just like on Earth, best-selling products were all high-end stuff. As the one meant to control his spending, Lanu was actually the one, using more of the money for her own personal shopping spree. But since it wasn't his cash, our main character just looked the other way. To avoid drawing attention like last time, Hansu decided to pick out some noble-looking clothes that made him look like a total dandy. His real plan was to take Lanu to the black market. At first, she flat-out refused, but after a bit of psychological manipulation, she obediently followed along. The only problem was he didn't actually know where the black market was, but he knew exactly how to find it. He just had to go to the tavern he used to frequent. There he met Tony, the owner. The guy used to be an assassin, but he retired, opened a pub, and taught our hero a lot when he was still clueless about this world. He was a friend and a mentor, but since he had Lanu with him today, he couldn't act too familiar. The two of them started speaking in code, leaving the poor girl completely confused about what was going on. Tony kicked things off, asking what he wanted while casually cleaning a glass. This was it. Hansu caught on immediately and replied, "Got any good drinks that came in today I can provide? Whatever you're willing to pay for, and it looks like you're in luck. A batch of 27-year-old Black Dragon dark beer just arrived today. If you had it with some grilled lamb, the flavor really comes alive." Hansu instantly got the hidden meaning. The next night market was today, and Black Dragon was the location, so he pressed on. "How's the quality of the grilled ribs today? You'll know as soon as you see them." Grilled ribs were forbidden in the kingdom, but they were the biggest draw at the black market. They were code for slaves. Afterwards, Hansu dragged Lanu to the transaction point. On the way, he let it slip that he could see other people's stats. At first, this power came as a surprise to him, but after meeting the professor and Tony, he started to understand. It was a kind of supportability for rookie heroes who couldn't judge an opponent's strength. Without it, our boy would have died a dog's death a long, long time ago. And it seemed his luck was holding out because the ability was still with him. Lanu excitedly asked him to check her stats for her. Race human. Level 200. Class sage. Swordsmanship magic tier. Despite her hyped-up magic skills, the girl was only level 200, not even a decent snack for these low-level thugs. Even though she served the Demon King, her potential was rated sky-high. That growth rate alone was seriously impressive. Hansu suddenly remembered the last summoning and what her future held, sending a shiver down his spine. Better to just stay quiet. Just then, a pickpocket strolled by, moving with the kind of seasoned skill you'd see from a career street criminal. He smoothly snatched Lanu's coin purse without her even noticing, but he didn't get more than a few steps away. Hansu blasted him in the back with a magic sphere, knocking him flat on the ground. But unbelievably, the guy just got back up. Even after being threatened, he just charged forward to attack. Hansu quickly used his hat to block the thief's vision, then twisted. He struck a weak point on the man's spine, instantly paralyzing his arms and neck, leaving him crippled and unable to move. Right on cue, the guards showed up to handle the scene. They asked a few vague questions and then quickly disappeared. Hansu's identity as a hero was kept under wraps to avoid any trouble. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lanov made a blunt remark. "You seem way too comfortable with killing, don't you?" Hitting a nerve, he angrily yelled back, "Don't talk like I'm some murderer." But isn't he? In his previous life, this guy literally killed all of his own teammates. To avoid suspicion, though, he tried to explain that a normal adult's level is only 3. A farmer holding a weapon might reach level 5. But that punk just now, his level was a solid 8. A quick look at his skill panel revealed he wasn't a hunter or a soldier, he was most likely a killer, a criminal. This brilliant explanation left the girl wide-eyed with admiration, and she couldn't stop praising him. She gushed about how the hero was protecting future victims, serving the people before taking on the Demon King. Such a noble act from a true hero. Lanov then reminded him to check his own stats. In this world, everyone possesses their own unique power. Some grow stronger over time as they mature. Others, however, increase their power by absorbing it from their enemies. Hansu's level was 4, on par with a professional athlete. Back on Earth, that thief had some serious experience, so the EXP our hero gained wasn't half bad. Black market deals are always done in secret, and the powers backing them are not people you want to mess with. And of course, their security systems are incredibly strict. The two walked on until they finally reached the meeting point. A big hulking man was waiting to lead them inside one of the dilapidated buildings. On the floor was a spatial teleportation circle. Creating one of these requires ridiculously expensive materials. Lanov, of course, wouldn't stop chattering on and on about it. Her constant talking was getting on Hansu's nerves. The guy then told them to put on masks to hide their identities before teleporting them deep underground. Hansu warned the girl not to create any light if she didn't want to attract attention. He'd been a customer here many times. He knew this place was hidden somewhere beneath a forest near the capital. It only became a black market after some psycho from a cult decided to summon a demon here. Before entering the auction, their guide explained the rules to place a bid. Just gently tap the small bell on the table. Transactions happen immediately after the winning bid is announced. Payment could be in gold or anything of equivalent value. And finally, they took no responsibility for any trouble caused by someone deliberately removing their mask to reveal their identity. With 10 years of battlefield experience, Hansu knew the drill. If the famous sage Lanov, a beauty known across the continent, the very heart of Fantasia, was seen here, everything would descend into total chaos. He had to keep her quiet. Before she could utter another word, the auction officially began. The first item introduced was a former veteran. He survived the demon territory, his back covered in a web of scars. Perfect for a gladiator or a personal guard. Hansu glanced at his stats and thought to himself, veteran. Yeah, right. His luck stat was pretty high though. But only an idiot would waste money buying this guy. Immediately after, a flurry of bells began to ring. The only people who came here were rich scumbags looking to buy slaves for entertainment. Lanov once again couldn't keep her mouth shut. I get your plan. You're going to buy that strong warrior and make him your companion, aren't you? Just like the hero I saw in the prophecy. Hearing her words, Hansu was suddenly hit with the memory of a past mistake. Last time he had the exact same idea. He had desperately rung the bell over and over, trying to save a female slave. He bid so much that everyone in the audience thought he was insane. Only later did he find out she was an elf who hated humans. Hated them to her very core. If he'd known, he never would have spent a fortune to bring her home. The veteran was quickly sold off. Lanov sighed in disappointment, but Hansu just calmly stated, a pity, not at all. The real game is just getting started. But he had to be smart. Wasting money now meant having nothing for the main event. The next few items were brought out one by one, with Lanov chattering endlessly beside him. Finally, the one Hansu was waiting for appeared, a slave with empty eyes, emaciated from malnutrition. But you can't judge a book by its cover. His current skills and status weren't what mattered. It was his level that was insane, 286, towering over everyone else. The announcer hyped him up, claiming he was a famous mercenary from the Northern Kingdom. He was only weak from starvation. With proper care, he'd become an incredibly powerful ally. But no one was willing to take that risk, spending a fortune to restore a slave with no guarantee of loyalty. So not a single bid was made. For Hansu, though, this was the perfect opportunity. Hansu told Lanov to ring the bell, securing a top-tier asset for a rock-bottom price. When she saw his stats, she was absolutely floored. He was nearly on par with Alex. The reason the mercenary's level was so high was simple. He roamed the world, killing many different species. It clearly hadn't been an easy life. The deal was finalized quickly, contract and key in hand. Lanov felt uneasy and urged him to leave, but Hansu decided to linger for a bit longer. With no more special items up for auction, the bidding prices began to fall. Just ordinary slaves now. But the biggest surprise always comes last. An elf found in a famous forest on the southern continent. Her mind was broken, but her appearance and pure bloodline were undeniable. Plus, she was a virgin. After the host's introduction, the crowd went into a frenzy with bells ringing all over the place. A noble race, an object of desire for every human. But owning an elf in this world was no simple task. Hansu watched the chaos unfold and just smirked. A noble race, he knew better. They were only considered special because their birth rate was ridiculously low compared to their long lifespan. On top of that, their sex drive was practically non-existent, like a monk's. La Nouvelle, who had just been complaining, suddenly perked up the moment she saw the elf. Perhaps as a mage, she could sense something incredibly special about her, something beyond mere looks. Her level 851 was the real prize, putting her on par with mid-tier demons. But with her racial advantages and skill level, her potential was between a mid and high-tier demon, almost like the Demon King's own pet. Based on her stats, she must have held a very high position once. The cursed status was definitely the work of demons. It was a cruel spell that made her seem alive but left her with no control over her own body. The other debuffs were clearly the work of the black market slavers, ensuring she couldn't fight back. There was no hesitation. Not buying her would be a lifelong regret. Ignoring everyone, Hansu made the final bid. Since no one else could see her stats, nobody would be foolish enough to pay an absurd price for her. And just as he expected, the auctioneer began the final countdown. Going once, going twice. Suddenly, an explosion. The entire tunnel began to crumble as an attack was launched. Earth elementals and soldiers from the elf clan appeared. As the two sides clashed, the guards prioritized protecting the clients. Laneville wanted to stay and help free the slaves, but Hansu sent her away using the excuse of protecting his new teammate. He immediately recognized the leader of the attack. It was none other than the future elf queen Sylvia. She was still a princess for now, but after the elf king was killed in a coup, she would give up adventuring to take the throne. In short, she was the future queen, and in his past life, one of his teammates. He remembered her foolish idealism. She often get many of her own people killed just to save a few. Right now, Sylvia hadn't joined his party yet, so her level was still low. But her raw talent and skill more than made up for it. Once La Nouvelle was gone, Hansu moved. He approached the auction master on the stage to complete the exchange. The rules required a formal transaction, but in the middle of the chaos, a man just handed her over. The auctioneer was smart. He realized the elf was the attacker's target and that his side was losing. He also didn't have time to worry about her, so he was more than happy to pass the problem off to Hansu. For an elegant-looking man, the auctioneer was a skilled fighter. The security guards also returned to help after getting the clients to safety. Hansu already knew what was coming. The future elf queen was about to be captured right here and sold into slavery. To protect her value, her captors wouldn't punish her, but after she was sold, a portion of the money was set aside for the families of the guards who died in the battle. To him, it all seemed pretty convenient. But Sylvia had fought with everything she had in that original timeline. When only the auctioneer remained, he grabbed a female slave and used her as a hostage. Racked with guilt over her fallen comrades, she surrendered and was sold. And of course, our hero bought her, kicking off a non-stop cycle of misery. To make sure that never happened again, Hansu decided he couldn't let such a valuable asset simply surrender. He knew she would give up if that slave girl lived. She was dead either way, so why not make her death useful? He approached the slave and gave her a passionate kiss, a final release from her miserable life in this world. The kiss was lethal because a demon's curse still lingered on her, and by killing a level 852 opponent, his stats shot up like a rocket. Now that's what you call a fun system. Just by killing one elf, he leveled up insanely fast. Gaining that much power the normal way would have taken an entire year. No talent or bloodline required, just the ability to kill someone stronger no matter the method. In a world full of powerful beings, this was a perfectly normal way to get ahead. Still, it required a little effort and luck to pull it off. In short, opportunity was open to everyone, creating a fantasy world brimming with dreams and hope. Of course, that's only true if you're the one left standing. Hansu killing the elf shocked the auctioneer, since most people would consider it a waste. Slaves are far more useful as pawns to do your bidding after all. But not him. He's a hero, which means he gets a 5 times experience multiplier. That kill was the same as taking down 5 level 851 elves. Besides, there were plenty of other walking experience points waiting for him nearby. Seeing her master dying on the ground, Sylvia was filled with pure rage. She and her comrades moved in to finish Hansu. However, our guy was now level 165, not too far behind her, level 189. Even if his body hadn't quite caught up to his power, his confidence was off the charts. Besides, her skills didn't mesh well with her team, and her reaction speed was slow. On top of that, her fighting style told him everything. She likely had little to no experience fighting humans up close, mostly just firing arrows from afar. You couldn't really blame her. In Hansu's eyes, she was just a giant bag of EXP. He hit her with a knockout blow, payback for all the past torment. He was about to land a few more when the others attacked, forcing him to use Sylvia as a human shield to send them on their way. The remaining elves charged forward on her command. This species is easily ruled by emotion thanks to their long lives and tight-knit relationships. You could say they see each other as one big family. This is both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. The sacrifice of a comrade makes them lose all reason, creating openings for a smart enemy to exploit. After a long battle, only Hansu and Sylvia were left, but there would be no lucky breaks for her this time around. Screaming to the gods until her throat was raw wouldn't bring anyone to her rescue. He tore off his mask and charged for a direct hit. This one strike would free him from a dark, resentful past. He was simply eliminating a future liability who might become an ally. His final message was simple: "I don't want to see you a third time, Sylvia." After that intense fight, the future Elf Queen had become a mere stepping stone for our so-called hero. It was the fitting end she deserved. At least that's what he thought. The perfect ending in his mind. The ending he actually got, however, wasn't nearly as glorious. Immediately after, he was treated to a classic lecture from his professor, who started berating her unruly student. "A good deed is as heavy as a stone," she said, "while a bad deed is as light as a feather." The bottom line was, even if he defeated the Demon King again, it would be extremely difficult for him to graduate from this place. Hansu was completely shocked. "That's not fair, Professor. They attacked me first," he argued. But she couldn't care less about his excuses, continuing her unfinished lesson. Patience is the only way to bring about peace. Impatience only brings regret. All he had to do was endure for a little while. Patience and time can bring far better results than helplessness and slaughter. Student Kang Hansu, don't be so hasty. Calm your mind and look around you. Tell me, what do you see? Hansu pretended to think, then immediately replied, "Experience points." His professor was utterly exasperated with his perspective. She burned his homework and gave him a new assignment: "Try to get along with those around you, and smile at them even if there's someone you absolutely despise." For the battle-hardened Hansu, this was a whole new kind of hell. Going against his true nature was exhausting. Just as Hansu was feeling sorry for himself, Lanov entered to report her mission was complete. She had finished the task he assigned. Since elf corpses are valuable magic ingredients, Hansu had no intention of letting them go to waste. He wasn't about to let the black market profit, so he had her bring all the bodies here to set up a shady burial service deal. The plan was to sell them back to the Elf King for a tidy profit, but the girl actually thought he was being respectful to the dead. She was genuinely impressed. With his perfect plan in motion, Hansu strode confidently through the streets, feeling pretty smug. He couldn't help but marvel at his own genius. Everyone in this world still thought he was stuck at a pathetic level 4. This meant the Elf King would never suspect his daughter was killed by a hero who could barely even hold a proper sword. And since all the black market grunts from the auction were dead, there were absolutely no witnesses left. Hansu told Lanov that the elves and the black market thugs simply wiped each other out until no one was left. So naturally, nobody suspected his involvement in the slightest. But his good mood was ruined when he ran into Old Man Alex. The man called out to him sarcastically, asking if Hansu had switched careers to become an undertaker. Hansu just ignored him, letting the comments go in one ear and out the other. Seeing this, Alex decided to push a little harder. He mentioned the hero debut ceremony was only 2 days away, adding that he was really looking forward to it. Hansu's eyes burned with rage, but he remembered his professor's advice: always smile no matter the situation. So he flipped his expression in an instant. Suddenly, a brilliant, friendly smile lit up his face as he spoke with pure fake kindness. "That's right," Hansu chirped. "I took up the funeral business just to build a beautiful grave for you, Sir Alex." To give a little context, Alex was a born tanker. He was a natural at defense, which went against the common thinking that if you didn't have amazing sword skills, you could never become a truly great swordsman. But that wasn't the whole story. A true master swordsman had to protect their allies while simultaneously wiping out enemies. They're someone who doesn't need to be protected, who can't be left behind in the dust. They are someone who can survive every single battle, growing stronger in both swordsmanship and pure endurance. The reason Alex was destined to be the next Sword King wasn't just because he could protect his allies during a fight. It's because he could also complete the toughest missions all by himself. Hit with that verbal jab, Alex could only grit his teeth. He changed the subject, suggesting they start training today instead of in 2 days. He even offered an apology if Hansu would take a walk through the market with him. But Hansu wasn't an idiot. He refused flat out. He turned and walked away. If they started training early, his real level would definitely be exposed. And right now, Hansu was trying to avoid the Elf King's attention, so he needed to act like a level 4 novice. He was still trying to create an alibi for his current power level to avoid raising any suspicion. His plan was to keep his level hidden, go on an expedition to some ruins, and come back claiming he powered up there. But it wasn't just his level that had grown. He was also impressively applying his professor's psychological theories. He had reached a point where Alex's taunts were nothing more than meaningless noise. Lanov later asked him what the next step was. Hansu's mind immediately went to the slave he had just purchased. Originally, he planned to turn the guy into a walking pile of experience points, but after his professor's advice, he decided to use him as a porter. And to prepare for their upcoming expedition, he drew a detailed map and marked all their destinations. Of course, they wouldn't be traveling by foot this time. The plan was to travel fast and comfort, because what's the point of having money if you don't use it? His new baggage carrier seemed to be recovering his strength quickly too. The higher the level, the higher the survival rate in this world. But being sent to the past made Hansu realize a harsh truth about the professors. Them and the masterminds behind this whole thing. They could reset all of his stats whenever they wanted. Even as a hero with a 5 times experienced talent able to gain powerful skills with just a little effort, all of it was just a fantasy that could be taken away from him in the blink of an eye. Magic, dark arts, swordsmanship. None of it was truly his. The only real power in the world was science. To prepare for the trip, Hansu made a long list of essential supplies and gave it to Lanov to go shopping. Just then, a messenger rushed in. The elven delegation from Elfham had arrived and the king was summoning him to the palace. It took them less than a day to arrive, which wasn't surprising considering their precious princess was dead. Hansu heard the news and immediately refused the meeting. He said the king could handle it as long as he got his cut of the money. But things didn't go according to his plan because the delegation was led by the Crown Prince of Elhem, a total boss-level threat, so our guy absolutely had to be there. Following orders, Hansu reluctantly met with the king that evening. He looked at the prince, his mind a complete mess. A high-ranking royal elf. According to legend, they were one of the strongest races with the longest lifespans in this world. Immortality, that was the best word to describe this race. Their resistance to disease was also incredibly high. Every time they leveled up, they couldn't die unless they were killed. And once a level was gained, it could never be lost. As long as an elf didn't die, they would just keep getting stronger and stronger. Sure, skills could fade or be downgraded over time, but with regular use, their rank would increase just like their level. And the living proof was this monster of a prince. The level display on the status window maxed out at 999. If a level was higher than that, it just added a plus sign. So level 1000 became 999 plus, same as level 5000. At that point, you could only rely on luck and intuition to judge an opponent's true strength. And based on 10 years of experience, Hansu was certain this pretty boy elf was extremely dangerous. And it seems the guy heard someone thinking about him because he immediately walked over to Hansu with a friendly smile. He introduced himself as Nasus and expressed his thanks for the effort to protect his dear sister and her people. Everyone expected Hansu to be his usual abrasive self, but nope. He put on his best peace and love face, shook hands, and raised a glass to friendship between humans and elves. Lanuv and the other nobles could only stare in shock. But as they say in wine, there is truth. After a few dozen glasses, Nasus started spilling his guts to Hansu about his homeland Elhim. The place was currently on the brink of collapse, but the current elf king was turning a blind eye and continued to look down on humans. He sadly explained that he told Sylvia countless times not to underestimate humanity, but the brat just wouldn't listen. Even though he knew this day would come, seeing it with his own eyes was still deeply painful for him. Hansu acted like he was listening intently, but he knew better than anyone what was up thanks to the satisfied status gleaming in front of his eyes. His sister's death made him as happy as could be. For the current elf king, Sylvia was the real treasure. Her personality was just like his, a blind burning hatred for humans. And because of that, his brilliant eldest son was pushed out of the line of succession. Without a shred of shame, Nasus then grabbed Hansu's hand and begged for his help. He promised his full support in defeating the Demon King. He even had his men bring out a sword, one of the 3 treasures of the kingdom. He offered it to Hansu to use as a temporary weapon until he found the holy sword, a little introductory gift. But a greedy guy like Hansu, he doesn't do returns, especially not for something he desperately wanted. Hansu was grinning from ear to ear as he picked up the sword and swung it around a few times. But that very action raised suspicions about his level because only someone with immense strength should have been able to lift it. Yet here was a supposed level 4 handling it with ease. After the elves arrived, Hansu's pockets filled up fast. Without hesitation, he asked His Majesty for permission to go exploring. Alex immediately started screaming in protest. But after the king agreed to postpone the hero's debut for 10 more days, he had no choice but to shut his mouth and stew in his anger. Following his original plan, Hansu, Lanov, and the slave Kuli headed for the Magus Tower. Think of it like an airport on Earth. Instead of planes, the mages in this world use magic circles to transport people from place to place, holding a direct order from the king, the highest authority in the land. The 3 of them didn't have to wait in line, got VIP tickets, and were treated with the utmost care. In less than a second, they arrived at their destination without a single problem, unlike his last disastrous expedition that he regretted his whole life. In the previous timeline, Lanov had sacrificed herself to save Hansu from being buried alive, but he didn't feel an ounce of sympathy. He was just ecstatic that the girl who was always causing trouble was finally gone. But then the rest of the team dumped all her duties onto Hansu, and he quickly realized just how useful Lanov had been. Back then, Hansu wished he could go back and save her at all costs, which is why now, no matter how much she whines, he just pretends to ignore it. This time, the girl sighed, complaining that this adventure didn't feel like an adventure at all. It felt more like a business trip. Lanov whined, begging Hansu to go to the guild and see if any merchants were heading their way. They could travel together by carriage, protecting the weak merchant along the journey. They'd fight off bandits and monsters, build their reputation, earn money, level up, chat by the fire at night, and take turns on watch duty. Nighttime musings. Just the thought of it was thrilling. If this was the Hansu from 10 years ago, he would have jumped at the chance, no questions asked. But this was Hansu 10 years later, and the answer was a firm no. He wouldn't even blink if he saw someone dying on the side of the road. Their desperate cries would just be wind in his ears. But it wasn't just Lanav nagging him, his esteemed professor was getting in on the action too. It was the same old lecture. Since he was already on an adventure, why not rack up some achievements for once, go make a name for himself? Everyone starts from zero after all, and if it's an achievement they want, it's an achievement they'll get. After 2 grueling days, Hansu finally reached the village. He completely ignored his companions' whining, knocking respectfully on the door of a small house. This was it. "Master Molan, are you there? I, a hero unworthy of the title, have come seeking your wisdom." But surprisingly, the village chief's daughter opened the door, and in her hands, the soft, jiggly creature that Hansu practically worshipped. It was nothing less than a slime. Lanuv and his companion Kai were absolutely floored, speechless. This was the same creature you could scoop up by the dozen in the royal sewers. All that effort to travel to this remote corner of the world, absolutely ridiculous. Furious that they were dissing his master, Hansu decided to show them instead of telling them. See, in his mind, the slime was the most perfect organism he had ever encountered. The human body, deeply, deeply flawed. It's just a prison. A cage built of bone and sinew, constantly breaking down, forever bound by the curse of aging. A human can't just regrow a limb if it's lost. But a slime is different. For them, the physical body is almost an afterthought. They might not have a brain, but you can't underestimate their emotions or their unique intelligence. Best of all, they can control their fluid forms with absolute freedom. When Hansu looked at it, he saw a profound lesson in the laws of science. That very power is the origin of the flush toilet, a marvel that eventually helped humanity reach the stars. Yes, you heard that right, a toilet. He's such a die-hard fan, so bitter about leaving Earth's plumbing behind that he takes his anger out on this fantasy world. And somehow, the moment he held that slime, his muscles began to bulge and ripple with power. According to Hansu's explanation, this is because the human body relies entirely on an automated system known as the autonomic nervous system. The beating of the heart, the contractions of the stomach, hormone secretion, and all activities related to muscle building, they all occur completely naturally. A slime's ability to freely control its own body is completely innate. It's not a skill you can just teach to someone else. However, only his master Molan figured out how to embody that slime-like flexibility, and he discovered a way to actually teach that knowledge to humans. By tapping into that flow, he gained access to the frightening power of science from his modern world. His skills began to skyrocket. This bizarre achievement stressed the professor out so much she just apologized to him and vanished without a trace. Hansu just shrugged it off, continuing his mission to create a believable alibi for his absurd level of 204. A hero is judged by 4 criteria: strategy, achievements, reputation, and of course, their overall character. And on this second go-around, he's aiming for the fastest path to graduation, which means he needs a perfect score across the board. Only then will he have a shot at returning to his world of flushing toilets. So instead of just meeting his master and leaving, he did a complete 180, suddenly deciding to help the neighboring villages fight off whatever dangers they faced. Fighting for justice, Lanav and the slaves' eyes lit up. What an honor it was to fight alongside such a truly righteous hero. But please, who has time to waste on small fry? His real target was a dragon living near his esteemed master's village. Now that's a real prize. On his last adventure, he discovered the beast and wanted to send it to meet its ancestors right then and there. The massive XP boost would have been perfect for leveling up and fast-tracking his journey. Plus, the crystal from its heart could be used to counter the Demon King himself, but his useless party members at the time thought they could talk the Demon King to death, and they stopped him. This time, though, no way. This prize wasn't getting away. Right now, the dragon was still just a juvenile, meaning its hunting instincts weren't nearly as sharp as a full-grown adult's. Its level and skills were still pretty low. But even so, taking it down would grant a massive chunk of experience points. A huge payday. And more importantly, this was the perfect alibi. Not to mention, it was the easiest high-tier achievement Hansu could snag right now. Best of all, the professor couldn't complain one bit. After all, this was a hunt with a perfectly justifiable cause. The only problem now, his 2 party members. The experience pool was already limited, and splitting it 3 ways was just not happening. At his current level of just 204, Hansu wasn't quite strong enough to beat the young dragon, so he needed to grind some levels first. His solution, a nice big group of orcs. Lanav and the slave could stay behind and handle the cleanup. To make sure he didn't have to share a single drop of experience, he strictly forbade his 2 companions from joining the fight, no matter how eager they were. In a flash, the entire orc horde was wiped out. Bodies littered the ground everywhere. Only a single lucky survivor remained. Last time, our hero Hansu finally reunited with his respected master Molan after a long time apart. He showed her all the pent-up affection he'd been holding in his passionate heart. After a long, satisfying hug, Hansu and his teammates decided to hunt a dragon for experience, but first, they needed to be strong enough. So leveling up on some orcs was the first step. Not only did they wipe out the guards, they targeted the entire tribe. Hansu laid out the plan, split up and attack from multiple directions. He would sneak in from the north. Lanov would enter through the main gate, and Sai would attack from behind. The last side was blocked by a wide river. If the orcs tried to run, they'd have to swim. Once they were exhausted, all that experience would be theirs. It sounded like a solid plan, but who knew if it would work? His two partners looked nervous, but they were already in too deep, so Lanov stepped up first to act as the lure. Seeing the sheer number of enemies pouring out made the girl a little discouraged. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go, but right after that, she regained her composure and cast her magic with epic style. Watching from afar, Hansu thought it was going perfectly. Most of the elite orcs had already rushed outside. With Lanov and Sai's help, sneaking in would be a breeze. Piece of cake. Our main character walked right up to the biggest tent belonging to the orc chieftain. As long as he wasn't awake, Hansu could just sneak in, assassinate him, then go back to help the other two mop up the rest. Easy. But inside the hut wasn't a golden heart or a chieftain, but a young elf girl hanging upside down. Seeing Hansu, she started screaming her head off. Finally, someone came to save me, I thought. I was going to die here without ever seeing Elheim again. Hey, you human, hurry and untie me. Hansu looked at her, completely annoyed. He had a bad feeling she was going to cause him trouble. His opponent was a strong orc. Saving her gave no guarantee she would help him fight back. She might even turn around and bite him instead. Not every elf knows how to see the big picture, so he decided to ignore her deal with the chieftain and get out. Hansu tiptoed inside, telling the girl to just wait there for a moment. She'd get home soon, but through his own efforts. In the last expedition, he wasted a lot of time, so this time he was determined to finish everything as fast as possible. Then he could return to his beloved flushing toilet. Looking at the giant orc before him, he actually thought it was kinda cute. It was just a big pile of experience points. Level 387 was a bit weak, but it was the thought that counts. Now time to get to it. Hansu then took out the gift from the elf crown prince, Andy's elemental mirror. He was preparing to turn the orc into his experience points. But just as he was about to strike, the elf next to him screamed, "Thief! Human, you dare steal the treasure of our elf race. What are the guards doing? The royal treasure has been stolen. You must be working with the dark elves." The main character just stared at her like, what the hell? The prince gave it to him, so why did she have to scream her head off? Before he could do anything, the plan was ruined. The chieftain, awakened by the screams, stood up tall and imposing. Hansu thought to himself, this guy only knows a few basic moves. He's not the terror he'll be later. His skill level is low, so it won't be as tough as last time. Just be a good boy and become my experience points. He then swung his sword, sending the orc flying. Soon his blade was at its throat. It was about to become a piece of cake, but that girl started screaming again. "There's a thief! Anyone get him!" And after that scream, a surge of magic appeared. The chieftain went completely berserk. He smashed everyone in sight without exception. The elf was left dead on the ground, cursed insane with broken bones, bleeding and badly burned. Looking at her, Hansu wondered why high-level 892 elf was captured here. Was it because of that curse? He saw the same negative effect on the elf at the black market auction. Was there something deeper to this that he didn't know? The truth was unclear, but he knew for sure they would all share one fate, becoming experience points for him. That effect could never be lifted. Leaving them like that was a torment worse than death. Freeing them from their suffering was the best solution. The young man smiled darkly. Thanks to them, the day he could leave this rotten world was getting closer. Hansu then dashed behind the orc chieftain. He declared, "Now it's time to become my experience points." A level 892 elf and orc chief at level 387, combined with his passive 500% experience point bonus. The main character's level shot up like a rocket. Although the hit-and-run plan was ruined, it was over now. And besides, he gained a ton of points. Now it was time to fight all the minions. Hansu continuously rushed forward, slashing wildly like a fruit-slicing game, and orc heads just rolled. They exploded like balloons from every direction. Compared to their last encounter, these guys were a joke. Slicing, stabbing, smashing. Even burning them did absolutely nothing. A big part of that was thanks to the insane skill he got from his master, Molin, which massively boosted his healing abilities. The longer he stays alive, the more his skills grow. Being dead is pointless. Hansu was fighting so hard he completely forgot about his two teammates. Only when they were totally drained and screaming for help did he finally remember them. He even told Sai to attack from behind. The enemy had a few thousand troops, so if it got too tough, they were supposed to bail without him. But Sai stubbornly refused to leave. With his head down, Sai said, "I knew it was dangerous, but thinking of you surrounded by them, I just couldn't run away. The day you saved me from the black market, I swore I would dedicate my life to you." Hansu couldn't believe it. After all this time, he was actually hearing lines like that. He had no idea what he was thinking back then when he saved that damn elf girl. Since his teammates were exhausted, he sent them back to Master Molin's village to rest up. He also sent the elf's body with them to give to Prince Nasus later. He, on the other hand, would stay behind to earn some more cash. Just then the professor appeared shocked by the elf's sudden death and immediately started her lecture. Wasn't it true that, as long as there's life there's hope, if he had saved her and traveled to other continents to find a cure for her curse, he could have learned a valuable lesson about perseverance instead of just killing her. After listening to her sermon, Hansu shot back, No, you've got it all wrong, Professor. The ones who did this to her were the orcs. I couldn't save her then, so I put her out of her misery instead of letting her suffer. And as for giving up, did I do that? That elf was level 892. How could I ever give up on that much experience? The professor was absolutely helpless against this student of hers. Her words went in one ear and out the other, so she gave him a new mission. He needed to try and find a new relationship. Joy would find him then. And with that, she vanished just like always. Find a new relationship. Sounded tough. Of course, Hansu couldn't care less. Right now, he just needed to devour a dragon. And its heart. That was true joy. Who needs relationships? Hansu practically skipped along giddy with excitement. Little dragon, here I come. The last time he was here, it was just a baby dragon. How in the world did a legendary ancient dragon suddenly appear here? This was a colossal beast with 3 pairs of wings, the dragon emperor Noabius. Putting it on the same level as the demon lord Pedonar wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not long after he was first summoned, Fantasia suffered one of the 5 great calamities, all caused by this poison dragon. But while the whole kingdom was drowning in a sea of poison, our hero was training in a forest far, far away, so he managed to avoid getting wiped out. This time, the plan changed. No time to think. He'd just go home, sleep it off, and come back. Later, forget the experience points. He had to leg it and fast. Seeing its dying state, he knew it was near the end. The baby dragon from before must have been its child left behind after its death. However, before it finally kicks the bucket, it will enter a berserk state. And everyone knows what happens after that. The dragon went absolutely nuts, chasing Hansu relentlessly. With painful experience guiding him, he bolted without a single glance back. But after a short distance, it vanished. Just when he thought he'd escaped, it attacked from the sky. The power was earth-shattering. From the distant village, his master could see the rain of fire and bombs. Hansu took a direct hit from the poison, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. Luckily, the body regeneration skill from that slime guy kept him alive. Any of those low-level monsters would have been vaporized instantly. If this kept up, it would wipe out his beloved master's entire village. And there was no way he'd let anyone touch a single hair on Molin's head. He had to find a way to lure the ancient dragon somewhere else. All he had to do was use his taunt skill and let it see that its target was still kicking. That should get its attention. And it's poison. It couldn't be infinite, right? If it wanted to spit, might as well let it spit its heart out. And in that very moment, a deliciously evil idea popped into his head. Lure the dragon to the orc camp. It was an all-you-can-eat experience buffet courtesy of the dragon emperor himself. How the fight went down didn't matter. Whoever lands the last hit gets all the rewards. The death poison was strong, but not without its weaknesses. The higher a monster's level, the higher its resistance. So even if they survived the poison, they wouldn't die. They'd be on the brink of death. Which was even better. He was using the dragon to power level. And so, from mortal enemies, the two became an unlikely team, blazing a trail of destruction through every village in their path. To keep things going, to keep up his insane speed and stamina, Hansu had shut down nearly all his other senses, focusing everything on his lower body. As a result, his field of vision became incredibly small and narrow. He could barely make out large objects, while tiny details like screaming villagers begging for help were basically invisible. Not that a guy like him would even care. Right now it was all about finishing the farm. Wherever the Dragon Emperor went, a mountain of experience points followed. Former regional bosses were now nothing but helpless creeps. A twisted smile appeared on his face. So this was the joy everyone always talks about, huh? He and his teammate blazed a trail of destruction, crushing everything in their path: fierce demons, stubborn treants, evil mercenaries, and corrupt knights. All of them were blown away like dust. After just a few days, Hansu's level nearly broke the system's display limit. If he'd level up the normal way, he'd be bones before he ever got to face the Demon King. And so the young man's fantastic adventure came to a perfectly satisfying conclusion. The Chaos Dragon Noabius, exhausted from the long chase and weakened by old age, was finally collapsing. Hansu offered a respectful bow and a few words of farewell. It might not have been long, but it was a hell of a good time. Plus, he gained a ton of levels. He even fulfilled the professor's weird quest to find a new relationship. Sure, the relationship was pretty messed up. The professor was definitely going to have a headache over this one. Countless towns had been destroyed by the Dragon Emperor, and nearly half the central continent was now a polluted, uninhabitable wasteland. Faced with her accusations, Hansu shot back with his own brand of logic. He admitted Noabius's rampage had destroyed half the continent, but the other parts were just fine, so technically 90% of Fantasia's population was still safe. "You're the one who told me not to give up, right?" he said, pointing to the map. "See, full of hope." But there was still one more thing to do. He looked down at the dying dragon with an oddly tender expression. Even if the beast returned to its nest, it wouldn't live to see the next year. This was just natural selection, the winner takes all. He raised his sword and plunged it straight into the dragon's throat. In seconds, Nobius's immense experience and power began to flow. Every last drop belonged to him now. The system flashed. Level 99 plus with new skills like Benevolence, Chaos, and 3 weird squares. Seeing those numbers, Hansu laughed like he'd won the lottery. Benevolence, what a joke. He asked the professor about the 3 squares, but it seemed even she didn't know what they were. His curiosity piqued. Hansu decided to check the freshly ripped out dragon heart himself. The professor desperately tried to stop him before rushing off to find help, begging him to just stay put. She wanted him to wait for higher authorities to investigate it. Yeah, like that was going to happen. He'd much rather satisfy his own curiosity. After all, curiosity is what led humanity to knowledge and progress, right? Staring at the heart, his true nature surfaced, a sinister glint in his eye, a twisted grin on his lips. "Let's see what secrets you're hiding." With that, Hansu took a massive bite. It tasted like a mix of raw liver, jelly, and rare beef. Then his entire body felt like it burst into flames. The chaotic power of the Dragon Emperor Nobius flooded every cell, feeling like his body was being twisted from the inside out. But thanks to his ability to completely block physical sensations for him, this was just like undergoing surgery with a heavy dose of anesthesia. After a boring wait, the absorption process was finally over. His status screen had changed from 3 squares to 2 squares and the letter F. But the details inside were still total gibberish. Just a bunch of boxes like some kind of font error. He decided to just ignore it for now. Honestly, sending the professor into a full-blown panic was satisfying enough. With everything done, it was time to head back to the village. He found his teammates eating, wearing expressions of deep concern. Lan explained the food was a reward sent by the delegation that had come to retrieve the elf's body. The order had come directly from Prince Nasus. Hansu was pissed they were eating the fruits of his labor. But since Master Molan was happy, he bit his tongue and let it slide. They clearly had no idea what he'd done all week, or why a dragon had suddenly appeared and wrecked everything. And that's when a brilliantly innocent idea popped into Hansu's head. The power-leveling road trip of our hero and the ancient dragon had cut a path across half the central continent. No one survived in the places they passed through. Even if someone had witnessed it, all they would have seen was a giant dragon, and a tiny black dot trailing behind it. Besides, no one even knew what the face of the newly summoned hero looked like. Plus, his face was covered in poison at the time, making it impossible for anyone to get a clear look. After realizing he had destroyed nearly half of Fantasia's center, he forced himself to stop. Worried his reputation points were in serious trouble, but with no witnesses that meant his reputation points were safe. Everything was fine, his reputation was intact. So the young man told Lanov and Cooley a little story. He told them about the battle with Huang Guijang and the Dragon Emperor's death, a complete fabrication. And just like that, the story of a hero defeating the Dragon Emperor was replaced with a tale of a noble ancient dragon who sacrificed himself for his country. The first time he came here, he had to struggle just to claw his way to level 10. Back then, the idea of skewering someone was utterly disgusting to a peace-loving high school student. But now, to earn some reputation points, our hero would have to do something massive in front of a huge crowd, something that could rival the 5 great disasters. He planned on finding a big catch to become ridiculously famous. But that idea was immediately shut down by Lanuv. There was only 1 day left until the hero debut with Alex. He had to get back to the royal palace immediately. Blinded by reputation points, he almost forgot about his precious teammate and the damn promise he made. Lanov then added some information he'd already known for a long time. The elf's body they'd saved was one of the royal guards who accompanied the elf queen. Him and the other guard was the very same elf they saw in the black market. Hansu didn't even need to investigate to know that while all elves have long lifespans, not all of them could reach level 800 or higher, since they weren't a battle-hungry race like dragons. So the average level for most elves is scattered somewhere around 100, and only elf warriors with a level of 800 or more would become part of the royal guard. He didn't want any more trouble, so he immediately told her, "I already know, so from now on, please be quiet." But the girl still wanted to keep talking about this and that. But of course, he was going to tell her to shut her mouth and keep it to herself for the rest of her life. Last time around, she was always finding some ridiculous problem and forcing him to deal with it all. That wasn't going to happen this time. On the way back to the palace, Lanov spotted something in the distance and pointed it out to Hansu, clearly looking for more work. The carriage looked quite grand and strangely familiar, so he used his body modification ability to enhance his vision, recognizing it. It was the emblem of the nostalgic princess from the Holy Kingdom, which bordered their own kingdom. That emblem was only given to the one who would surely inherit the throne, and she was currently fleeing a civil war, trying to escape across the border. Everything was exactly like the first time. The only difference was that instead of dying in 5 years, the current emperor was already gone. It was all thanks to the friendship journey with the dragon Noebius that he had caused. His two teammates looked at him affectionately, wanting him to help. They wanted him to play the hero and save the princess. But our quick-thinking hero pointed to the sky and yelled, "Look, a Noebius turned into a zombie, and it's about to attack us." That sent Lenov and Cooley into a panic as they ran for their lives. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the skill, Breath of the Poisonous Dead 55, hacked up some phlegm and quickly dealt with the speeding carriage without anyone knowing. Last time, the Emperor, wary of his own brother, had granted him the title of Lord and sent him to a land far from the capital. But he never expected that his brother had been secretly building his own power, and when the Emperor died, he rebelled, overthrew his niece, and seized the throne for himself. After being saved from capture by the hero's party, the princess received the help of the hero and his reliable teammates. They fought together and reclaimed the throne by force. A member of the party once said that with her intelligence and integrity, she would lead the Holy Kingdom to a bright future. How laughable. He should have realized the truth sooner from the moment she ordered the execution of all the rebels without an ounce of mercy. The reality was, after retaking the throne, she passed many bloody laws and used that sharp mind of hers to eliminate all opposition. However, she was so brutal that people called her the Blood Queen, and she ended up living in fear, hunted down and assassinated not long after. But with today's events, our hero wouldn't need to do any more pointless work for her. Consider what just happened, a way of helping the people of the Holy Kingdom avoid the torment they suffered last time. Now the rebel forces have seized power, and everything will return to a state of peace. He truly has an exceptionally generous heart. Finally, after 2 days of travel, the group returned to the palace. Though they were a day later than expected, the Emperor chewed them out a bit, and the matter was settled. It was time for the hero's debut. Even though it was later than the first time, the crowd was just as packed, and there was even a team of healers for Alex's violent performance. Their job was to continuously heal the victims so Alex could freely unleash his full power and torture them without any restraint. After a quick exchange, they clashed, but it was mostly Alex on the offensive, just like the first time all over again. Alex was clearly aiming to finish him off for good. His attack pattern was different this time, controlling the area and cutting off any escape routes. For a second, it looked like Alex had won. But no, our hero's different now. Alex messed with someone important, and now he was about to learn a brutal lesson. They went blow for blow and even match. But before sending the so-called Sword King to his grave, Hansu offered Alex some chillingly sincere advice. The most important rule of any fight: eliminate every single potential threat for the future. No loose ends. The moment the Sword King dropped, the instructor popped up with a lecture. Forbearance, she said, is a virtue all true heroes must possess. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Of course, none of that was actually getting through to our guy. With the captain of the Royal Knights dead, the soldiers panicked, so our hero flashed a reassuring smile, one meant to calm the chaos. A smile he'd spent 10 years perfecting, waiting for the right moment to use it as a hero. But it wasn't having the effect he'd hoped for. Looks like he'd have to try another way. After all, that bastard Alex was the commander of the Royal Knights. His death would leave a massive hole in the kingdom's defenses, and Hansu was the one who put him down. So it fell on him to take over. If words didn't work well, violence was always an option. He raised his hand with an air of absolute authority and issued an order. Royal Knights, assemble, unless you'd rather just die right here. The knights were practically shaking in their boots, scrambling to fall in line. It seems a few choice words from our hero got them to listen real quick. He split them into 2 teams. One would follow a man named Linovel, and the other would follow him. The first group's target the queen's residence. They were to find the third room, open a purple wardrobe, and enter the secret passage hidden inside. Their mission was to follow that passage, eliminate the demon-worshipping cultists they found, and gather every last piece of evidence. As for the rest, they would follow him into the castle to clean house and make sure the corrupt ministers posed no more threat to the kingdom. The instructor was shocked by Hansu's complete 180, but it was only because he felt a little guilty for finishing off Alex. This was new for him. He never worked for free. And so 5 days later, he ordered a complete manhunt for everyone involved. He was solving all the kingdom's problems that took him so long to fix in his previous life. He came to a sudden realization: the system of this world was flawed. It was based entirely on levels. Leveling up didn't just make you stronger, it slowed aging and massively boosted your physical endurance. Those benefits really started to show once someone hit level 5. But here's the catch: the methods for leveling up were extremely limited. And the easiest method by far was simply taking each other out. After all, who wouldn't want to live a long, healthy life? So naturally, everyone was desperate to level up. For knights and warriors, all they had to do was their job. Thanks to the endless war between humans and demons, there was always another battle to fight, another chance to level up. But for those unable or unwilling to join the bloody front lines, they turned to kidnapping and murdering innocent civilians instead, sacrificing others for their own gain. At first, Hansu planned to just tie them to rocks and toss them into the sea, but that would be bad for the environment. So he came up with a better plan, one that was eco-friendly and would win over the people. His plan was to create a replacement for Alex, a new symbol of peace for the kingdom, one who would surpass the original. The person Hansu chose to inherit all that sweet experience was a man named Cooley, and so one by one the nobles were brought out to be executed. After the opening act came the queen and her two sons. The queen's crime, worshipping demons. Her two sons had conspired with criminals hoarding wealth to fund their own war for the throne. At first, Cooley was soft, begging Hansu to spare them. But after Hansu gave him a harsh reality check about the true extent of their crimes, Cooley finally shut his mouth. Once they were officially convicted of selling their souls to demons, nobody dared to question the public execution anymore. If even the royal family was facing the chopping block, what corrupt noble would be stupid enough to argue? The entire crowd waited for the new executioner, Cooley, to act. The logic was simple. The more evil the target, the more experience they gave. The result, a level 286 powerhouse who was just a slave 15 days ago had become the kingdom's new symbol of justice. All of it guided by the hand of our great hero with his 10 years of experience. But he wasn't done. Hansu's ambitions went even higher. He planned to make Cooley the new king rather than let that incompetent prince take the throne with the remaining princess as his wife. The emperor was now powerless because Hansu chose to execute the queen and his sons, not just imprison them as expected. It looked like the emperor was trying to cover it all up to spin some story about demons breaking in and killing the queen. He probably planned to use the same excuse to save the princes, but Hansu knew from his first life that those two were nothing but trouble, major trouble. So for the good of the kingdom's future, there was absolutely no reason to let them live. With all the trash finally cleared out, only one last step remained in the plan, putting the kingdom's righteous purifier on the throne. And so a magnificent wedding ceremony began, though the princess would still have to endure some malicious gossip. She was suspected of being a demon worshipper, and her only defense was wearing bear print underwear to prove a point. Still, everything would be fine. After the hero's great purge swept across Fantasia, the wedding of Sai and the princess was held in a joyous atmosphere at the palace. A solemn old man with a long white beard stood before them, clasping his hands to bless the happy couple. He whispered a quiet prayer for their happiness and success in life. Pointing to a shimmering golden chest beside him, he announced, "This is a humble gift from our empire. We hope it will aid you on your path to conquering the Demon King. Please accept this token of our sincerity." Kang Hansu sat off to the side, chin in his hand, offering a slightly embarrassed smile. "You really shouldn't have gone to all this trouble with gifts. Today is supposed to be about Sai and the princess." He glanced at the mountains of presents from the gods and shook his head. "All right, fine. I guess I'll stop by your empire later to thank you properly." Hearing that, the old man broke into a sweat and dropped to his knees. "No, please don't worry about us. Our country has absolutely no problems that require a hero's help. Our people are living peacefully and happily. This is a set of enchanted armor forged by our finest and most talented hands. Please accept it, and may it serve as a sturdy shield on your quest to defeat the Demon King." Then another envoy stepped forward. "After hearing that Sir Kang Hansu is still single, the princess of our holy kingdom has shown some interest. But please don't misunderstand, we have absolutely no intention of trying to tie you down with marriage. With our emperor having recently passed, the holy kingdom wouldn't dare trouble you. And honestly, our country is perfectly safe. Our nobles regularly deal with pirates, so we have no need for your assistance. Please do not visit our small and shabby little country." Hearing all this, Kang Hansu just lounged on a pile of gold, laughing heartily. "Well, this wasn't exactly my original plan," he mused, "but hey, who's gonna complain about too much money?" Lanovel watched him, seeing her hero enjoying the situation. She sighed but then smiled, glad to see him in better spirits. She said softly, "At least it's better than seeing you so gloomy." Kang Hansu lazily replied, "What are you upset about?" Lanovel shook her head. "It's just, for a legendary hero like you, how can they so openly try to bribe you with treasure?" Kang Hansu just laughed it off with a wave of his hand. "Just ignore it. Think of it as them showing respect with material goods." Lanovel gave a helpless shrug as Kang Hansu continued with a grin. "Actually, none of these gifts are really useful to me anyway. Enchanted armor, an enchanted sword, SS-Rank endurance. It's all just for show. This mighty Endymion sword, it's just gonna collect dust. And these experience-boosting elixirs are nice, I guess, but they only work for people under level 300. He opened another chest with a bored look. "Now what am I supposed to do with all this stuff?" Nearby, Sai stood pale-faced, his hands trembling. He was a level 325 human class judge, with stats reading Judgment A, Integrity B, Survival C, Spearmanship C, and Courage D. In a state of pure anxiety, he stammered out, Sir Kang Hansu, would it be all right if I took care of these items for you?" Kang Hansu leaned back on the gold pile and smiled. "Of course." He waved a hand. "You can use or sell this mountain of gear and treasure." Sai bowed frantically. Thank you, Sir Kang Hansu. But then Kang Hansu raised his single finger, his voice turning serious. But remember this, and I'll only say it once. You can use or sell everything except for these 2 blue potions. You will absolutely not sell them. You will drink them. And if I find out you sold them, Kang Hansu's eyes sharpened. You'll become my next experience points. Sai, standing tall in his armor, replied, I have committed your every word to memory. Kang Hansu waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, and that's that. My duty to this kingdom is officially complete. With that gear and those 2 experience potions, he can easily replace Alex. Now the kingdom's peace can be maintained without me. Kang Hansu turned to Lenuville. She looked up shyly. Yes, but you really don't have to give me a gift. Kang Hansu burst out laughing. Of course, I'm not. Are you crazy? Lenuville stood in silence, a flicker of disappointment on her face. He started walking and motioned for her to follow. Let's go. I'm going to show you what a true hero of justice looks like. And your job is to write down everything you see. Lenuville asks, surprised, what are you planning to do, Kang Hansu? Kang Hansu just smiled. Good question. But it spoils the surprise. With that, he raised his sword, a glint in his eyes. I'm doing a quest to get an achievement. Lenuville looked confused. An achievement? Kang Hansu gave a mysterious smile. Just follow me, and you'll find out. It was time for him to finally get serious about graduating. He remembered how he wasted far too much time on trivial tasks before. He'd been chasing achievement points for finding lost cats and helping farmers with the harvest. He wasn't even sure if he was a hero or a farmhand anymore. He even played Cupid for some shy guy only for the girl to ask if helping a stalker deliver love letters was really a hero's job. He didn't even know anymore. Kang Hansu sighed. No one ever recognized or remembered those small thankless deeds. The idea of finding joy in helping people just didn't exist in this world. For him, it only added to his stress. It all slowly pushed him toward depression. He gripped his sword, eyes burning, but this time things were going to be different. He had a clear objective now. If he waited just one more year, the Demon King would practically deliver experience and resources to him. But he wasn't patient enough for that. All he needed was an achievement on par with the Dragon Emperor Nobius. That would surely shorten his graduation time. Kang Hansu smiled, satisfied. A curious Lenuville asked Kang Hansu, why are we here? Kang Hansu glanced around, answering casually, we're here to take care of a little something. The 2 of them stood under a massive ancient tree. Surrounded by the peaceful atmosphere of the elven lands, Lenuville was stunned. Are we in the plaza before the magic tower in the capital Elfame? A few elves nearby eyed them with suspicion. Lenuville just grinned and asked, so are you planning on conquering this place, or what? Kang Hansu beamed, excellent question. And the answer is yes. Lenuville's cheerful expression instantly flipped to panic, stammering. Are you serious? By yourself? Kang Hansu just chuckled. Shh, keep it down. What an idiot, he thought. He had no idea how he put up with her for so long. He must be a true professional. As they were talking, a new voice cut in. We've been waiting for you, Kang Hansu. He turned to see Prince Nasus emerge from the tower, who continued gravely. After receiving your message, I prepared everything. Thanks for helping us get into Elfame, Prince Nasus. Nasus extended a welcoming hand with a smile. It's nothing at all. Having a hero like you visit is an honor for us. At the elven feast, Kang Hansu calmly enjoyed the exquisite dishes. This wasn't his first time at an elven banquet, so none of it was much of a surprise to him anymore. A beautiful elf maiden in a green dress played a stringed instrument, its melodious tune echoing through the grand hall. As Kang Hansu sampled the food, he couldn't help but wonder how they managed to create such incredible flavors from such simple ingredients. Beside him, a nervous Lenuville finally spoke up. How can you look so carefree? Kang Hansu shot her a quick glance. Lenuville stopped talking nonsense. The typical elven diet was just grains and vegetables. They believed harming animals or even plucking a leaf could anger the spirits, diminishing the blessings their people received. Prince Nasus raised his glass, smiling. My little sister Sylvia used to love cooking with the spoils from her hunts. Her dishes often upset the spirits. He recalled the headaches he had dealing with Sylvia's marriage prospects. One day, she apparently stabbed an elephant to death, raised her sword, and laughed, hehehe. Meat? The prince sitting beside him quickly added, but that's all over now. Kang Hansu simply replied, ah, I understand. He knew if they started talking bad about Sylvia, they'd be at it until morning. After 9 years together, her passion for meat was nothing new. The life of the future elven queen was just one violent episode after another. Her love for meat probably came from not caring what anyone thought. Kang Hansu sighed. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. Prince Nasus continued the conversation. Kang Hansu, it seems you've gotten much stronger, haven't you? Just a little. Kang Hansu replied humbly. This guy was still as sharp as ever, Kang Hansu thought. Prince Nasus poured more wine for him and spoke again. Ha ha ha, I never expected you could actually defeat the Dragon Emperor Nobius. Here, have another glass. This wine was brewed from elemental fruits for 100 years, giving it an absolutely exquisite flavor. Bringing it out to treat the hero who defeated the Dragon Emperor was clearly a good call. Compared to that useless girl Sylvia, who once had a chance to be queen, Kang Hansu was 1,000 times better. Thinking back on how he once moved against the man, the prince felt a pang of guilt. Then Kang Hansu's mind drifted to someone else, the prince's guard. She was one of the strongest people in the kingdom, right behind the Elf King and the prince himself. A half-elf level 990 plus, the undefeated loyal knight. Her skills were all S or A rank: invincibility, S, swordsmanship, A, elemental, A, magic, A, and archery, A. With her unwavering fighting spirit, the success or failure of any coup depended almost entirely on her. Even the Elf King, the strongest in Elfame, couldn't fight off an attack from the kingdom's second and third strongest at once. Kang Hansu remembered how she alone was enough to take on his entire hero party, all thanks to her insane battle instincts and S-rank invincibility skill. But in the end, she was defeated by some ridiculous power of friendship. Kang Hansu raised his glass, trying to remember her name. What was it? Whatever, he'd just call her Eris. Prince Nasus's voice cut through his thoughts. This is Eris, my most trusted guard. She might look quiet, but she is well aware of humanity's strength. Ah, so that was her name. Kang Hansu thought to himself. Her swordsmanship was a perfect blend of two races, a gift from her human mother. And it was then he realized exactly why she joined the coup. The hatred between the Elf King, the princess, and humankind ran that deep after all. Crown Prince Nasus seemed fully aware of what he was doing. Suddenly, a door slammed open and a furious voice bellowed out. Nasus, what in the world do you think you're doing? How dare these animals set foot in the sacred halls of Elfame? Have you lost your mind? A voice that belonged to the only person who could ever speak to the prince that way. It was Nasus's father, the supreme ruler of Elfame, the Elf King. Kang Hansu thought to himself, ah, so that's where Sylvia gets her attitude. Prince Nasus calmly replied, please calm yourself. I am simply hosting the hero. The Elf King, boiling with rage, couldn't hold back. A hero maybe, but he is still human. In the last timeline, he'd only heard about the king's death during the coup. He'd never actually met him face to face like this. The king pointed at Kang Hansu, identifying the uninvited guest. Kang Hansu just watched, sizing up his new potential problem. Suddenly, a notification flashed in his mind as the system immediately provided all the info. Race high elf level 999 plus, class puppet king, reputation dictator, and a skill elemental SS. Archery C, swordsmanship C, dignity D, politics A, and his current status enraged. Kang Hansu scoffed. These were the skills of a king. If you ignored his race and class, he seemed just like anyone else who had barely scraped their way to level 999. A slight unease settled in as he faced the Elf King's raw power and palpable fury. The enraged king tore into his son. Not long ago, your own sister was murdered by these beasts. Nasus, have you lost all feeling? He glanced over at Kang Hansu, thinking that an ancient being like him must have an absurdly high power level. Have you already forgotten what the spirits told us? The Elf King continued, his voice dripping with rage. The humiliation and terror your sister suffered before they slaughtered her, and you still side with these maggots. Kang Hansu sighed. It was clear the king's long tenure on the throne had dulled not just his skills, but his judgment too. Prince Nasus couldn't stand it any longer, slamming his hands on the table. Your Majesty, Sylvia's death had nothing to do with humanity. It was her own arrogance, her contempt for everyone that led her to ruin. The Elf King roared back. Nasus. The prince pressed on. At least the shame she felt before dying made her realize the world isn't some rosy fairy tale she imagined. Honestly, as someone who shares Sylvia's blood, I was glad she finally grew up, even if it was too late. The Elf King erupted in fury, flames swirling violently around him. You are no son of mine. Bringing these animals into Elfame is enough to have you banished from my kingdom. In a flash, a blade shot out, plunging straight into the Elf King's chest as a fire dragon appeared, causing everyone to scream. Your Majesty. Kang Hansu said casually. Whoops, my hand slipped. My apologies. In the first coup, it was Nasus himself who had finished his own father, becoming the new ruler of Elfame. Taking the crown, Prince Nasus declared, you no longer need to worry about the future of our people. Rest in peace, father. Nasus placed the crown upon his head, displaying his new authority. Eris, standing behind him, spoke up, Lord Nasus. But the prince shot her a glare, and she knew she had misspoken. She immediately dropped to her knees. All hail the Elf King. May Elfame prosper eternally under your reign. Nasus offered Eris his hand. Rise, Eris. The era of the new king has begun. Let's witness a new future for Elfame together. But this revolution wouldn't last. After just 100 days, the hero's party rose up to put Sylvia on the throne. An overwhelming emptiness took hold, as if the hero and the new king were both trapped by this endless cycle of hatred. Free me from this hatred, the large stone face pleaded with Kang Hansu. Nasus, you fool, I warn you to be careful of him. A bald old man wearing a red crown looked down at the gods below him. Tsuke-tesk. You should have realized when he started being nice to humans. Supporters of the old king heavily condemned the coup. Not even the elf race was immune to this political turmoil. Would they suffer the same fate? Even the powerful leaders of the human kingdoms couldn't escape this creeping anxiety. As a result, all of Fantasia turned against Nasus and his party, forcing them to confront the hero's party head-on. They had the backing of almost every kingdom on the continent. So Kang Hansu thought this is why he returned to Elfame. The Elf King is dead, and the hero himself was the one who assassinated the leader of Elfame. The bald old man in the red crown addressed the gods below. It has begun. The last dragon has finally found its master. The monster knew the hero had just revealed his true intentions, prompting an old man below to ask a question. If he could kill the absurdly high-level Elf King, does that mean he really defeated the Dragon Emperor Noabius? The Elf King was just a warm-up. The bald old man replied that he would soon eliminate every king in Fantasia, or at the very least turn them all into his puppets. Then this entire continent would fall under his control. The bald man in the red crown lamented their fate. The very hero they summoned to defeat the Demon Lord is now going to bring about the end of the world. Suddenly, a soldier in full armor appeared. Your Majesty, a message has just arrived from the hero at the Magus Tower Plaza. An image of Kang Hansu was projected onto the tower. The soldier relayed the message. According to the hero, the Elf King attacked him first simply for the crime of being human. Therefore, the Elf King's death was just an unfortunate accident that resulted from rightful self-defense. He expressed his deepest regrets. Besides, he asked if you were a guest visiting with peaceful intentions and were attacked like that, wouldn't you be furious too? Hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh. This was bad. The bald old man in the red crown spoke up. This is it. Our chance to escape total destruction has arrived. We demand an explanation for that attack. Did the Elf King act that way because he was secretly a pawn of the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord's long-eared servant is dead. Let's work together, destroy the rest, and bring true peace to Fantasia. The soldiers under the man with the red crown roared in unison, destroy the elves, destroy Elfame. Kang Hansu, meanwhile, was just lounging around, thinking this whole situation wasn't half bad. The old Elf King's faction remained silent, and since no one blamed the hero, it seemed they'd accepted his story. So does that mean his reputation score is safe? The masked woman behind Kang Hansu let out a sigh. So she said, you waited for the Elf King to fall into the prince's trap before you moved in and killed him. Even if nobody is saying anything to your face, you can't be sure what they're truly thinking. And besides, wasn't that a little excessive for self-defense? Remember, everything has its limits. A bowstring will always snap if you pull it too far. Kang Hansu just replied, Professor, you seem to be a bit early. She answered, I'm here because your case is highly unusual. This is how things are supposed to go. Case 021, Nasus dies in an accident caused by the hero's party. Case 194, Eris becomes the hero's lover, and Nasus fails to gather any allies. A completely pointless coup. Every scenario was meant to stop the Grand Prince's coup. But you, Kang Hansu, were the first to directly murder the Elf King. And everything happened so fast we couldn't predict it at all. So I came here to find out what exactly went wrong. Kang Hansu just laughed out loud. Aha, he thought. So that's how I get your attention. Wouldn't it be great if I could save bizarre moments like this after graduation? The woman responded angrily. That's impossible. I'll return after handling some urgent paperwork tomorrow at the latest. Until then, please, I'm begging you, try to treat your comrades well. Kang Hansu thought of Lanival and Sylvia and happily replied, no problem, don't worry. I only have 2 teammates anyway. The woman yelled back in frustration, and your old teammates too. Kang Hansu muttered, damn, what's her problem? He had made Sylvia so strong she could even replace that guy Alex. A perfect teammate in every way. What do his old comrades have to do with anything? He couldn't understand why she was making such a big deal. Eris, overhearing him, argued that it's perfectly understandable for humanity to react this way. The hope of all mankind was attacked just for being human. Who on earth could possibly accept that? Kang Hansu noticed the box she was holding and asked, oh Eris, what's that you've got there? Eris replied that it was a gift from the new Elf King Nasus. It contained ancient runes that could increase skill effectiveness. The High Pope's ring can boost experience gain, and the sap from the World Tree holds the secret of creation itself. Kang Hansu's eyes lit up. This was the good stuff. Finally, something that was actually useful to him. Nasus had officially met the requirements. He could now be his number 2 sponsor right after the Demon Lord. Eris let out a soft sigh. She confessed that here in Elfame she had no one she could really talk to. She asked him to forgive her rudeness. Because she carries human blood, her mind has always been trapped between the elves and humanity. She never had the confidence to befriend other elves. Nasus saw her potential, encouraged her, and took her under his wing. But he was only the second most powerful person in Elfame. The one on top, the Elf King, despised humans and was always ready for war. She had always feared which side she would have to choose when the fighting began. When she saw the sword Endymion leave his hand and pierce the Elf King's heart, she had a terrible, disrespectful thought. But the words just spill out a release for all the stress she's been carrying. Aris confesses everything to Kang Hansu, completely unaware that Prince Nasus is listening from behind a wall. She continues, speaking a sense of relief in her voice. Finally, she's free. She muses that this human invasion is probably her punishment for even having that thought. Kang Hansu casually cleans his ear and asks, "An invasion? Don't worry about it. Did you forget the great hero is here?" He couldn't possibly miss out on a chance to boost his achievement and reputation points. The scene shifts to a meeting hall in Elf Fame. Ambassadors and delegates from every nation are gathered. Kang Hansu dips his hand into a glass of wine. What this hero wants to tell you, he begins, is to stop waving signs and shouting slogans. It's not a good look. Are you all trying to start a riot here or something? The men sitting opposite him reply that they only came to demand justice because Kang Hansu was treated so poorly by the elves. With his chin resting on his hand, Kang Hansu shuts them down. We already took care of that, so you don't need to overdo it. Besides, he adds, not every elf hates humans like the old king did. There are plenty of elves who love peace, like the new elf king here, for example. Right on cue, the new elf king Nasus appears beside Kang Hansu, adding, how could we possibly ignore such rare talent just because they aren't an elf? The delegates across from them let out a gasp. They realize the hero must be the new king's backer. Kang Hansu continues, that's right. And if I recall correctly, a few countries want to use me as an excuse to start a war. If you're finding it hard to keep your country in line, just give me a call. This hero won't mind traveling a little to help out. The men start to panic, insisting they can handle it themselves. Kang Hansu doesn't need to worry about it, they stammer. Long live the friendship between elves and humans. They then ask for permission to return home at once to announce King Nasus's ascension to the throne as quickly as possible. They promise to return later with a formal delegation to congratulate him. Nasus simply waves, thanking them. Thank you, he says. I will have a banquet prepared for your return. Yes, long live the new elf king, they all cheer. The expedition to Elf Fame concludes successfully thanks to the great hero's generosity. He earned a massive amount of experience points from killing the Dragon Emperor and the Elf King, and even managed to find a new sponsor. At the same time, he also scored achievement points for negotiating peace between the humans and the elves. The scene shifts to a raging fire where people are screaming orders to burn everything. If the hero finds any evidence, their entire country will be destroyed. Burn all the banners clean, they shout, and the artists who drew them. He got achievements for preventing a war and a huge reputation boost for the love and care he showed both sides. This will definitely be a huge stepping stone toward his graduation. Suddenly, someone calls out Kang Hansu's name. Lanuvel calls out, Kang Hansu, can you help me with something? He answers with a bored expression. What now, haven't you packed yet? What's with that outfit? We're leaving Elfame soon. Lanuvel begs him. Just a few days, no, let's just stay here one more day. The relics and culture of the Elf Kingdom. Humans have been searching for this for thousands of years. There are even clues here about our own people's history. Lanuvel drops to the ground, hugging his leg and pleading with him. If I miss this chance, when will I ever see it again? Please, she begs. Just one more day. Kang Hansu lets out a long sigh. He forgot she's an archaeologist. He understands what she's getting at. Lanuvel's eyes light up with hope. Kang Hansu. But he just smiles and says, get up. Let's go home. You're so cruel, she wails. Sorry, he replies. The door to graduation is right there. I can't waste any more time. He figures his achievement points and reputation must have reached A rank by now. It's time to graduate. The scene changes to a castle. An emperor, looking powerless, speaks to his daughter. My poor youngest child. Father, the princess answers. His court advisors all bow low. Please, princess, forgive us. His Majesty's life and all of ours depend on your marriage. The emperor continues, did you hear? That monster killed the Elf King right after he defeated the Dragon Emperor. The Demon King isn't the problem anymore. Our kingdom and all of Fantasia will have to stand against him. We will have to submit to him. You must endure this. And marry him. And whether you want to or not, he adds, you must act happy about it. Cooley sits on the balcony, heartbroken. Well, if it isn't the famous hero Cooley. As Kang Hansu slowly approaches, Cooley gasps in surprise. Ah, Kang Hansu, welcome back. He puts his hands on his hips and stands beside her. Yeah, everything's taken care of. So you had your wedding while I was gone, huh? Congratulations. Cooley just sighs deeply. He notices. So he questions him, hey new groom, what's with that face? And Cooley slowly starts to explain. Thanks to you, I married the princess. But I honestly don't know if it was the right thing to do. Kang Hansu had no clue what he was talking about. What did he mean? Well, as Cooley tells it, something pretty major went down during the wedding ceremony. The wedding was underway when suddenly a man in a white robe burst in. I object to this marriage. Princess, don't give in to their threats. I've come to fulfill our promise to each other. At the sight of the wedding crasher, the princess burst into tears. Cooley lowered his head and continued the story. The moment I saw her expression, he said, I knew. He was the one she truly loved. And the wave of humiliation that hit Cooley after that was absolutely crushing. Seeing Cooley so miserable and lost reminded Kang Hansu of something his old professor once said. Please treat your comrades well. He pats Cooley on the back. Fine. Time to clean up this mess, no loose ends. Meanwhile, the wedding crasher hides behind a massive rock looking toward the palace. Princess, just wait, I'll save you no matter what. Little does he know, Kang Hansu is standing right behind him with murder in his eyes. This is the punishment for ruining a family's happiness. Kang Hansu sends him flying with a single blow. Who are you? He asks. The man turns back shocked. How? After seeing his face, the man stammers in terror. Kang Hansu, our hero, grins. Oh, now I remember you. This was the guy who ran off with the princess the first time around. The man panicked. The first time, you monster? What nonsense are you spouting? You're just a monkey who couldn't control his urges, trying to steal another man's wife. As he spoke, Kang Hansu exhaled a cloud of purple smoke. This little drama ends right here. The wedding crasher reaches out for help, but the smoke consumes him completely. Kang Hansu thinks to himself, interesting. He normally feels nothing doing small jobs like this, but for some reason this time feels satisfying. Almost like pride. He hopes this means Cooley won't be sad anymore. Yeah, that has to be it. This must be what it feels like to do a good deed. And with that, this part of the story finally comes to a close. The princess stands at her window reaching for the moonlight, the heroine saved by a hero who delivered justice in the shadows, justice to the one who tried to tear a family apart. Cooley was no longer sad and he would live happily ever after. Kang Hansu tells Cooley, never forget what I've done for you. The future of this kingdom is in your hands now. Lanovel waves goodbye as Cooley wishes them a safe journey. Kang Hansu breaks into a run, arms stretched to the sky. It's time to go home. Lanovel scrambles behind him. Wait for me. Kang Hansu, Miladius, I'm on my way. He then calls out to his companion Lanovel. Yes, she answers. I have an extremely important mission for you, he continues. Lanovel immediately starts to sweat. Yes, just tell me. From now on, you are not to walk in front of me. Just follow behind me, understand? Lanovel breathes a sigh of relief. Yes, sir. They've reached the domain of the Demon Lord Pedonar. And Kang Hansu adds broadcasts everything that's about to happen to the people. And so the citizens of Fantasia see an image of Kang Hansu projected onto the city's grand tower. His heroic bravery is on full display. The people are stunned. Who is that hero? Where is that place? That doesn't look like our country, does it? They're watching their hero wipe out the entire demon race right in the heart of the demon lands. Kang Hansu glances back. I don't care how dumb you are, you can at least handle this, right? Lanovel just replies, probably. Deep in the demon territory, a few cyclops are chatting. Demo, hey, let's go eat. I heard they're serving hostages in the Four Kings Hall. Let's go eat until we're stuffed. Suddenly, a demon named Devi freezes, a chill running down his spine. Wait, something's not right. A long-beaked bird falls from the sky, landing with a thud. The Cyclopes stare in horror. They rush over to check on the creature. Damn it. Lanovel, wearing a bird mask, reports back to Kang Hansu. In all the records of heroes I've ever read, none have ever done anything like this, she says. Kang Hansu just exhales more purple smoke. Don't you dare compare me to those weaklings. His plan, poison every last corner of the Demon Lord's territory. The sky, the ground, the rivers, everything will be contaminated. The Cyclops breathe in the poison and collapse on the spot. Just like that, no one will be left alive. The people of Fantasia watch absolutely horrified. Oh my gods. Lanovel asks Kang Hansu, isn't this method a little unethical? Kang Hansu continues to release the purple smoke without stopping. Oh, don't worry about it. He might lose a little experience from not killing them directly, but that tiny amount is completely worthless to him anyway. Take it or leave it. It's fine though. Of course, just using poison gas to wipe out all the demons is pretty much impossible. The bigger ones would definitely last a little longer. A large demon choking on Kang Hansu's purple gas panics and yells, Ugh, what are you guys doing? Is the world ending? Kang Hansu's voice cuts through the chaos. Nah, it's not that serious. The terrified demon asks, who are you? Kang Hansu calmly replies, the only way to find the Demon King is to crush all his lackeys first. I'm a hero of justice. In his previous life, he had to learn that lesson the hard way. Now the demons in the central continent have been completely wiped clean. Surely this is an achievement no one has ever pulled off before, right? Lanovel replies, yes, you're the only one. Kang Hansu grins. My achievement and reputation scores should be S-Rank by now. Lanovel looks surprised, asking, what scores? Just then the professor appears, saying, I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to say to this. Professor says, Kang Hansu, of course you don't know what to say. I've handled everything perfectly after all. You saw how inconvenient it was last time, didn't you? I couldn't get any stronger because I was too busy worrying about my so-called comrades. Thanks to them, he couldn't beat a single boss. And it took him an agonizingly long time just to reach the Demon King's castle. And that party. Every time they beat one tiny monster using the power of friendship, they'd celebrate like they just saved the entire world. But just look now. Fantasia is no longer threatened by a single demon. Isn't that something no hero before me has ever accomplished? The professor speaks up. You might be right. So now let's wait and see what your final score will be. I'll give you one last piece of advice: become one with the world. If you care for the world will care for you. That's it. I wish you victory and a swift graduation. Kang Hansu replies, yeah, thanks. Hey, how many points are you going to give me? The professor responds, I don't know. The grading is beyond my authority. Even though this was a surprisingly short course, thank you for listening to my lectures. Thanks, Professor. Kang Hansu says, then turns to Lanuv. You can take it off now. Once we're through this hallway, we'll be in Demon King Pedonar's room. Lanuv removes her mask and asks, how do you know all this so well? Gathering information about this place isn't easy. Kang Hansu looks away. Last time this place looked even worse. Bodies everywhere, limbs hanging from the walls. It was all because I wasted too much time trying to level up back then. Lanuv Kang Hansu calls. Yes, she answers. Thank you for working so hard to help me. This adventure wasn't as boring as I thought it would be. And one more thing. Kang Hansu continues, remember to find yourself a rich husband who knows how to manage his money and have a kid, just make sure it doesn't get your personality. Lanuv fires back angry. If you're going to insult me, at least don't say it like that. Just kidding, Kang Hansu says. From here on, I go alone. If you follow me and die in the crossfire, don't blame me for not warning you. Lanuv replies, will you be okay? Please be careful. Got it, says Kang Hansu. Compared to his last run, everything up to this point has been absolutely perfect. His combat skills are a little weaker, sure, but it's more than enough to defeat the Demon King. Thanks to Lanuv's magic, all of Fantasia knows what he's done. His achievements and reputation are secured, and he doesn't need to worry about his morality score either. So after thinking it through, Kang Hansu kicks the door and shouting at the top of his lungs, Demon King Pedonar, where are you? A guest is here, so why is it so quiet? There was absolutely no reason he wouldn't graduate after taking this guy down. Prepare yourself to be defeated by me. The Demon King, who was busy kissing his lover, hears Kang Hansu's call and turns his head. On Kang Hansu's side, a gasp. Kang Hansu, why are you here? Seeing them like this, Kang Hansu just scratches his head looking awkward. My bad for ruining the atmosphere. The Demon King roars in anger. Hero, how could you? Don't you know how to knock? That's basic common courtesy, hero. Kang Hansu crosses his arms. And here I thought being a Demon King meant sitting on a throne all day bored out of your mind. Aren't you one of the kidnapping victims from outside elf fame? The woman snaps back, kidnapped. Don't you get the wrong idea, hero. A system window pops up. High elf level 482. Class submissive queen. Vicious. S-rank seduction, S-rank malice, S-rank elementals, A-rank archery. Status, excited, ashamed, angry. She declares Pedonar and I have mutual respect for each other. Besides, this isn't some ordinary relationship. The Demon King nods shyly. You're making me blush. Kang Hansu states, you are the elf queen, wife of the elf king. Remembering Eris's words, he thinks to himself, my mother was brutally murdered by the Demon King. This is a debt I'll make him repay with interest. It seems Kang Hansu had just saved Pedonar from a very unwelcome guest. The Demon King turned to his lover. For your safety, head back to the room. I will be with you shortly. Shiku Den, I'll be waiting for you on the bed. Man, that woman really has no idea what's going on. If she were still alive to see this, Kang Hansu thought, who knows what kind of scene she would have made. The Demon King's blood-red eyes locked onto Kang Hansu. Aren't you a little early, Kang Hansu? He thought to himself, wait, is this some kind of time reversal, back to the past as if nothing ever happened? Is there a problem with me showing up early, or did you think a human would need more time saying goodbye to his family? Or is it that I'm not strong enough to face you yet? Why don't we fight and find out? Enraged, the Demon King growled, the thing you're holding isn't even a proper sword. What gives you the right to be so confident? He let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, you absolute fool. You're no different from the idiots who came before. A bunch of brats calling themselves heroes, always spouting noble words. But in the end, I crushed them all. I am the Demon King Pedonar, the origin of darkness who stands above the 5 great calamities. No one has ever been this arrogant in front of me and lived to tell the tale. And yet you were summoned just 1 month ago. No sword, nothing. I'm starting to think you don't even have a brain. Kang Hansu calmly replied, not 1 month. 22 days to be exact. And as for why I'm here, isn't that a pretty stupid question? You already know the answer to that. The Demon King was seething, but Kang Hansu continued. Who said I needed a sword to kill you? This is more than enough. Kang Hansu calmly checked the information panel. The Demon King's power was undeniable after all. The system displayed the Demon King's information. Race Archdemon, level 999 plus class Demon King. Skills: Dark Aura SSS, Immunity SS, Swordsmanship SS, Immortality SS, Indestructible Body SS, Status: Calculating Conflicted Alert. However, his class had one massive weakness. No matter how high his level gets when he faces a hero, he receives a massive penalty to both his level and his skills. Kang Hansu didn't know the exact penalty, but it was definitely the reason they had to summon people from another world to fight him. The Demon King spoke up. "You arrogant fool, is your mouth the only weapon you brought with you? Perhaps I won't even need to use my own. Otherwise, my pride as the origin of evil would be shattered." Kang Hansu let out a soft laugh. "Hey, my sword isn't exactly a normal one either." The Demon King looked at Kang Hansu's sword, and a feeling of fear crept into his heart. This had never happened before. He had never witnessed such a terrifying energy. "Dragon, is your sword related to that species?" Kang Hansu raised his blade to the sky. It was the elemental mirror and daimon, a treasure of the elf kingdom. It seems that using it to exterminate countless demons and monsters has tainted it a little. Purifying it back to its current state was no easy task. Kang Hansu said, "Now, my lovely Endymion, are you ready?" The Demon King angrily replied, "Should I be afraid of you? Let's see how well you two work together." Kang Hansu swung his sword at the Demon King. The Demon King let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Seeing him like this, Kang Hansu breathed a sigh of relief. He's even weaker than last time. Through this fight, he finally understood. He now knew the penalty imposed by the Demon King class. The system notification appeared: Class Demon King, Subordinate Hero. This meant the Demon King's level was dragged down to match the hero's. In other words, the stronger the hero, the lighter the Demon King's penalty. So that was why he was farming the hero experience points. Kang Hansu was furious. "That bastard. He treated me like a dog he could send on some stupid adventure," the system asked. "Did the hero enjoy his adventure?" Kang Hansu replied, "Of course. This adventure was extremely beneficial. I'll be sure to maintain my diligent work ethic when I return to Earth." The system continued. "The path to becoming a hero is never easy. But thanks to the high expectations of countless people, you found the precious motivation to never lose your faith and hope. From your comrades, you learned about love, friendship, and unity, and in the end, you defeated the cruel Demon King." Kang Hansu smiled cheerfully. "Yes, I learned an incredible amount," he thought to himself. "Same old rambling as the first time." The system announced, "Congratulations on your victory." Kang Hansu laughed. "Heh, thank you very much." He figured it was best not to show his true feelings. It might affect the final results. "Now then, let's take a look at your report card." Kang Hansu grinned, full of anticipation. This was it. The most important moment had arrived. Please let the score be high." Kang Hansu yelled. "I really want to go back home." An announcement echoed. "Please verify your information." Kang Hansu leaned in, excited. "Continue," he said. The system displayed the name Kang Hansu. Strategy A. Achievement: Double S. A grin spread across Kang Hansu's face. "A double S achievement, awesome, let's keep going." But then the system updated. Reputation E. Kang Hansu's jaw dropped. Huh. Then it got worse. Personality F. With a special note, graduation may endanger the planet and all the other heroes. Kang Hansu was totally lost. "Hey, wait a minute. To the esteemed judges, please let me say a few words." As he spoke, he dropped to his knees. "I'll do my best to live a quiet life on Earth. Think about it, how could I harm the place I was born and raised? If Earth disappeared, how could I even survive, right?" The system's response was blunt. "You have failed." Kang Hansu's anger exploded. "Are you guys insane? Why?" The system provided its reasoning. "Instead of repenting and fixing past mistakes, you abused your power. Without distinguishing right from wrong, you used excessive violence, creating hatred and fear. This affected the peace and order of the entire world's population. You will be sent back to the first day of the test. The entire faculty will adjust the course content." Hearing this, it felt like Kang Hansu had been struck by lightning. "Your development progress will be calculated by the instructors. All of them are eagerly awaiting your improvement. An instructor has been assigned to guide Kang Hansu." The news made Kang Hansu feel like he was about to collapse. That's when Lanovel appeared. "Hello there." "Hello, Kang Hansu." Lying on the ground, Kang Hansu muttered to himself. So a third time is really happening. Lanovel kept calling his name. Kang Hansu finally replied, "This is the first time I've summoned you to this world." This place was Fantasia, a world completely different from the one where he grew up. He thought back to all the novels he'd read. The main character usually gets one do-over and then the story ends. Why was his different? Lanovel answered him. "While you might not understand everything right now, I'll explain it all one by one." Kang Hansu angrily snapped back. "I've already defeated the Demon King twice. What is there not to understand?" If any novel was written like this, the readers would tear it apart. Lanovel introduced herself. "I am Lanovel, an archaeologist seeking knowledge and the one who summoned you here. According to ancient legends," she added. Besides the name, Lanovel means truth in the ancient tongue. Kang Hansu just let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Haha, this is the third time I've heard that one. He thought to himself, if I kill this girl right here, right now, I wonder if anything new will happen this third time around. The professor heard his thoughts and spoke up. Please keep those thoughts to yourself. Even a single word can cause a massive problem. Besides, she is a person of considerable influence in this country. Student Kang Hansu, I sincerely hope you will abandon any ideas of killing innocent people or killing just to see what happens. Kang Hansu replied. Ah, Professor, we meet again. The professor responded, it truly is a pity, but isn't there something to celebrate as well? That you were the first person to achieve the highest score ever. Perhaps it was thanks to you conquering the Chaos Dragon Emperor and defeating the Demon King in just 22 days. He continued, I am certain your name will be engraved on the Hall of Fame forever. Congratulations. Kang Hansu just sighed. How is this place any different from hell? Lanivel tried to get his attention again. Kang Hansu thought back on his strategy. Minimal sacrifices to achieve maximum results in the shortest time. Everything he did was just stopping criminals from abusing their power, eradicating demons, and destroying their king. Weren't those things good for the people? So why did his reputation score drop from a D to an E, then it hit him? Ah, it was the Dragon Emperor incident. No one would ever know he was the one who woke Nubus, but a dragon destroying half the central continent was bound to leave countless victims behind. And the survivors of that disaster would need a target for all their hatred, all the suffering they had to endure. Of course, the most hated name at that time was the newly summoned hero. Just because of that, his personality and reputation scores plummeted. He scoffed. Why didn't those trashy people ever think? What could a hero who'd only been summoned for a dozen days even do? From the very beginning, he did everything he could, finding lost items, searching for missing people. But the second something went wrong, they piled all the blame on him, making him the villain. Lanivel's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Kang Hansu, His Majesty is waiting for us. A soldier spoke up. Kang Hansu angrily yelled, be quiet. The soldier behind Lanivel said, hero, even if you don't understand everything, we cannot delay any longer. Kang Hansu replied, what, the king is waiting for me? That's right, the soldier confirmed. Kang Hansu sat in silence, feeling lazy. No, I'm the one waiting for him, he thought. Yes, sir, the soldier replied. Kang Hansu spoke up, let me ask you a question. How many heroes in this world can actually defeat the Demon King? Only 2, the soldier answered. That's right, 2, Kang Hansu continued. If a king dies, a prince takes his place. But then the soldier's words finally registered. Wait, did you just say 2? Just then a man in glasses and a yellow coat walked in. Hello there. I called for you, but you didn't answer. A system window popped up with his info, high human race level 1 class hero. A 500% XP boost. Skill interpretation A. His status was a mix of anticipation, hope, and excitement. The new kid then introduced himself. He explained he was from Seoul, South Korea, currently a high school junior. He's 17 and enjoys gaming and reading. Kang Hansu muttered to himself, judging by the stats, this kid was obviously just a newbie. Anticipation, hope, and excitement, he wondered. Is that really a normal reaction? Shouldn't he be questioning being kidnapped to another world? Why do you have to be so calm? And yep, that's how I met you, Hero B, the kid replied with a huge smile. The guard standing by just stared. He looked directly at Kang Hansu and said His Majesty is still waiting. Kang Hansu felt annoyed, thinking, what's with that look? Is it really so wrong to get emotional after not seeing another person from Earth in 10 years? Kang Hansu reached into his pocket. He pulled out a pen. This would be more than enough to. But then he stopped himself. Whoa, can't do that. Things are different now. If he were the only hero, Hero A planning would be simple. But now there's a Hero B. Saving this world just got more complicated. Ah, whatever. They're both heroes anyway. Still, Kang Hansu thought this is pretty unlucky for the kingdom. Oh, esteemed heroes, please have mercy and save our kingdom. The king in his red robes begged from his knees. Kang Hansu spoke up. Listen to the guy who kidnapped us to this world. Hero B, what's your take on this? He imagined Hero B getting furious, shouting, what do I think? We're still kids, we're students, how dare you? Kidnap us and bring us here. This is a terrible crime, you're nothing but a bunch of wretched criminals, kidnapping minors, who should be in school using the excuse of defeating a demon king to push us onto a battlefield. You're all just savages. But that was all just in Kang Hansu's imagination. He told himself that as long as the two of them could cooperate, it would all be fine. Hero B turned to the guard and said, yes, Sir Knight, we can't keep His Majesty waiting any longer. I will absolutely rescue this kingdom from the clutches of the Demon King. After all, that's always been my dream. Kang Hansu was floored hearing those words come out of Hero B's mouth. What in the world? Hero B kept going. That's right. My Korean name is probably pretty hard to pronounce, huh? From now on, you don't have to use it. Kang Hansu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Lanuv just laughed. Now let's calm down. Kang Hansu, do you have any good names in mind? Hero B had now decided to call himself X. He heard the suggestion and said, I called dibs on that name. Kang Hansu was completely amazed. He wondered at the kid's incredible ability to adapt. Hero B probably thought it was the name of a main character from some mobile game. The kind who becomes a great hero and ends up marrying the saintess. He'd bet anything. The kid picked that name, wanting that exact future. Kang Hansu asked, "Hey, Hero B, don't you miss your parents, your friends? Everyone back on Earth must be worried sick about you." Hero B just replied, "Not really. Is something wrong?" Kang Hansu was at a loss. Was this a joke? No friends, no sense of duty to his family. In other words, the kid had nothing left. Nothing tying him to his previous life. Seeing Kang Hansu's concerned face, Hero B said, "Mr. Kang, don't worry, I'll definitely protect you." Those words echoed in Kang Hansu's mind. "Mr. Kang, don't worry, I'll definitely protect you." The professor appeared asking, "So what do you think of your new teammate?" Startled, Kang Hansu replied, "Right now, my mind is stuck somewhere between total amazement and deep shock." The professor went on, "He is a hero who was chosen very carefully, after a lot of consideration, and he's the perfect person to work with you. Besides, you saw how great his adaptability is, right?" Kang Hansu looked glum. "After a year, I finally meet someone else from Earth, but all my hopes and dreams were shattered in just 10 minutes of conversation. He doesn't even have a hint of culture shock after setting foot in this place." The professor laughed. "Student, you don't have to worry. He's already under the full supervision of the entire staff. Giving you a partner like this was all part of the calculation. We believe that this time, you'll finally be able to graduate." Lanuv cheerfully added, "Let me lead the way. Just follow me down this hall, and we'll meet His Majesty." Hero B replied happily, "Oh, okay." The professor continued speaking to Kang Hansu. "Learn from his enthusiasm and his personality. Then you can transform into a proper hero and finally graduate." Kang Hansu looked at Hero B and thought this so-called carefully selected candidate has already sold his soul to Lanuv. He remembered being just like that the first time. It was truly disgusting. This time, at least Alex didn't make a move. During their first meeting, Hero B praised Alex, saying, "Wow, you look so cool." Alex just replied, "You're too kind." Kang Hansu and Hero B entered the Grand Hall to meet His Majesty. The king on his throne greeted the heroes. "Welcome to my kingdom." Kang Hansu bowed his head, thanking the king for his hospitality. "I pray for your Majesty's continued health and rule for this country." The hero seated beside him also bowed low. "Greetings, your Majesty." The king's servants and soldiers looked at Kang Hansu full of praise. His posture, his body, his voice, everything was perfect. They were certain he was born and raised in a noble family. Then they turned their attention to the hero Sieg. Definitely some poor peasant who was hiding out in the middle of nowhere. Hearing this, Hansu thought to himself, "This is the third time. If I can't even get this right, I might as well quit being a hero." The king spoke, "Heroes, can you see your status windows?" Hero Sieg opened his status window. "Yes, I can see it very clearly. Race Archhuman, Occupation Hero. A hero with a 5 times experience bonus, an A rank interpretation skill, and his condition was listed as very good." Beside him, Kang Hansu lazily replied, "It seems fine." He thought that even now, looking at it was just unbelievable. Race Archhuman, Level 1. Occupation, Hero with a 500% experience boost. Skill Interpretation, Rank A. Status Restoring. He had to start all over again from scratch, something he could never forget. Kang Hansu addressed the king. "I can see it perfectly. Archhuman Level 1 Hero Interpretation Rank A, and my status is good. So that's what those square boxes do." The king declared loudly, Sieg and Hansu. "O chosen heroes, my kingdom is in a dire crisis, being so close to the Demon King's territory. Defeat the Demon King Pedonar and his minions and bring peace back to our kingdom." The hero Sieg enthusiastically replied, "Yes, your Majesty, leave it to us." Kang Hansu, "Let's do our best together." Kang Hansu slowly answered, "Understood. Your Majesty, you can leave that matter to me. As for you, you can just take a nice long rest. Forever." Seeing Kang Hansu's status window, the professor was utterly shocked. "Student Kang Hansu, how is this possible? Why are all your skills still here after everything was reset?" Kang Hansu saw her reaction and thought, does this mean even the professor doesn't know the true purpose of that square-shaped skill? He answered, "Professor, please remember I'm a student who achieved a double S rank, something no one has ever done before. Besides, since this is my 3rd time, it's not that strange for these skills to remain. How can someone as special as me be on the same level as that newbie over there?" Hero Sieg was blushing as he stared at Lenouvel. Kang Hansu continued, "If I had the same starting point as that guy, now that would be truly strange." "You know that too, don't you?" The professor helplessly replied, "No, I had no idea. How could this even happen?" Kang Hansu raised his hand to the sky. "Let's go." He thought to himself, "Good, it's still here. The knowledge master Molang passed down remains. Even though my level was wiped, as long as I have my skills, the grind won't be a problem. Those damn Fantasia instructors can forget about resetting everything I have." Seeing Kang Hansu's expression, Hero Sieg asked a question. Is something funny, Mr. Kang? Kang Hansu replied, oh, I was just thinking about what this world is like. Sieg tried to comfort him, don't worry too much. If there's any danger, I'll definitely help you. Kang Hansu thought, well, that's a little funny, but he had to stay calm. The professor did say this guy was his ticket to graduating from this place. He replied, from now on, just feel free to call me Hansu. There's no need to be so formal. Since we're civilized people with a common goal of returning to our beloved Earth, we might as well be comrades. Hero Sieg happily replied, that's right, comrades. Then from now on, I'll call you Hansu without hesitation. The two of them shook hands cheerfully, a friendly partnership forming. But then Hansu suddenly added another thought. But I really have no intention of returning to Earth. Kang Hansu angrily squeezed Sieg's hand. Sieg cried out in pain, ah, my hand. Hansu asked him furiously. So you don't want to kill the Demon King? Sieg replied, that's not it. I'll still defeat the Demon King, I will. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Kang Hansu finally let go. He had to admit, even at level 1 with just an A-rank interpretation skill, you're really strong. It seems like you worked out a lot back on Earth, huh? If I knew I was going to be a hero, I would have trained too. Kang Hansu thought, you can't see them. Any hero should receive the ability to see an opponent's level and skills. So why can't he see all of my skills? Could it be because of those square boxes? He remembered what the professor said. I don't know what it is either, so until we find a solution, don't you dare touch it. Seeing her expression back then, it seemed like this was an extremely serious matter. Sieg asked squares, are they for drawing or something? Although he didn't fully understand the potential of those squares, he wasn't stupid enough to go around asking other people about it. Seeing Kang Hansu, lost in thought, Sieg asked again, is something wrong? Kang Hansu just said, hey. Kang Hansu laid it out for Sieg. If you don't want to go back to Earth, then why kill the Demon King? Sai's reason was simple. He's a threat to all the innocent people living in this world. And Kang Hansu listened. Is that so? He figured everyone makes their own choices, so he'd respect Sai's decision. Sai, ever the optimist, wanted to go find teammates together, thinking it would be easy. Hansu's response, a blunt, have fun with that. Sai asked again, you're not coming. You could just stay here after we beat the Demon King, you know. And with that, he and Sai decided to split up, agreeing to meet again for the hero's official debut. Don't you want to see this world? Sorry, but he's no tour guide. After 10 miserable years in this place, our hero had seen more than enough. Just then, Lanavel spotted Kang Hansu. Where are you going? He was surprised. Lanavel, yep, it's me, she replied. She struck a cute pose and he just thought to himself, please spare me the cutesy act. That's a new one. So he asked, why are you here? Shouldn't you be attached to Sai's hip? She just looked at him confused. Why would I do that? Turns out she's an archaeologist who chases ancient legends, specifically studying the tales of heroes summoned in the past. That's her entire passion project, and C is a perfect textbook example of all her research. Almost everything about him matched the descriptions of past heroes. But Kang Hansu, he realized he was the one who was totally different. This was more than enough to hook Lanavel's curiosity, and it's the reason she started following him. He thought to himself, nonsense. Because of that difference, I'm stuck here listening to you ramble. Lanavel continued anyway. Also, let me tell you something, she said. Kang Hansu sighed. Go on. Lanavel dropped a bomb. The area he was walking into. It's a restricted zone of the kingdom, a private hunting ground and incredibly dangerous. She admitted she probably should have warned him sooner, but hey, it wasn't too late for him to turn back. And if the king finds out? Lanavel didn't even get to finish before Kang Hansu cut her off, completely uninterested. If you don't like it, you can leave. So that was that. They continued on toward a massive castle. Is this the queen's residence? He asked. Lanavel was stunned. Kang Hansu, you were just summoned. How could you know a place like this exists? And then a dog burst from the mansion charging right at them. Lanavel screamed in pure terror. Kang Hansu, but he was cool as a cucumber. Don't worry. Just stick with me. Dripping with sweat, Lanavel thought, yeah, not worrying is kinda impossible right now. Remember, you're the one who followed me all the way here, he said. We're in the same boat now. Lanavel could only nod. Yes. Kang Hansu pushed open the mansion doors. A maid stood waiting inside. Looks like I made it right on time, he said. The maid glared at them enraged. Race human. Level 34. Class maid. Her skills were Charm C, Housekeeping D, Miasma E, and Frenzy F. Status on high alert. Deep inside the royal hunting grounds was the queen's lavish mansion, and guarding its gate was a single solitary maid. Now, if anyone wondered why the queen posted only one person, the answer was in the maid's absolutely monstrous power. In this world, people with S-rank stats possess the physical might of top-tier athletes back on Earth. And on top of that, after signing a pact with a demon and gaining power from worshipping it, even a level 34 maid could move like an action star from a Hong Kong movie. Lanavel, looking mortified, tried to explain to the maid. I'm so sorry, the hero was just summoned here, so he doesn't really know his way around. We'll leave right now, she promised, then whispered anxiously. I think we just made her really, really angry. And she was right. The maid's eyes glowed red as she lunged. Leneville shrieked in fear. I already said I was sorry. Our hero, meanwhile, stood right beside her, looking completely bored and not the least bit concerned. The maid lunged for him, but he blocked her with one hand, slammed her head into the ground, and said, "You're being too loud." Leneville was in absolute shock. "Kang Hansu, are you really only level 1? The hero just smiled. "Nope, I'm level 12 now." "Ah, look," Leneville yelled, pointing in horror. "I've never seen this before." The maid was transforming into a purple demon. "That must be the demon from her contract," she stammered. The hero just nodded. "Stop talking. Just follow me closely, and don't ask any more questions." Leneville choked out a, "Yes, I understand." As a character's level increases, the effectiveness of their skills improves with it, and that means their strategic options expand too. Unlike his previous runs, this time he started out with a huge arsenal of high-rank skills. A person's true power depends on the rank and number of skills they have. It's why two people at the same level can be worlds apart. If you want to understand how combat power is calculated, we can just break down the math. Take a level 1 hero C with an A-rank skill. The math 9 plus level times 10 plus 6 for skill ranks equals a total combat power of 160. Level 1 Girl Charm skill. C work D Demonic Aura E Frenzy F, which, after a ton of math, equaled 860 total combat power. Meanwhile, he had reached level 12 with superior skills in multiple fields. 9 plus 12 times 10 plus 9 plus 8. The calculations just kept repeating over and over again. It felt like he was playing the game with an admin account with a total combat power that was just beyond imagination. The two of them approached a massive door. Leneville warned him grimly, "Traps are everywhere. Even the servants have pacts with demons." What in the world was happening inside the queen's mansion? Kang Hansu decided to just open the door and walk in. Immediately, they were greeted by a man in a skull mask. He spoke in a cold, monotone voice. "Relax your mind. Connect with him. Eternal life, eternal happiness. Please accept our sacrifice and answer our humble request." Leneville was terrified by the scene. She never imagined finding an altar for demon worshippers inside. "Kang Hansu, how did you know about this? Is this another one of your abilities?" "I told you to keep quiet, didn't I?" Leneville said with a worried voice. Kang Hansu simply greeted the masked man with a hello. The man turned back, his face a mask of confusion. "Who are you? How did you get down here?" Kang Hansu observed that everyone else was human, but this guy was definitely different. He was a demon. Level 194. Class Mage. High magic power, demonic aura B, magic C, magic power D, transformation C, preaching E, and currently confused. Right on the money. The masked man yelled in a rage. "Once you set foot in here, don't even think about turning back. You should feel honored to become sacrifices for him." Kang Hansu thought to himself that he had to admit the guy's human disguise was pretty good. He replied with a smirk, "Oh, is that so? Are you trying to make me laugh?" The B-rank demon dropped to his knees, bowing before Kang Hansu. Everyone stared in shock as he begged, "Please forgive this humble servant." In demon society, the hierarchy is absolute, so anyone must obey the orders of those ranked higher than them. A moment ago, Kang Hansu had used his SS-Rank demonic aura skill, and it seemed to have worked even better than expected. Kang Hansu spoke up. "Hey B-rank. Sorry for the interruption, but from now on I'll be taking over this place. Are you not happy?" The demon slammed his head on the floor, repeatedly crying out, "I am happy, all hail the great demon." Leneville hid behind Kang Hansu, terrified. Following his instructions, she just watched and didn't say a word. Kang Hansu replied with a confident smile. He took one step forward, his voice booming. "Listen up, you maggots. Soon we will take over this kingdom and let darkness rule everything. This will be the first step in making this land mine." Back in his first adventure, Kang Hansu would swing his sword as his voice echoed. "This is your punishment." A corrupted soul crawled out of the slain man's mouth. It was that thing again. So he was a demon worshipper too. Leneville worried, could the entire kingdom already be in the hands of the demons? Kang Hansu was annoyed. "What the hell is this? I haven't even made my move, and the whole kingdom is already their playground." The truth about the kingdom back then was genuinely unbelievable. Criminals are everywhere. To him, that was normal. But murder, robbery, smuggling, kidnapping, big crimes, and small ones alike were happening all over the kingdom. The deeper he dug, the more secrets were revealed. The demon worshippers had driven the kingdom to this tragic state. And it was thanks to the ignorant rule of the puppet king that the kingdom had fallen into such a disastrous condition. The king just rested his chin on his hand, saying, "Demon followers, just go clean them up, you're the hero." Kang Hansu really didn't like his attitude. But in the end, he still had to get up and go to work. The den of the demon worshippers was overflowing with a sinister aura. Kang Hansu kicked the door open, shouting, "The hero is here, everybody stand still. Anyone who wants their heads smashed can ignore me." Whether they moved or not, they were all evil cultists, and he was going to kill them all. The people inside panicked when they saw the hero appear. The leader in the demon mask roared with anger. How arrogant! Since you ran all the way here, I'll make you regret it. The gates of hell are open, so kneel before me. Your soul will be burned to ashes and your life ends right here. Kang Hansu roared back, you bastard, shut your mouth. Do you have any idea how much trouble I've been through because of you? The leader screamed, but before he could finish his sentence, he was already under Kang Hansu's foot being stomped relentlessly. You damn demon, you have to die. I was kidnapped, forced to work for the whole kingdom. It was all your fault. It was you. Kang Hansu roared, letting out all his frustration. Die, you worthless piece of trash. After slaughtering the B-ranker, he laid waste to the queen's entire mansion. Die, just die. And just like that, the problem with the demon-worshipping cult was completely solved. Taking out their ritual leader was the final nail in the coffin. The machine below couldn't keep operating and completely collapsed. After thinking it over, Kang Hansu realized that if the entire kingdom was controlled by these believers, and they only followed their leader, he just had to kick that guy out and take his place. And just like that, the devout followers knelt down, chanting in unison, "We thank you for accepting us, your humble servants. We are eternally grateful." Kang Hansu let out a wicked smile. Without breaking a sweat, this whole kingdom was about to be his. Lanov saw his expression and couldn't help but shiver. Hero, the aura around you is looking seriously evil right now. A hand shot up. Yes, don't you worry about a thing. Just leave it to me, everyone. Please believe in me. Because Hero C is here to solve every last problem. Kang Hansu stared at C with pure disgust, feeling his future get darker by the second. After observing for a bit, Kang Hansu felt sick watching C's obsessive need to help others for free, as if he wanted to build up his reputation just like in his first life. If that's really the only way, then in this third run with everything he now has, Kang Hansu smirked. He'll just solve everything permanently so that idiot No His Majesty can finally get some eternal rest. When the Emperor asked Grand Judge, "What brings you to me?" the Grand Judge knelt. "Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you about the hero Kang Hansu." The Emperor frowned, confused. Hero Kang. What about him? I thought he was strange from the beginning. His rituals were perfect, but something still felt off. The Grand Judge affirmed that Kang Hansu was not a heretic. Your Majesty, hero Kang Hansu recently found a group of heretics who were deceiving and harming innocent people. He punished them accordingly. He even distributed the wealth and treasures the cult had amassed among the common people. Only a few days after being summoned, hero Kang Hansu was already being praised by everyone. But Hero C, he still hadn't helped with anything, other than wasting his time on useless things. As I see it, only hero Kang Hansu has the qualities required to save this kingdom and the world of fantasy. The queen whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, surely you're also surprised by what he's accomplished, aren't you?" The Emperor asked, startled. The queen thinks so as well. Yes, but there's one problem. If he keeps generously helping people financially, won't there come a time when he's completely broke? Think about it, perhaps you should support hero Kang with his expenses. The Emperor shot back, and why should I? But a sudden tremor cut his words short. A demonic light flashed in the queen's eyes as she continued. I hope that you will consider this carefully and help hero Kang Hansu. If the Demon King is defeated, the king who summoned the hero will have his status greatly enhanced. Mesmerized by the queen's words, the Emperor nodded. You're right. He immediately handed over a key. This is for the kingdom's treasury. Give it to hero Kang. He can use the money in there whenever he needs. The queen didn't hesitate for a second. Thank you, Your Majesty. The pile of gleaming gold coins clinked together with a delightful sound. Oh, honestly, I didn't want to accept all this gold, Kang Hansu said, lounging sideways on a throne made of treasure. But if His Majesty insists, I can hardly refuse. Unlike the last time, the king showed no sign of reluctance when handing over the money. This way, it wouldn't count as coercion and his reputation score would be preserved. Kang Hansu flicked a gold coin with amusement. Plus, since the king sponsored him willingly, it's not like he asked for it. He can still go around helping people for free. After amplifying her demonic energy, the queen had become his loyal servant. The other two looked at Kang Hansu with reverence. Master and my Lord Judge. These were all useful pawns in his grand scheme. The Grand Judge spoke. Sir, whatever you wish we can provide you with anything. For the growth of our faith, I will do whatever it takes. Kang Hansu issued an order. Grand Judge, first tell me where our church's income comes from. The judge replied, of course, and began to explain. Here is an easy-to-understand summary prepared by our people. Turns out most of the money they made came from the opium trade. Money laundering, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, loan sharking, fraud, and a whole lot more. Kang Hansu sighed. That means 99% of it is dirty money. Touching any of it would cause his reputation score to plummet. If the professor and the others found out, there's no way he'd be able to graduate and leave this godforsaken place. A loud voice called out, Hero Kang Hansu, Hero Kang Hansu. A soldier came rushing over. There you are, sir, don't panic. But what's going on? The soldier replied breathlessly, please, you must listen. Hero C has run away. The soldier reported the news in a hurry. Kang Hansu frowned and asked again. Can you be more specific? He and the soldiers quickly advanced toward the crowd. A commotion was breaking out, and voices could be heard pleading. Hero Sai, please, calm down. It's useless to deny it. I saw everything, C declared with confidence. This pig was obviously trying to drag this girl away by force. The soldiers looked confused and one of them spoke up. But didn't the girl say that everything was consensual? Sai shot back, no. He must have used something to force her to say that. You're planning something disgusting with that innocent girl, aren't you, you pig? The soldiers tried to play mediator. Hero C, please be careful with your words. The insulted man roared in anger. What have I done to deserve this kind of humiliation? The girl sadly clung to his arm, whispering, I'm sorry, sir, it's my fault. You have to go through this. The argument between them just got more and more heated. That fat pig let her go, the crowd shouted. Everyone stay calm and don't listen to a single word that stupid hero is saying. Kang Hansu covered his ears, thinking, ugh, I think I'm starting to get the picture now. The man being insulted by C, he felt familiar. He'd seen him before. Kang Hansu remembered at that ceremony in the Queen's mansion basement there was a human noble named Baron. His skills were interesting. Business D rank. Politeness E gluttony, E elegance, E and demonic energy F. His current status obese, angry and humiliated. And his demonic energy was still stuck at F rank. Kang Hansu recalled the first time he'd seen Baron back in the kingdom ruled by that idiot king. The Baron's family lands were rich and fertile with a huge population. As a result, that place never had to worry about running out of food. But that very blessing became a double-edged sword that led to this situation. Under pressure from his studies to become the family heir, he only had one way to blow off steam. He turned to food. And since he never had to worry about supply, he could eat day and night whenever he wanted. The result, by the time Baron finally noticed something was wrong, he was gasping for air. Why does my body feel so heavy these days? The reality was he developed a whole list of diseases like diabetes, high cholesterol, kidney stones, and cancer. High-level healing magic wasn't exactly common knowledge. And now he only had one option left to choose a different path. That's when the cult leader appeared before him. Worship me, he promised, and you'll receive a body with eternal health and strength. The Marcus Baron, with his foolish and pitiful soul, gave in. Yes, he replied. The leader pressed on. Follow me and worship me forever. Do you dare? The Baron confirmed. Yes, I swear it. For eternal strength and eternal power, I will be forever loyal to you. To regain his health, Baron became a disciple of a demon. And thanks to the influence of demonic energy, he began a cruel rampage after inheriting his title. And even though a hero eventually defeated him, it didn't stop his evil deeds. Kang Hansu crossed his arms, finally acknowledging C. Oh, C, what are you doing here? Kang Hansu, look, I caught this fat pig forcing this innocent girl to go with him. The Baron seethed. How dare you call me that? But C just yelled back, I can't just stand here and watch a pig like you get away with this. The girl tried to explain, no, it's not like that, and then it all clicked for Kang Hansu. Oh, they're all acquaintances. In 2 years, Baron is going to marry this girl. She was once a target he tried to lure into the cult, but somewhere along the way the two of them actually fell in love. Not my problem right now, Kang Hansu decided. He turned to Sai. So you got any proof? Sai was floored. You're a hero too. Can't you see his demonic energy skill? Kang Hansu scratched his cheek. Was this kid saying that on purpose to get a rise out of him knowing he had SS-Rank demonic energy? Hey, C, just because someone has demonic energy, it doesn't mean they're a demon worshiper, you know. C's eyes widened. Eating a demon's heart can give you demonic energy. There are plenty of ways to get it besides worshipping a demon. That said, demonic energy is never a good thing. If someone with that energy isn't kept in check, they'll automatically transform into a low-level demon, bringing out the absolute ugliest parts of their soul. But Hansu, that pig, is a demon worshiper. Sai insisted, his conviction unwavering. Kang Hansu felt a surge of annoyance. Such a childish loudmouth. If he's so sure, then why doesn't he just charge in and take care of it himself? The people in the crowd couldn't hold back their anger either. They criticized Baron, saying it was ridiculous to accuse him of being a demon worshiper, let alone call him a pig. He's a regular at our shop, you know. Is this really the hero of legend? Haha, he's just a pretty face. Someone in the crowd sneered, can you show me all those dragons you supposedly caught? Poor Baron. C stood frozen, taking the heat from the crowd. The girl beside him jumped to his defense. Hero, sir, this is just a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. My family owes him. My father sprained his ankle and accidentally spilled food all over him. The girl explained that it was Baron she ran into, but he wasn't even mad. He actually took her father to the clinic and paid for everything. She was the one who followed him here, never thinking she'd drag him into this awful mess. The girl broke down sobbing into her hands. A soldier clapped C on the shoulder asking, anything else to say? If not, we're done here. Sai was completely lost. Me. And with that, the soldiers dragged him off. He was told the apology to Baron would be handled later and was warned not to cause any more trouble. Kang Hansu had to admit Marquis Baron's reputation was shockingly good. He turned to the girl. There, it's all right now. She kept crying, but Kang Hansu knew it was only a matter of time before the demonic energy swallowed her whole. Not that he really cared. Why would he? He hadn't wanted to waste time stabbing that guy a second time anyway. Meanwhile, C was still screaming as they dragged him away. I'm not wrong. He's really a demon worshipper. Kang Hansu watched him go, wondering to himself, could that kid really be the key to his graduation? At the church, a subordinate bowed low. Master, here is the report on what the hero C has been doing this past week. It seems he's been wandering the kingdom looking for quests. Kang Hansu scoffed. He sure recovered fast. Though clearly reluctant, Sai was still helping people, even finding a lost cat for a little kid. He finally spotted it on a rooftop. There you are, C cried out. Kang Hansu watched the scene with pure disgust. How peaceful. And that was the problem, this kingdom was just too peaceful, leaving him with no real trouble to get his hands dirty. Thanks to his network of devoted worshippers, every little problem in the kingdom was solved in a flash. Everyone's friendly neighborhood savior has arrived. Kang Hansu smirked. The demon worship squad. But they still had one more important job to do. Rumors were spreading like wildfire. Have you heard the hero Kang Hansu is amazing? How amazing, who cares, he just is. That's all they need to know, he thought. Okay, this is how I'll slowly build up my reputation among the people. But another story was also making the rounds. The princes were apparently tangled up with loan sharks. Does the king even know? Is he just going to ignore it? Kang Hansu calculated that this way everything would proceed perfectly without affecting his karma score. The queen appeared, reporting, just as you predicted, master. A group of elves attacked the black market yesterday. Your foresight is truly unmatched. Kang Hansu just cut to the chase. So what happened? The queen replied, most of them were eliminated, but the female elf leading the attack was ultimately captured. If we take over that auction house, Kang Hansu mused, we can secure a much bigger stream of revenue. And just like that, the future elven queen Sylvia was taken off the board. Her fate was going to be anything but pleasant, but he couldn't care less. As long as he wasn't directly involved, the professor couldn't say a thing. Who's next? Alex, the future Sword King. Kang Hansu remembered this useless idiot well. He had already killed him twice before, but this time, he found a proper use for him. The professor's voice sounded pleased. Could it be that student Kang is finally seeing the good in those around him? Of course, Professor Kang Hansu replied dryly. After all, even dog crap has its uses in medicine, right? A booming voice echoed out, heroes, welcome to the Royal Training Grounds. Today was their official debut, but unlike the last time, it wasn't just him. There was another so-called hero present. After he took control of the cult and reorganized it a bit, things in the kingdom had finally started to settle down. And now Alex had returned from the front lines, brimming with an almost idiotic level of excitement. I bet you rookie heroes have been waiting a long time for this day, haven't you? Well, so have I. To be honest, delaying your debut until now was a bit of a letdown. Welcome heroes to the training grounds. With skin that perfect without a single scar, it was obvious Alex had never been properly taught a lesson. But no worries. Because I, the kingdom's strongest swordsman, will forge you into powerful heroes, and it won't even take that long. Kang Hansu just stared at the useless but passionate fool. C, however, replied with fierce determination, yes, I'll do my very best, Sir Alex. Kang Hansu just gave a flat response. Me too. Alex then continued his speech. And today for our debut we are joined by Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen declared, it is my honor to watch our great heroes in training. C gasped in awe, wow, it's the Queen. She rested her chin on her hand. Summoning two heroes at once is a priceless gift for our kingdom. However, I must admit I'm curious. Of the two heroes summoned to defeat the Demon King, which one of you is stronger? Sai was completely flustered. But Kang Hansu answered for him. If Her Majesty wishes to know, I am more than willing to provide a demonstration. C was stunned. Wah. The Queen then suggested, Alex, perhaps the training can. Could it wait? I'm dying to see the two heroes have a practice match, the Queen asks. Alex bows. Of course, Your Majesty. All right now, you two heroes, I expect you to give it your all. He adds, with a vicious smile, I will not forgive any acts of cowardice. Like surrendering or running away in front of the Queen. C hesitates. Hey Hansu, we're friends, right? Without even looking at him, Kang Hansu replies, honestly, I don't want to fight a friend either. But we don't have a choice. C can't believe it. Kang Hansu tosses his jacket to the ground and says, let's go. The Queen herself said she wants to see us fight. Besides, our ideal is to proactively meet everyone's expectations. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Hansu sighs to himself. Man, these hero evaluation criteria are such a joke. Kang Hansu thinks to himself. Listening to people's requests and fulfilling them, that is the sacred duty of a hero. Solving problems and meeting every demand, all without expecting anything in return for himself. So isn't he just fulfilling the beautiful queen's request for free right now? Sai clenches his fists. Hansu, I'm coming at you. Kang Hansu's mouth opens slightly. Ah, this is going to hurt. Si rushes forward, gritting his teeth and powering up his fist. In that moment, Kang Hansu looks like a demon materializing before him. A devastating knee slams right into Si's gut. Kang Hansu flashes a wicked smile. Weakling Si, what are you doing? No need to hold back. Give me your all. But inside, he's thinking it's hard to hide the pain on your face and pretend you're fine, isn't it? Si is in so much agony he's foaming at the mouth. The soldiers watching are absolutely stunned. 1-2, 1-2, Kang Hansu's cheerful counting echoes through the air. He intentionally speaks up. Say, I told you not to hold back, stop being so defensive and try a counterattack. A true hero fulfills everyone's requests for free without asking for anything in return. He's always so eager to take on any task. Leave it to me, it's what a hero does. Right, don't worry, Hansu. I will definitely protect you. He's just learning from him after all. If he knew it was this easy, he would have done it sooner. Si is trembling from the beating. Hey Si, Kang Hansu says with fake concern. When will you stop holding back and finally fight for real? Truthfully, he's the one holding back. If he were fighting for real, Si would have been dead from the very first blow. But if he did that, his reputation and character points would plummet to absolutely zero. The hero Si collapses onto the training grounds. People shout in a panic, healer, get down here now, oh my gods. Kang Hansu watches as a group of healers surround Si. It's fine. With injuries like that, all it takes is a little recovery magic. But it'll take some time for him to recover back to his original state, Alex says, suddenly appearing from behind. Hey hero, do you even know the difference between a practice match and a real fight? Kang Hansu glances over at him. Alex forces an angry smile. It seems you have a disgusting little hobby of bullying those weaker than you. If that's the case, then let me show you what a truly strong person looks like. Kang Hansu is getting annoyed. What a hobby of bullying the weak? Does this bastard have any shame at all? Oh well, next up was Mr. Alex's hero training session anyway. Alex cracks his knuckles, sneering. From the looks of it, you know a few fancy moves yourself, huh? But don't get cocky. No matter how you dance around, it's completely useless against someone stronger. He continues. Race human. Level 291. Class swordsman with boosts to endurance and sword skill. Skills: swordsmanship, S rank, endurance, A rank, iron wall, B rank, status resistance, B rank, perseverance, C rank, status amused. Kang Hansu notices Alex's status window looks almost the same as the first time. Reaching that level during peacetime is actually pretty high. However, compared to what he's been through, this is absolutely nothing. Alex shoves his face forward. What is something funny? You think that's enough to face someone who's truly powerful, and he swings his fist. If that's the case, allow me to open your eyes for you. The punch lands square on Kang Hansu, but he doesn't even flinch, so he asks, disappointed. And just like that, the hero's debut day turned into a private training session for Alex. Compared to the second playthrough, this was much more fun. After that incident, he was no longer summoned by Alex for training. However, after a period of peace, something happened in the kingdom that he simply couldn't ignore. It was getting way too hot. Laneville sighed, hero, I really don't like this year's summer. The scorching weather was causing the entire kingdom's water supply to dwindle. Kang Hansu replied, I know. And because of the water shortage, the food supply has also taken a pretty big hit, right? I'm aware of all that, which is why I'm trying to figure out a solution now. Laneville glanced at the group of followers standing nearby. But who are all these people? Kang Hansu was just lounging on his golden throne. Laneville, why don't you try to get used to this? These minions are pretty useful for maintaining our lines of communication, the bond between a hero and the people. He thought for a moment. May a food crisis due to a water shortage. If we just did something to say, reduce the population, wouldn't that solve the problem all on its own? Down on the training field, the hero was panting, drenched in sweat. He had a choice, get up or wait for a club to the rear. If you want revenge, rest is a luxury you can't afford. Alex stood with hands on his hips, shouting, see, you absolutely cannot give up. I know you can do it. Suppress your fear and just prepare yourself to be on the verge of death at all times. Besides, with a healer right here, you couldn't die even if you wanted to. But just a moment later, Sai was on his knees vomiting. Alex gritted his teeth. We will get our revenge. We will kill Kang Hansu. Si simply nodded. Yes. Alex then pointed out his hips were wide open. At this rate, how will you ever get revenge on him? How will those scars on your heart ever fade? Think about it, beaten and humiliated in front of everyone. Are you really just going to accept that? Treated like a dog? Is any of that honor you built up even left? The hero Si is supposed to be the one who defeats the Demon King. But who's going to believe in a hero who doesn't even have his dignity? And with that, they dove into another round of training. The one getting pummeled was, of course, C. "Ah, your hip is exposed again," C screamed back. "Alex, I'm going to kill you." Alex roared, "Remember this, if you lose your cool in a real fight, the only thing waiting for you is death." Sigh's pain groans echoed. Ah, the jumble of sounds finally reached Kang Hansu. Has he given up on revenge already, he wondered. Kang Hansu sat on the arched windowsill using his enhanced hearing to listen in from an incredible distance. From dawn until dusk, it seemed Alex hadn't forgotten that day. After the hero's debut, Alex's entire personality had changed. One man stood with his hands on his hips, the other's face a bruised mess. No matter how many times Sai tried to escape his training, Alex always managed to track him down and drag him back to practice even when C was cursing him out. He didn't use it as an excuse to just beat on C. In fact, he listened to his complaints and even give useful advice. This was all completely different from what Kang Hansu had experienced his first time. C, resentful to the point of tears, quietly got up trying to suppress his feelings. This kid who always just did what he was told was finally getting used to Alex's intense training and was starting to show some serious growth. Race Human. Level 3. Class Hero. A 500% experience point boost. Skills Interpretation A. Survival B. Swordsmanship C. Perception C. Stamina C. Status Stunned, Bleeding, Berserk, Scratched. Kang Hansu thought to himself, well now, that's impressive. At this rate, he could probably kill the Demon King in just 3 more years. It took him 10 years last time. It really shows the difference when you're one of the chosen candidates. He figured the kid would just be thrown into this alien world and left to fend for himself, just like he had been. Just then the professor appeared. "Student Kang, what is happening here?" Kang Hansu greeted her. "Professor, it's been a while. Can't you see I'm observing his training session?" The professor's voice sharpened. "This isn't normal in the slightest. Pouring cold water on a boiling pot doesn't just instantly cool it. The real issue here is the fire that's heating it. Above all else, the chosen hero candidate is still in his primary growth phase. If he develops too quickly..." Kang Hansu grew agitated. "Not normal. Fine, should I just go down there and snap his neck then? I'm pretty sure I can graduate just fine without him." The professor held up a hand. "Wait, would you let me finish? I misspoke just now. The truth is the chosen candidate is actually having a rather difficult time." Kang Hansu glanced over. "Right. That Alex guy is beating him to a pulp." He perked up. "In that case, should I kill Alex instead?" The professor was at a loss for words. "Is killing people the only thing you ever think about?" "I believe he's like this because of the sheer amount of fatigue that has built up recently. It might also have something to do with the heat." Kang Hansu replied bluntly. "So I kill Alex and ignore C. That should solve his fatigue, right?" The professor answered, worried. "It seems even you, student Kang, have been affected by the heat. When people are tired, they tend to think more negatively. You haven't been resting at all these past few days, have you?" Kang Hansu's brow furrowed. "Rest? I've never even considered it. It's not like I just sit around and give orders. In fact, I have to evaluate dozens of problems and decide on a course of action. That alone is incredibly exhausting. My followers, the ones in positions, big and small, are all helping me run this kingdom. And they're solving countless troubles, the kind of work that incompetent king would never be able to do." He continued, stating it plainly. "What I am doing are the true duties of a king, and man is it tiring. I've had to personally handle all the things that useless king couldn't, all for free. Dignity." The professor suggested this was the mark of a truly great person, one capable of bearing the heavy weight of the crown. So what if he and his partner went on a vacation? Even with the severe drought, Fantasy wasn't completely without places to relax. Besides, they still had the magic tower, right? With that, he could go absolutely anywhere he wanted. He could meet the gentle water dragons in the mysterious northern sea or visit the islands floating in the sky. Going to Mermaid Lake wasn't a bad idea either, and hadn't he already been there on his first run? Even though drought was ravaging the land, that place had always maintained its stunningly beautiful scenery. An idea sparked in Kang Hansu's mind. "Mermaid Lake, that's it." The professor asked, "Have you decided?" He replied, "Thank you," then with a sly grin added, "I'll go pack my bags right away." The professor felt something was off. Why did he choose a destination so quickly? Student Kang Hansu, the kingdom is suffering a drought so severe that families are starving, but it's not like they're out of options for water. Sai was amazed. "This is a lake. At first glance, I thought it was the ocean." Kang Hansu simply observed. "What's more, this entire place was clean water. This much would probably be enough to get the people through the drought." However, he knew the real problem lay with the evil merfolk who lived there. They wanted to monopolize all the water. They didn't care who starved to death out there. The only way was to defeat the merfolk and save the innocent people from the drought. Wasn't this exactly the kind of critical mission that a hero like him was supposed to carry out? Carry it out, Kang Hansu calculated. He could level up C and enjoy some noodles. His old team, who cares? He had to admit he was a genius. C curiously asked Hansu if there was a mermaid princess here. His answer, yes. Of course there's Kang Hansu replied, making Sai's eyes light up. His curiosity meter went off the charts. He continued, but why did you bring so many soldiers? Kang Hansu answered that he had no intention of coming here with just some small elite squad. They had fully equipped royal knights and battle mages. In total, they had a force of 30,000. They weren't here for useless talk like negotiations or to get pushed around like the first time. Everyone was equal now, and this was a game of survival. He listed them off: 3 level 2 to 100 commanders, 100 level 150 mages, and 20 level 180 knights, 100 regulars at level 130, 300 reserves at level 100, 10,000 elites at level 10, and 20,000 conscripts at level 3. A soldier spoke up. We're starving, sir. If we join the army, we'll get food right. Kang Hansu sized up the situation. For a kingdom right next door to the Demon King's territory, an army this painfully average made him sigh. As the one who ruled the kingdom from the shadows, the one who wore the invisible crown, this problem was his to solve. The weight on his shoulders was immense. He had to find a way to win while still securing his graduation. And on top of that, he had to save the people from the drought. And that's not all, he also had to train the soldiers. All to defend against the Demon King's attack on the kingdom of that idiot dumpling-faced king. Every time that king caused a problem, he'd use the same excuse. The Demon King is the reason our kingdom is in this state. And even though this was totally unfair to the Demon King for the sake of peace and fantasy, nobody ever questioned it. This was partly because the neighboring kingdoms didn't want any territorial disputes with the idiot king's nation. Because ultimately, this place was the human shield that the Demon King would attack first. Kang Hansu stroked his chin thinking. Because of this lack of conflict, these soldiers were completely weak with zero actual combat experience. C looked surprised. You really know a lot, Kang Hansu. In response, Kang Hansu just gave a wicked smile. So in the end, if they fought the merfolk, wouldn't they solve the water shortage and train the soldiers to get battle experience at the same time? The man on horseback spoke up. Hero, we must begin immediately. Kang Hansu looked at him and replied, my lord Count. The Count explained that the soldiers were currently weak from the lack of food and water. Therefore, we must proceed as quickly as possible. As an experienced commander with the general class, he understood the situation perfectly. The sheer number of soldiers boosted their leadership potential, but their skills, fighting ability, and command were not ready for the challenges ahead. Kang Hansu made his decision. All right then, we'll start by building a dam to stop the rivers from flowing into the lake. That was the only way to force the merfolk to come out of their hiding places. He thought about the Count, a man with combat experience and one of the few who wasn't bound by demonic energy. As long as those merfolk couldn't use their underwater advantage, it wouldn't matter how tired or hungry the soldiers were, they would win. As long as the merfolk couldn't fight in their element, it wouldn't matter if the soldiers were exhausted. Kang Hansu thought confidently. No matter what happened, they weren't guaranteed to lose. 3 rivers fed into the lake and they were all within the kingdom's territory. No need to negotiate with the Holy Kingdom, they'd just block them all. The Count was uneasy. It was a clever plan, sure, but coming from a hero, it felt completely out of character. Remember, I'm doing this for the good of our kingdom, Kang Hansu reminded him. He was firm. For this campaign, he would only choose commanders who hadn't been tempted by demons yet. The Queen, the Grand Inquisitor, and the B-rank demon would stay behind in the kingdom, absorbing the remaining factions into the church. The thought of how the Count would react to his entire family becoming demon worshippers, Kang Hansu found that pretty amusing. Now then, it was time to start the negotiations. Negotiations, coolly said with excitement. Lenovo looked on in awe, a true hero. You've always wanted to solve things peacefully, right? Kang Hansu shot him a look. What was this? Why do you sound like a war is about to start? Lenovo blurted out. Well, I just assumed you were planning to start a war with the merfolk tribe. Kang Hansu gave a cryptic smile. Ha, it seems you still don't get me. A peace lover like myself would never even consider such a thing. Hero, Lenovo cried out, but inside Kang Hansu's thoughts were simple. He would find their weakness and crush it so thoroughly they couldn't even dream of resisting. After that, he'd just order them to follow his commands. And just like that, he could solve the problem easily and peacefully. A soldier cautiously asked, Commander, what are your thoughts on this? The Count shot back. On what? The soldier continued. Isn't interfering with the merfolk tribe a long-standing taboo? I know, after the Demon King awakened, we had to work with the hero, but the Count cut him off. And that's why we'll attack the merfolk, if the hero says so. Besides, you're not the only one who's unhappy with his methods. But His Majesty has placed his complete trust in the man, so we don't have a choice. Meanwhile, the conscripted villagers whispered amongst themselves. I'd only joined the army because the harvest was so bad. But even so, we barely get to eat. It's mostly just marching. I heard they're planning on building a dam. If his plan actually works, a lot of people are going to be saved. The Count pointed into the distance. Look over there, the soldier gasped. That's the Holy Kingdom's army. They're here to watch us. If we fail, you can bet they'll make their move. Whether you trust the hero or not doesn't matter anymore because this just became a survival game. A game not just between humans and merfolk, but between humans and other humans. Move it, you maggots, a voice roared out. Even if you get into an accident or get hurt, we've got healers right here, so give it everything you've got. In 1 week, we absolutely must have this river blocked, Lanovel asked again, still worried. You're really not going to start a war with the merfolk, right? Kang Hansu replied, that depends entirely on their answer. Lanovel tried to persuade him, but the previous hero was extremely close with the merfolk tribe. The love story between the hero and the merfolk girl isn't that romantic. I guess, Kang Hansu replied flatly. Didn't you tell her that? Sure, it's romantic, but that's only when you don't know the truth behind it, Lanovel. 100 years ago, a hero came to this very place. Drawn in by a beautiful song, he followed the sound and found a merfolk girl sitting on a rock by the lake. She was none other than the merfolk queen, the ruler of this place. The very next day, they became lovers, but the queen could never leave the lake. To return to her quickly, the hero set off to subjugate the Demon King. But he lost. In the end, he never came back. Ever since, on the anniversary of that hero's death, people say you can hear a sad song rising from this place. And this town was named Town B. Lanovel was shocked. Hero telling stories of the past is my job, Kang Hansu thought to himself, losing to a Demon King who gets debuffed against heroes. How pathetic can you get? Coolly looked around. Even though this is a merfolk town, I don't see any merfolk around. Kang Hansu scoffed. Did you really think a town built by humans would have merfolk walking down the streets? Coolly grew suspicious. So is it just my imagination, or is everyone around here a man? Kang Hansu explained. That's because the merfolk tribe has no men at all. Huh, Coolly was confused. Kang Hansu pushed open a tavern door and walked in. And all the men you see here, they're just hoping to become a merfolk girl's husband. Oh, Coolly said, finally understanding. A sweet voice rang out, welcome. A mug of beer was set on their table. Are you two adventurers just passing by the lake? Her merfolk ears twitched slightly. Right now it was peak rush hour. The girl was full of energy, but more importantly, the entire lakeside area was occupied by soldiers. Aren't you guys worried at all? Ah, it's been a while, huh? The owner of this inn is the daughter of the mermaid queen. She's also the second most powerful mermaid in the entire clan and was one of the hero's companions on his first journey. An old sailor looked through his spyglass. They're starting to split up their forces. This doesn't look like a diplomatic visit at all. I really can't figure out what they're up to. Saintess, what's your take on this? Could they be plotting an attack on our holy nation? The Saintess, looking troubled, finally replied. To be honest, I can't predict a thing. For now, I think we need to consider every possible outcome. Just then, a soldier burst in out of breath. Commander, we've just received a secret message from our spy. The old sailor said calmly, let's just hope it's good news. He took the report, read it, and then let out a huge laugh. Commander, the soldier called out. The sailor, with a grim look, took the report and handed it over. I think the Saintess needs to see this too. The Saintess's eyes went wide. She worriedly said, I hope this surprise doesn't spiral into a crisis we can't control. As they passed Mermaid Lake, a girl looked at Hansu and said, you guys aren't really planning on sightseeing at a time like this, are you? Hansu just gave her a dumb smile. Not at all. The mermaid girl's eyes sparkled as she replied, then your target must be us, mermaid girls. Hansu's goofy smile didn't waver. You got it. And this lake too. The mermaid girl named Aqua raised her broom to strike Hansu. Aqua, the mermaid princess, is the owner of this very inn and the guardian of Mermaid Lake. She's not like Alex, that idiot who only focuses on raw power. Aqua is the type who excels in both strength and speed. Hansu thought to himself, this was going to be one tough opponent. And don't look down on that mop. It's actually forged from a metal so heavy most so-called heroes couldn't even dream of lifting it. What's more, her bare feet make her totally unique among her people. The hero who came to Mermaid Lake 100 years ago was a fool who couldn't defeat the Demon King, but he left two things behind in this world of Fantasia. Lanovel spoke up nervously. Can't you two just calm down? Is there no way we can solve this peacefully? One was a beautiful love story that archaeologists and traveling bards absolutely adore. The other was this piece of walking sashimi. The mermaid girl's face twisted with rage. The more I look at you, the more disgusted I get. My father, the previous hero, was a man of virtue. I never imagined a degenerate hero like you could even exist. The mermaid girl's voice was filled with pure anger. Hansu just smirked. So you do know I'm a hero. Of course, she snapped. Do you think we survive by only paying attention to news about our own race? Hansu's expression instantly tensed up. If that's the case, then you must know about the trouble my kingdom is in, right? While your selfish race hoards all the water, my people are on the brink of life and death because of a drought. The work I'm doing right now is to save my people. Doesn't that make me a better hero than most? The mermaid girl narrowed her eyes, mocking him. Aren't you the same fool who lost to the Demon King? At that moment, Hansu accidentally flicked a green substance onto the girl. She smelled it and exploded in fury. You will definitely die a gruesome death. In her rage, the mermaid princess grabbed her broom and began beating Hansu relentlessly. She screamed over and over, "Die, you merman monster!" Hansu was furious, feeling powerless against her rage. Seeing the poison drip to the floor, he thought, what kind of mermaid princess is this? No matter how he looked at her, she just seemed like a girl with a strange body. Who knew that little mouth could spit actual venom? The system chimed in. Race Mermaid level 318. Profession Hero with a 200% XP boost. Skills: Spearmanship S. Heat Resistance A. Swift Step A. Poison Resistance B. All-Purpose C. Status Enraged Berserk. But Hansu thought with Hero's blood running through her veins, it's obvious she'd be stronger than him. Even so, he thought, I memorized all your movements and skills from the first time around. Turns out, you're not the only one who can mix poison with their spit. Hansu sneered, then suddenly kissed the mermaid princess. The powerful kiss sent her crashing to the floor. She's dead, Lenovo cried out in fear. No, she's just dying. Hansu replied coldly. There was no way you would kill the precious daughter of the mermaid queen. As long as her heart's still beating, peace talks will be a whole lot easier. But there's a bigger picture here. To defeat the Demon King easily, his own level had to be as low as possible, the lower the better. The system pings, Race Demon, level 999+, Class Demon King. The hero's level drops and Demon Key skill is at 555. With 55 sword attacks doing nothing, a scream rings out. Aqua, this is bad. We just got word the hero is coming. For the mermaid tribe. If you don't get ready now, Aqua's mind goes blank, reeling from the image of Hansu. Meanwhile, Hansu carries a mermaid girl on his back only to run into Aqua with a shocked look. It's the Saintess. The real Saintess in the flesh. What in the world is going on here? The Saintess asks, her face full of concern as she pats Hansu's shoulder. Hansu plays dumb, shouting, "Oh no, the hero just bolted out the back door. Hold on, I'm not blind." There's no way she wouldn't know who the real hero is. The story goes the first time he saw the Saintess, the boy was captivated. This hero was once a normal high school student kidnapped into another world to save it. But instead of a phone and keyboard, he now wields a sword just to survive. In this brutal world, if you're not strong, then congratulations. You don't even get to choose how you die. Once a citizen of the modern world, he now finds himself struggling to stay alive in this savage new reality. It's not too late, they can be saved. There's still a glimmer of hope. The Saintess is certain she can resurrect the weak and fallen. Of course, in a fight, nobody wants to die. Minor wounds can be self-treated, but what about major injuries? Or even death? The Saintess is quite literally a guardian angel in the eyes of the warriors. Looking over the mermaid lake, Hansu seems annoyed. The guy in brown grins while Lenovo just looks sad. The Saintess begins healing the mermaid girl, her expression etched with worry. This is completely insane. How could she stay calm after seeing a supposed hero strike down the mermaid princess? Nobody saw it coming, Lenovo says, his face pale with fear. I told you it wasn't me, Hansu laughs like an idiot. From just a small dose of poison, almost all of her internal organs were eaten away. Honestly, Hansu felt a little guilty leveling up like this. The mermaid girl suddenly wakes up with a scream. The Saintess is overjoyed. It worked. The mermaid glares at Hansu, growling, "You. It was you." The Saintess tries to calm her down. "Aqua, don't move. You were just revived, you're still incredibly weak and your level has dropped." The mermaid weakly asks, "By how much?" The Saintess quietly wonders. The resurrection spell is incredible, but could it work on someone diced into tiny pieces? She finally answers, 10 levels. The mermaid girl sees, damn you hero. Naturally, reviving the dead isn't something you can do casually. The Saintess checks Aqua's forehead and says gently, "Aqua, right now you just need to rest. We can figure everything else out later." Aqua weakly agrees. In this world, killing monsters raises your level. But for healers with zero combat skills, leveling up is a whole different kind of challenge. A system window appears. Race Human. Level 128. Class Saintess. Skills: Faith 55, Healing 5, Charisma 5, Virtue 5, Preaching. A. Status: Suspicious, Uncomfortable. It's simple, really. Healers gain experience by healing others. In other words, they have to sacrifice their own experience points to mend someone else's wounds. The worse the injury, the bigger the EXP cost. But this lost experience can be earned back through hunting monsters. And so the Saintess finally reached a level she could be proud of. But what about the fresh level 1 beginners? They're stuck with normal, non-magical healing. And if they still insist on getting help from the Saintess, they'll have to pay a steep price in experience points. A voice calls out Saintess. She replies softly, "Yes." See, a young hero immediately blushes. Just hearing her say his name makes his face turn bright red. In his mind, an image of the Saintess appears, sending his heart into a frenzy. In his daydream, a monster laughs arrogantly. In this world, only the power of love can defeat me. Sai pictures himself holding the saintess tight, saving her from the beast, but reality hits hard. He's powerless, crying out, he's too strong. In the villain's speech, love is the ultimate weapon. Against the power of your love, I'm just a fading shadow. The Demon King says, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can't believe he's losing. You two lovebirds make me sick with jealousy. I curse you to be happy together forever. Goodbye, C. Looking cool and collected, says Saintess, our adventure is finally over. But she just smiles gently. Not yet, because our own journey is just beginning. Hero C, no, I mean husband. C bursts out, laughing overjoyed. But back in reality, his friend Lanivel looks on confused. Is Hero C acting? A little weird, Hansu just scoffs in anger. He's busy daydreaming about the Saintess again. Meanwhile, Sai is lost in his fantasy, wondering which wedding ring he should pick. This guy, meanwhile, is lost in a daydream, wondering which ring he should choose. He's hoping to find the perfect diamond. Hansu thinks in disgust, so this is the hero candidate the professor was talking about. Does he really have to act like that idiot, just to escape this damn world? Hansu sighs, his heart heavy. He wonders what sin he committed in a past life to deserve this. With a grave expression, the Saintess steps forward. Kang Hansu, can you explain why you attacked Aqua? Hansu, looking exhausted, just says, for peace. The Saintess, confused, asks, so you're saying Aqua did something to threaten the peace? Hansu snaps back, no. She's going to be a hostage for peace. I'll use her to negotiate with the Mermaid Queen. Zeus's eyes go wide with shock and anger. As a hero, you can't do that. Using an innocent princess to threaten the Mermaid Queen. There's no way to spin that into something good. Zeus declares only a demon king would do such a thing. Hansu just scoffs. If the hundreds of thousands of dying people out there could hear you, I bet they'd be thrilled, right? Or maybe I should set up a stage and invite everyone to hear your little speech. Zeus stammers, well. Hansu presses on. What too difficult? Then shut your mouth and stop spewing nonsense like a fool. The Saintess, with a troubled look, says, while I know your kingdom is in danger, I can't just agree to this. This affects the lives of so many other merfolk too. Hansu replies coldly, it's not like they'll die if the lake shrinks and loses a little water. Think of it like their house just got a little more cramped. You want the merfolk to sit around in their spacious home, watching their neighbors starve. The Saintess, her eyes pleading, retorts, but the issue is the negotiation itself, Hansu says icily. Then why don't you go help me prepare, block every river that leads to the lake and find me another hostage with enough leverage to matter? The Saintess cries out helpless. Is there really no other way? Hansu's gaze is firm. If you can find a miracle that can make it rain, who knows? Suddenly a weak voice cuts in. There is. Aqua weakly steps forward. Aqua, the Saintess cries out. Looking exhausted, she says, I know a miracle to make it rain. A long, long time ago, there wasn't a lake here. This place was once a city inhabited only by humans. Then one day, to everyone's shock, the sky suddenly went dark. An endless rain poured down, drowning everything in sight. And just like that, the creature succeeded, turning the city into its new home. Later, humans gave it a name, the guardian god Olulu. To stop the tragedy from happening again, the merfolk below began a constant vigil, taking turns singing a song, a special lullaby to keep the beast asleep. Hansu is floored. Catfish, never heard this. He turns and asks Zeus, you know about this? Lanu answers cheerfully, not a clue, but it's definitely a fascinating new research topic. But princess, could I ask you a few more questions? Aqua responds coldly, fine, go ahead and ask. Lanu asks naively, according to the legends that monster only brought disaster. So why would people call it a guardian god? Aqua sighs. Even I don't really understand that part. So can it grant a wish? Aqua calmly replies, no. But there is one thing I know for sure, Olulu is capable of creating rain. Drought or not, if a heavy rain sweeps through this area, everything gets submerged in a sea of water. To prevent disaster for the last 500 years, we've sealed it at the bottom of the lake. It's thanks to the merfolk's gift for song. For generations, we've taken turns singing, keeping it from escaping to cause a catastrophe. See, our tribe has sacrificed so much to keep the peace in Fantasia. And then a damn hero like you just shows up. The Saintess asks, innocently, Aqua, haven't we found a solution where everyone can win in the end? Aqua nods. Kang Hansu, I can personally guarantee that everything she just said is not a lie. Aqua, so if Ulu disappears, the drought will be over. Right, Aqua replies with a thoughtful look. Yes, it will definitely rain. But controlling how much rain, that depends on the hero's power. You heard that right, defeat Ulu. The Saintess looks tense. She says, if you do this, you won't just solve the drought. You'll also free the merfolk from the chains that have bound them to that monster for hundreds of years. Hansu's head throbs. What is this now? Meanwhile, Zeus excitedly pipes up. That's right, the Saintess wasn't wrong. Isn't Ululu just a catfish? A single swipe would be enough to take it down. All right then. Hansu fumed internally. Not this guy again. Zeus just laughed. You can count on me. The saintess gently replied, oh, okay. Exasperated, Hansu cut in. Fine, let me summarize this for everyone. First, Ululu's a giant catfish. Legend says it can transform an entire city into a massive lake. That place undoubtedly belonged to humans once, but now it's just ruins taken over by Ululu. Thanks for adding that. Second, since the merfolk couldn't handle the fish, their only option was to seal it away for the last 500 years. And third, which is the most important part, Hansu turned to Aqua and said, hey mermaid girl, what's your level? Aqua shot back annoyed. What, shouldn't a real hero be able to see someone's level just by looking? Or are you a fake hero, right? That explains why you're such a thug. Hansu yelled back, I just wanted everyone in the room to hear it directly from you. This fish. The saintess caught in the middle pleaded, can you two please calm down? Flushing with anger, Aqua snapped, fine, I'm Aqua around level 310, and I leveled down because of you. The mermaid queen is about level 500, Hansu muttered, calculating. Aqua's other sisters are around 250, and the common mermaids are approximately level 50. For 500 years, with all those people, they still couldn't take care of Ululu. And now you're expecting two wet behind the ears heroes like us to handle it. Why don't you be honest for once and tell me our real chances of success? Aqua quipped. Honestly, it's hopeless. Hansu exploded. And why didn't you just say so from the start? This mermaid. Are you asking for a slap? The saintess asked, doubtfully. Is that man over there really a hero? Sai asked innocently. Hansu, how will we know if it's strong if we don't even try fighting it? Hansu sneered. Oh, then you can go first. Sai turned pale. Well, that's a bit. Hansu scowled, thinking this idiot always says the most brainless things. Sai stammered. I'm only level 3, so. If this guy died for his ideals and it didn't affect his own reputation and dignity points, Hansu would let him do whatever the heck he wanted. Sai smiled confidently. This should be fine, right? The saintess encouraged him. Don't worry about a thing. Sai's face lit up with excitement. Even if we don't know the enemy's true strength, I know that with the power of love and friendship we can overcome any hardship. Lanuvel excitedly added, Lanuvel will also contribute to the subjugation of Ululu, but it's more like I'm tagging along for research. Hansu sneered back. Nobody asked you. But I can use magic too, Lanuvel said sadly. The saintess with a serious look stated, it may not be much, but I will help too. It's all for the peace of the world, but personally helping out a friend is just the right thing to do. Aqua was touched. Thank you. That's right, the power of friendship, love and all that. Sai thought with determination, and just like that, the adventure of the hero Sai had officially begun. They stacked their hands together, shouting in unison, all right, it's decided. Our goal is to defeat the guardian god Ululu. Lanuvel exclaimed, it feels like I'm finally part of a real hero's adventure. How about everyone else? The saintess immediately replied, I will do my absolute best for world peace and for my friend. The brown-haired young man, despite his worried expression, followed their lead. I, the hero C, will do my best for the saintess. Aqua thought for a moment, then shouted, for my sisters. As for Hansu, he just smiled without a word, secretly thinking what a complete bunch of morons they were. And so a deep-sea adventure awaits the group of heroes, or to be precise, the hero C. Back at the Empire's camp, the real main character propped his chin on his hand and spoke cheerfully. Ah, welcome. I've been waiting. The agreement along with all the conditions has already been prepared. The only thing left is for you to sign it. As the words fell, the person opposite him demanded in a grim voice, where is Aqua? She's doing just fine, Queen. You don't need to worry about unnecessary things, just trust me, the hero. As long as you agree to sign this treaty, nothing will happen to your priceless treasured youngest daughter. Seeing the plate of fish with lemon sauce on the table, the mermaid queen broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly signed the treaty. Hansu, meanwhile, rested his cheek on his hand, a smug smile on his face. He thought, as a part of the kingdom, I have a responsibility to it. This was a fair and friendly treaty between the merfolk of Bika Lake and the human kingdom. But that didn't mean he'd get sidetracked by all the friendship and love nonsense from Lanuvel and Sai's group. With that thought, he addressed the mermaid queen. First, as members of the kingdom, the merfolk in Bika Lake must abide by the kingdom's laws. Second, to celebrate this newly established friendship and trust, the Mermaid Kingdom will send 3 princesses to a specially designed lake within the Human Kingdom's royal garden as a special guest. These special guests would be personally chosen by the queen herself, and if anyone was discovered to be an imposter, the queen would have to bear the full responsibility. Hearing this, Uncle Alex in the back thought to himself that it sounded just like a colonizer's policy. The Mermaid Queen, now clenching her fists and gritting her teeth to suppress her rage, answered, does it really have to be this way? Kang Hansu casually replied, if you're unwilling, then war is the only other option. The dam's construction is nearly finished, and besides, among all the merfolk, only Aqua can fight on land, correct? And the person I'm referring to is currently being treated for her injuries at our camp, so it's best you think this through. There's nothing for you to gain if a war breaks out, is there? Also, if you choose to trust and cooperate, the merfolk tribe will receive the protection of the kingdom and its legendary hero. In addition, the guardian god Ululu will be taken care of by us. The queen glared and continued, we have always remained neutral, but having to choose between the kingdom and the holy nation. Kang Hansu cut her off. With an ice-cold voice, he said, now is the time to decide. The mermaid queen said nothing more, sitting silently to read the contract. The line between the kingdom and the holy nation was now clear. This must be the burden of an unofficial leader. After a moment, the queen seemed surprised, exclaiming, you are so different from the hero I once loved. Kang Hansu gave a confident smirk and replied, of course, I'm different from the last hero because I was never defeated by the Demon King Pedonar. Holding the fully signed treaty, Kang Hansu announced, I hereby declare that the merfolk of Bika Lake from this day forward have officially become a part of our kingdom, and the hero CN here will be responsible for protecting them. Caught completely off guard, CN stammered, me. Seeing the hero try to weasel out of it, Kang Hansu leaned in with a demonic glare. I handled everything from preparing troops and supplies to finalizing these negotiations without asking for anything. Don't tell me the only hero here thinks he's exempt. Terrified CN quickly explained, no, it's not that. I'm only level 3. Kang Hansu spoke sternly, CN as a hero, this is the very least you can do. And don't you dare push all the work onto your friend. And with that, the leader for the subjugation of Ululu was decided. Not only that, but the glory from his coming victory would be passed down for generations. Guardian god or not, that title doesn't change the fact that it's nothing more than a giant catfish. If they could just drag it out of the lake, they'd have a real chance at winning. Kang Hansu was now briefing the entire team. To do that, we must drain the ruins where it sleeps, forcing it onto dry land. The warrior uncle heard this and remarked, a fine plan, but to execute it, we'll need soldiers who can breathe underwater. Kang Hansu immediately replied, we have them. Soldiers who can breathe and operate freely underwater. According to the terms of the treaty, the merfolk were now officially part of their army. What else could be said? His plans were always perfect, always finding the most optimal solution. He would consider every possible variable that might occur. And yet somehow his plan to finally graduate never seemed to work out. It was all thanks to the saboteurs, who were always trying to drag him back down. And right now, it felt like his train to graduation station was already starting to go off the rails. Everything was going according to plan, well at least it was until a bunch of idiots showed up and ruined it. Kang Hansu said with alarm, the lake's surface is acting strange. What do you mean? A soldier replied, I think the hero should see it with his own eyes. Hearing that, Kang Hansu immediately rushed over. The lake was in turmoil with massive waves crashing violently. Guardian God. A voice echoed from beneath the raging water. The next second, the mermaid girl was thrown ashore. She cried out in terror, it has awoken. The guardian god is awake. You have to get out of here. As she spoke, her fishtail began to transform into a pair of human feet. Kang Hansu stared, asking again in disbelief. The guardian god is awake. The next moment, a pair of furious red eyes broke the surface, staring right at him with immense killing intent. Kang Hansu thought to himself, it seems his deepest fears had just become reality. In his third attempt, he had failed so unfairly. Name Kang Hansu. Combat power A+. Achievements S. Reputation E. Character F-. The evaluation read, allowing you to graduate could endanger the Earth and other heroes. And now some chosen student shows up. He had to admit he was surprised. One annoying face after another kept appearing. Every single morning he woke up, all he wanted was to leave this barbaric world. This damn barbaric world. Leave it as soon as possible. Of course, wishing wasn't enough. It all came down to his own effort. He'd already rescued the people from the rule of a brainless king. He just wanted to help them get through the drought. So why does everything always have to go this wrong? Suddenly, a voice cuts through our hero's thoughts. As you can see, Aqua says, draping her arm over the exhausted saintess. No matter how we sing, we just can't get it to go back to sleep. Kang Hansu turns with a cold expression, asking why. Aqua explains that the very emotions within the song have been changed. Normally, their power comes from the feelings in the song, and for a lullaby to work, it has to be filled with warmth and happiness. So if the song is dominated by a different emotion, it stops being a proper lullaby. They used to be able to control it because they understand the Guardian's power better than anyone in this world. At this, she completely loses her cool, growling at him. But do you realize your precious hero is the one who woke it up? The lullaby has changed. Now it's no different than the song my mother sang at the end of each month. A song filled with longing and sadness, with none of the old warmth and joy. And it's all because our home was invaded. My sisters and I were forced to flee our home. You are the source of all this sadness. Hearing this, Kang Hansu stares blankly at his own hands. I get it now. I finally understand where I went wrong with all this. Seeing his state, the saintess calls out Kang Hansu's name with a worried look. But Kang Hansu is still lost in his own dark thoughts. The negotiations. I was just too soft on them. I should have used force from the start, just crushed them all. Those damn fish ruined my entire plan. The mermaids are now grumbling to each other. Get up, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Another one chimes in, I seriously can't control my legs. All because I won't sing the lullaby properly. Just then the heroes C and the blonde girl finally arrive. La Nouvelle is here. Kang Hansu, what's the situation? On the other side, old man Alex is starting his attack on the guardian Ulu. Archers and mages take your positions. Target is the monster dead ahead. Prepare to fire. After the order is given, a volley of magic spheres shoots toward the guardian. Kang Hansu just stands there completely unimpressed. He quickly checks Ulu's status window. Race Chaos Giant. Level 999. Class Water Emperor. Skills Destruction S, Blessing S, Stamina A, Accumulation A, Chaos A. Status Irritated. So it gets a buff in the lake. What a pain. Kang Hansu then turns to the girl and says, La Nouvelle, it's time you proved your worth as the hero's companion. You're not getting out of taking responsibility for this either. Hearing that, La Nouvelle's face immediately goes pale. Oh, and Kang Hansu adds, you better try your best to drag that fish out of the lake. Weren't you one of the ones who eagerly agreed to capture Ulu for research? But if you want to be a traitor to humanity, I won't force you. La Nouvelle doesn't dare hesitate, casting a skill as she speaks. I was just about to use anti-gravity on it. Hiya. With a loud yell, she seems to pour 200% of her power into this single attack. Nothing happens for a second, but then the guardian's body suddenly begins to rise from the lake's surface. Kang Hansu cranes his neck to watch it, saying, it actually worked. Beside him, La Nouvelle is ecstatic. Kang Hansu, look, I did it. Yeah, just hold still. But things were not going to be that easy. From the lake, a giant leg suddenly appears, and it's coming down right where Kang Hansu's group is standing. Are you okay? The three of them are now safe inside a bubble. Kang Hansu says blankly, what in the world just happened? La Nouvelle looks on, absolutely terrified. Kang Hansu, this thing is. Kang Hansu follows her gaze. In front of them is something so massive that they have to tilt their heads back 180 degrees just to see it all. He thinks in horror, I knew Aqua was hiding something from me. This guardian has legs. It's not just a normal fish, it's a giant with a fish for a head. In a dramatic wide shot, a colossal mountain of a creature casts its shadow over the lakeside village. The fish Ulu suddenly crawls ashore, causing the villagers to scatter in absolute panic. The guardian's massive form sends people running. Its enormous foot comes down coldly, crushing everything beneath it. Its guttural roars grow louder and louder. Inside a protective bubble, a stunned La Nouvelle shouts, Kang Hansu, look over there. Kang Hansu follows her gaze and sees Aqua and the Saintess are still safe down below. The Saintess waves to get their attention, but Kang Hansu just replies coldly, what's there to panic about? With their skills, they'll definitely survive this attack. Before he can finish, Kang Hansu furiously dives downward. Aqua, you told me that thing was just a fish. Aqua glares back at him. Don't you dare call me that. I never said it was just a giant fish. Then what about the drawing? Why'd you show me that? Hansu demanded, his voice full of challenge. Aqua just shrugged. It's only a children's storybook. Is it wrong to simplify its appearance? Children are fragile. If they saw Ulu's true form, they would definitely be terrified. What, so now I'm the one with the problem? Hansu fumed. You know what, just stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, all I smell is something fishy. As they argued, both of them suddenly felt that something was very wrong. The giant catfish had closed in on them. Kang Hansu, what are we supposed to do now? La Nouvelle asked, her voice trembling. We're sticking to the original plan, Hansu answered with resolve. That plan involved the legendary hero C acting as the vanguard against the colossal monster threatening them. When he heard his name, Sai's face went completely pale with panic. But I'm only level 3. The booming voice of Captain Alex rang out. Archers, listen up, target its calves, ready your bows. Thousands of arrows immediately flew towards the guardian, but they didn't seem to hurt it at all. Even Alex's face turned pale with shock. What in the world is happening? The sky was suddenly swallowed by darkness. Alex leaped onto his horse in a panic. All units retreat. Try to preserve your lives. Using Master Molin's secret technique, he enhanced his vision, ensuring he wouldn't miss a single target. Even from a great distance, he could see the arrows lodged in the giant's leg, but this was only the start of an unavoidable battle. Lan saw how tense things were getting and asked, to be able to see from that far away, did you just learn a new type of magic? That's not scientific at all, Aqua grumbled from behind them. It doesn't have a weak spot. With that pathetic volley of arrows, there's no way we can pierce skin as thick as a steel wall. Hansu immediately shot back. You can't say that for sure. He turned to her with a slight smile and continued. The skin hit by those arrows isn't healing one bit. Ever since it left the lake, it's no longer receiving the blessing from that place. To put it simply, the only weakness we know of right now is that it's out of the water. We'll figure out the rest as we go. La Nouvelle, the girl with pink hair, spoke up worriedly. It looked pretty angry a moment ago. Are we sure we should be chasing it? The Saintess added with apprehension. Look at it. It was furious when we woke it up, but for some reason it's so calm right now. This is strange, isn't it? Suddenly, a smug-looking Sai acted like he understood everything. Saintess, I know exactly what's going on. I believe that all it's been doing is simply fighting back against those who attacked it first. I also hope that we can resolve this peacefully. Before he could finish his grand speech, Hansu grabbed his shoulder and said, "The time has come." Si was stunned. The best time to attack is when the enemy is off guard, isn't it? After this great battle, there will surely be an epic poem about the hero, along with the power of friendship and love passed down forever. Sai trembled as he asked, "Wait a second, an epic poem. Isn't there a simpler way to handle this?" With an excited look on his face, Hansu grabbed his friend by the collar and said, "Let's go, oh great hero, see. The path to glory is waiting right in front of you." Aqua spoke up from behind them. "I guess we should get going too, shouldn't we?" The Saintess called out her name in surprise. Aqua admitted that even though the hero was a bit rough, she had to acknowledge he truly had the heart of a warrior. Seeing her friend so fired up, the Saintess's previous anxieties immediately disappeared. "Aqua, the look in your eyes just now was a little different," Lanovel said with a triumphant look. "I knew it. The hero Kang Hansu really is special." At that moment, Hansu was dragging Sai straight towards the giant catfish. "We're here. Go get him, and don't worry about me, see. I'll do my best to draw its attention for you." Watching Si climb towards the catfish, Hansu couldn't help but smile with amusement. He thought to himself, if that guy dies after getting caught in the battle between me and the monster, everything will turn out perfectly. Of course, something like that would never affect his reputation or character because it would simply be an accident. Having decided that, Kang Hansu walked up to Ulu's giant leg, thinking to himself, "Now then, how should I handle this thing?" He used Master Molin's secret technique to break through his body's physical limits. After reinforcing his entire body, Hansu gathered his strength and leaped. In the next second, he was a streak of light, launching himself straight at the catfish's head. It doesn't matter how big you are. As long as your body is shaped like a human's, your muscle and bone structure will be the same, which means the weak points are definitely no different. Now then, where should I start? He prepared himself for the inevitable fight. By this point, Hansu was already on top of the Guardian's head. He unleashed a full power punch downwards, expecting it to be an incredibly powerful attack. But surprisingly, the catfish's expression didn't change at all. Kang Hansu grimaced, thinking, "This isn't good." His fist clenched as he slammed it down, his mind racing. He had plenty of skills, but he was seriously lacking in raw power. Because of that, attacking its joints and muscles wasn't going to be effective. Not at all. Any attack needs enough force to actually pose a threat. Otherwise, what's the point of even fighting? It's like a fly trying to bite a healthy man. The beast fumed, thinking, "Just you wait, human. I'll snap your neck." Oh really? A tiny Kang Hansu was standing right on top of Ulu's head. He was getting seriously pissed. The only way to solve this was to raise his own level as high as possible. But where the hell was he supposed to find experience points? He sighed. Besides, leveling up only benefits him. The scene cuts to Shi. After Kang Hansuo tossed him aside, the guy was now in freefall towards some bushes. He silently cursed Kang Hansuo for throwing him without a word of warning. But funnily enough, Shi's landing spot was right under the giant catfish. It glared down at him with its enormous eyes. Seeing this, Kang Hansuo, still on its head, yelled out, "Nice one, Shi. Now go wear it down." Hearing this, a terrified Shi shot back, but Kang Hansuo, "I don't think I'll last a single second against it. One hit from that thing and I'm done for. Don't worry about it. I'll be sure to never forget you," Kang Hansuo said with a cheerful grin, though his mind was already plotting. "At least it'll be another hour before those guys catch up. Now go, my great hero, Shi." Just then the catfish began to move its mouth, opening wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. She screamed in terror, "Help me, I was just summoned to my dream world. I met the Saintess and now I'm going to be fish food." But strangely, the catfish completely ignored Shi and kept moving, leaving the guy both stunned and helpless. Lanovel from inside her bubble called out urgently, "Shi, Kang Hansuo, I found you. Have you seen the hero, Kang Hansu?" Still in shock, Shi instinctively replied, "He's on top of its head." Lanovel looked up at Ululu and marveled. "It's strange to see the monster so quiet, isn't it? We just woke it from a deep sleep, so if it got angry, that would be understandable, but this is the complete opposite." She added, "Look at it now. It's incredibly calm. All it's done is walk around slowly despite causing some damage." But up top, Kang Hansu sat cross-legged. He grumbled, "Wow, I can't believe this. Big guy is so useless. Hey, where'd all that rage from before go? Weren't you kicking everything in sight with one foot? We just woke you up from your nap. So what's wrong? Why are you just standing there motionless?" The catfish just moaned, but then a memory seemed to surface. The image of a sword. A second later, all of its whiskers snapped in one direction, causing it to go completely berserk. A sudden burst of speed nearly threw Kang Hansu off its head. In that instant, he was suddenly reminded of something he'd once said in the past. "It's been fun, my friend." Ululu ran faster and faster, charging through the forest's edge and up a huge mountain. Kang Hansuo yelled, "Where the hell are you going?" Stop right now. The giant catfish was now like King Kong, leaping over mountains and charging forward with breakneck speed. As Kang Hansuo desperately clung to its head, he thought, it's already massive, and on top of that, it has that damned S-rank destruction skill. Look at it, every single footstep is like a bomb going off. And of course, the problems didn't stop there. Lanuvel and she approached in their bubble, calling out to Kang Hansuo. Thank goodness you're not in danger, the girl said worriedly. This is bad, Kang Hansu. That place the monster's heading is that way. Do you have any idea where this damn giant is rushing to? It's the kingdom of that idiotic dumpling-faced king. One of the most populated places on the continent. Damn it, if this keeps up. Isn't this just going to be a second coming of the dragon Emperor Nubius's rampage? Lanuvel said worriedly. Find a way to tie this giant down. If you want to save innocent lives, then hurry up and help me find a way. He knew he absolutely could not let this colossal bastard reach the kingdom. Kang Hansuo roared, pushing his physical strength to the absolute max. He screamed, damn it, all my plans were going so smoothly. We've already entered a monster-heavy area just like the Dragon Emperor did. This is bad. I can't keep putting off leveling up, even though it'll majorly affect the Demon King. If my reputation and achievement points get wiped out because of this giant idiot, then everything is meaningless. You have to graduate this time, Kang Hansu. He told himself, determined not to let this slip away. Back in the forest, a colossal shadow passed overhead, causing the animals to freeze in absolute confusion. Kang Hansu's mind raced, an S-rank skill that can destroy everything in its path just by stomping. If I don't stop it in time, there'll be protests. Useless hero, get lost. The guide's voice suddenly flooded his memory. Your reputation points are truly... The situation was dire, so bad that graduation seemed utterly impossible. Even after sending a model hero to stop this, the professor was deeply disappointed in Kang Hansu. But someone spoke up, saying you couldn't blame Hansu for everything. Sometimes a raw difference in talent is the real problem. He muttered under his breath, vowing this wasn't the end. Then Kang Hansu went on the hunt, slaying monsters to grind for levels. His level started climbing fast, but it was still too slow. Damn it. Compared to the Demon King, his power was pathetic. Suddenly, Lanov charged in from behind, announcing their arrival. The Saintess and Sita were with her, a full party of 4. And they were all here to help. Every time the monster leaped, the whole area was thrown into chaos. They pleaded with Hansu to let them help out. Hansu was already racking his brain trying to level up, and now this crew shows up wanting to leech his experience. The best way they could help was by doing nothing. But Sita just had to ask, Hero, what must we do to aid you? Whatever he make it work. He told Lanov to bind its legs. Bind them. But how? She hesitated. Hansu encouraged her, saying even a single moment would be enough. Hearing his trust, Lanov declared she wouldn't fail him. After all, her archaeologist title wasn't just for show. Lanov then unleashed an ice spell right in the monster's path. But when the giant beast stepped on it, nothing seemed to happen. Hansu scowled, his expression sour. What was he even thinking, putting his faith in her? But a second later, the ground beneath the monster flash froze. Lanov's trap worked, sending it crashing face first into the dirt. Hansu, was that enough? Lanov cried out. But he was already calling for someone else. Aqua, I need your help. Aqua was taken aback. She thought he wanted to do this alone. Hansu put a hand on her shoulder, his voice deadly serious. He told her he would take full responsibility for the consequences. Confused, she could only ask, consequences? He just said he'd explain later. And then he forcibly kissed her. Aqua was too stunned to react, her face flushing bright red. The others stared, their jaws on the floor, completely shocked. The mermaid was horrified as Hansu refused to let her go. But this wasn't about romance. His S-rank poison trial skill had activated. If Aqua was poisoned, she would die on the spot. The Saintess screamed Aqua's name in pure shock, then whirled on Hansu, demanding to know what he was doing. Why did you do that to Aqua? She yelled. His reply, Saintess, resurrect her. She couldn't believe her ears. She reminded him that Aqua came all this way to help even while exhausted. The air around the Saintess grew heavy and dark. Hansu calmly replied that he knew how many levels she lost and he'd get them back, so she should just stop nagging. Our main character stood before the swirling dark mana, knowing he didn't have time to grind levels the old-fashioned way. Not before Ulu got back up. However, if he could tap into an experience box worth 318 levels, time was no longer a problem. Just then, Hansu's status window popped up. By absorbing the experience from killing Aqua, he'd reached level 85. He stared at his level, processing the insane jump from 21 all the way to 85. On paper, it might seem like he was only 4 times stronger, but with his arsenal of high-rank skills, it was a whole different story. After its nasty fall, the guardian beast began to stir again, letting out a continuous mournful cry of Ulu. The instant it lifted its head, Hansu was already diving down from above at blinding speed, a confident smirk on his face as he struck. This impact was no longer a mere mosquito bite. It was so powerful it actually dented the monster's spine. A sickening crack echoed out. There it is, Hansu thought with grim satisfaction, the sound I wanted to hear. He knew it. Sacrificing Aqua to level up was absolutely the right call. The beast could only continue its pathetic ulu cry. Before it could even react, Hansu was on its head, clenching his fist and delivering another punch with his full power. He activated the secret arts of his master Ma Lang, channeling every one of his skills into the attack. A triumphant grin spread across his face. This he thought was his revenge for Aqua. Ulu's head was now completely crushed. Shockwaves from the blow radiated outwards. All the while, the Saintess was still trying to revive Aqua, desperately calling her name. The Saintess placed her hand on her friend's stomach, pouring in holy power. A moment later, the mermaid coughed up the poison. Thank goodness, Aqua was resurrected. But the second she woke up, she let out a furious scream to the sky hero. The Saintess was stunned. "Oh, you're awake," she said. "What happened? Where is he?" Aqua immediately demanded. The Saintess replied that she didn't know she'd been focused on saving her. Just then, Shin, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, "Hey, I think Hansu actually stopped Uru." Uru's colossal body lay there completely drained of strength as it feebly tried to push itself back up. Hansu stood over Ulu, flashing the smile of a true victor, and spoke. "Such a shame. If I had met you before finding Noebius, we might have been allies. But right now, I don't need a second Dragon Emperor. So sorry. This is all for my future." After finishing off Ulu, Hansu's level jumped to 70 and just kept climbing as he watched the info panel. He mused to himself, looks like dealing with the Demon King Pedonar is going to take a bit more effort. But why didn't any of my skills rank up? Were they already too high? What's this? Actually, one skill did rank up after all. Hansu realized this skill was how he kept all his abilities in his second run. He then noticed the new effect cannot be destroyed. He immediately tested it, cutting his arm, but the wound instantly sealed itself shut in a flash. He muttered to himself, then again, it's not like my body didn't already have self-healing abilities. Thanks to the natural recovery he learned from Master Molan, getting injured was never really a big deal. Suddenly, Lanouvelle's voice rang out, "My Hansu, you're alive." As she tried to hug him, he just pushed her away by the head. "Ouch, don't just launch yourself at me like that. Honestly." Just then, the sky began to pour as Hansu watched the raindrops lost and thought. It was raining. So that meant the legend was true. When he first heard Ulu's story, he'd been more than a little skeptical. But down below, Aqua and the Saintess were still watching Hansu intently. Aqua admitted, "At first, I honestly thought he was going to fail." The Saintess turned to her worried. "Aqua, are you all right? It looks like there are still some side effects." "I'm fine, I just feel a little strange," Aqua replied. Her emotions were a complete mess. The guardian god Olu, the monster that had enslaved her people for 500 years, even her own father, a hero, had been powerless against it. But that guy. "You saw how strong he is, right?" The Saintess sighed, thought for a moment, and replied, "Well, yes, that's definitely true." While they were talking, the Saintess's expression grew concerned. Aqua's face suddenly lit up, a very strange blush spreading across her cheeks. Realizing what was happening, the Saintess's jaw dropped. Don't tell me you." Her mermaid friend just replied blankly, "What's wrong?" The Saintess looked on the verge of tears. "It's nothing. Aqua, I will definitely protect you." Aqua looked surprised. "Why are you saying that all of a sudden, but—" "Thank you." Just as the legend foretold, the rain poured down like a broken dam. And just like that, Hansu no longer had to worry about getting water from the mermaid lake to the kingdom. The drought problem had been completely solved. In the underground base, a celebratory mood filled the air. "What, all the nations in the central continent are hailing the hero?" a subordinate reported. "Yes, master." Hansu lay on a pile of gold with a satisfied smile, thinking, I think I can finally graduate this time." His subordinates wondered aloud, "So when is this rain finally going to stop?" After a long torrential downpour, the first rays of sunlight appeared. The heavy rain had lasted for 10 straight days, making flash floods completely inevitable. "Hero, where are you? Come on out, the rain has stopped," someone called. "I'm here," Hansu sighed. The reputation points he'd been so excited for had ended up becoming an impossible stain on his name. What am I supposed to do now? The calls for the hero continued. Aqua looked around worried. Is he still like this? The Saintess behind her answered sadly, "Yes. Every time I come to check on him, the situation gets worse." By the way, Aqua suddenly asked, why is the human palace so leaky? Is it bad construction, or is their civilization just that backward? "Hey, could you please be a bit more careful with your words?" the Saintess warned. "They could affect diplomatic relations between our two sides." 10 days earlier, right after Ulu's defeat, Hansu and Lanouvelle stood in the rain shouting with joy, "My reputation points. We're going home to Earth, my Hansu is amazing." In total contrast, the Saintess stood to the side, clenching her fists with determination. "I can't let things stay like this. It's time for my hero to shine." Later, Hansu and Lanouvelle went over to join the two girls. Seeing him, Aqua called out, "Hey you barbarian hero." Hansu just smirked back at her with a provocative look. Who's this fish calling a barbarian? Whatever, I'm in a good mood, so I'm not going to bother with you. Aqua stepped forward, her bare feet touching the ground. You killed me twice. Did you really think I'd just forget about that? Hansu replied nonchalantly, but I already forgot about it, along with all the experience you lost after reviving. Ridiculous. Don't you dare think I'll just let this go. Aqua shot back, her entire expression doing a complete 180. She wrapped her arms around Hansu's neck, saying, if you're the one who caused this, then you have to take responsibility for me for the rest of my life. Startled by the sudden hug, Hansu's face turned purple with rage. Don't you dare hug me, you fish, he yelled. Just like a lion hunting its prey. It suddenly clicked for Hansu why Aqua was in this lakeside town. She was here to find a mate for herself and her entire tribe. Of course, as the daughter of a legendary hero and a princess of the merfolk, her standards were anything but low. She was only interested in guys who were at least level 600 or above. The status window showed Hansu was feeling embarrassed, panicked, and enlightened. Oh great, he just picked up another problem to carry. Seeing Hansu try to pull away, Aqua yelled, trying to escape. Not a chance, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Please just let me go, Hansu begged, trying to push her off. Just then, Four Eyes himself, Shin, ran up calling his name. Hansu shoved Aqua away with both hands and looked back. What is it? Just say it. Shin immediately replied with a dead serious tone. I've made up my mind. I'm going on a journey to find the legendary Holy Sword. A holy sword, huh? After watching you defeat Uru, I realize what it truly means to be a hero. If I don't change, I'll just get left behind and drag you down. By finding that sword, I'll transform into a true hero and fight alongside the Saintess on our epic quest to find it. Hearing this, the Saintess's face fell as she desperately pleaded for help. Aqua, save me. The Saintess whimpered. Oh, me, that's right, Saintess Nim. You'll join me on my adventure, won't you? He asked. Absolutely not, I'm sorry. Shin completely froze at the rejection. The Saintess quickly added, Shin, please don't get the wrong idea. From now on, my duty is to protect Aqua, the hero's descendant. I can't let that filthy excuse for a hero get near her. Besides, you can find the sword on your own right. I'm absolutely certain that this solo adventure will be crucial for your growth, Shin. Four Eyes shot back, but I only want to go with you. And that, folks, is how both Aqua and the Saintess joined Hansu's party. The drought was solved the moment rain began to fall. Not just the dough-faced king, but every nation on the central continent started singing Hansu's praises. But that fame only lasted for 5 days before his reputation points took a nosedive straight into the Earth's core. It took a full 10 days for that colossal waterfall he created to finally stop. Once the skies finally cleared, Hansu looked totally pumped. So should I just go meet the Demon Kings now to get this reset started already? The instructor's voice rang out again. Since when are the Demon Kings considered such a trivial matter? Ah, Professor, you're here. Right when my vacation has turned into a complete disaster. I'm very sorry about what happened, Hansu. But you shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Things might not have gone exactly to plan, but didn't you solve the drought and free the merfolk from their chains, if you look on the bright side? Hearing this, Hansu just scowled. Is that so? But I was tricked. I was used by those wicked merfolk. That family even woke up some monstrous catfish just to completely crush my reputation. Maybe I should just go round them all up and turn them into soup. The instructor, hearing this, was furious. Would you please stop thinking like that? This is not over yet. Whether your reputation rises or falls all depends on how the public perceives you. While the entire continent's attention is on you, couldn't you make up for this by doing another good deed? Another good deed, Hansu frowned. Let me give you a hint. For example, how about helping your friend become stronger? Cut to the training grounds where the sound of heavy panting fills the air. Gasp. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. Help me. But Sir Alex stood up, his face exhausted yet filled with determination. The journey to find the Holy Sword is not going to be easy. For a long time now, the kingdom has provided Hero Shin with immense support, but all you've done is shamelessly follow the Saintess around with no real purpose. This has left both the nobility and His Majesty deeply disappointed, and soon they may cut off all support for you entirely. But I still have faith in you, Hero Shin. You absolutely must be the one to claim the Holy Sword, not that other guy. Never mind that. I believe you will be the one to defeat the Demon King. Alex looked at Shin, his eyes filled with expectation. If you want to find the Holy Sword alone, you are still far too weak. Just listen to me and I guarantee you'll be successful. Hansu stood outside the training grounds, lost in thought. At this rate, Shin would probably die long before he ever got strong. How should I even help him? The clicking sound of high heels suddenly echoed through the quiet space. Inside a brightly lit room, 2 figures were locked in combat. Every strike and parry was executed with brutal intensity. Come on, you still have a long way to go, an encouraging voice called out from the sidelines. 3 people stood on the sidelines observing their every move. A burly man in gleaming armor had just thrown Hero Shin to the ground. He spoke down to him. Your fighting spirit still isn't enough. Get up. How do you expect to ever catch up to that guy? Suddenly, a loud voice called out his name. Captain Alex, the man looked back confused toward the source of the sound. Just then, the queen herself made a sudden appearance, making the atmosphere instantly more formal. I might be overstepping my bounds, see, she said, model, when he made this request. But Alex, kneeling respectfully below, quickly answered, please don't say that, because your every word is a command to me. Your Majesty, the sewer tunnel beneath the royal palace is the source of the recent rumors in the kingdom, so I hope you'll handle it soon no matter whether it poses a threat to the kingdom or not. Hearing this, the old knight bowed his head decisively and said, protecting the kingdom is the duty of us knights, so I will certainly. Alex's words were cut off when a hand was raised. Everyone present looked back in confusion at C, whose weak body was slumped on the floor, whispering, I want to participate too. Alex couldn't hide his surprise, sweat dotting his forehead. Queen Sig gave a small smile, looking at Sai with kind eyes. If the hero himself wished it, her expression made it clear she had given her permission. The two of them, one old and one young, knelt down and shouted in unison, we will complete your order. Good luck to all of you. Hearing that, C pushed up his glasses and smiled, completely satisfied. On a higher floor, Hansu was watching the situation unfold from above. He clapped his hands in approval, a very pleased grin on his face. He must have realized that if things continued like this, he'd be nothing more than a punching bag for Alex. Besides, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for someone as desperate for experience points as him? This is a special event that I prepared just for you, Hansu thought. Just don't get too cocky and get yourself killed. Suddenly, Hansu felt a pang of worry about his own reputation score. He peeked his head out and said, hey, do you need me to come with you, C? And Alex, full of fighting spirit, replied in unison, no, fine then. Bye-bye, Hansu said to himself. C, it's not that I didn't want to help, it's that they didn't need me. After receiving the quest, the royal army was assembled. Captain Alex spoke grimly. Our target is currently inside the sewer tunnel under the palace. The queen has also warned us not to let our guard down for a second. Since this place only has one gate, it's completely trapped inside. Let's complete this mission flawlessly to prove ourselves worthy of the title of knights. Forward, I've done everything I could to help them, Hansu told himself, having provided necessary information like the monster's location, dangerous areas, and how to get into those places. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed in the tunnel. Ah! Immediately, the entire troop rushed forward. Over there, Captain Alex ordered. The sound came from here. But there was still one thing Hansu hadn't told them, and it was the most important thing. After going deeper inside, the squad saw a giant boss with 3 blazing red eyes. The monster, having just finished its meal, turned to look at the group before it with 7 terrifying red eyes. Alex's men all grimaced in horror. C, standing behind Alex, was also frozen speechless. The level of this boss, this monster with a mouth as deep as a cave, was a level 450 chimera. Seeing the chimera's enormous mouth, the entire troop fell into chaos. The captain, Alex, quickly tried to calm them. Do not panic. Reform the ranks. Sai was panting heavily, his face etched with fear at facing a monster of such an insane level. Before they could regain their composure, the chimera suddenly snatched a soldier and started chewing. Seeing this, Alex shouted, see, you are the hero and you are the hope of our kingdom, I swear. On my honor, as a knight, I will do everything to help you return safely. All units advance. And just like that, 3 days and 2 nights passed. The scene shifts to a tavern where everyone is drinking happily. The bartender cheerfully hands beers to some newly arrived guests and says, free beer. The hero Hansu is covering the whole tab. Excited shouts rang out, drink. For our hero, Sai, cheers. The whole pub was roaring with excitement, raising their glasses, except for the hero Sai, the main character of the party, who was sitting gloomily. Hansu cleared his throat and said, ahem, and also for the tragic loss of Sir Alex cheers. Sai's face was still stunned, his face a mess of tears and snot. Hansu looked up at the ceiling deep in thought. Yes, Alex is dead. Honestly, I didn't expect this to happen either. The Chimera's level was higher than Alex's, that's true, but with his skills and combat experience, that gap should have been shortened. The problem was the appearance of a special factor. That factor was called C. In order to protect C completely, Alex had given up on escaping and faced the monster head-on. The result was that his body was so mangled that not even the Sanctus could resurrect him. It's not like C is the only hero around here, is it? Hansu thought. Seriously. The roars from the crowd snapped Hansu out of his thoughts. A toast to the royal knights. What a true hero. Meanwhile, Sir Alex was always bad-mouthing the hero Hansu. Hearing their praise brought a little joy to Hansu's heart. He leaned over, patting his friend on the shoulder. Hey, cheer up. The monster ate Sir Alex, and you killed the monster. So by the transitive property, isn't he still living on inside you as experience points? The 2 guys who just called Hansu kind froze their faces, twisting in horror. Oh, what the hell, was he really being nice? Hansu gave a thumbs up and continued, "See, that's exactly why you have to stay strong." Hearing this only made Sai's tears flow harder, and he started screaming Sir Alex's name in a rage. Hansu just frowned and sighed, "What a pain. I tried so hard to comfort him too." Deep down, he probably didn't care about any of this. After that, Hansu checked his friend's status window. Human race, level 102. His class was Hero with a 500% XP boost. Skills interpretation A, endurance A, swordsmanship B, survival B, and fortitude C. His status effects were torment, regret, and exhaustion. At least the hunt gave him a pretty significant level boost. His defensive skills had also gotten a decent upgrade. Seeing C in this state, Lanovel went over to Hansu for a chat. "You seem to dislike Sir Alex, but you actually trust him a lot, don't you?" Hansu grimaced, thinking to himself. "Great, more trouble." He replied coldly. "What about you? When are you going to drop the cutesy act?" Lanovel just puffed up her cheeks and shot back. "I'm not acting. I was born this way." At this, Hansu couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, why are you laughing?" "What is it?" Lanovel asked, her face completely serious. "Do you have no sense of shame?" The absolute worst result of their recent plan was the sacrifice of those royal knights. They should have received a massive amount of experience, but instead, they were completely wiped out, a devastating loss. But at least I still have a backup plan. Lost in thought, Hansu glanced over and saw that Lanovel had already chugged 10 mugs of beer. Hansu furiously snatched the 11th mug from her hand, yelling, "That's enough. How much more are you planning to drink? You'll actually die if you keep going. Besides, I'm about to go broke." Lanovel ignored him completely, running to the counter to order another round. Hansu cursed, feeling utterly defeated. Just as the mood was getting lively, she suddenly jumped up and started screaming, "Sir Alex, I see, will definitely inherit your dreams and ambitions from this day forward." Hansu just stared, having no clue what was wrong with the guy. He turned to Lanovel and said, "Is that beer?" "Yup, and I'm old enough to drink it." C walked off, muttering about starting his own romantic adventure. What the heck is his problem? A late-onset case of puberty. The scene changes to the royal palace, where Hansu is still passed out in his room. Lanovel's voice was so loud it echoed through the castle. His peaceful sleep was shattered. Hansu screamed in frustration before flopping back down to complain. "How the hell are you still alive after chugging all that beer?" Somebody save me," Lanovel quickly added. "Now's not the time for that. Seenim has a girlfriend." "Huh, not just one, he has 3 of them." "That's amazing," Hansu thought with a yawn. "Isn't that just a harem? That guy does nothing but get his butt kicked all day. Where did he find time to pick up girls?" Well, looks like defeating the Demon Lord is on hold for now, because this was way too interesting. The 3 companions joining C on his journey were the daughter of a famous count, a priest, an elf slave, and finally a bandit nobody could identify. Anyway, all 3 of them were young and beautiful. That's what Lanovel had just told him. Hearing this, Hansu immediately crossed his arms, frowning as he spoke. "Come on, that's a party that would make anyone curious," Lanovel exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Our main character didn't answer, just sighed, thinking, "If only that idiot Alex hadn't buried me, I'd be going with them." If he wanted to save that pathetic hero, he should have just sacrificed himself. Instead, he sacrificed the palace's entire royal knight order. This was a real problem. Before long, the secret that he was controlling the kingdom was going to leak. What would happen if the kingdom still wasn't stable by then? His reputation would be completely destroyed. He'd be buried under accusations like, "You're saying our kingdom ended up like this because of that hero, that bastard Hansu," even though they were the ones who did all the work. Seeing him silent, Lanovel cluelessly asked Kang Hansu, "Are you going with C? Are you insane? What about my reputation and the kingdom?" Suddenly, Hansu started pointing and shouting angrily. "Besides, whose fault is it that Alex is dead? And why did the royal knights of the palace end up like that? He won't even take any responsibility for it. And now what, he's going on a trip with some girls." After his rant, he thought to himself, "I can't believe a guy like him has such a pathetic character. Are those girls out of their minds? Or what?" Just then the guide's voice echoed from behind them. "He hasn't abandoned his responsibility. After all, he will become stronger through his journey, and he will repay you for your kindness." Hansu grimaced and shot back. "And, while we're waiting, who's going to protect the kingdom? Let's just hope he comes back soon, stronger than ever." Whatever. So irresponsible. He thought this kingdom was nothing but an empty shell. If he gave the order, or if invaders attacked, anyone could seize the throne. But that fool didn't even realize something was terribly wrong. It was as if the peace Hansu created had just appeared out of thin air. The instructor added, "Don't be so negative, young Hansu. The only thing that can truly make a person happy is their state of mind. If you fill yourself with hopes and dreams, you can face the future." Hansu shot back, "Isn't that just a form of escapism?" "I know what you mean, but that's no different from gambling. I'm different. I will face reality and command the future. That's why I'm preparing these men. New recruits whose sole focus was on combat. 100 out of 10,000 would endure a brutal training course taught by a B-rank demon. In other words, only 1% of the 10,000 would be chosen. So inefficient. A smirk crept across Hansu's face as he spoke. The palace's royal knights are famous in name only. You are the future of this kingdom. As he said this, a sinister purple aura enveloped the space around him. His voice turned savage. There's no time to waste. I will give you all a chance, even those of you without a proper name. When you grow stronger, find a name for yourselves and I will pave the way. This will be the birth of the Dark Knights. The attribute panels for the dark humanoids suddenly appeared. Their status had already changed. They were transformed, filled with blind faith and excitement. Seeing this, Hansu thought, this is the true power of dark energy. His lips curled into a slight grin as he continued, all of you have been reborn. Do you believe in me? The words barely left his mouth before the crowd roared back, we believe in you. From now on, I will show you the best hunting grounds. Your deadline is 1 month. Go. You must all reach level 200 even if it means risking your lives. Failure doesn't matter. That's a problem for the weak. He watched as the men below scrambled away instantly. Hansu grinned from ear to ear, thinking there was nothing wrong with restoring the kingdom's strength this way. He also had to boost his own reputation within a month. Hey, I'm going to investigate where he's headed. Well, not really. I could kill the Demon King if I wanted to. Suddenly, the girl Lan spoke up from behind him. Wow, the hero is so amazing, she exclaimed. Hansu's face fell. What? How long have you been standing there? The atmosphere was terrifying. I honestly thought you were the Demon King himself. Your acting is incredible. Have you ever even seen the Demon King before? No. That scared him half to death. Hansu snapped, then stopped talking. Like you know everything, brats, like you just ruin reputations by spreading worthless rumors. Hansu thought to himself that no matter how he sliced it, he couldn't stand having this kind of infamy. In the second round, he wiped out all the demons. And yet his reputation made it seem like he was the villain. He had to try another way. This time had to be different. A quick assessment, 1 combat power, no issues. 2 achievements. He captured an Elf King. 3 reputation was in absolute tatters. 4 personality, no problem. He had to restore his fame. He had to rebuild it from scratch, all for Yulu. If he couldn't, he was heading for a 4th round. In round 2, Lanivel had failed. He failed to control public opinion. However, Hansu could use the demon worshippers here. Besides, it was easy to fool people who lack foresight. Young Hansu is number 1. The hero Hansu is the best. Turning public opinion was just a matter of time. Restoring his reputation using the Dark Knights and seizing control of the narrative, it would all begin in this kingdom. On his own journey, C was busy helping people left and right. An old woman looked at him and said, "Thank you, young man." C just smiled back cheerfully. "It's nothing at all. Please get some rest." Then C turned and
said, "You all must be starving right here. There's no need to fight over it." Seeing this, the people were impressed.
Everyone praised him. C is so kind, he really is. Hearing them, he scratched his head shyly. You really think so? People like that were always so charismatic. Meanwhile, Hansu and Lanivel were watching Sai's progress through a magic orb. The girl suddenly spoke. That concludes today's report. Hansu scowled, so basically those idiots are just lazing about right. 2 months had passed and it had been a year since Hansu started the journey to the location Ulu wanted him to reach. For now, his karma points were increasing smoothly. Aqua had risen from level 235 to 537. Lanivel suddenly asks Kang Hansu, is it really okay for us to keep doing this? Hansu just looks at him. What? I'm talking about wiping out every monster we see, Lanivel clarifies. I'm pretty sure the last hero only took down the evil ones. It's because of the current state of this world, he explains, that they have to annihilate every last monster they come across. Looking at this guy X, an idea suddenly sparked in Hansu's mind. People only cry for help when they're already in danger. So if a hero swoops in at that exact moment, they'll be remembered and praised forever. It was all because he answered their pleas. On the flip side, if the monsters just vanish for some reason, then no one would be in danger. And if no one's in danger, why the hell would they need a hero? He realized he had been a complete fool doing all those heroic deeds voluntarily. Thinking this, Hansu turned and said, "You're not wrong, Land Aqua. The most crucial thing for boosting your reputation is creating a dramatic situation." After careful consideration, Hansu unleashed a series of S-rank skills: chaos, destruction, and oblivion. Instantly, a powerful pressure erupted from his body, spreading throughout the forest and seeping into every corner. The peaceful woods began to tremble as monsters sensed the approaching danger and started to flee in droves. By sheer coincidence, they all headed straight for the city. A terrified guard screamed, "A horde of monsters is swarming from the direction of the dragon's roar. Notify the Lord immediately. The legendary Imperial Chaos Dragon has awakened from its 500-year slumber." Hansu was absolutely thrilled, thinking to himself, "That's my old comrade, no Abius for you." The effect is always instantaneous. The people around him weren't immune to the pressure. They staggered, whispering in shock. "Kang Hansu, have you lost your mind?" the saintess shouted angrily. "How can you attack a human city just for the sake of fame? Whoa, you're shouting a bit loud there, Saintus. I just sneezed. I must be allergic to all this fame. Hansu replied with a smirk. Allergic? I don't understand you at all, the Saintess said, clearly unamused. All right, let's go save some people. With that, Hansu cheerfully ran off and Lamb Aqua eagerly followed him. I'm coming too. Inside the city, royal knights were galloping toward the gates, rallying everyone as they went. Join the battle. Use the smoke signals for alarm. Everyone who can fight, grab your weapons now. The townspeople panicked, rushing into their homes and bolting the doors. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the city. Everyone, do not worry. I, the hero Kang Hansu, will take care of everything. The pink-haired girl suddenly shouted, interrupting him. Kang Hansu, what should we do? Just wait over there by the city gate. So much for the power of friendship. Meanwhile, the monsters were stampeding furiously towards them. Time to create a massive mess. Hansu glanced around, thinking it was a shame the city of Endymion wasn't here. His expression suddenly turned serious. With a deceptively playful punch, he yelled, Hiya. But a moment later, a terrifying wave of power erupted from him. It created immense shockwaves that blasted directly into the monster horde. Right after his massacre skill was activated, a system window popped up with some truly insane stats. Massacre skill, SSS-Rank with no experience point reduction. S-Rank adds a wide area effect to long-range attacks. It also ignores physical barriers. C-Rank boosts its armor-piercing capabilities. D-Rank expands the splash damage area. E-Rank increases its crushing damage and adds even more splash effect. A vast area in front of the city was instantly leveled. Hansu's face was totally relaxed as if he were just playing a game, readying his next moves. 1-2, 1-2. And then a relentless barrage of massacre punches hammered the monster horde. One lucky monster managed to escape, and it charged furiously toward Kang Hansu. Just as it got close, Hansu swiftly delivered a powerful punch straight into its stomach. With a cold, sharp gaze, he declared, everything is finished. That was actually a lot of fun. A soldier who witnessed it all screamed in astonishment. Everyone, the hero Kang Hansu has successfully defended the town. Hearing the announcement, the citizens began to open their windows to look outside. Hansu strode through the city gate, waving happily. Everyone rest easy. All the monsters have been defeated. Kang Hansu. Yes, yes, I am the hero Kang Hansu. The crowd was cheering wildly, but Hansu soon realized the applause wasn't directed at him. Contrary to the praise he expected, all the attention was focused on X, who was surrounded by the crowd. Are you all right? Caught in the arms of the townspeople, Kang Hansu forced a smile and replied, I'm fine, thank you. Because of you, that child was saved from the carriage. The name X was like a dagger twisting in Hansu's gut. In a silent rage, he thought, with the foolish people of this world, the truth will never matter. From now on, I will start a cold war to show you all what S-Rank fame really is. The manipulation of public opinion had already begun to show results. Isn't the hero Hansu incredible? But what exactly did he do? One person in the crowd shrugged, looking uncertain. I have no idea. Oh hey, I heard that X was the one who caused that recent flood. Wait, so it wasn't Hansu? The other person asked. Can you tell me more? I don't know the details, but the fact that X is the culprit, no mistaking it. Lately, Kang Hansu's reputation as a second Casanova has been blowing up, always messing around with some group of girls. That's right, he's always seen lazing about on the streets. Another person sighed, saying that compared to him, the other Kang Hansu is a man of integrity. Exactly. There was even that time he kicked a beautiful girl right in the backside. Laughter erupted from the crowd while his other persona became known to everyone as the Stone Cold Hero. Because everything he did just screamed righteousness. He proudly added to himself that the plan he'd laid out was nearly complete. Only one final piece of the puzzle remained. At that moment, Kang Hansu's party stood on a cliff overlooking the sea. The Saintess spoke up worriedly. It's probably just a silly rumor. There's no way a beautiful girl is guarding a holy sword in the deep sea. Kang Hansu listened without rushing to reply, simply cleaning his ear while thinking. First, there is only one holy sword in this world. Second, this information came from a bunch of fishermen. There isn't any actual proof to back it up. But still, after reaching Yululu's target location and hearing that cry, wasn't it at least worth investigating? All of a sudden, Kuai Yue ran over, panting heavily. Brother Kang Hansu, how about I dive down there and check it out? Forget it. This is no place for a freshwater fish like you to be playing around. After saying that, Kang Hansu leaped straight into the deep sea alone. Far below on the seabed, a faint red light flickered, catching his attention. Kang Hansu swam towards it, diving deeper and deeper. As he got closer, a voice echoed through the water. Current hero of this world, please leave this place immediately. Kang Hansu didn't answer, just stared intently at the mermaid before him, thinking, so the Guardian has appeared. She was a high-class mermaid with a level of 999 plus and a whole array of S-rank skills. Her current status intrigued. The mermaid spoke again. I will help you return to the surface if you agree to leave this place in peace. With a cunning smile, Kang Hansu shot back, and if I don't, sorry, but I can't accept that deal. Don't worry. In a moment you won't remember any of this. When you wake up on the shore, the memory of our meeting will be completely gone. Your adventure will continue as if nothing happened. But before she could finish, Kang Hansu lunged forward, slamming his knee straight into the mermaid guardian's face. He sneered. Did you really think erasing my memories would be that easy? I have the unforgettable skill. There's no way you can erase my memories. The mermaid clutched her mouth in pain, wondering how is that possible. Kang Hansu grinned excitedly. Well, looks like one hit wasn't enough. In that case, I'll just keep going until you're unconscious. And so a brutal beatdown began, the guardian's terrified screams echoing from the depths of the sea. After tormenting the guardian for a while, Kang Hansu dragged her along, thinking to himself that his prize had to be somewhere around here. When he reached a massive coral reef, he suddenly stopped. A cave entrance was peeking out from behind the coral formations. Here it is. I knew this secret area would react to her. Thanks for leading the way. Throughout his entire first run, Kang Hansu had always wondered if he had dived down to this place before. Now it seemed that was true. The memory had just been erased. What could he do? Back then, he hadn't obtained this particular skill yet. Lost in thought, he followed the path inside. It was real. A second holy sword actually existed. Kang Hansu joyfully reached out to touch it. It's even my favorite color. But just as his hand was about to graze the sword, a voice called out, "Wait." The face of his guide was etched with fear as she appeared beside Kang Hansu. The hero just smirked. Showing up now, you're a little late. With that, he raised the holy treasure high into the water and continued, isn't it already too late? The guide replied in a panic, each hero can only wield one holy sword at a time. Now that you've unsealed it, what's your plan, Mr. Treasure Hunter? You won't be able to use your original holy sword anymore. What's more, you injured the mermaid guardian. Kang Hansu immediately explained, hey, that was just self-defense. I almost had my memories completely wiped. How about the fact that you trespassed and stole from this place? The guide pressed on. For a hero, how can collecting equipment be a crime? Kang Hansu said with a smirk. Besides, C is doing an even better job than I am. Honestly, I'm probably about to be replaced. Kang Hansu turned to look at the mermaid guarding the holy sword, seeing her entire body being encased by coral, as if this was the price of her duty. It's over. I should get going. As a weary Kang Hansu climbed ashore, Lenovo ran over worried. Kang Hansu, something happened. What now? Why does trouble always pop up the second I show my face? Kang Hansu sighed. The Elf King had flown into a rage and declared war after discovering his daughter had been enslaved and sold to humans. Not only that, but he also announced that Sai had officially joined their side. Thinking it over, Kang Hansu suddenly grew worried. Wait. I never rescued Sylvia from the black market, so how could he know? Is this the butterfly effect? He wondered. Model. But not to worry. A plan was already in motion to stop that from happening. On the battlefield, the roar of the elf army echoed across the land. Advance, punish the vile humans, don't let a single one survive. Yet before the words even faded, the elf captain watched in horror as his entire army was obliterated by a terrifying power. In the chaos, distant troops scattered in terror, screaming, "Damn it, is that guy a demon? Run." The Elf King furiously roared, "Who gave you permission to retreat? Get back in formation now." The second he finished speaking, he barely escaped with his life as a single slash split the mountain and the ground beneath it in two, an attack from Kang Hansu. Holding the second holy sword, he smirked. Good. Come to me, my dear reputation points. Well now, I think I'm starting to like you, partner. You see, the second holy sword's main effect is to comprehensively boost all of its users' skills. For example, his slaughter skill got a massive upgrade along with many others, resulting in absolutely horrifying destructive power. Hansu casually swung his sword a few times to test it out. Before, his attack range was a baseball field. Now it was the size of a giant ski resort. Hansu's razor-sharp swings nearly flattened the entire mountain where the Elf King was standing. The Elf King screamed in pure rage. How is this possible? You cursed humans, I will kill every last one of you myself. But the words had barely left his mouth when a blade pierced straight through his chest. Shocked and in agony, he turned to see his attacker. Nasus. Why, Nasus replied coldly, I'm simply ending this meaningless war, father. From a distance, Hansu watched with keen interest. That was surprisingly quick. But right after, his expression turned thoughtful. Sig and Silva rushed forward in a panic, crying out, Your Majesty, father. Nasus looked around and coldly announced, Elfheim will surrender in this war. Silva, completely stunned, yelled, Brother, why would you do this to father? Nasus just smirked, his voice dripping with ice, still asking questions. Open your eyes, my incompetent little sister. How many of our kind have died because of his foolishness? After seeing this, how could I just stand by and watch them die for nothing? And besides, he declared that he was the only one qualified to be king and bring true prosperity to Elfheim. Sig drew his sword, pointing it furiously at Nasus. You're wrong. Your ambition to become the Elf King will never come to pass. Hansu continued to watch from afar, eagerly awaiting the next dramatic development. Nasus just shrugged. Think whatever you want. It's not going to change the outcome. As he spoke, he walked over, slung Silva onto his shoulder, and continued, from now on, I'm holding Silva hostage just to make sure our new alliance proceeds smoothly. Sig immediately screamed, don't you dare take her away. But as he lunged forward, a royal guard appeared, blocking his path. Just in time, Pris arrived and took the blow for Sig. Go, she yelled. Silva is waiting for you. Gripping his sword tightly, Sig replied with determined eyes, right. Far in the distance, Kang Hansu watched in silence, a thought crossing his mind. If I'm not mistaken, that sword he's holding is the original holy sword I used my first time here. Sig then shouted, get ready, Nasus. The elf prince set Silva down, glancing back at Sig with a slight smirk. I don't really like picking on the weak. Don't tell me you actually want to die. Without another word, Sig immediately charged, launching a furious attack on Nasus. He paid no mind to the insane difference in their stats. Nasus was a powerful boss, yet somehow Sig was managing to hold his ground. This was all thanks to the special ability of the Holy Sword. The blade itself was controlling Sig, fighting for him. Nasus quickly noticed something was off about Sig. His movements felt as if they weren't his own. After a few seconds of thought, Nasus unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. This little joke is over now. A critical hit sent Sig flying backwards, forcing him to his knees as he gasped for breath. A loud shout made him look up in surprise. Don't give up, Sig. Pris added with a worried voice. You can definitely win. All of us believe in you. It seems the power of friendship actually worked, supercharging the Holy Sword. Sig's entire body erupted with an intense burst of power. The next second, he unleashed a slash that seemed to fall from the heavens, forcing Nasus to struggle just to defend himself. The devastating force of the attack shattered Nasus's sword, leaving him in shock. Even my Emian blade, it broke. From the sidelines, Hansu crossed his arms, looking amused. The original Holy Sword plus the power of friendship. Figures that even a total newbie could give a boss trouble. But just as Hansu was casually enjoying the fight, Sig suddenly turned, pointed his sword at him, and spoke with an icy tone. A moment ago, you attacked my friends, the elves who love peace and nature. Even if we were once countrymen, I can never forgive you. So right here, right now, I will defeat you. Hearing such a lame provocation, Hansu just scoffed with contempt, thinking, what a clown. Kang Hansu replied coldly, so is that the promise you made to Alex, to side with the elves and fight against humanity? Hearing this, Sig froze up, stammering awkwardly. Well, about that. Of course I did. He'll understand, Hansu replied with a smug grin, and in a flash he was right there. Right in front of Sai, his fist clenched and ready to fly. As the punch closed in just 2 centimeters from Sai's face, the Holy Sword immediately seized control of Sai's body to block it. Seeing the successful dodge, Hansu thought fast, strong, and so fluid. The perfect S-rank swordsman, just like the first time he used it. Without hesitating, Hansu lunged in to attack again. The Holy Sword managed to keep up, protecting Sai, but Hansu's punch stopped dead right before his face. Sai was stunned, having no idea what just happened. It was a feint. Right after, Hansu unleashed a flurry of blows with lightning. Speed so fast, even the Holy Sword couldn't keep up, throwing its automatic defense system into chaos. In his mind, Hansu smirked. He'd figured out the Holy Sword's weakness from the very beginning. When forced to block a rapid barrage of attacks, its auto-defense just can't react in time. Anyone who's used it long enough would know. After a brutal exchange, Sai was beaten down to his knees. Hansu stepped closer and taunted him, tisk, tisk. Having a Holy Sword do all your fighting must be nice. Fearing Sai didn't hear him, he leaned in closer. Everything's taken care of for you while you just get to soak in the glory and pleasure. Feels good, doesn't it? Cheers suddenly erupted. From behind them, Pris shouted, Sai, don't give up. Silva, though injured, also tried to encourage him. Sig, you can do this. Their words lit a fire in Sai. He gripped his sword tightly, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to stand, his eyes blazing. That's right. I will definitely win. Fueled by the power of friendship, the Holy Sword began to glow, seemingly pouring energy back into Sai. Hansu sighed, bored of the power of friendship and love again. Guess he's about to go all out. Just then, Sai yelled at Hansu with fierce determination, but Hansu just casually cleaned his ear, completely unfazed by his opponent's resolve. In the next instant, a blazing red light shot out from the first Holy Sword, slashing straight for Hansu's neck. Sai's jaw dropped in absolute shock when he saw Hansu standing there totally unharmed. Hansu then gripped the second Holy Sword, his eyes glowing brightly as he advanced on Sai. Did he really think I'd let his friends cheer him on forever? A massive beam of light erupted from the Holy Sword, and in a single blink, all of Sai's teammates vanished. Overcome with rage, Sai screamed, You're a demon." Hansu just smirked back. "Not demonic enough to turn my back on humanity like you did. TC, I wonder if I'll get any achievement points for this." He smiled, taking the full force of the first Holy Sword's attack head-on. The massive wave of energy destroyed everything, leveling the entire area. A thick cloud of dust billowed out. As it settled, an exhausted sea stared into the haze, clinging to a desperate hope. But right then, Hansu's voice echoed out, "Ouch," that actually hurt a little. He casually walked out of the smoke, pointing to his forehead. "See, I got a scratch." He grinned. "Oh wait, it's gone." Sai's face contorted with rage as he lunged forward to deliver a final fatal blow. But Hansu wasn't playing games anymore. He swung his sword, taking Sai's arm clean off. He spoke coldly, "If I'd had a choice, I would have taken your head instead." Sai collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "Ugh, my arm." Hansu stepped forward, looking down at the pathetic hero with a mocking tone. "What a petty hero you are." For a second, the demon inside Hansu seemed to surface with a wicked smile, but he just shrugged it off, thinking, whatever. My reputation score is way more important. Even with one arm gone, Sai refused to lose, yelling from the ground, "Demon Hansu, you're no hero, you're a monster." Surveying the destroyed landscape, Hansu laughed in satisfaction. Perfect, he thought. 1. Punish the elf kingdom for attacking humanity. 2. Subdue the fallen hero. And 3. Achieve peace without a single human sacrifice except for his opponents, of course. He grinned. These were achievements no one else could possibly pull off. This was a golden opportunity to rack up some more SSS-Rank reputation points. Looking down at the furious crying, Hansu smirked. "Thanks for everything." He then looked up to the sky, a satisfied smile on his face. "A beautiful day like this is wasted if you don't go hunt a Demon King." Below, Sai just kept screaming curses at him. Later at the Demon King's castle, Hansu kicked the doors wide open, shouting, "Yoo-hoo, the hero has arrived." The noise echoed through the halls, making the Demon King Pedonar scowl as he held a beautiful X-Oven woman. "Hero, have you no manners?" he yelled. The elf girl leaned in, whispering shyly in his ear. "Darling, make sure you don't lose, okay?" Pedonar grinned confidently. "Of course not." He stood up, his voice booming. "Hero, I must commend you for making it this far." Hansu just crossed his arms and shot back. "So are we gonna fight?" Pedonar quickly protested. "Hold on, what's the rush? This is a very important moment, you see." Hansu knew immediately. The guy was stalling, clearly trying to buy time to recover after his sudden drop in power. He scoffed at the punishment. "All right, if you want to make this dramatic, why don't you tell me something about Ulu?" Hearing this, Pedonar's eyes lit up with interest. That's interesting. Actually, there's something I've been waiting a long time to say. Listen very carefully. Oh, hero, I commend you for making it this far. I am the origin of all evil, the Demon King Pedonar." Hansu scowled, cursing under his breath. Same old script. Pedonar just continued his arrogant speech. "Do you really think that ridiculous power of friendship and love makes you invincible? Only when you defeat me will everything become clear." Hansu burst out laughing. "Agreed. I'm with you 100% on that point." Pedonar's eyes suddenly became wary as he stared at the sword in Hansu's hand. "Is that the cursed holy sword?" Hansu replied calmly, "Oh, seems you know quite a bit about where this thing came from. If it wasn't for that unusual rain, I might not have noticed." Pedonar said slowly, his eyes darkening. "Defeating Ulu brought you closer to the truth. You're different from the previous heroes. This is all just too absurd." Hansu smirked. "Well, you're about to die, so why not just spill the rest of that truth?" Pedonar sneered mockingly. "You idiot. I just said everything will become clear only after you defeat me. So stupid and so stubborn. Talking to you is beyond frustrating." He took a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with pure hatred. "Come on, this will be our final battle." But after being defeated in a single blow, Pedonar collapsed, muttering in disbelief. "Impossible." Hansu approached, laughing loudly. "I'm just a little bit stronger than you. Gotta admit, it's all thanks to my new teammate." He thought to himself that if their levels were equal, it's skill and combat experience that really make the difference. Though the Demon King's overall skills were higher, the buff from the second holy sword had completely turned the tables. Hansu looked down at Pedonar. "Now don't die just yet. Before you go, spit out everything you know." Pedonar said through gritted teeth, "Hero, take that sword to the ancient dragon that vanished 500 years ago. That's all I can say." Hansu immediately pressed the holy sword to his forehead, saying coldly, "Then just die." Those last words were completely useless. Suddenly, he noticed the Demon King's demonic energy was being absorbed by his sword. Looking back at his own status window, Hansu was stunned by the drastic changes. Race Tiger Kin level 999. His skills in battle spirit, demonic energy, massacre, chaos, and destruction were all SSS rank. He mused that if he called himself the Demon King now, no one would probably question it. Just then a system notification popped up. "Hero Nim, are you satisfied with your adventure?" Hansu grimaced, thinking to himself, "Like hell I am." He was so sick of running around in this god-forsaken world. The system continued. "The path to becoming a hero is never easy. The expectations and support from those around you became the driving force that helped you hold on to your faith and hope. From your comrades you learned love, friendship, and unity, and finally defeated the evil Demon King, bringing peace to Fantasia. Congratulations. Hearing this, Hansu could only sigh to himself. The same old boring lines. In his challenging third run, Hansu had to endure constant frustration, mostly thanks to that delusional hypocrite. His only motivation to keep going was his followers. Right then, the system announced, "Let's have a look at the report card." Hansu frowned, focusing his attention. Finally, the information appeared. "Please check everything very carefully. Name Kang Hansu. Combat power SS. Achievements SS. Reputation A+. Character FF." He froze. "Huh, what is this?" The system continued. "You have failed. Reason, everything was a complete mess. A hero's adventure must be filled with dreams and hope, not slaughter." Hansu's blood boiled as he shot back bitterly. "It was all his fault, I just went along with it." The system cut him off, immediately announcing initiating reset process. Hansu furiously protested. "Who the hell are you to judge another person's character? You kidnapped me from a peaceful Earth and brought me here to be a slave. Where's your character?" A familiar voice then echoed from the system. "Welcome, Hieronym. Have you regained your senses?" Hansu grumpily replied to Lanouvel. "No." Lanouvel smiled. "Oh, really? You must be very confused. This is Fantasia." X, who had also been reset, suddenly appeared, screaming, "Kang Hansu, you bastard, where's my Silva?" Without saying a word, Hansu threw a punch that instantly shut him up. He glanced around and saw Lanouvel and the royal guard all exactly the same as the third time. Realizing the fourth round of his journey had begun, Hansu burst into a fit of insane laughter. Hey, so the fourth time has begun." As Hansu faced his fourth loop in Fantasia, a new girl appeared from a spatial gate, observing him in silence. She was the newly appointed supervisor, thinking to herself, "Today is my first practical training session." Even though the decision came from her superiors without a single word of warning, she resolved to try her best and complete the mission. Right after that, a blinding flash of light appeared. She was completely stunned by the chaos. But while she was wondering what had just happened, Hansu's eyes were already locked on a floating purple magic orb. Suspecting it was his new instructor's voice, he asked, "Yo, are you a woman or some hairy dude?" The girl's voice shot back, flustered, "I can't reveal personal information." "What's that got to do with your adventure?" Hansu just kept teasing. "Then it's definitely a hairy-legged dude." She quickly corrected him. "I shave my legs every morning. Nice to meet you. I'm your intern instructor." Mentally scolding herself for getting distracted, she refocused. Over at the royal palace, after some seriously ridiculous dialogue from the puffy-faced king, the king declared, "Save our kingdom," and Hansu, full of swagger, shouted, "Leave everything to me." He then turned to his new instructor. "You good?" She gave a satisfied thumbs up. "Very good." That introduction just now was way more than perfect. Hansu replied cheerfully, "Thanks. For an intern, you're pretty dedicated," he said, "not all mysterious like the last one." She replied proudly, "Well, you're my only student, so I've got the time." Hansu chuckled inside as he stepped into his room. A quick look around, and then he shut the door. He collapsed onto the bed, ready to relax. Fair warning, things are about to get boring. He smirked. "I'm just waiting for nighttime." Surprised, the instructor asked back, "Huh, what do you mean?" "Simple. I'm just waiting until it gets dark." Hansu replied with a shrug. After his last humiliating failure, he was ready with a completely new plan. With the holy sword in hand, he grinned with pure satisfaction, talking to it like an old war buddy. "Long time no see, old friend." His instructor stared at the blade, eyes wide with pure shock. "How is the holy sword here?" Hansu just thought to himself, "Man, these guys are naive. Did they really think a reset would fix everything?" It wasn't his job to explain. How pathetic. He figured she was as confused as he was the first time. He gave her a playful look. "Hey, Miss Intern, how about we get friendly and share a few secrets?" His instructor stammered, "No way, you're a student, and I'm your teacher." "Well, let me know if you change your mind." Hansu smirked, gazing outside as night began to fall. As darkness fell, he made his move, whispering softly, just as planned. It's nighttime. He'd spent the entire day pouring power into his mental skills, boosting Berserk to SS-Rank, Wisdom to S-Rank, and his luck from D all the way to C. His instructor fretted, "It's pitch black out there. Isn't it a little weird to go for a walk right now?" Hansu replied while climbing out the window. "A walk? Not exactly. Because after this little trip, I'm not coming back. The target is the Demon King's castle." The Demon King. On the very first day, she sputtered in disbelief. Hansu was already leaping over walls, slipping past the royal guards unnoticed. With a wicked gleam in his eye, he smirked. "They said my character score was a problem. Fine. This time I'll just beat the Demon King. Let's see what excuse they cook up to stop me then." And so after skipping every weak monster and obvious trap, the two of them arrive at the Demon King's castle in just half a day. The instructor gasped. "It's actually the Demon King's castle?" Hansu just smirked. "Yeah, I've been here a few times." Inside the Demon King's throne room, he was talking to someone. "I really shouldn't have done this." Another voice replied, "Then don't." In the dim room of the Demon King's castle, an elf girl was embracing him. Her tone was affectionate but also a little sarcastic. "I mean, it's pretty obvious. I already have a husband and a kid. I told you not to do it." She knew the powerful Demon King had abducted her, so she was simply resigned to her fate. The Demon King sighed, trying to keep his cool. Oh, I regret this so much. It's only because the Elf King wouldn't stop bragging about his wife, so I kidnapped you to annoy him. I've changed my mind now, so just leave. The girl smiled, placing a light kiss on his cheek. It's too late for that, sweetie. Too late for what? The most we've done is hold hands. Meanwhile, Hansu and his instructor were peeking in from a dark corner. She whispered, "What's all that noise?" Hansu, face bright red, just screamed, "Damn it, if you're gonna do something, get on with it already." The instructor panicked, trying to shush him. Hansu, the Demon King, heard the voice and freaked out. The hero. How is the hero who was summoned yesterday already here? I ran, duh. With that, Hansu charged forward. He kicked the Elf Queen to the side. With the holy sword in hand, he skewered the Demon King in one clean strike. It happened so fast, the Demon King couldn't even react. He frowned. For a hero, you sure like sneak attacks. Hearing that, the Demon King instantly logged out. A message immediately popped up. Kang Hansu, are you satisfied with your adventure? Yes. Hansu's reply was blunt. And immediately a full page of text filled the screen. The results screen appears. Hansu stares at the bulletin board, his face full of hope, thinking nothing could possibly hurt his character score now. Time to see that beautiful report card. This is it. The moment he's been waiting for, the proof that he's finally graduating. The system alerts him to check his scores carefully. Name Kang Hansu. Combat power C. Achievements SSS. Reputation C. Personality C. A little note pops up. Did the reevaluation accidentally create some kind of monster? With a smile on his face, Hansu sees a new message pop up. He'd done it. Hansu is completely overwhelmed with joy. He actually did it. He's finally escaping this barbaric world. He can't hold back the tears, remembering all the grueling days he'd been through. His instructor sees him and says cheerfully, "Congratulations. It's all thanks to your help," Kang Hansu replies politely. "But I hardly did anything for you." "Don't be so modest," she says with a bright smile. He thinks to himself, for just not nagging him like some ethics professor was more than enough. Getting a result this good on your first practical exam is amazing. My colleagues are going to be so jealous when they find out. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. If we ever meet again. When you're no longer a student, I'm definitely going to be your friend. That sounds good to me, Hansu replies happily. And I don't mean just some acquaintance, she adds, I mean a close friend. I hope you become a wonderful teacher. Thank you, she replies, her eyes shining with happiness. And then another system notification appears. All members of the faculty are overjoyed at your success. Well, with a student this brilliant, it'd be weird if they weren't. This certifies that the student has faithfully completed a true adventure, treating good deeds as an absolute necessity. Not only that, but with his kindness and consideration for his comrades, he is a shining example for all the natives of Fantasia to follow. As such, the student will receive a B-rank hero certificate. Hansu crosses his arms with an annoyed sigh. More red tape. He forces a smile, feeling the pressure of all these demands. Congratulations on your successful graduation. The notification ends. Thanks, Hansu thinks, but at this point I couldn't care less what you have to say. This feeling is strangely similar to the day he was first teleported here. To all the teachers and instructors, it's been a fun ride, even though he's never even met most of them. It's a real shame to say goodbye. But now it's time to return to his beloved Earth. So long, everyone. And with that, a brilliant purple light envelops him. The figure of the hero, Kang Hansu, vanishes within the light. Elsewhere, a glimmer of golden light appears, followed by a familiar silhouette. Hansu finds himself looking completely disheveled and utterly bewildered. Is this? A cave. He looks down at his hand, gives it a light swipe, and the status board appears just like normal. All his stats are still there. His body, his skills, everything's the same. His new class, unemployed, gives a 110% experience bonus, but his hero job is gone. Couldn't they have at least given him a class he could actually make a living with? And what's with these beggar-style clothes? All that fanfare, and not a single graduation gift. Hansu sighs. But whatever, that doesn't matter anymore. All he wants now is to live a normal, quiet life on Earth, just like everyone else. First things first, go say hi to his parents. After that, he's gonna binge all the movies he missed. He steps out of the cave, his face filled with pure excitement. But as he takes a good look at his surroundings, his expression instantly changes. He's stunned. This isn't Earth. Did Earth get destroyed or something in the 11 years he was gone? What is going on? Just then, the system chimes in. Please wait a moment. Apparently, the student passed the test, but his methods weren't quite what the instructors had in mind. He'll still be added to the list of graduating students, though. However, your graduation ceremony will be postponed until you pass the re-examination according to the proper procedure. The previous notice is no longer valid, understand. Reading this, Kang Hansu's face turns beet red as he curses under his breath. Understand, my foot. What a joke. The grading criteria is absolute garbage. If he were grading them, their personality scores would be FFF. He mutters to himself. Normally, after a reset, he should be hearing that girl Lan's voice right, so where in the world is this place? Suddenly, a voice calls down from high above. Hey there, is this your first time? Hansu glances up, a thought crossing his mind. This girl's outfit has absolutely nothing to do with Fantasia. It's definitely from Earth. Could she be a hero just like him? Without hesitation, he immediately pulls up her information panel to check. Race high human, level 496. Class warrior. Her combat skill increases during chaos. Skills interpretation, A, evasion, D. Combat, D, swordsmanship, E, recovery, E. Status, strengthen, blessed, stimulated. No, that's not it. Her level isn't 1, not even close. He needs more information. So Hansu puts on a friendly smile and prepares to answer. Exactly, Hansu says, turning to a new face. I was just dragged here with no idea what's happening. Say, beautiful lady, can you tell me where this is? The girl smiles sweetly. Yes, of course. This place is. But before she finishes, she lunges forward, a dagger flashing in her hand. The blade gets inches from Hansu's neck. But in a flash, she's already moved and her legs are cleanly sliced right off. She hits the ground, screaming in agony. Without missing a beat, Hansu pins her to the dirt with his foot. With a face full of death, he leans down and growls, I'll ask again. Where is this place? You'd better answer while you still can, he warns. Otherwise, the two of us are going to have some fun. Terrified, the girl stammers out, I forfeit, Hansu smirks. Well then, let the entertainment begin. But right after he says that, she vanishes into thin air. Hansu is left completely stunned. What the? He thinks to himself. Man, times like these, I almost wish my ethics instructor was here to explain things. Ask and you shall receive. The moment the thought crosses his mind, a system message pops up announcing an instructor will be appointed. Hansu puts a hand on his hip, completely annoyed. Whoa, I was just kidding. Don't actually go and do it. Unable to find a suitable instructor for appointment. But right after that message, a familiar voice calls out, Hello, student Kang Hansu. I never expected we'd meet again so soon. I heard your graduation ceremony was postponed, but don't feel too bad about it. As long as we work hard together, I'm sure everything will be a success. Hansu just scoffs. Hey, drop the formalities. After all, he continues, we went through life and death together back in my 4th playthrough. Besides, you should remember, I've already graduated. So let's help each other out, best friend. The intern teacher just stares blankly before replying, yes. Seeing the strange scenery, Hansu finally asks his question. So are you going to explain things to me now? After listening, the intern teacher replies, all right, just try not to be too surprised. Here's the deal. Once every 4 years, this becomes the gathering place for all alumni, the ones who've graduated, to come back and compete. It's also known as the Alumni Hero Festival, and right now the festival is already on its 10th day. Even though I'm still just an intern teacher, I put a lot of work into preparing for this event. Hansu's interest is immediately piqued. Prepared what? And who was that girl from before? The intern teacher shakes her head. I can't disclose that information. Humph, in here I thought we were best friends, Hansu pouts. The teacher immediately gets flustered. Well, about that. She quickly changes the subject. Ah, look at that snowy mountain in the distance. Isn't it majestic? And what about that picturesque lake next to the path down there? I suddenly have a feeling that we could get something good if we go. You know what, you're right. Let's head out now. As they walk, the teacher keeps explaining that this place hosts the Alumni Hero Festival every 4 years. All the former students gather to fight each other, with the ultimate goal being to train some kind of special reserve force. The festival has one pretty unique rule: it's not mandatory. The students can choose to forfeit whenever they want to, just like that girl from before. But most people rush to participate because the final reward is rumored to be absolutely incredible. That's right, Hansu says. And that reward is given to the last 3 people left alive when the festival ends. The teacher adds that choosing 3 people is supposed to teach the students about unity, friendship, and love through cooperation. Hearing this, Hansu's eyes light up. So if I just kill the last 3 people standing, the prize will be all mine, right? The teacher just shakes her head, horrified. How could you possibly reach that conclusion? He ignores her. Thanks for explaining. But isn't 4 years a bit short for a festival? Wait, you don't know, she asks. The time axis in this place is the same as in Fantasia. That means time here flows 10 times faster than normal. So the maximum time until the festival ends could be as long as 40 years. Hearing that number, Hansu just freezes in place, completely horrified. The intern teacher continues, surprised. So you really didn't know? A realization dawns on Hansu. The time he's been away from Earth wasn't 11 years. It was only 1 year and 1 month. Well, I guess that's good news, Hansu thinks. After all, 1 year isn't that long. Any longer than that would have been a serious problem. But his sudden shout attracts the attention of a group nearby. They start yelling, over there, that shout came from those bushes. Identify yourself right now. A red-haired girl frowns at her companion. Wolf, you're being a little too aggressive. The brown-haired guy next to her immediately agrees. That's right, we still don't even know what kind of person we're dealing with. Hearing this, Hansu just lets out a quiet smirk. The big blonde-haired guy in the group looks at him and bursts out laughing. Haha, all that for this, it's just a kid. At that moment, an information panel on the man appears. Race high human. Level 654. Occupation monk. Wolf sneers. And on top of that, you're only level 1. All that worrying for nothing. He tells the guy to get lost and fast, because killing a level 1 pipsqueak like him won't give them any experience. Hansu asks innocently, so you get EXP for killing people here. Hearing this, the thug bursts out laughing. Of course, can't believe it. He couldn't believe someone would ask such a dumb question. The two goons behind him just smirked and started whispering. Did that kid actually graduate? One asked. Forget what I just said. Suddenly, the entire mood shifted. But Hansu wasn't angry. He just smiled. Guffright, you better get out of my sight. And fast, he continued, because I can't just ignore that number. I saw 654. The big guy's face twisted with rage. What did you say? He growled. But before he could finish, Hansu struck. One slash and the man's head was flying. His buddies were stunned. Guff, how did that punk? But Hansu immediately sent the other two to join their friend. After clearing out the trash, he crossed his arms and made a comment. Seriously, how does scum like this even manage? To graduate, the guide explained that after graduation, the hero and holy sword classes are taken away. Once they're no longer under the council's watch, this is what they become. They become my experience points, Hansu added. That's what they become, he muttered. Ah, but not all alumni are this bad, so you don't have to go quite so hard. The guide's gentle reminder. Yeah, sure. If those alumni know their place, I'll think about it, okay. Hansu shot back with a grin. All right, if you say so, I can't exactly argue. He then added, from now on, I'll join the tournament with the best of peaceful intentions. And right then, Hansu's status window flickered to life. It changed. His class went from unemployed to thief with a new trait, increased luck for the weak. Reading this, Hansu frowned and yelled out, a thief, hey, I take things fair and square. I'm not some sneaky scoundrel. Still, he mumbled, C-rank luck. What kind of skill is based entirely on random chance? The C-rank luck skill would sometimes let him ignore traps, give a slight luck boost, prevent death from falling, and occasionally dodge arrows aimed at his blind spots. He'd get a lucky effect, but if he bet everything on it, he could end up dead without even knowing why. Hansu wasn't impressed. He wasn't happy with this at all. Now, what happens if I boost this with Holy Sword number 2's effect? A moment later, everything changed. All the effects got a double plus upgrade. Now, he'd always ignore traps and his luck was massively increased. He'd take no damage from falls, dodge all arrows to his blind spots, and receive the lucky effect. Hansu was ecstatic. Awesome, he yelled. Man, compared to the basic hero talents, this was way more practical. But how would it work? In a real fight, just then a monster appeared charging straight for Hansu. But thanks to that broken luck skill, before it even got close, it tripped on a rock and went tumbling down. Hansu just casually walked over, plunging his holy sword into its chest. Easy kill on a level 100 monster. His luck rank instantly jumped from C to B. The thief class and holy sword, number 2, what a ridiculous combo. If he kept this up, what would his future look like? But while he was dreaming, a mermaid girl appeared out of nowhere. She was glaring daggers at him, making Hansu jump out of his skin. Whoa, you scared me. He plopped down on the dead boss, crossed his legs, and asked, Hey, what's up with you? The girl looked like she was about to cry. A sudden shockwave came out of nowhere, she explained. It shook the entire lake and washed me up here. This gift of mine was meant only for a man who could charm me with his sweet singing voice. But since we've met like this, I guess you could call it fate. So could you please lend me your hand for just a moment? Hansu kept his sword in his right hand, cautiously offering his left. You bite and you lose your head, he warned. I'm not a piranha, she pouted back. And after receiving the mermaid's kiss, a few of Hansu's skills suddenly got a boost. Whoa. This was the gift of a legendary mermaid. All right, she said, I wish you the best of luck on your journey. And with that, she vanished. Hansu stood on the shore, waving as he thought to himself. It's no joke that luck is a part of your strength, he mused. And I have to admit the rewards from this tournament are pretty insane. Hearing that his guide chimed in immediately, See, Hansu, what did I tell you? The rewards are amazing, just like I said, right? Yeah, Hansu replied, and if it's true that the tournament only ends when just 3 people are left alive, then I'll just kill everyone else and leave the last 3. Then I can enjoy the tournament, he concluded. He paused, then suddenly shouted, Wait, how do I level up? The luck skill arrows are what you see most in fights. So does that mean if I just get hit by archers a lot, I'll level up faster? The guide's face twisted in horror. I guess so. He glanced at the trainee teacher with a bashful look. Could you show me where to find a lot of natives who use bows? Hearing him speak so warmly, the teacher smiled as a breeze seemed to blow from the southeast. Ah, the southeast it is, she replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Hansu scaled a massive tree, his eyes widening at the scene before him. Whoa, it's even bigger than I thought. A whole swarm of people thick as cicadas clung to the tree's trunk, all scrambling to climb higher. They cursed at each other as they fought for position. "Get off, you brat, this is my spot." Just then, a group of elf archers appeared, their voices cold. "You humans, stop right there. This is the sacred land of the elves, a place you are not permitted to enter." And with that, they drew their bows. Hundreds of arrows rained down, sending the trespassers tumbling to the ground. Hansu, surprised, asked a fallen climber, "Hey buddy, what's up there that's worth dying for?" The red-haired man, furious from his fall, was about to yell back, but then he saw the sword at Hansu's hip and his face went pale. "Ah, it's the tears of the Fairy King." Hansu's brow furrowed as he stroked his chin, lost in thought. The tears of the Fairy King, wasn't that one of the 3 legendary treasures of elf fame? Just then the teacher appeared and explained, "Yes, although this is just a replica, but it's still considered a divine medicine that grants eternal youth." Looking down at the struggling crowd below, Hansu just smirked. No matter how many of them, there are not a single one is getting to the top. Below, the climbers spurred each other on. "Keep going, don't give up, get healed." One high-level player around level 586 had his wounds healed and politely replied, "Thanks for saving me, man." The other guy just waved it off with a smile. "It's nothing, good luck to you." The instructor beamed. "See, that's the power of friendship and love." Hansu shot a sideways glance before drawing his sword and fusing it with deathly energy. Friendship and love. How ridiculous. After spending 11 long years as a slave, all he got to see was this pathetic display of friendship. How in the world did I ever lose to guys like this? But as Hansu prepared to swing a stunning jade-green sword suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. A man in a sharp suit emerged calmly, observing Hansu's actions. "You must have just graduated, haven't you?" Hansu narrowed his eyes, wondering where this guy even came from. "And that sword? Wasn't that the holy demon sword? The unique weapon of the sword, King Alex himself?" The man continued, his voice calm but radiating authority. "This fantasy world doesn't exist solely for you, you know." Hansu quietly pulled up the man's information panel. He was level 999 with the class of Monarch. The tension between the two of them instantly became thick enough to cut. After a moment, the Monarch added, "Of course, there will be punishment for those who don't follow the rules like you." Hansu shot back coldly, "The Sword King's weapon? Ha ha, so it is." The second the words left his mouth, he unleashed the power in his hands. The Monarch smirked, boasting, "Of course, only someone as talented as I am is worthy of wielding it." But before he could finish his sentence, both his head and his sword were cleanly sliced off by Hansu. The teacher witnessed the whole thing and let out a calm sigh. "Well, yeah. Even the best swordsman is useless if his high-grade weapon gets taken." Hansu just grinned. "I absolutely hate guys who talk too much." The surrounding onlookers who saw what happened turned pale and started whispering, "Oh my god, the guild master just got wiped out. Unbelievable." A sinister smile spread across Hansu's face as he addressed the crowd. "Everyone must be pretty tired, right? Why don't you all go home and get some sleep?" Hearing that, the entire crowd scrambled to get away. Screams echoed everywhere as they fled in a panic. Now alone in the forest, Hansu burst out into a triumphant laugh. "Hey hey, you all can go on back to Earth. I'll stay here and keep having fun. And you better be grateful to me." The teacher mumbled helplessly, "Good heavens, the seniors prepared so meticulously for this battle." Hansu, already climbing the tree, replied with total confidence, "Don't worry, I'll inherit the will of the former heroes, and I will claim this treasure." Just then the elves in the tree finally spotted him and let loose a volley of arrows. Hansu activated his luck skill, and with every successful dodge, his skill points shot up. After a bit more climbing, he found his prize. He stopped inside a hollow in the tree, smirking victoriously. He reached his goal without a scratch, and his luck skill had leveled up to A rank. "Thanks for the help, Cosmic Energy." Hansu stared intently at the bottle of blue elixir in front of him, a satisfied smile on his face. "This is definitely the tears of the Fairy King." The trainee teacher stood beside him, complaining, all that prep the seniors did for this high-level event completely wasted." Suddenly, a blazing red energy shot down from the sky. Hansu's skill board had just updated. Specifically, his ability to receive support from cosmic energy seemed to have been activated. Holding the tears of the Fairy King, Hansu chugged the entire bottle without hesitation, feeling the difference instantly. The teacher watched him aghast. "Even if it's a replica, you shouldn't just chug it like that." All of a sudden, that red energy from before grew massive. It was a gigantic meteor hurtling straight down towards them. Hansu could only stare in horror. Before he could even react, the meteor slammed into the ancient tree of the elves, cracking the colossal trunk right in two. The resulting explosion was intense. It shook the entire area, sending Hansu staggering backward. Panting heavily, Hansu looked up at the still smoking sky. A meteor. Could this be the help he was promised from that cosmic energy? What a bizarre way to lend a hand. Ahead of him, a giant crater was carved into the middle of the forest. He wondered if this was a bonus event for the hero convention, but the intern teacher quickly shot that idea down. No way, she explained. The seniors already said prepping for the convention was a huge pain. They'd never set up something this complicated. With no other options, Hansu shrugs, figuring he might as well trust this whole cosmic energy thing for once. His mind made up, he dives straight into the massive crater left by the meteor, ready for whatever mysteries await him below. Hansu leaps into the meteorite's deep crater. He falls and falls until finally the bottom comes into view. An ancient fortress materializes below him. Hansu mutters in surprise, this architecture. It looks strangely familiar. The moment he hits the ground, his luck skill activates, allowing him to land completely unharmed. Staring at the massive fortress ahead, he sighs. Another mystery to solve. Seriously, I'm so over this kind of thing. The trainee teacher beside him is just as stunned. I can't believe a place like this is here. I've never even heard of it. Hansu raises an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, you don't know either. A bit weird, he thinks, for a trainee teacher to be this clueless. After a quick scan of the area, Hansu decides to just kick the massive door open without a second thought. Anybody home? The teacher just sighs, completely exasperated. The actual entrance is over on the other side. Hansu just shrugs with a smirk. I know. But think about it, an ancient place and the main door looks completely untouched. Doesn't that just scream trap? Better not to touch it. He keeps observing and soon realizes this is definitely a maze. Seeing Hansu looking so serious, the teacher tries to encourage him. Don't worry, life is just a series of choices. Just be brave and I'll support you all the way. Hearing this, Hansu just bursts into laughter. Thanks. If that's the case, I've got nothing to worry about. This is my decision, so you better support it. With that, Hansu raises his sword and without hesitation unleashes a flurry of powerful swings, destroying everything in his path. Hansu shoots a smug wink at the teacher. See, best choice ever, am I right? The teacher can only shake her head and stammer, well, I guess that is one kind of choice, but doesn't it ruin the thrill of adventure? Hansu scoffs. Adventure is for the weak. With my trap immunity skill, I can just breeze right through. After smashing through a few traps, they come across another building. Hansu sees it and lets out a long sigh. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe I have to do this twice in one day. He then kicks the door in a look of pure excitement on his face. Anybody home? A voice calls from inside. Who's there? Hansu grins. Perfect. This has to be the boss room. But when he gets a clear look at the person inside, Hansu freezes. An old man sits on a throne, looking exactly like the Fairy King. Hansu tries to tell himself it's just a coincidence, but a nagging thought remains: if they look the same, are their personalities the same too? A hero's duty is to punish evil. He tightens his grip on the sword, preparing to charge. The old man's eyes widen in shock. That sword. You know of it, Hansu replies instantly. You bet I do. Better than anyone. The man continues. But why have you come alone? My daughter is still waiting at the main palace gate. Before he can finish, Hansu lunges forward and slugs him right in the face. The old man stumbles back. Hero, why would you attack me? Hansu just growls, shut up and die. As he attacks, he quickly checks the guy's status window and is completely floored. Race Mixed Fairy. Level 999 plus. Class Deposed Emperor. Status sealed. He lets out a small laugh. Knew it, a certified monster. And with his daughter involved, he's probably facing two bosses at once. The Fairy King tries to struggle. Wait, let's talk. But Hansu's only reply is a barrage of kicks as he yells, just die. In the end, the Fairy King can only mutter, how can a hero be this impatient? And with that, Hansu completely wipes him out. He lets out a breath, wiping away sweat. Whoa, that was intense. The teacher forces a smile. Intense. That was definitely a fight. Checking his info panel, Hansu is satisfied a decent amount of experience points. He then notices his black box skill has leveled up and something clicks. He got this skill right after killing the Dragon Emperor, and now it levels up again after taking down the Fairy King. This is no coincidence. He's sure of it. He has to figure out the connection between these races. But where to even start? Suddenly, a pair of long legs enters his view, followed by a soft voice. Father, I was unable to find the hero who broke the seal on this underground prison. By the time the Fairy King's daughter walks in, her father is already dead. Before her stand Hansu and the teacher. The holy sword is still sticking out of his chest. Father, she screams in horror. How convenient, Hansu thinks. Finally, a way to investigate the truth of this world. He'll start by capturing the last key player in this whole event. The teacher, trembling beside him, asks, why do you have such a murderous look on your face? But Hansu wasn't about to waste a single second. He instantly dashes toward the princess, aiming to gain the upper hand. His sword flashes down in a blur, but her silhouette vanishes in the blink of an eye, leaving him completely stunned. Damn, she dodged that. He was just about to. Snapping back to his senses, Hansu glanced around just as those familiar feet appeared again, this time from above. The princess descended with an air of calm, asking him if he was truly the hero. Hansu stayed silent secretly. Checking her stats panel, his eyes glued to every number. Seeing no response, the princess frowned. If you're a hero, why are you so hostile? Hansu just smirked, thinking to himself. An agility skill. At SSS rank, does this girl do yoga all year or something to be this fast? He then turned and started walking away, saying conversation is for equals. I'm just the weak one used to getting ambushed. Immediately after, he suddenly spun back around, swinging his blade with full force. The elf princess leaped high, coolly dodging the attack, and replying, pathetic excuse. Hansu watched her glide through the air, realizing she wasn't just fast, but her body was also incredibly flexible. He figured that to restrain her without serious injury, he'd need a different approach. He needed her to learn the secrets of this world. If she died, he would lose his only chance to understand everything. Hansu stared intently at the slender figure before him. With every move she made, he felt that if he struck just a little too hard, her body would simply shatter into pieces. All right then, he'd have to use a slightly more special method. Hansu smirked, then deliberately revealed an opening at his side. The princess saw it and lunged forward just as he'd planned. But as her blade made contact, Hansu's body hardened instantly, cracking her sword. Realizing the situation, the princess quickly dropped the hilt and backed away, but Hansu wasn't letting her go. He grabbed her hand, laughing. Oh, finally caught you. Don't think I'll be letting go this time. Blushing, she yelled, let go of me, while throwing a punch straight at his face. The two of them began to clash fiercely. Hansu suddenly grabbed her ear, causing her whole body to flush. She let out an embarrassed sound. You're a pervert, but Hansu just grinned. Ha, I know an elf's weak spot, he said. Now it's time to be quiet. A single, precise headbutt knocked the princess out cold. Looking at her unconscious form, Hansu smirked. Time for an interrogation. But just as he was cracking his knuckles, a voice rang out from behind. Ahem. Hansu grimaced and turned around, sighing. I thought I already took you down. I definitely got the experience points for it. The Fairy King, replied, his voice heavy. I am the Fairy King. In this living hell, no one can truly die. Not even me. Every time I fall, I just revive after some time. Hansu sighed. Fine, then just summarize the main points. The Fairy King glanced at him and continued, my name is. Hansu immediately held up a hand, cutting him off. Hey, can we skip the intros? Just focus on the necessary information. The Fairy King laughed. You're truly the most impatient hero I've met in 3 generations of kings. Before he could finish, the whole underground space began to shake violently. The Fairy King looked up, his eyes filled with unease. Something's not right. Hansu crossed his arms, muttering, one event isn't even over and another one interrupts. So annoying. Light began to pour from the pit's opening. Hansu frowned. Uninvited guests, yes. It seems the seal that trapped us has been broken and they've sniffed it out. Hansu snapped, they who stopped being so cryptic. The king sighed. Hero, I don't know what your era might call them, but to me they are. Suddenly, the whole space trembled even more violently, forcing Hansu's attention. The hole he created earlier was now being destroyed by a mysterious power from outside, and a brilliant light shone down from above, as if from the heavens. Pure white wings and golden weapons slowly materialized in the light. 3 blonde angels appeared, their frost-white wings radiating a noble aura. Hansu turned to speak, his tone thoughtful but with a hint of humor. Miss Trainee Teacher, do you know who these angels are? The teacher nodded, whispering back. I do. They're a race with the complete opposite attribute to demons. Just between us, anyone who stays in the world of Fantasia after defeating the Demon King has to face them in higher-level training. Hansu's eyes widened. Wait a minute, you mean the Demon King was just elementary school? After 11 years as a hero, I never even saw him face to face, and now 3 angels just show up. He flashed a challenging smile, tightening his grip on his sword, his eyes burning with resolve. All right then, let's see what's so special about these so-called angels. Hansu decided to test the angels, not expecting them to react so strongly. A massive explosion went off, catching him by surprise. He sighed. He thought angels were supposed to be calm and gentle, but no. They were just like mindless thugs rushing into a fight without a single thought about the consequences. The system notification chimed. His A-rank luck skill dodges every arrow, even the ones fired at his blind spots. A male angel swoops down, eyeing him with pure arrogance. Just as expected, this prison breaker is a hero. The blonde female angel steps forward, her eyes like ice. We will pass judgment on you for the crime of freeing prisoners. And don't you dare think your death will be a gentle one. Kang Hansu just smirks at the angels. Oh, calling yourselves justice and handing down sentences. How interesting. This makes things way more fun. The angels charge into attack, stabbing with their tridents, but they hit nothing but air. Kang Hansu flashes in behind them with a shrug. Why waste breath on empty words? He then slams them straight into the ceiling. The male angel screams, not good, the ceiling here is too low. But before he can say more, Kang Hansu is on him, grabbing his face. and smashing it into the wall. I heard you can't really die here, huh? Let's see if you can survive this. He presses his sword against the male angel. The angel feels an immense dark energy panicking as he says, demonic energy, how? Can a hero possess such overwhelming demonic power? I have to report this. After taking him down, Kang Hansu intentionally speaks loud enough for the other angels. Whoops, looks like he's dead now. The female angel and another fly over protesting. That man cannot be a hero. The other male angel is about to attack with his trident when he sees Kang Hansu charge straight for the female angel. He immediately turns and yells, regroup, fall back now. Kang Hansu holds his sword, raising an eyebrow. If you start a fight, you're supposed to see it through to the end. Now move. The angels quickly retreat from the building. Kang Hansu approaches the angel he just took down, who whines, hero, we are the messengers of the gods, and you were chosen by them. So why are you doing this? Kang Hansu just grinds his sword deeper, making the angel scream in agony. Messengers for a bunch of kidnappers. That gives me even more reason to make your kind go extinct. An angel flies over to where the Elf King is lying motionless on the ground, muttering disappear along with that secret. A fallen comrade. Kang Hansu rushes over, shaking the Elf King. Hey, third-generation Elf King, stop pretending to be weak and teach him a lesson. The Elf King's daughter sees the angel about to strike her father and screams, get away from my father, but immediately another angel strikes her down. He sneers, you're next, you little brat. The very existence of your kind is a disgrace to this world, and I will make you regret it with my own two hands. Just as that angel is about to attack the Elf King, a blade pierces straight through him from behind. It's Kang Hansu's sword, and just as quickly it vanishes. He looks at the gem the angel left behind, shaking his head. You talk way too much, you know that. For a second there, I thought you were some pretty boy reincarnated from the hero tournament. The system dings, sacred system F rank to D rank. Kang Hansu asks in surprise, sacred system. The system replies, correct. A high-ranking sacred skill is capable of deflecting and reflecting all attacks except for holy swords and attacks with its opposing attribute, demonic energy. That's why the father and daughter were struggling so much. Kang Hansu looks at the orb gratefully. Hey, thanks for the explanation. He thinks to himself, if this sacred system can really go toe-to-toe with demonic energy, he can't pass up this chance to upgrade it. But it's a shame isn't the key event character holding all the world's secrets about to die. If you get killed by a skill containing the sacred system, you can't be revived. Kang Hansu turns back to the dying Elf King and sighs. Too bad. And there's that too. He rushes over to the Elf King where his daughter is crying over her father's body. The Elf King sees Kang Hansu and weakly calls out, hero. My daughter. I entrust her to you. She might be a little on the flat side, but she makes up for it with a kind heart. Hearing that his daughter snaps, father, this is no time for jokes. Annoyed, Kang Hansu grabs the Elf King by the collar and yanks him up, saying, you irresponsible old man, there's no way I'm agreeing to that. He focuses his power to heal the Elf King, yelling, and don't you talk nonsense when you know absolutely nothing about my girlfriend. The Elf King's daughter echoes in surprise. Girlfriend Kang Hansu just yells again, if you're going to die or whatever, save it for later. Just get up. After the healing is done, the Elf King's daughter and Kang Hansu step outside. The Elf King gazes at the sky, saying with satisfaction, standing under the sun really is the best. The air is so fresh too. Can you hurry it up? Kang Hansu urges, sighing helplessly at the father-daughter duo. The Elf King thinks to himself, thank you so much. A hero. Or maybe more, like a savior. Now that Kang Hansu has healed his wounds, he says to him, hey, if you're feeling better now, can we finally talk? The Elf King replies cheerfully, of course, ask anything you want, even my daughter's deepest, darkest secrets. Kang Hansu asks the Elf King about the secret that the angel was trying to kill him to protect. Spit it out. The system informs Kang Hansu that his sacred system has ranked up from D to C. The Elf King then reveals who's been watching them. The Immortal King wanted info, but Kang Hansu casually replied, oh, that stuff, I've known about it for ages. The king was stunned. You have, he exclaimed. Kang Hansu explained, I'm just a small fish trapped inside a massive tank. I know that much for a fact, he added. The king questioned him. You do. Kang Hansu continued. It must be surprising for a so-called hero to figure that out. Then Kang Hansu decided to leave them behind. Anyway, I've got things to do. As he turned away, he thought to himself, now how do I climb out of here? Which way should I even go? But when he saw the Immortal King and his daughters still following him, Kang Hansu snapped, hey, how long are you two planning on tailing me? The Immortal King put on a pitiful face. The angels, he said, they definitely know my daughter and I are still alive, so they'll be sending people after us. The plan is to stick with you until we recover our peak strength enough to kick those angels' butts. So we'll be living with you, the king's daughter added. I know it's shameless, but we don't have another choice. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth. You've got to be kidding me. But he was curious, so he asked the king, How can you be so sure they'll send people after you? The king explained, because the angels are extremely wary of the existence of the chaos race. Kang Hansu was still skeptical. I guess that's a possibility, he conceded. The king continued his explanation. The only things that can damage and pierce the angels' holy defenses are another holy attribute or demonic energy, the power that opposes them. But since most demons are pathetically weak, the angels don't really care about them. Chaos energy, however, is a whole different story. It's not bound by anything and it has no weaknesses. That's why the angels have to be so careful. That's what you say, Kang Hansu retorted, but aren't you way too weak to be their opponents right now? The king replied, that's only because my weapons and skills are all gone. His daughter quickly added, mine too. Kang Hansu clutched his head in annoyance. Ugh, so noisy. I'm out of here. He asked the orb, hey intern teacher, do you know where the angel's base is? The orb sounded worried. Why do I suddenly get a chill hearing that question? I know you're strong, she said, but the angels in the advanced training course are on a completely different level than the ones you just fought. Besides, they don't even live in the same dimension as this place. Kang Hansu flashed a dangerous smile. Well, so much for my plan to wipe out their entire nest. The orb knew it all along. I knew that was your plan. Kang Hansu turned back to the father-daughter duo. All right, I'll let you two come along with me. The immortal king was overjoyed. Thank you so much. But Kang Hansu was already scheming. If he couldn't find them, he'd just set a trap and wait for them to come to him. After all, even if they were in a different dimension, he believed that with cosmic energy, anything was possible. Just then a system notification popped up. It told him he'd occasionally receive help from the energy. He looked at the message, thinking that to get more benefits, he needed to find a way to level this skill up. But first things first, he had to make sure he didn't lose his thief skill. He turned to the orb again. Intern teacher, I still have something I want to ask. The orb replied, your questions are really starting to scare me. Kang Hansu just laughed. Is there any place nearby I can rob? Ah, no, I mean, where is the most crowded place around here? Kang Hansu and the father-daughter pair made their way to a high mountain overlooking a city. This must be the place, he said. The orb confirmed it. That's right, the name of this city is Kang Hansu cut her off. Too complicated. We'll just call it the Newbie City. As they entered the city, Kang Hansu was completely baffled. What is this? A maid was greeting newcomers with gifts. Please accept these, she offered. A dark look crossed Kang Hansu's face. Thinking back, it was only me, wasn't it? The one who got thrown onto a cliff in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, everyone else gets clothes, weapons, and living supplies. The orb chimed in, but isn't this place just beautiful? From the buildings to the sewers, everything is built with such detail. And over there, she pointed, is where the heroes are summoned. Not only that, it's also where all the rewards for this convention are stored. Noticing the dangerous look in Kang Hansu's eyes as he scanned the area, the orb quickly warned him. Get that thought out of your head. That place is incredibly dangerous even for you. Ignoring her, Kang Hansu handed the father and daughter a set of clothes. Here, put these on. The orb kept pleading, please, just listen to me. He then told them their mission. Now just go out there and create a little chaos. With a worried look, the king replied, if you say so. Kang Hansu tried to reassure the orb. Don't you worry, intern teacher. After all, I still have cosmic energy on my side. So any last words of advice for this reckless student? The orb simply replied, even I don't know what to. Kang Hansu stared at the building, completely blind to its internal layout. He hated relying on dumb luck, but keeping his thief class while also snagging all the tournament rewards. Only an absolute moron would pass up that kind of opportunity. Besides, even if something went wrong, he still had cosmic energy. He just needed to order the elf king and his daughter to move. Suddenly, a blonde kid appeared, pointing at Kang Hansu and speaking up. Whoa, Kang Hansu, is that you? It's me, man. It's been a while, hasn't it? Kang Hansu just stared blankly. Who was this? The blonde kid grinned. It's probably the new hair, that's why you don't recognize me. It's me, the guy who always wanted to adventure around the world with a whole harem. At that recognition finally dawned on Kang Hansu's face. So it is you, the blonde kid grinned. You remember now, right? Kang Hansu was still fired up. Yeah, I know you're that guy. Realizing he wasn't really remembered, the blonde kid sighed. This knucklehead. I knew he didn't really remember anything. They were at a cafe. The blonde kid asked, so you have any interesting adventures lately? Kang Hansu just leaned his head back in his chair. Nope, pretty normal. But how long have you been in this Fantasia place? The blonde kid scratched his head. This is kinda embarrassing, but I've been here for 3 whole years. Kang Hansu looked stunned. 3 years. The kid just continued, shocking, right? I know. Honestly, that's because I spent most of my time slacking off and building my harem. But after the Demon King started annoying me, I got fed up and went to kill him. The second he was dead, I was sent right back to Earth. Kang Hansu asked, that must have been a difficult journey, huh? The blonde kid replied. Well, it took me a full year just to get to the northern continent. That's where I met the sword princess. She refused to marry anyone weaker than her, and that was the first time he ever tasted defeat. He kept on talking. The sword princess's whole deal was I will only acknowledge someone who can defeat me. Kang Hansu remembered meeting her himself. That crazy woman was seriously strong, but his own situation had been a little different. The blonde kid, however, continued his story excitedly. But her body was on a whole other level. Kang Hansu cut in, I'm honestly surprised you haven't been stabbed to death yet. The kid just looked confused. Huh. But she seemed really sweet to me. Anyway, I found the holy sword on the northern continent, and that's how I finally managed to win. And after losing so many times, she finally had to accept joining my harem. Kang Hansu thought of that sword as basically an auto-win button. Huh. The blonde kid continued his story. Also, don't be too shocked. But even the infamous Ice Princess of the North fell for me. Kang Hansu recalled meeting her too. If he wasn't mistaken, he was pretty sure he'd sliced her in half. What choice did he have? She went on a rampage and froze hundreds of civilians. The blonde kid explained, thanks to the sage's staff I gave her, she was able to control her power, and then she decided to follow me to repay the favor. Kang Hansu asked, so what about the sage? The blonde kid shrugged. You know that guy was a total fraud, right? So just like that, after 3 years my harem grew to a whopping 18 members. But then I guess the Demon King got jealous and finally decided to step in. He even tried to lay his hands on my ladies. Of course, we stormed the Demon King's castle and cleared the place out in a flash. My girls were so strong they did everything, I didn't even have to lift a finger. Pretty amazing, right? Kang Hansu quietly asked the system sphere, is it really that easy? Don't tell me the Demon King's penalty also applies to the hero's party members. If that's the case, couldn't you just keep the hero's level lower than his companions and just breeze right through everything? The sphere replied, friendship and love, that is the message we want to convey. But even with that, plenty of students fail and have to retake the test. The blonde kid then asked, so what about you, Kang Hansu? How long did your little adventure take? Kang Hansu took a sip of his drink and said, 1 day. The blonde kid stared shocked. 1 day? For real? Then he just burst out laughing. Dude, that's a terrible joke. I get it. If you don't want to talk about it, that's cool. A 1-day run, huh? I guess only you could pull something like that off. Kang Hansu just hummed dismissively. As they left the cafe, Kang Hansu asked the blonde kid, are my parents still okay? The kid gave him a weird look. Dude, you're back on Earth too, so why? Are you suddenly asking me that? Kang Hansu thought to himself, oh crap. The blonde kid asked, you're one of them, aren't you? The separated ones, they travel everywhere, searching for and chasing after new adventures. Kang Hansu's mind raced. Don't tell me Earth isn't the same anymore. The blonde kid waved him off. Anyway, when I get back, I'll go pay them a visit for you. Kang Hansu smiled gratefully. Thanks, man. Just then a girl's voice called out to the blonde kid, Appa. He turned around. Oh, you're here. Kang Hansu watched surprised as they started talking. A cute girl came up and called to the blonde kid, come on, let's go. There's some kind of event happening over there. The blonde kid waved to Kang Hansu. All right then, see you around, man. Kang Hansu waved back but thought bitterly. An Earth girlfriend. What the heck? The Elf King's daughter spoke up. I think I hear someone grinding their teeth. The Elf King just teased, he's only human after all. Kang Hansu turned to them, all business. Our plan has been delayed long enough. We're starting right now. The sphere sounded utterly defeated. In the end, I still can't stop you. Kang Hansu just replied confidently, you don't have to worry. After all, if I die, is the 6th trial about to start? The orb shot back, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Kang Hansu turned to the Fairy King and his daughter. All right, you two just stick to the plan. He looked at the building thinking that as long as he had his luck skill, infiltrating this place would be no problem. Who cares if the intern teacher didn't know the layout? With his thief class and the cosmic energy boosted by Holy Sword, number 2, what could possibly go wrong? He read the skill notification, his eyes wide. S-Rank pre-fortune, a never-ending supply of luck. It gets help from cosmic energy. It sometimes bypasses traps and it gives a moderate luck boost. Minor fall damage only. And it can even dodge arrows from his blind spot. A constant luck effect. Kang Hansu paused. Wait a minute. Why is the skill effect like this? Could it be? Was the sync class on the notification screen a complete fake? Kang Hansu felt a chill. He screamed, what the hell is going on? His thief class. Did that one casual, meaningless conversation with his classmate earlier actually mess with the saint system? How in the world did it overpower his actual class? The thief class was gone. Kang Hansu bolted, searching for the Fairy King. This is bad. Hey, you two, stop right there. The people in the streets were whispering, a saint. One man asked the Fairy King's daughter, did you say a saint? Where? The moment Kang Hansu stepped out, she announced, he has arrived. The crowd swarmed him, roaring with excitement. Oh, a saint. It's really him. Please, sir, you have to help us. But one man voices doubt. This is incredible, but isn't the Saint class supposed to be incomplete? The woman next to him agreed. This is the first time I've ever seen one. A swordsman added, if I remember correctly, no graduate has ever actually obtained that class. But Kang Hansu was soaking it all in. He had to admit all this praise felt pretty damn good. But why was this happening? Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the crowd. Excuse me, can you please make a path? All eyes turned toward the newcomer, the great saintess. She spoke directly to Kang Hansu. If you'll allow it, please let me be your guide. The people around them gasped. Even the saintess herself is helping him. Kang Hansu realized what was happening. He had prayed for a smooth infiltration, and it looked like that cosmic power had delivered. That cosmic power hadn't let him down. He followed the great saintess, his face stern. Time to see what was really inside this massive temple. Once inside, the woman began leading Kang Hansu toward their destination. As they walked, she pointed the way, saying, please, this way. Kang Hansu followed silently, observing his surroundings. He noticed that up close, she was stunningly beautiful and looked a lot like someone from Earth. Plus, her stats were off the charts. The system was displaying her entire status window right in front of him. Race Great Human. Level 999+. Class Saintess. Faith leads to resurrection and growth. Skills Immortality SSS, Faith SS, Saint System SS, Charm S, and Virtue S. Status Good. As he scanned her information, Kang Hansu was in total disbelief. She looked so fragile and delicate, but he knew you could throw her into a war zone, and she wouldn't even get a single scratch. Now that he was inside, he saw that this place was full of strange things. Where to even begin? As Kang Hansu's attention shifted to the robotic guards standing watch by the doors, the woman was still proudly showing off the place. Isn't this garden beautiful? She asked him. It's a shame that not just anyone can come in here to see it. But Kang Hansu wasn't paying any attention to her flowery, meaningless words. He was too busy observing and assessing everything around him, including the robots. And the guards were watching him right back. They stared him down with eyes that glowed with a destructive red light. It was a clear warning to watch his step. And right on cue, the system displayed the status info for the metal guards. Race Golem. Level 999+. Class Guardian. Its defense enhances all 5 senses. Skills Enemy Detection. SSS 5 senses, SS Pursuit, SS Close Combat, SS and Coordination SS. Status Standby. Looking at their stats and their sheer numbers, Kang Hansu got a little worried. Maybe he should just ask the Saintess directly. Why were these things so powerful? Noticing his distraction, the woman called out to him. Saint. Hearing that, Kang Hansu snapped back to attention and quickly. He snaps back to reality quickly, putting on a cheerful act for the girl. Oh yeah, he says. This place really is beautiful. But the whole time, Kang Hansu's attention has been completely fixated on that robot guardian at the gate. Hearing Kang Hansu praise the place, the girl lets out a sigh of relief. Then she asks him curiously, could it be that you? The girl asks if he's interested in the golems. Kang Hansu lights up, telling her, yeah, he's never seen anything this powerful. She just smiles, explaining that, of course, they're strong, they were made by the gods themselves. With 3,141 golems on guard, Kang Hansu figures this has to be the safest place in the world. But hearing a number over 3,000 makes his face darken instantly. He panics, thinking to himself that his A-rank luck is a complete joke compared to this SSS-Rank threat. But then the girl speaks up, saying it's not without its problems. Kang Hansu is thrown by this sudden shift in tone. Standing before a door leading down into a tunnel, her expression suddenly turns dead serious. The truth is, she says, I need your help with something. As she speaks, a secret door swings open. Kang Hansu is stunned by what he sees and hears. Vile, disgusting laughter echoes from the darkness below. Voices from inside start taunting the girl. Well, if it isn't the Saintess. Hey, hero's little pet, how about you sing for us with that pretty voice of yours? Every time I see that body, it just makes me want to get out of here faster. You know what I mean, right? The girl just sighs, turning back to Kang Hansu. We're holding a large number of demon worshippers down here. We could just execute them, she admits, but they were once heroes, humanity's greatest strength. Oh, great saint, please persuade these lost souls. Help them return to humanity's side once more. Succeed, and a hefty reward awaits. At this, Kang Hansu grins, thinking, the place I'm about to rob wants to pay me first. Perfect. Thanks a lot, he says with a burst of cosmic energy, then cheerfully adds, leave it all to me, Saintess. But first he asks, can I see the reward? You know, for a little extra motivation. The girl nods. Of course. Please follow me. And just like that, she leads him to a secret area. As they walk, he silently sizes up the scenery, and the robot guards, thinking this must be the place his teacher mentioned. It's the vault containing all the rewards from the Hero Alumni Association. A colossal door stands before them. At the sight of the Saintess, the robot guards' eyes switch from red to green. They press their hands to the door, unlocking it. Kang Hansu watches the door slide open, a greedy smile spreading across his face. He's going to clean this place out before anyone else gets a chance. Once the door is fully open, he's greeted by a massive room filled with what look like ultimate high-grade weapons. But as Kang Hansu looks closer at the seemingly old and unimpressive treasures, his excitement quickly fades to confusion. Huh. He turns to the Saintess, completely baffled. Is this it? I thought all the convention's rewards were stored in here. The Saintess seems just as confused by his question. Oh, you mean the final reward? That's kept in a different room. Kang Hansu feels utterly defeated. Nobody told me there was more than one room, he thinks to himself. The Saintess gestures to the relics in the room. They may be replicas, not as strong as the originals, but they're still incredibly valuable. Spotting a price tag on one of the swords, Kang Hansu asks, confused, 15 PT. PT stands for points, the Saintess explains. For every follower you purify, you'll receive 1 PT. You can then use those points to exchange for rewards here. Hearing this, the wheels in Kang Hansu's mind start turning. He starts weighing his options, trying to figure out if he should grab something or what his next move should be. Seeing Kang Hansu staring so intently at an item in a glass case, the Saintess grows curious about what he's thinking. But after a moment, Kang Hansu looks away from the weapons, completely unimpressed. There's nothing here he actually wants. They're all just cheap knockoffs. Nothing here can even compare to his Holy Sword number 2. The only thing worth a damn is the replica of Holy Sword number 1, but there's no way he's wasting points on it. That skill enhancement potion looks tempting, but a one-time use item, no thanks. Maybe he should just rob the whole place. Sensing Kang Hansu's hesitation and difficulty in choosing, the Saintess decides to speak up. Excuse me, she says, but even if nothing catches your eye, you must still choose one reward from this room. Hearing her say that makes Kang Hansu pause. An idea sparks. He asks suspiciously, if that's the case. The Saintess thinks he's finally found something he likes. She waits for his answer, a hopeful smile on her face. But Kang Hansu asks a completely bizarre question. So, how many points for you? The Saintess is completely stunned. She quickly sputters out, but I'm not a reward. Kang Hansu doesn't miss a beat, pointing right at her. Didn't you say I had to choose something in this room? She realizes she just backed herself into a corner. Backed into a corner, the girl gets flustered, unable to come up with an explanation. She's clearly panicking about it. A wicked, ambitious look crosses Kang Hansu's face. What's with that reaction? She's the one who wants believers to be purified. Yet she wants to avoid any sacrifice herself. Isn't total devotion to humanity the whole point of being a Saintess? Or did he remember that wrong? Faced with Kang Hansu's sharp logic, the Saintess just gets more panicked and afraid. All she can do is stare speechless at his aggressive words. After a moment of decision, a mysterious door opens. The prisoners inside immediately start cheering. Oh, the Saintess is back. She must have missed me so much. Perfect timing, Saintess. But just then, one prisoner spots something strange on her. He asks suspiciously, what in the world is that on your neck? Turns out the Saintess agreed to Kang Hansu's deal. She's now wearing a price tag around her neck that reads 500 points. If Hansu frees them for 500 points, she will belong to him. Seeing her compliance, Kang Hansu steps in with a sly, confident smirk and says, leave the rest to me. Hearing that the Saintess turns to leave, placing her trust in Kang Hansu, she tells him, I'm counting on you. The moment the door shuts, a savage laugh echoes out, leaving the prisoners inside completely bewildered. Staring at the scene before them, they watch as Kang Hansu unleashes his demonic aura, his whole body erupting in black smoke. With a sinister and confident grin, he addresses the imprisoned men. Hello, you followers of the demon. You guys only have S-rank demonic energy, right? Well, I'm SS-rank. Hearing this, the prisoners scream in terror and regret. In an instant, all went silent. From that secret room, not another sound could be heard. The only thing left was the clear, commanding voice of Kang Hansu echoing through the chamber. The assembled prisoners look at Kang Hansu in silent unison and shout, the king's word is our command. Kang Hansu just smirks, declaring with wicked confidence, purification complete. Seeing him use such a twisted method, the small orb at his side speaks up in confusion. This doesn't seem like what the Saintess asked for. Shameless as ever, Kang Hansu crosses his arms and argues, but the final result is exactly the same. Just as he's feeling proud of his methods and results, a contemptuous laugh rings out from a cell in the corner. First, a stupid Saintess, now some self-righteous saint. This guy slams his fist into the ground, cracking it all around him. A clear display of defiance. He sneers at Kang Hansu. Don't even dream that I'll listen to a lackey of the gods. You're all a bunch of hypocrites. Seeing their proud, uncooperative stance, Kang Hansu curiously asks the orb. Who are they? They don't look like any of the other followers. The small orb glances at the group in the cell. It explains, they're the ones who refused to join the hero's party, so they were branded as demon worshippers. And now they're imprisoned down here. The system immediately pulls up the player info for their defiant leader. Race human. Level 999. Profession Cardinal of the Holy System. Skills Holy System S-Rank Magic S-Rank. Magic power, S-Rank, stamina, S-Rank, willpower, S-Rank. Status captured sealed. Looking at this impressive status window, Kang Hansu lets out a surprised and intrigued laugh. Oh, S-Rank holy system. Not bad. But the man in the cell isn't done. He continues his defiant rant. Don't think I don't know what you heroes are really like. Always wearing that mask of justice, but in the end, you just wait to steal the achievements that others bled and sweat for. A bunch of cowards. But just as he finishes his sentence, he looks up, and he sees Kang Hansu wielding a power that is both the purple of a demon and the gold of a divine being. He can't help but stare in shock and confusion, trying to figure out what Kang Hansu's true intentions are. That's when Kang Hansu flashes a completely fake corporate-looking smile and says to the men in the cell, "Sounds like you're describing some four-eyed loser. Now then, sit still." The moment Kang Hansu finished speaking, a powerful and mysterious energy erupted from him. It shot forward, invading the group in the cell, causing the leader to cry out in pain and fear. He screams at Kang Hansu, "You, what are you doing?" And after that one blood-curdling scream, the man who was just radiating defiance and anger is now smiling obediently, ready to take orders. He says to Kang Hansu, "Justice awakens within my consciousness," and with that, the system sends Kang Hansu the man's updated status information. Human race level 999+. His class High Priest, a path from devoted follower to pure deception. He has S-Rank magic, S-Rank demonic energy, S-Rank magical power, A-Rank cunning, and A-Rank stamina. Status captured sealed, and overjoyed. That's right, the man is absolutely ecstatic as he tells Kang Hansu, "They've all vanished. They're gone, my Demon King." A twisted, satisfied smile spreads across Kang Hansu's face as he tells him, "Good. I will free all of you from this place, but first you're going to do something for me." And just like that, after gathering a few more followers from the cells, a system window pops up for Kang Hansu. Holy attribute upgraded from C-Rank to B-Rank. And in that moment, with pure cunning in his eyes, Kang Hansu's shadow stretched into the wicked, devious smile of a true demon. He gazed down at the three people in the room, their actions and thoughts now completely under the control of his demonic aura. So when they saw Kang Hansu leading those same three people now, with their consciousness fully restored, they approached him. The Saintess beamed, her voice filled with excitement. "This is amazing. 3 people in a single day. You truly are an exceptional person." Hearing this, Kang Hansu put on a warm smile for the Saintess. "Oh, this is just the beginning," he said. But inside his mind, the real scheme was already perfectly in place. The Saintess walked over to one of the men Kang Hansu had purified, speaking gently. "Everyone, I'm so glad you've come to your senses." But the man violently shoves her hand away, shouting in pure rage, "Don't you dare touch me with those filthy hands. I won't trust anyone but the saint. He is the only truth we should follow in this life." Stunned by his raw aggression, the Saintess stumbles back in fear, turning to Kang Hansu. How can you call this purified?" As she backs away, she bumps right into Kang Hansu. He meets her gaze with that sly look of his and says, "Well, it can't be helped. Even though they've been cleansed, they can't just forget the time they spent locked away in that prison." However, he added, "If I were to intervene directly, those little side effects might just vanish completely." The Saintess was torn. After a few seconds of hesitation, she made the single worst decision of her entire life. "Saint, if you can make them believe in me again, I'll give you an extra point for every single person. A complete and total purification." This was the exact trigger Kang Hansu was waiting for. Hearing her offer, he lets out a cheerful smile and replies, "Excellent. Just wait for the good news." Beside him, a small crystal orb chimes in with a warning. "You know this is a scam, right, Kang Hansu?" Kang Hansu just flashes a wicked grin. "Scam? Not at all. This is just good business. Time flies and night falls." Kang Hansu speaks to his newly acquired followers with dead seriousness. "From now on, you will support and follow everything the Saintess says." The men immediately snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." The next morning, they were far more obedient in front of the Saintess. They spoke softly. "Please forgive us for our disrespectful behavior yesterday." The Saintess, ever so trusting, easily forgave them. "This time, there are even more of you joining us. I'm so happy you've all regained your faith." But then one of them speaks up. "However, Saintess." A confused Saintess Kaki replies, "Yes." The man points toward Kang Hansu, who's standing by the edge of a lake lost in the water's reflection. "Go over there and tell us what you see." Saintess Kaki follows his finger, asking with uncertainty, "Are you talking about the saint?" The man's face lit up. The sight of him gazing so fondly at the mermaid. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost impossible to believe that a man as perfect as him is still single. Meanwhile, the angel-like Kang Hansu speaks softly to the figure in the lake. "What's your level?" The other men chime in, praising Kang Hansu to the Saintess, trying to reel her in. "Isn't that the greatest tragedy of mankind?" One of them says it, and the Saintess finds herself agreeing. "Isn't it?" Kaki replies, a bit dazed. "Yes, I suppose I think so too." The men keep whispering, weaving their sweet words into her ears, practically hypnotizing her on the spot. "In that case, we're all counting on you. Under their spell, the Saintess mindlessly responds, "Yes, you can count on me." But a second later, she snaps back to reality, realizing what she just said as her face turns bright red. Ha! The men just smirked knowingly. They kept piling on the flattery. The Saintess is number one, the best, the coolest, the most charming, right? You feel it too, don't you? Another one adds. Ah, if only the Saintess would hold me in her arms. The words swirled around her, a hypnotic chant designed to manipulate her every thought. Her head was spinning, overwhelmed by the praise. And just like that, a week went by. The Saintess finally made her decision and went to find Kang Hansu. "Saint," she said, her voice full of hesitation. Kang Hansu turned, a devious smile spreading across his face as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment all along. Even though he was bursting with excitement, he managed to play it cool. "Oh, is there something you need, Saintess?" The Saintess blushes, her face turning bright red as she stammers. "There's something I'd like to tell you." Kang Hansu gave a casual reply, "Yeah, go ahead." But the Saintess just hesitated, her eyes darting around nervously. The only problem, far too many people are watching. Hearing this, Kang Hansu flashes a wicked smile. "If that's the case, why don't we move somewhere else?" Without a moment's hesitation, the Saintess obediently follows Kang Hansu's lead, leaving the crowd for a secret, secluded location. Kang Hansu watches her with pure satisfaction, his mind already churning with schemes and dark plans. The Hero Alumni Association, huh? He thinks to himself, "I'm going to devour every last bit of it." Lanavel stammers, "No one will be able to bother us here." Kang Hansu nods, casually asking her, "So what was it you wanted to talk about?" Under the pale moonlight, Lanavel blushes. "Well, the truth is But before she can finish, Kang Hansu holds up a hand to stop her. The intense look in his eyes makes Lanavel's heart pound in her chest. "You don't need to say another word," he says gently. Lanavel, both embarrassed and confused, has no idea what's happening. Kang Hansu leans in close and whispers, "Haven't we both known the answer since this conversation began?" Their lips are now closer than ever, skin touching as Lanavel's eyes widen in absolute confusion. Turns out Kang Hansu just bites her cheek. He keeps nibbling on it, leaving Lanavel completely stunned. A moment later, a voice rings out from inside the main hall. Finally, Lanu joyfully exclaims, "All 514 followers have been purified." Kang Hansu bites her cheek again and praises her. "It's all thanks to my hardworking rice cake." Lanavel replies, delighted, "Pfft, aren't you being a little modest?" The sage staff standing behind Kang Hansu feels a bit awkward and decides to speak up. Calling the festival's mascot rice cake is a little. But Kang Hansu quickly cuts him off. "A little what? It sounds great. Just look at those cheeks," he says, then wonders, "But how come I absorbed so much holy power and rice cake is completely fine?" Kang Hansu is puzzled. The sage staff explains it's because the Saintess is the main character of the festival, so she's immune to all negative effects. To guarantee that this entire temple has essentially become a cage with the highest level of security imaginable. Kang Hansu wipes his mouth, a sinister look on his face as he says, "Well, that's not exactly a bad thing, is it?" His holy power rank has leveled up from A to S. Suddenly, Lanavel calls out, Holy One, it's time for you to use your points." Kang Hansu immediately responds, "Oh right, how many points do I have now?" Lanavel replies, "You have a total of 1,028 points." Kang Hansu gives himself a little clap, saying proudly, "With this many, there's no way I can use them all myself." Suddenly, someone approaches and asks, "Hero, did you call for us?" Two elves step forward, the older one continuing, "I have a little something for you too." Kang Hansu beams, "Gifts for your own teammates. You're too kind." He crosses his arms and mutters to himself, "Now, where is it? Ah, here we go." Kang Hansu pulls out several summoning skill enhancement potions, and this whole stack too. He then takes out inventory expansion potions, and all of these, holy power enhancement potions. Kang Hansu takes out several vials and chugs them one after another. He then turns to the elves and says, "The rest are for you too." The two elves look at each other, unable to hide their shock. They immediately start celebrating, thanking Kang Hansu profusely. "Thank you so much. These are all incredibly valuable items." Kang Hansu stands aside, thinking to himself that without these items, the angels would absolutely obliterate them. At that moment, Kang Hansu's new power begins to surge. He lets out a triumphant laugh, realizing the potions were even better than he expected. Holy power SS to SSS. Summoning F to D. Inventory F to D. Lanavel is praying, whispering that with that many points, he'll be able to obtain everything. Absolutely everything in this room. Lanavel looks at Kang Hansu, a shy expression on her face. He just grins, stepping closer to her, thinking, "At this point, my holy power is already SSS rank, so this Saintess is probably useless to me now." Instead, Kang Hansu walks right up to Lanavel, pinches her cheek, and says, "I'll use 500 points. He thinks I'm curious what faces those instructors will make when their NPC is bound to a human hero. What kind of expression will they make? He looks at Lanavel and declares, "In exchange for you, rice cake." Kang Hansu's eyes are filled with raw ambition as the black sphere speaks. If the festival's controller becomes bound to a single individual, what will happen to the festival itself? Beats me. Suddenly, the gate shatters. Kang Hansu laughs loudly. Ha ha, don't you worry, trainee instructor. At worst, we'll just have to end this festival a little early and everything will be fine. While Kang Hansu is hyped up, golems smash through the broken door. Kang Hansu glances behind him, his expression one of pure confidence, completely devoid of fear. A golem prepares to throw a punch, but Kang Hansu raises his heart sword. With a single slash, he cuts the roaring golem clean in two. Lanovel is absolutely astonished by the attack. Kang Hansu takes the chance to look cool just as another golem attacks. But Kang Hansu just thrusts his sword straight through it, saying arrogantly, "See, it was nothing." The sage at his side just sighed, reminding him there were still 339 other golems headed their way. Kang Hansu just gripped his sword, oozing confidence. He slammed it into the ground and yelled, "Not a problem." From the blade, a purple mist erupted, shrouding all the gates as a line of cloaked figures appeared. They emerged from the smoke. Kang Hansu let out a wicked grin, pointed and ordered them to wipe him out. Instantly, the cloaked figures opened their eyes. The charging golems were annihilated, not a single one left standing. One of the figures stood on a golem's corpse and shouted, "As you command, great Demon King." Kang Hansu was thrilled, his pride swelling as the great extermination officially began. Outside the arena, everything seemed normal until suddenly massive tremors began to shake the ground. A golem's fist smashed down, followed by a whole army of them charging from behind. A golem's wrist was sliced into pieces. A small cloaked figure wielding a sword cut down every golem that came close, shouting, "For the great Demon King, I obey." Kang Hansu just smiled smugly, humming a little tune to himself. He was totally calm amidst the panicked crowd. They screamed, "Ah, what is happening? We were just summoned." Another cloaked figure attacked a golem, but this time his sword bent and he was sent flying into the distance. Kang Hansu just gave the defeated minion a silent glance, completely unconcerned as the golems advanced and his cloaked group was nearly wiped out. Kang Hansu muttered to himself that getting overwhelmed by numbers was inevitable, but he couldn't just leave things like this. He gave a new order, "Lanovel, resurrect them." Lanovel replied, "Yes, master." She clasped her hands, placed them on the ground to cast her spell, and said, "Arise, my heroes." Immediately, the fallen soldiers stood back up and resumed the fight. The golems were forced to look up as a giant object appeared. The newly resurrected minions were climbing on top of each other, forming one massive entity. The leader shouted again, "All for the Demon King." One side of the arena exploded and a blue stone rolled across the ground. Kang Hansu casually crushed it under his foot. Then he stepped forward and said, "My followers, it's time for us to move to a bigger stage. But first, arm yourselves with the treasures from this temple." His followers scrambled for weapons, chanting, "Thank you, our great Demon King." And so they began to march out of the temple. The town outside was peaceful, with little kids playing in the streets. Where should we go next? A little girl had just pointed when a colossal explosion erupted right in front of her. Both kids stared, jaws dropped at the scene unfolding at the temple. Kang Hansu's voice boomed, "Leave only two alive. As for the rest, wipe them out." The cloaked army charged, attacking while shouting in unison, "Your will be done." Through the haze of smoke, Kang Hansu watched calmly, thinking to himself that even these pathetic students managed to graduate. Well then, let this old master graduate you all one more time. Suddenly, the sage rushed over to ask a question. How did this festival go so wrong to end up like this? Kang Hansu just laughed and said, "Just enjoy it. It's a kind of festival, isn't it?" All of a sudden, Kang Hansu was teleported to another dimension as a voice called out to him. "Student Kang Hansu, couldn't you enjoy the festival like a normal person for once?" Kang Hansu gave a cold laugh. "Ho ho, long time no see, ethics instructor." The teacher shot back, "Save the greetings for later." The furious teacher pointed her finger and yelled, "Because of your selfish desires, everything we prepared has been completely ruined." Kang Hansu just kept taunting her, "But your nagging skill is still perfectly intact, isn't it?" The ethics instructor got even angrier, shouting, "What did you possibly gain from destroying the festival this time?" Kang Hansu replied, "Destroying it? I was just enjoying it to the fullest." The teacher could only sigh. "All that hard work. For nothing. I warned you about this beforehand." Kang Hansu brushed it off. Yeah, I know." The sage let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, she's finally gone. That senior is always so strict. But hey, it looks like I'll be the one in charge of you for the upcoming 6th round. Wouldn't that be fun?" Kang Hansu was stunned, blurting out, "Why on earth would you bring that up now?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "Hero." An elf ran up frantically, telling him, "Quick, look at the sky." Kang Hansu turned back toward the temple and the sky had suddenly turned dark. As he looked up, a massive 6-winged dragon was circling above. Its eyes burned with pure rage. It glared down at Kang Hansu, a Chaos Dragon level 999+. Kang Hansu whispered a name, Nobius. At that exact moment, the dragon fired a massive sphere of energy downward. The explosion erupted in a blinding purple light that engulfed the entire area, blowing everything away and creating a thick violet mist. The dragon landed standing tall as it surveyed the destruction at its feet. From behind it, a fairy appeared. She said, "Well done, Nobius. Those hideous mortals deserved our judgment." Kang Hansu didn't even flinch. He steps forward, ready to face the new challenge. With his sword drawn, he asks, "So you're really going through with this? Gotta admit your timing is impeccable. You damn instructors." A terrifying yet amused smile spreads across Kang Hansu's face. Amidst the chaos swirling around the Noabius, Kang Hansu roars in frustration. "Perfect timing to ruin my plans. You bastards." A girl in white standing on the Demon King's shoulder shouts, "Nobius, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy him." The Nobius glares at Kang Hansu, who glances back with a smirk. What's it looking at? Suddenly, a system notification appears. Sync Chaos Tier. Kang Hansu is stunned. What is this? Why did it change again? This time, even his class had turned into a series of squares, though his body felt completely unchanged. The Nobius continues to stare intently at him. Kang Hansu asks with suspicion, "What the hell is going on?" He gives a slight smile. "Can't be helped. This might be what that guy Pedonar mentioned before." The girl in white spots his weapon, shouting, "That's the sealed sword. Stop him." The system chimes again. Race Archangel. Level 999 plus the class Beast Tamer, Taming X tier, Holy Skill 555 and Taming 55. Training 55, Empathy 55, Whip 55. Status: Enraged, Anxious, Confused, Astonished. The white-robed angel flies in to attack Kang Hansu. She screams, "Find a way to kill him." Hansu skillfully counters, making her wince in pain with a sharp grunt. "Too slow," Kang Hansu says confidently. He lands a single slash, causing her to vomit blood. Noabius cries out, "Archangel, no." The reins binding the Dragon Emperor are in danger. A swarm of angels flies to the rescue, but this only infuriates Noabius. Noabius lets out a massive roar. "Shoo!" The angel weakly pleads, "Calm down, Noe," but Noabius just screams back, "Shoo!" Kang Hansu grabs the girl's hand and says, "Just ignore it. Shouldn't the person you're focused on be me?" The girl screams, shoving him away. "Let go." Hansu laughs, entertained. "Still too slow. It's useless to struggle. Instead, you should witness the power of the young Chaos Dragon Emperor with me." He pulls her close and kisses her. Noe roars with absolute fury, "Shoo!" A nearby angel says, "We have to escape." Another one protests, but the enraged Archangel Noabius screams them down. "Shoo!" It relentlessly chases after the fleeing angels. The guys fly for their lives, shouting as they go, "We're all going to die, everyone run." Noe's eyes widen. "The more you hide." Suddenly, a sealing collar materializes around Noabius' neck. It cries out in terror, "Help me." It thrashes desperately to escape the collar, but is neatly sealed within its power. Kang Hansu announces with triumphant confidence, "The cleanup is now complete, Chaos Dragon Emperor." The girl falls to her knees in despair, whispering, "No." Kang Hansu stands confidently on Noabius' shoulder and says, "Good, very good. Now then, let's continue where we left off." He grins, holding the sealed sword, inspecting it with a confident gaze. "Let's see what this thing can do." He swings the sword to test it out and suddenly exclaims, "Whoa, this thing didn't even get a single scratch on it." His expression turns thoughtful. "I'll have to find another way." An angry-looking spirit speaks to him. "Take out that holy sword." Hansu responds with doubt. Could this be what he was hinting at? He then tries to pierce the rein with the sword. He tries to cut through the Dragon Emperor's collar with a holy sword, but the chain refuses to break. He mutters in disbelief. Not even the holy sword can destroy these reins. The item shrinks down. What a prize. No, something this dangerous needs to be stored away. I guess I'll have to put it in my inventory. A rat will never bet its life on a single escape route. Even so, he gets the distinct feeling that she is trying to block every single one of those escape routes. On top of that, an important person who should never have died had already become a meal for that dragon. After hearing this, Hansu says confidently, "That's just your imagination, Miss Intern Teacher. Whatever happens, I'm sure the teachers will handle it." "Right, Noe. You must be pretty grateful for what I just did for you, huh?" Noe lets out a cry, "Shoo." Hansu grins amused. "Good. Now let's go to our final destination." Noe roars with excitement, "Shoo." Some female students look at Hansu and ask, "Hero, are you going somewhere?" The girl in white beside him simply says, "Master." The purple-haired girl chimes in, "How about taking us with you?" The blonde girl beside her hopefully adds, "Me too." Hansu gets a headache thinking, in all the chaos, I forgot about them. The purple-haired girl says with a hopeful look, "Boss, it's now time for us to part ways." Hansu stands proudly. "I will come to get you two in 40 years when the next great hero reunion takes place. Until then, build up a massive force to welcome my return." Hansu shouts, "And don't forget to properly educate your descendants. In the eyes of humanity, we are nothing more than a pile of trash." He hugs the blonde girl who looks at him and says, "Master." Hansu reminds her, "And remember to drink your milk every day. See you." Suddenly, Noebius takes flight, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall with a scream. Ah, but Hansu catches her hand. She chirps Master. Hansu just grins back. Now you won't have to worry about falling, but the girl pouts, saying she thought he'd hug her first. Hansu deadpans. That would be a hassle. Suddenly, a rift in space opens and a voice booms out. Is he planning to wipe out the other contestants with the Chaos Dragon? It muses that at least the event lasted a whole 2 weeks. Not at all, Hansu says coldly. He points at Rice Cake, asking, you know where the main prize for this whole thing is, right? Rice Cake jumps, stammering that they're kept inside the Palace of the Angels. Hansu then turns to Nobius, asking, you know where the people you want revenge on are hiding, don't you? Nobius roars. It's the Angels' Palace, of course. And just like that, a celestial palace appears in the sky. A squadron of powerful-looking angels guards the entrance. One of them spots the dragon, asking, oh, what is that thing? Nobius flies closer to the massive structure. Hansu just whistles, wow, so there really is a palace up here. He draws his sword. Ready, Nobius roars in agreement. Hansu declares, let's show them the true power of friendship. As the dragon approaches, the angels start to panic, yelling that the dragon's attacking and they need to run. But Hansu just stands there on Nobius's back, looks toward the palace, and lets out a huge laugh. He begins his assault, causing the angels to scream, stop it, you demon. The system announces their stats: Archangel race level 999+, Class Knight, traits righteous and indomitable. Their skills include Holy System at 555, with Spearmanship, Indomitability, Piercing, and Riding all at 55. They're on high alert. Hansu just laughs, intrigued. So this is where you've been hiding. In response, Noebius lets out a massive roar. Now that's what he calls good teamwork. Rice Cake just smiles, happy to be praised. Hansu tells Rice Cake to show them their coordination. She replies with a confident, yes, master. Noebius charges straight for the angels. A female angel shouts for everyone to focus their attacks on its head. Hansu looks on with pure contempt. Only the weak attack in swarms. The angels ignore him, swarming Noebius's head. Now he's angry. Hansu grabs the female angel, who snarls, don't touch the divine beast with your filthy hands. She lands a solid kick to his stomach. He winces. That actually hurt a little, you know. The angel gives it her all. But Hansu immediately kicks her right back, sending her plummeting. Don't go running off just yet, he taunts. The angel warns her comrades to be careful. Hansu just boasts, this training course isn't as hard as I thought it'd be. That mysterious voice chimes in again. Is killing really the point of this course? Its purpose is for students to learn the difference between good and evil. Hansu puts on a surprised face and says, oh, I think I've already got that down. The voice goes silent. Hansu just nods. Right. Let me just prove it with my actions. He calls out to Rice Cake for an update. She cheerfully reports sensing about 986 individuals. And what's more, they're all gathered in the same place. Nobius senses something nearby and lets out a huge roar. Choo. An elderly-looking angel appears before them. Hansu immediately asks if she's the one in charge. The angel representative kindly confirms it, yes, hero. My name is Representative. Hansu gets right to it, saying coldly, I'll make this simple. This big guy here is the victim. Got it. He thinks to himself, what kind of victim is this? He then continues, speaking to the representative in a chilling tone. Due to your angel's unprovoked and frankly overly aggressive attack, my heart now pounds uncontrollably whenever I think about it. Therefore, I demand you compensate me for the severe emotional distress that I've suffered because of this whole ordeal. After his little speech, Hansu bursts out laughing. The void opens again, and the voice asks Kang Hansu, are you really suffering? Hansu feigns innocence. Why not? Am I not allowed to be hurt by this? Amidst the carnage, another figure steps forward. It's an angel representative, this one looking much more cautious. He says it seems to be unavoidable fate, and since Hansu is the clear victor, he will comply with his demands. He grits his teeth, begging, but please spare the lives of everyone else here. They had nothing to do with this, he pleads. Kang Hansu just looks down from above and smirks. That all depends on what you bring me and whether it's enough to keep me happy, he says with total arrogance. Kang Hansu, standing on the dragon's head with his arms crossed, adds, if you're done talking, shouldn't we get down to business? The moment he speaks, the dragon inches closer, threatening the terrified angel. The representative trembles as he tries to explain. Well, you see, we are the ones who were entrusted with keeping the treasures in this palace safe. Plus, the angel adds, besides the final reward, they also have other valuable equipment and tools to offer. This makes Kang Hansu hesitate for a moment. He strokes his chin, lost in thought, frowning as he remembers what he's seen. Thinking back, most of the items he'd seen so far were just garbage, so he wasn't expecting much from this palace. He looks down at the guy on the ground and asks calmly, all right, what's the main reward for this event? The angel frantically calls for his subordinate to bring it out quickly, replying, yes, I'll get it right away. A tray of jewels with 3 round golden orbs is carried out. The angel presents it, announcing this is the prize. Kang Hansu is not impressed and threatens him. Explain. The flustered angel hastily grabs one of the orbs. Master, please wait a moment, he says. Instantly, the orb in his hand bursts open, glowing brightly in midair. From that blinding light, a pair of perfect legs step out as a hazy silhouette begins to take form. Huge snow-white wings and a gleaming scepter slowly appear in the air, accompanied by an incredibly clear voice. "Greetings, Great Master. I am your guardian angel." The figure of an absolutely stunning woman finally appears. Her eyes are captivating like two polished black gems. She chirps playfully. "Sexy Rel has answered your call. This is a guardian angel from the angel race level 800 with the jobs of lancer and spearmanship. Her skills include S-rank spearmanship, S-rank holy element, A-rank writing, B-rank interpretation, and B-rank dexterity. Her status is expectant and excited, but seeing Hansu's completely reluctant face, she blushes and freezes speechless. The other angel is just as helpless. Kang Hansu's face darkens as he glares at them, clearly annoyed. He finally yells out in frustration, "How is this any different from trash?" His anger boils over. Kang Hansu raises his sword to challenge them. Negotiations are officially over. Suddenly, the sword in his hand acts up. It begins to vibrate violently, its power radiating everywhere and making the two angels stumble. The shockwave from the blade starts to spread towards the two remaining orbs on the reward tray. Boom, the two orbs suddenly explode, and Sexy Rel's body begins to fade away at the same time. She screams in panic. What's happening? A mysterious light from the sword is draining the life force from the orbs, and from Sexy Rel, causing her body to grow pale. The system displays Summoning D has upgraded to Summoning S. The sword emits a piercing screech, shaking violently. A shocked Kang Hansu grips the weapon tightly and yells, "What the?" Just then, Rice Cake is thrown from the staff, crying in pain while clutching the collar around her neck. "Master," a panicked Kang Hansu shouts quickly, slapping the sword a few times. A strange light suddenly flashes from the blade. Kang Hansu is stunned. "What the hell is this now?" he says, his eyes wide with astonishment. The sword in his hand now has a completely new look. Compared to the old version, it now has a pair of angel wings. "Buddy, what is this dorky design?" Kang Hansu yells, hugging the sword and crying. Just then, a voice rings out. Hansu, look up. He reluctantly lifts his tear-streaked face to see what's happening. Rice Cake appears with a fresh new look. "Rice Cake," Kang Hansu says in shock. She replies cheerfully, "Yes, Master." Her system stats have been upgraded. Race Chaos Angel. Level 1. Job Saintess with specializations in Faith and Resurrection. Her skills include S-rank Interpretation, S-rank Festival, and F-rank Infinite. Status summoned. Kang Hansu dazedly orders, "Get inside." Instantly, Rice Cake is sucked back into the sword. She lets out a delighted little "Ha." After recalling Rice Cake, Kang Hansu quickly opens his own system panel. The screen displays his race Chaos Human, level 999 plus with a chaotic job. His skills include Triple S rank War Arts, Holy Arts, and Demonic Arts. Double S rank Massacre, Fabrication, Chaos, Destruction, Resistance, Deadly Poison, and Stamina. Double S rank Endurance, Agility, Combat, 5 Senses, Swordsmanship, Dignity, Dominion, and Swimming. Double S rank Boxing, Sword, Arts, Slaughter, and Judgment. Finally, S rank Summoning and S rank Festival, and F rank Infinite. His status shows Holy Sword and Saintess. What catches Kang Hansu's eye are the words Festival rank F and Infinite rank F. This startles him so much he blurts out, "What is this?" The system immediately displays a notification to explain. Skill name Festival rank F, grade E. It moves an event forward. Rank F is recognized as part of the festival. Skill name Infinite rank F, grade E. It surpasses level limits. At rank F, skill ranks do not decrease. Kang Hansu is stunned. Below, the representative angel is equally shocked. He panics and starts screaming his head off. How can an outsider possibly have 2 of the administrator's skills? The angels below erupt into a furious argument. What's going on? Why isn't anything happening? The crowd murmured in confusion. It seemed the security system here wasn't activating like it did at the temple. Maybe the seniors forgot to set up the formation, or maybe something had gone wrong. Up above, Kang Hansu let out a huge laugh. Just like that, all the rewards would be his. Okay, work here is done. The red dragon slammed down right where the angels were hiding. They screamed in absolute terror. Their leader trembled as he begged, "Please, just leave us a way to live." Kang Hansu, still wearing that benevolent face, just curled his lip into a slight smile. "Sorry, this guy's just an outsider now." The dragon beneath his feet let out a roar, sending the angels below into a fresh wave of panicked screams. But Kang Hansu just played dumb, putting on his most helpful expression. Just then, a voice came from the sage's staff orb. He let out a surprised hiss. The system panel appeared yet again. "Hero, have you enjoyed the festival?" He frowned, his annoyance showing. "What is this? Why is this panel popping up again?" The screen flashed and a long, drawn-out paragraph appeared. "The path to becoming a true hero is fraught with hardship. But you never gave up on your dreams and hopes, forming countless precious bonds with those who encouraged and helped you. From them you learned friendship and love, and after growing together, you became the final victors. Congratulations. Kang Hansu pouted. What a cliché, cookie-cutter congratulatory message. The system immediately flipped to the next page. Now let's take a look at your report card. Kang Hansu scowled. Even a festival has a scoring system. The sage's staff orb next to him explained that its purpose was just to remind the former heroes not to forget what they'd learned. The orb continued its lecture, saying high or low scores were just for reference, so he shouldn't worry about it. He just nodded his head dismissively. Oh, is that so? Then he focused his attention on the system panel. The screen displayed the stats. Please check everything carefully. Name Kang Hansu. Combat power SSS. Achievements SS. Reputation FS. Character FF. Note, we put a lot of effort into this festival, you know. Kang Hansu let out a smug laugh. Now that's a pretty good-looking report card. After he finished reading, a strange light suddenly beamed out from the system screen. Kang Hansu let out a weary sigh. Another reset. He closed his eyes, waited a long moment, then slowly peeked them open. The scene before him made him wonder in shock. Where is this? Glancing around, he let out a sudden gasp. Hey, where is this place? Is the festival over? The sage's staff orb beside him spoke up to explain. It seems that forcibly ending the alumni festival caused the system to run into a few unexpected issues. Kang Hansu vaguely recognized the voice. Oh, it's the intern teacher. The system panel opened up once more. It stated that the path to becoming a hero was difficult, but now it was time for them to make their own choices. The 5 final winners of the festival were all gathered in this place. They could choose to kill and seize all of their opponent's treasures. However, if they chose a peaceful solution and survived together, a large amount of experience points would be awarded to all 3 of them. The time limit was 10 minutes. Kang Hansu lit up with interest. What's this? You don't need to worry about this, Miss Intern Teacher. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's entire face went dark. He did a complete 180, growling with excitement, so within 10 minutes leave only 2 survivors and kill all the rest. Is that it? After hearing the announcement, everyone was completely stunned. 3 final winners. The heroes' faces were etched with worry. They broke out into chaotic whispers. But there are more than 3 of us here, so how can we get the reward? Someone screamed in shock. What the hell is going on? But before he could finish, a razor-sharp sword cut through the air. Kang Hansu had launched an attack from a distance, terrifying everyone. Then he smirked and spoke softly. No need to worry. This guy will be sending all of you back to Earth very soon. Kang Hansu launched another powerful attack. The force of his assault created massive, powerful explosions, making everyone scream in agony. After successfully sending a few heroes back to Earth, Kang Hansu threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha. He raised his weapon, a manic grin spreading across his face. My timing was perfect. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, Slaughterer's Massacre. Facing his terrifying power, everyone waved the white flag. We forfeit, we forfeit. Watching them vanish one by one, Kang Hansu spoke with amusement. Good. Very good. A very wise choice. Then he turned back with a sinister look. Let's see now. Looking at the remaining heroes, Kang Hansu casually counted them off. 1, 2, 3. He stroked his chin, wondering, including me, that makes 6. Just then a young man launched a sneak attack from behind. The man brandished his sword and charged. Hiya! However, Kang Hansu simply raised a fist and effortlessly blocked his attack. His opponent gets slammed face first, letting out a painful grunt. Kang Hansu just smirks. How pathetic. He then leans in with some advice. Seriously, if you're going to launch a sneak attack, you should learn to keep your mouth shut. At the same time, 2 more enemies launch a combined attack on Kang Hansu. He's too agile, though, leaping high as their fists meet empty air. Kang Hansu smugly shoves his hands in his pockets, landing with a flawless flip. The 2 attackers immediately clasp hands. They use their momentum to launch one of them skyward right towards Kang Hansu. He just casually folds his arms behind his head. He dodges the attack with ease and scoffs. You missed. But then something else catches Kang Hansu's attention. Huh. The young man below is erupting with power, roaring as he charges forward with a vicious clawing motion. He unleashes his attack, creating a massive explosion. His female teammate gets her hopes up, asking, "Did you get him?" But out of nowhere, Kang Hansu appears behind them and mockingly replies, "Nope." Then he launches his own counterattack, slamming his opponent hard into the ground, causing him to cry out in agony. Seeing Crack get seriously hurt, the other guy charges forward with blinding speed, roaring at the top of his lungs, "You bastard." Finding the whole thing annoying, Kang Hansu just casually punches him in the face, knocking his teeth loose. Shut up. But even with that much power, his opponent wasn't defeated yet. A fact that Kang Hansu found a little strange. He looks over to see the guy still gritting his teeth, channeling all his inner strength to make a threat. "I won't let you lay a single finger on her." Hearing this, Kang Hansu just smirks devilishly. Is that so? He then leaps away, leaving the young man to chase desperately after him. Just then, the girl is still trying to get her bearings, groaning in pain. Suddenly, her eyes widen in horror at the scene before her. Ah, Kang Hansu already has a sword pressed right against her neck. Seeing this, the young man screams, "Stop." Kang Hansu turns with a wicked grin. Peekaboo, he immediately strikes the guy right in the face, making him scream in pain. With a single clean sword strike worthy of a sashimi chef, Kang Hansu made quick work of both of them. After sending them off, he says arrogantly, "Taking advantage of couples like this is honestly way too easy." Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Hey, you truly are an evil brat." A huge muscular hero appears yelling at him. "To even lay a hand on a woman? Hey, I'll teach you a lesson myself." Turns out he's a high-tier human. Level over 999 class martial artist with skills like SS-Rank Punch, SS-Rank, S-Rank Indestructible Body. Status excited. The muscle-bound hero didn't even get to finish his sentence before Kang Hansu ran him through, leaving him utterly stunned. He couldn't even scream. And just like that, another one bites the dust. With a grin, Kang Hansu announces, and then there were three. One of them is a girl with braided hair, a high human over level 999 with a class of swordsman specializing in stamina and swordsmanship. Her skills are stacked: S-rank swordsmanship, S-rank stamina, and A ranks in vitality, courage, and strength. Her status, though tense. Next to her stands a red-haired girl, also a high human, also over level 999, but her class is sorceress. She focuses on willpower and magic with SS ranks in both. She also has S-rank swordsmanship, S-rank status resistance, and A-rank interpretation. Her status is also tense. Seeing how terrified they both are, Kang Hansu just plops down on the ground and speaks casually. "Relax," he says, "I'm not going to do anything to you." The red-haired sorceress cautiously asks, "This tournament, you did something to it, didn't you?" Kang Hansu just leans back with his hands behind his head, lost in thought. The sorceress decides to press on with her questions. "And you only spared us because the event reward is for 3 winners, isn't that right?" He doesn't seem to care, still lost in his own world. His internal thought, "Looks like the event ends in about 1 minute." Meanwhile, the red-haired sorceress just keeps on talking. "You may not know my name, but surely you've heard of Yoma, haven't you?" And he continues to ignore her from start to finish. "Fine, have it your way." She then points a finger straight at Kang Hansu, declaring, "I will remember your face. When we return to Earth, we are going to have a proper conversation." Kang Hansu's judgment was swift. Is this old lady a stalker or something? The annoyance on his face is crystal clear. Just then, a notification screen appears, grabbing everyone's attention. The 10 minutes are up. The 3 final winners have chosen to cooperate and survive together. A huge amount of experience points will be awarded to all 3 for making this difficult choice. Congratulations. Kang Hansu watches with interest as a golden aura envelops his body. Now this is something I haven't seen before. His skills immediately begin to rank up. Infinity goes from F to E, Festival from F to E, and Divinity goes from SSS straight to Max. Before taking off, the swordsman offered a polite thank you. But the red-haired mage wasn't letting him go that easily. "You'd better remember me," she yelled, "because I will definitely find you." Just then, the system began a re-evaluation. A new notification flashed. "All instructors are in a meeting to decide what to do with you." Kang Hansu scoffed, "A meeting? What a joke." Then another wave of notifications popped up. A professional guide will be appointed. That was the final ice-cold message. But no guide appeared. Instead, a voice kept calling out, "Big brother? Hey, big brother, wake up." Kang Hansu jolted awake, his face a mask of confusion. "Big brother," a cheerful Lenovel said. "Seriously, my jobless big bro, it's time to get up." Morning sunlight filled the village, breathing life and energy into the day. Laughter and happy voices echoed all around. "Ha!" Kids ran and played everywhere, creating a perfectly peaceful scene. But then a bitter laugh cut through the joy. Ha! Kang Hansu muttered, completely annoyed. He thought sarcastically, "Right, I guess there's no rule that you have to be summoned to be called a hero, huh?" So instead they made him into some broke dirt-caked farmer. From behind, Lanouvelle said, "Big brother, hurry and change so we can eat." Kang Hansu's voice dropped. "Lanouvelle." The girl just beamed and replied, "Yes, your beautiful, adorable little sister who is nothing like you is listening." His eyes narrowed, grilling her. "What's my name? Tell me. Now." Lanouvelle just answered, "Why are you asking such a weird question? Your name is Big Brother. What else? How would I know your name if you never told me?" Hearing that, Kang Hansu fell silent, his mind racing. This was getting ridiculous, he thought. Dropped in the middle of nowhere and forced to play happy family. Kang Hansu grumbled, "If you're going to do this, you could have at least dressed me for the part." As he started stripping right there in the open, Lenouvelle shrieked and covered her eyes. "Big brother, what are you doing in front of your sister?" He just tossed the jacket right in her face, making her yelp. "Oof." Then in a cold voice, he said, "Quiet." After changing into an outfit fit for a farmer, he figured at least there was no one else in this fake family but him and Lanouvelle. Just then, Lanouvelle said softly, "Big brother, I'll wash these clothes and give them back to you later." Kang Hansu snapped, "I don't need it anymore. Do whatever you want with it." Then his eyes shot wide open at an unbelievable sight. Hearing that Lenuville just said, "Okay, I'll store it then," and with a casual wave, she tossed the jacket into a shimmering blue-dimensional pocket. His mind reeled. A fourth-dimensional space that was the highest-level support magic, something she didn't learn until the very end of his first adventure. Could it be that her stats have also been changed this time around? Kang Hansu immediately activated his skill, Observer's Eye. Lenuville's stats instantly appeared. Race Human. Level 200. Class Scholar of Magical Knowledge. Skills Magic A Sorcery A. Charm B Cooking. B Eternal Youth. C. Status Happy. Seeing it, he thought with a sinking feeling, nope. Kang Hansu came to a single chilling conclusion. If that was the case, there was only one answer. He looked again and Lenuville's information had changed slightly. Class Scholar of Magical Knowledge. He figured the gods of Fantasia must have directly implanted all that knowledge into her. He had no idea what kind of information they'd pumped into her head for this test. Looking at his little sister's innocent smile, he knew one thing for sure. It would all be used to keep him under their control. And her being his sister was probably part of that plan too. His guards shot straight up. He had to be on high alert around her. To play it safe, he'd have to do everything alone. With his mind made up, Kang Hansu strode confidently out into the village. First up, he had to check his own status. Race Chaos Kin. He raised a hand to open the system. A single letter appeared before him, D. Kang Hansu's massive status sheet materialized. Race Chaos Kin. Level 1. Class Hero with a 500% experience boost. Skills: Divinity Max Battle Spirit, SSS, Demonic Energy, SSS Massacre, SSS Fabrication, SS Chaos, SS Destruction, SS Resistance, SS Deadly Poison, SS Fortitude, SS Endurance, SS Agility, SS Combat Mastery, SS 5 Senses, SS Swordsmanship, SS Dignity, SS Oblivion, SS and Dominion, SS Hand-to-Hand, SS Sword Arts, SS Annihilation, SS Judgment, SS Immortality, SS Berserk, SS Summoning, S Empathy, S and Close Combat, S Physical Strength, S Commonness, S Willpower, S Penetration, S Patience, S Negotiation, S Enemy Detection, S Breathing, S Recovery, S and Trading, S Perseverance, S Vitality, S Durability, S Agitation, S Resistance, S Vigor, S Regeneration, S Immunity, S Composure, S and Hardening, S Indestructible Body, S Training, S Spearmanship, S Roar, S Taunt, S Intimidation, S Persuasion, S Pursuit, S Mental Power, S and Slaughter, S Coercion, Wrath, Plunder, Flattery, Taming, Precision, Stealth, Acceleration, Command, Search and Blessing. Luck. And his status, Holy Sword, Sanctus. Now he knew exactly what it felt like to be ridiculously overpowered. A smirk crept across Kang Hansu's face. Now that was a beautiful sight. However, one specific line caught his attention. Even the infinite power he just received couldn't prevent his level from being reset. He looked at the info, racial barrier removed. He wasn't about to complain though, because that change came with a very interesting side effect. Kang Hansu figured thinking about it was pointless. Right now he had no clue what it meant, so it was best to move on. The skill info simply showed Divinity Z rank max, but the progress bar for this supposed god-tier ability was at 0%. SSS rank earned him Worship, SS rank granted Divine Reflexes, and S rank let him ignore normal attacks. A rank always got him Praise, B rank purified Demonic Energy, C rank provided a Holy Defense, and D rank gave him Blessings. E rank resisted Demonic Energy, and F rank added Holy Damage to his attacks. But that Z rank? It was supposedly Divinity itself. Kang Hansu realized he hadn't checked the details properly since the 6th test started so suddenly, and here he thought max was the highest a skill could possibly go. Just then, more information appeared on the screen. At max level, you've hit the limit for normal growth. To break through, you have to use other skills as materials. The higher the rank of the sacrifice skill, the more experience you gain. From Transcendence, Z-rank normal proficiency rules no longer apply. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth in frustration. A limit break system. Suddenly, a sympathetic voice echoed. Oh, I also think that system is pretty ridiculous. The trainee teacher added, chiming in. It's so difficult that a ton of students in the advanced courses just give up on getting their skills to the transcendent level. Seeing someone who could clear things up for him, Kang Hansu lit up. Trainee teacher, she replied warmly. Hello, Kang Hansu. She then explained, the seniors assigned me to you once again. By the way, have you gotten used to the new test environment yet? Looking at his disheveled state, the teacher judged him bluntly. Doesn't look like it. Not at all. Kang Hansu just clicked his tongue helplessly, then waved his hand. Phew, it's tough, but not impossible. The teacher warned him with a worried look. You need to decide very carefully. Staring at the 0%, she continued. This whole limit-breaking process, it's no different from trying to pour water into a bottomless tank. After a moment's thought, Kang Hansu spoke up. Don't worry, trainee teacher. He then confidently declared that for a hero on his 6th run, sacrificing a few skills was no big deal. Kang Hansu flashed a smile so bright it could be in a toothpaste ad. Time to break the piggy bank I've been saving up. But then his face fell in disappointment. What that tiny number? It only went up to 6%. Kang Hansu started sputtering like a madman. That's not all I can keep going, you'll see. Seeing him act like he was on something, the teacher asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Just then, the numbers began to change. An A rank here, Kang Hansu shouted with excitement, and an S rank there. The progress bar shot up to 28%. Kang Hansu was panting heavily, completely exhausted. "How is this still not enough?" the teacher asked, bewildered. "Why don't we just ignore it for now? If you keep this up, your skills will be..." Before she could finish, Kang Hansu cut her off. "Thanks for your concern." But clenching his jaw, he insisted that the loss he was facing now was nothing compared to what he lost back then. Kang Hansu reflected on his first adventure in this fantasy world, an ordeal that had lasted 10 long years. Whether the outcome was good or bad, it had been a huge part of his life, a life he had actually lived. However, the moment he was sent back to that very same room, he realized all at once that his 10 years of effort had been reduced to zero. A bitter smirk crossed Kang Hansu's face at the memory. Compared to that devastating loss, he looked at the info panel and declared loudly, "This pile of skills that I only spent a year collecting. This is seriously nothing." With that, Kang Hansu was filled with a new resolve. Kang Hansu took one firm step after another. His main character aura was so intense it made people gasp. "Oh my god, how is he doing that?" At that moment, Kang Hansu boomed, "You miserable villagers, listen to my words and look into my eyes." He stretched his arms out arrogantly. "Do this and the blessings of the gods shall fall upon all of you." The crowd below erupted in cheers. "Oh, this sacred feeling, he's a saint. He must be a saint." At the same time, Kang Hansu's status window underwent a massive change. Race Arch-Human level 13. His hero job now gained 500% more experience. His skills: Battle Spirit, SSS, Demonic Energy, SSS, Fabrication, SS, Chaos, SS, and Destruction, SS. His status showed Holy Sword and Holy Maiden. But even at the peak of his glory, Kang Hansu could only force a smile, tears welling in his eyes. A sharp pang of regret hit him as he looked at his nearly empty status screen, but he knew that from now on. Staring at the Z-rank divinity skill, Kang Hansu puffed out his chest with pride. "That's right, I'm a god now." Time flew by, and in a blink, 2 weeks had passed. The villagers were living their lives as happily as ever. Thanks to the villagers treating their newfound saint so well, everyone offered him their best food and finest goods. "Saint, please accept this." And this too, Kang Hansu thought smugly to himself, which means my reputation scores also. No point worrying anymore. And there's definitely no need to rush off and kill the Demon King. Because even if he did it in a day, graduation would still be impossible. Kang Hansu just sighed out the window. Besides, the trainee teacher once reminded him that living creatures only evolve when given the proper nutrients. She had continued with a serious tone, saying a transcendent Z-rank skill was exactly the same. You can't just cram it with one thing. It just doesn't work like that. Hearing her voice in his head, Kang Hansu just gritted his teeth and cursed. Seriously, was he supposed to just close his eyes and pray? No, he closed his eyes and confess. He was sorry for abusing his power. Master Molang shed a single dramatic crocodile tear. Kang Hansu's master, still as carefree as a teenager. "Molang, Molang." Then Kang Hansu began gathering his energy. A mystical purple aura instantly wrapped around his entire body. He knew that to evolve his other skills, he'd have to start collecting as many new ones as he could. Suddenly, a voice called out again and again. "Brother, brother, hey brother." Without even bothering to see what she wanted, Kang Hansu snapped back with one word. "No." Lanovel threw the door open, yelling, "Don't be like that. Just hear me out. You don't even know what I'm going to say yet." Then she started her story. Legend says that far behind their village lies the great northern forest. And this wasn't some bedtime story either. Lanovel continued, saying, "Deep inside there's a small lake home to a beautiful living mermaid. And here's the kicker. If the chosen hero visits her, she'll grant him the legendary Holy Sword from the bottom of the lake." The Holy Sword. That got Kang Hansu's attention. He just shoved his sister aside, not caring that Lanovel was still cheering. He quickly realized this was the northern continent of the world of Fantasia. Looking out at Mount M in the distance, he could confirm it. Fantasia's true holy sword was always on Mount M, buried deep in the ice and snow. Hidden beneath the tomb of the very last hero lies the #1 holy sword, a legendary blade that fights on its own. Its hilt embedded with 3 gems overflowing with power. But that just left Kang Hansu with one question. "Then what's this nonsense about a lake?" Lanovel was still jumping with excitement. Let's go, let's go." Kang Hansu's face hardened. Could it be another hidden item, something like his own holy sword #2? He quickly pushed the thought away. "Not interested," Kang Hansu said, his voice cold as ice. Hearing that, Lanovel screamed in frustration. "Why not?" In response, he simply kicked his sister right out the door. Too much noise. Lanovel nearly face-planted. Kang Hansu figured the bond between a hero and a holy sword is like a blade and its scabbard, and since he already had holy sword number 2, finding the first one was basically a waste of his time. So Kang Hansu went right back to where he was focusing on preparing his skills. That was the real priority. That purple aura flared up, enveloping his body once more, but he barely got started when another voice called out, "Saint, please, I need your help. My daughter, she's terribly ill." Kang Hansu let out a long defeated sigh. Still, he couldn't exactly refuse, so he agreed to visit the villager's home. The worried father looked at his daughter who was struggling to breathe. "Her fever is too high," the man explained. "To make the medicine that can cure her, I need something special. Water from the legendary lake, the one blessed by the mermaid." La Nouvelle, standing beside him, immediately lit up. The father's face fell. "But lately, monsters have appeared. Way too many of them in the woods. That's why I need your help." La Nouvelle turned to her brother, her eyes filled with hope. But it was too late. Kang Hansu had already sent his energy into the girl's body, healing her in a single brilliant flash. "Done," he said, completely unfazed. The father and La Nouvelle could only stare, jaws on the floor. On the bed, the little girl sat up good as new. "Dad, I'm all better." Kang Hansu's voice cut through the joy. "So what's my payment?" The father just blinked. "Huh. Oh, right." A moment later, he returned with a gift. "I'll give you this glass of milk I just got this morning. It's from a young, healthy mare." But Kang Hansu's reply was ice cold. "Not enough." The father completely froze up. "What?" Kang Hansu's voice boomed. "You think your beloved daughter's life is only worth a single glass of horse milk? Does that sound reasonable to you?" The villagers listening outside the window started to murmur and agree. "That's right, he's like a living saint. We're disappointed in you, Mustache." The father started to panic. You're all right. I'll give you a newborn foal too." And just then a system window popped up. Notification: extortion has leveled up to E. Agitation has leveled up to E. Bargaining has leveled up to D. His goal achieved. Kang Hansu flashed a wicked, satisfied grin. "Now that's more like it." Was breaking a sweat for his host. On the way back, the little girl angrily lectured Kang Hansu. "Big brother, you're unbelievable." La Nouvelle said regretfully. "That was our big chance to see the legendary lake, you know." Kang Hansu snapped back, annoyed. "I handled it just fine, so what are you complaining about?" He then poked La Nouvelle right in the forehead, his voice rising. "Let me ask you this. What if something terrible happened to that kid while we were off finding ingredients, huh?" The girl just stammered, wincing in pain. But ouch! At that moment, the trainee teacher's voice cut in with a question. "Could it be that this was all arranged for you to find the holy sword while searching for materials?" Kang Hansu just replied, "Don't worry about it, teacher." Then he added with a serious look, "In this 6th round, I've decided to just do whatever those instructors tell me to. If I don't," he thought, "they'll just keep finding ways to make my life difficult. That's the only reason I'm dealing with this annoying La Nouvelle like a real little sister and helping out those villagers as much as I can."
So far, everything was going smoothly. Now it was time to grind some skills. With that, Kang Hansu let out a sigh
Of relief. Whoosh! A sudden scream pierced the silence. Over there, a huge brute had grabbed a helpless woman. A wicked smile spread across his face. "Heh heh heh." His teeth flashed, revealing the beast within. "To find a prize like this in such a remote place. What luck." Another one sneered. "Come over here and give your big brother a hug." They even called their entire gang over. An entire mob ready to destroy the town's peace. "Ha ha, I'm starting to like this village." One of them roared with greed. "Hey, there's another pale-skinned one over there." The rest of the gang instantly snapped their heads around. Where? Kang Hansu and La Nouvelle could only stand there completely frozen. One of the men looked toward Kang Hansu and let out a jeer. "Ooh," and she even brought her boyfriend along. That was the last straw. Kang Hansu's voice dropped to a low growl. "You pieces of trash are really starting to piss me off." His face was a mask of pure killing intent as he raised a hand to cast his skill. They just thought he was putting on a show, laughing their heads off. But a second later, a world-shaking explosion went off. It blew every single one of the gang members away. Staring at the corpses on the ground, La Nouvelle cried out in fear, "Mercenaries. They're all dead." Now only Kang Hansu and his sister were left standing in the village. He was still fuming. "Who do you think I am?" he muttered. At the same time, his massacre skill leveled up from F to E. The trainee teacher suddenly spoke. "It seems this was the debut battle after the hero receives the holy sword." Hearing that, Kang Hansu was skeptical. "Seriously?" he asked, tightening his grip on the sword. Kang Hansu then cleared his throat. "Ahem." He raised the frilly-looking sword high and shouted, "I am the hero." That should keep the story on track. In the middle of a deep crater filled with bodies, a voice echoed, "Village chief." Kang Hansu slowly walked over to the elder. He spoke gently. "If anyone asks, just tell them the hero is the one who did this." His voice was firm. Down in the dark pit, the corpses were piled up like a mountain of rotting flesh. Two young men got to work. They shoveled dirt with all their might, burying the bodies. The first rays of morning sun began to fall on the village as the people gathered. They poured out of the village gate, happily waving goodbye to Kang Hansu. Farewell, thank you, those warm goodbyes actually made Lanovel feel a bit happy. Heh, she thought. I guess Big Brother isn't so bad after all. Kang Hansu was unfazed. He coolly put his hands in his pockets and kept walking, saying, cut it out. Just lead the way to the lake. Okay, Lanovel obeyed, skipping ahead playfully to lead the way. Kang Hansu walked cautiously, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. He was determined. Even though the plot got a little messed up, he thought the final outcome probably won't change if I go and find the strongest holy sword. He had a brief moment of worry for the villagers. I taught them a few ways to fight back in case more mercenaries attack, so they'll be fine. At this rate, his reputation and character scores are going to be perfect. Now I just have to hope those so-called examiners don't try to pull any stunts on me. He was grateful for that much. Lost in thought, Kang Hansu and Lanovel reached the forest's edge before he knew it. We're here, this is the place. Lanovel cheered happily. Her voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and Kang Hansu slowly raised his eyes. His gaze stopped on a lush green meadow with some foul-smelling flowers scattered about. A massive crystal-clear pond appeared right before his eyes. He stretched, soaking in the brilliant golden sun. But something felt off, a flicker of unease. Instantly, Kang Hansu's hand tightened on his sword. A trap. He could feel it. Something was definitely set up here. His eyes scanned the area. Lanovel, completely innocent, was just confused by her brother's over-the-top caution. She had to ask, hey, are you all right? His eyes went dark, a clear threat as he shot back. So what if I am? But did you know mermaids have a habit of suddenly snapping necks from behind? Lanovel's eyes went wide with shock. She tried to look tough, but her trembling lips gave it all away. Her hands and feet were shaking pure, unfiltered terror. A cold wind swept by. Lan shivered, slowly turning her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Standing right behind her was a gorgeous mermaid. Her hair flowed like green seaweed, her eyes sparkled like jade. Lan let out a blood-curdling scream. Her body went stiff as a board before she crumpled to the ground. Kang Hansu just laughed, totally amused. See, you almost died just now. Realizing things had gone too far, the mermaid surfaced, trying to explain herself. I wasn't going to kill anyone. What do you think we merfolk are? But Kang Hansu just frowned, his expression sour. He sneered at a race of schemers who always seduce innocent guys only to suck something out of them later. The mermaid angrily shouted, where did you get such a twisted idea? Her face fell and she let out a heavy sigh. She'd heard that some humans were hostile towards merfolk, but seeing it firsthand was admittedly a real shock. But Kang Hansu wasn't buying this pity party. He just scowled, his voice dripping with mockery. Done with the sob story, then hand over the holy sword. At the words holy sword, the mermaid's gaze sharpened instantly. Her voice dropped. That can only be given to a true hero. She pointed a finger right at Kang Hansu's face. I will test if you are worthy of that title. Go to the eastern part of this forest, where the mutated salamander lives. Slay it and bring me its horns. But as she was giving this sacred decree, a sword was suddenly pointed right at her face. The words caught in her throat, strangled before they could escape. A high-pitched squeak was all that came out. Kang Hansu scoffed, this is called a holy sword. Hearing that, the mermaid stared blankly at the blade. Embarrassment turned to anger, and she snapped at him. How did you suddenly become the hero? Kang Hansu said flatly. Just accept it. After a moment, the reality finally sank in. She quickly dove back under the lake, leaving behind a single sentence. Ah, I see. Please wait a moment. Kang Hansu let out a crazy little laugh, muttering to himself that at least this mermaid caught on quick, saving him a lecture. While lost in thought, he felt a little poke on his shoulder. He glanced back, a look of annoyance on his face. What now? Lan cheerfully reminded him. Just so you know, if the hero's desire is strong enough, he can exchange his old holy sword for a new one. Like a little old lady, Lan stood there nagging in his ear. Also, when you talk to a cute girl like me, you're supposed to smile, you know. What's with that face? Just then the mermaid resurfaced. She called out Hieronym, forcing the biggest, brightest smile she could manage. Here it is, she said, a sword in a scabbard. The color of the deep blue sea was held out to him. She added happily, this is the strongest holy sword. He frowned. What about it makes it the strongest? Seriously, the perks of being a main character, you can do whatever you want. In response, the mermaid coolly snapped her fingers, praising him. An excellent question, she explained gently. Inside this sword lies the noble and beautiful soul of a hero from a bygone era. Before she passed on, she sealed her spirit into the blade, waiting for the next hero to appear. She cuddled the sword like a kitten meeting milk. Her combat experience and wisdom will be a great help to you. And that's not even mentioning her sweet voice, he cut in. And so, a single, sharp question shattered her fantasy, making her freeze for a few seconds. The mermaid stared with wide, shocked eyes. She looked back at Kang Hansu. Hey, is this guy nuts? How can he be so arrogant? That's protagonist privilege for you. He looked at her, annoyed. Besides the soul, he asked, what else does it have? The mermaid quickly added, you'll get one-on-one tutoring from a previous hero, and noble and beautiful one at that. If that's not enough for you, aren't you being a little greedy? Kang Hansu just sighed. He held up his own sword for her to see, muttering under his breath, you clueless mermaid. Look closely. As he spoke, a bright light flashed from the sword. From it, Ban Gao was summoned, floating in midair. Looking radiant like an angel, Ban Gao put her hands together seriously. Master, where are we? She asked, moving to get closer to Kang Hansu without a single wasted motion. His arms wrapped around her impossibly tiny waist. She responded just as warmly, resting her head on his shoulder. She looked up at him, completely devoted. Now what kind of master would ever trade that for some other guardian angel? Not a chance. Kang Hansu's voice was firm as he made the introduction. My holy sword. She can fight. Lanovel stood by, completely speechless at their god-tier fighting skills and insane resurrection powers. An aura radiated from the two, their eyes firm and their smiles a little shy. Forget their flawless poses, you think these two were in training for some kind of Mr. and Miss Universe competition. Absolutely overwhelmed by the aura they gave off, the mermaid just stood there, jaw dropped, frozen like a statue. She listened as Kang Hansu went on and on, talking about some pathetic hero who got himself killed before even defeating the Demon King. So how could they possibly compare? He warned her, dead serious. If she understood now, she should toss that iron rod back where it belongs. Lanovel, standing beside him, felt a little awkward, thinking her brother was taking things a bit too far. She spoke in a gentle voice, but the mermaid wasn't convinced. After a few minutes of Kang Hansu's little lecture, she casually threw the holy sword into the water and said softly, then, I apologize. What's so powerful about this thing anyway? Lanovel was so shocked she stumbled backward, shouting, but it was too late. The sword was already sinking deep below the lake's surface. After schooling the mermaid, Kang Hansu on the other side just let out a helpless sigh. The orb from his staff asked with a hint of worry, is this really going to be okay? He nodded firmly. It's fine. Then a moment of doubt. Or maybe it's not. Meanwhile, the mermaid was in a full-blown depression after his educational session. Lanovel anxiously tried to comfort her. Come on, it'll be okay. It's at this point the author probably realized the main story had gone completely off the rails. Kang Hansu quickly began to reconsider. He tilted his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Reversing the order like this. Will it cause any problems? Is the author going to dock my pay for this? He wondered. And what if the soul inside that holy sword holds some kind of critical secret? An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Kang Hansu nodded in appreciation. Oh, you've got a point. In that very moment, Kang Hansu had a change of heart, calling out to the still depressed mermaid. Hey, Miss Mermaid, could you get that holy sword back for me? She replied gloomily. Why would you need that piece of junk? Lanovel's jaw hit the floor in shock. Junk? How could she call her people's sacred treasure a piece of junk? Kang Hansu crossed his arms with a superior look. There's just something I need to ask it, that's all. Seeing his genuine interest in her tribe's treasure, the mermaid immediately cheered up, saying enthusiastically, oh my, you really want to hear the ramblings of an old virgin. An old virgin. She had just called the heroic spirit inside of the sword an old virgin. This sent Lanovel into a second wave of shock. The mermaid dove deep into the lake, gave her tail a flick, and the sword was retrieved. She happily praised him, calling him a truly kind and compassionate hero. Once he received the sword, Lanovel, impatient and curious, immediately urged him on, Big Brother, hurry and open it. Kang Hansu glared at her from the corner of his eye. Be quiet. One more word and I'll send you on a tour of the lakebed. Lanovel replied, sadly, feeling a little hurt. You're so mean. The blade was slowly drawn from its sheath. Kang Hansu observed the sword in his hand with serious focus. After a moment of inspection, he decided this mermaid's sword seemed useful, so he would keep it. With the sword now sheathed at his belt, Lanovel walked along happily, humming to herself. Her face was filled with pure joy as she skipped the whole way. Kang Hansu glanced at his sister's giddy display with some annoyance, his brow furrowed in exasperation. Now let's rewind a few minutes. As soon as the sword was drawn from its sheath, a voice from within began to speak. A pleasure to meet you, new hero. My name is. Before it could finish, Kang Hansu cut it off. Introduction's over. He looked completely unimpressed and gave a firm command. From now on, your name is Holy Sword number 3. Got it. The sword was completely baffled with no idea what was happening. The sword cried out in bewilderment. Honestly, in its entire existence, it had never met a master this arrogant. The sword in his hand spoke softly again. You are the hero, right? But this was just more insolence to him. Kang Hansu didn't even answer, shouting at the sword, stop. Just list the quests and achievements I need to get done. That's all. Out of respect for the fact that Kang Hansu was the hero, the sword decided to back down, lowering its voice in reply. Ah yes. In that case, let us begin. In order to wield the Holy Sword's power to its absolute maximum potential, you must improve your personal swordsmanship and maintain excellent physical fitness every day. Perform 500 vertical and 500 horizontal slashes each. It will be extremely difficult at first, but with a hero's constitution, the results will become much clearer over time. Taking the sword's instructions to heart, Kang Hansu got to work immediately, enthusiastically practicing his vertical and horizontal slashes. His relentless chain of slashes was so powerful that it created a small earthquake. The surrounding trees came crashing down. Kang Hansu arrogantly held the sword high and scoffed, nothing special. If this were the other holy sword, number 2, that mountain over there would have already been sliced in half. The sword, a bit flustered, stammered for a moment before continuing. All right, so next up will be, but before it could finish, Kang Hansu cut it off again. He tossed the sword aside and looked away. He looked at Lanovel and said, "Here for you." The moment she took the sword, she cried out, "It's way too heavy." As if it understood her, the sword in her hand instantly changed. Kang Hansu just said coldly, "Good, use it for bicep curls." Lanovel gasped like a happy kid. Hey, it got lighter, but Kang Hansu wasn't impressed at all, his brow furrowed in annoyance. He clicked his tongue, turning away in disgust. Useless feature. Not getting it at all, Lanovel just stared. She looked from the sword in her hands to his retreating back, calling out, "Hey, big brother. The lady in the sword says there are ancient ruins north of here." Kang Hansu stopped, clearly annoyed. "North? You mean past Misty Mountain?" Lanovel shook her head. "No, it's even farther than Snowy Peak Mountain. It's a place the lady used for training when she was young. It's known as the Training Cave." Kang Hansu turned back around. "And I'm guessing that cave can only be found by a hero, right?" Lanovel gasped in amazement. "Yes, how did you know?" He frowned, thinking back to his first life. He didn't remember a place like that, but still it was worth a look. Lanovel lit up. "We have tons of food from the villagers, let's go right now." But like a splash of ice water, Kang Hansu shot her down. "No. First things first. We're going to the city." She pouted in defeat. Then his entire demeanor shifted as a confident, cheeky grin spread across his face. He told her, "There's something I've been dying to try." After a long journey, Kang Hansu and Lanovel finally arrived. They entered the city. The streets were packed, carriages and massive crates were jostling for space everywhere. The noise of the crowd and the sound of hooves created a chaotic, lively atmosphere, like a country girl visiting the big city for the first time. Lanovel was completely blown away by the sights. "Whoa," she gasped, her head swiveling to see everything at once. She pointed at everything, babbling non-stop. "Brother, look over there. It's a flying carpet." Clearly annoyed by his country bumpkin's sister, Kang Hansu snapped, "Can you keep it down?" Lanovel immediately deflated. With a face like she was at a funeral, she trailed quietly behind him. They stopped before a tower made of gold. "This is it." Lanovel stared up at the tower, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, brother, this is the sage's tower." Kang Hansu just calmly replied, "Yep." Lanovel nodded, amazed. "Gosh, is there anything you don't know?" Overwhelmed, Lanovel asked innocently, Are you really going in there?" His reply was ice cold. "Of course." She stared at the massive crowd, pressing him again. "You mean today?" The line in front of them stretched on forever. It was 3 or 4 people deep with no end in sight. But hey, successful people find their own path. Kang Hansu turned around and started walking in the complete opposite direction. Noticing his bizarre move, Lanovel called out, "Huh, where are you going?" "The line is over here." Just then, a big nosy guy in the crowd with sharp eyes locked onto the two of them, his gaze fixed on Kang Hansu and his sister, hiding some unknown intent. Seeing Kang Hansu's blatant disregard for the line, the large man got annoyed and shouted, "Hey, there's a line here, you know, don't even think about cutting." But before he could finish, a brilliant aura exploded from Kang Hansu, completely stunning the guy. Bathed in that classic main character glow, Kang Hansu majestically walked right through the middle of the crowd as they parted for him. "Make way," they whispered in awe. "It must be a saint. Look at the way he walks." It was like they were hypnotized. Kang Hansu cheekily asked his intern teacher, "So is doing this gonna cause any trouble?" Helpless against her student, the teacher just laughed it off. "Theoretically speaking, it doesn't really affect anything, but I just feel like this is kinda wrong." Thanks to that protagonist glow, they reached the tower base in no time. Kang Hansu calmly pushed the massive doors open. A beautiful witch appeared, happily welcoming the noble saint. "Welcome to the sage's tower," she chirped. Then in a softer voice, she asked, "What is the purpose of your visit?" Kang Hansu's reply was pure arrogance. "I'm here to see the sage." The witch's tone became serious but polite. "Do you have an appointment, sir?" But of course, Kang Hansu fears neither heaven nor earth, and he wasn't about to be polite. Instead, he just got angry, growling his demand, so she would understand. "I want to see the sage." Faced with his intense pressure, the witch was a little spooked, but in the end, she had to bite the bullet and agree to Kang Hansu's demands. She bowed her head respectfully and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll deliver the message right away." Then she led the two of them forward. They arrived at a waiting hall where she pointed to a room and said, "Gate number 3 is right this way." The apprentice teacher spoke up, a worried tone in her voice. Is it really okay to meet him like this without an appointment? Kang Hansu replied with total certainty. Don't you worry, Miss Teacher. I'm the main character, what could go wrong? He added coldly. Have you seen me cause any major trouble so far? With that, he and Lanovel headed up the stairs. Suddenly, the steps began to move. Lanovel gasped in amazement. Brother, look. This staircase is magical. Kang Hansu, on the other hand, paid zero attention to his clueless little sister. A system notification popped up, his extortion skill leveled from E to D, and his fraud skill went from F to E. Kang Hansu smirked. Everything was getting resolved so smoothly. Hey. After a short walk, the two of them finally stood before the door to gate number 3. Instantly, the system on the door lit up. Lanovel excitedly darted inside, cheering, We're here. But it's so dark I can't see a thing. From the shadows, a deep, raspy voice echoed out. So you're the challenger the receptionist mentioned. A brilliant light suddenly enveloped a scepter, and the deep voice boomed through the space. Daring to come straight here without any prior notice, the sage gripped his staff tightly. He was clearly furious with his uninvited guest, growling, You've got some serious nerve, kid. Just then, the identification system activated. Race human. Level 350. Class Sage of Chastity and Magic. Magic Power SSS-Rank. Sorcery S-Rank. Magic S-Rank. Demonic Aura A-Rank. Evil A-Rank. Status. Perfect. Lanovel trembled, grabbing her brother's sleeve. Brother, I think we can still apologize. But showing no fear whatsoever, Kang Hansu drew his powerful sword. Lanovel screamed in shock. Brother, are you crazy? What are you doing? That's a level 350 sage in front of us. This is no joke, but his opponent wasn't about to back down either. The sage tightened his grip on the scepter and took aim. I'll make you regret ever setting foot in this place. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out in the darkness. Did you call for me? Master Rice Cake had appeared at Kang Hansu's summons, and with the arrival of this angel, the sage's movements stopped dead in their tracks. His eyes immediately locked onto Rice Cake's generous assets and long, slender legs, causing him to get a massive nosebleed on the spot. He let out an involuntary shout, staring intently at the glorious sight before him, one hand reaching for his scepter. There it is. Kang Hansu's eyes widened as he saw the glowing staff. The sage's scepter, he said. A memory of the past flashed through Kang Hansu's mind. He thought to himself, now I can finally begin. I can see if what he said was actually true. At that moment, the sage was already flat on the ground. Red liquid was still streaming from his nose. Seeing the sage's pale face, Kang Hansu spoke. A mage as talented as him will surely recover soon, even if I leave him like this. However, after speaking, Kang Hansu suddenly placed a hand on the sage's forehead. A massive wave of purple energy erupted, enveloping them both. After a system window appeared, Kang Hansu removed his hand from the sage's surprisingly cute face. The system displayed the sage's updated profile, race Dark Elf. Level 350, Class Sage of Chastity and Magic. Magic Power SSS, Sorcery S, Magic SS, Demonic Key S, Evil A, and his status unconscious. Looking down, Kang Hansu let out a smirk and said, Consider this a return gift for the scepter. Lanovel popped up a huge smile on her face. She seemed incredibly excited. Brother, are we heading straight to the ruins now? Kang Hansu simply replied, Not yet. Hearing an answer she didn't want, Lanovel's face immediately fell into a pout. Kang Hansu put his hands on his hips, grinning as he continued. First, we're going to the magic arena. The camera pans down over a dazzling city of gold and porcelain white, zooming in on an arena. Inside, two shadowy figures stood. Two armored golems charged and smashed into each other with a deafening crash. Their glowing eyes glared at one another, a terrifying sight for any spectator. They both backed away, sizing each other up for a moment. In the crowded stands, cheers and shouts erupted as the two golems charged at each other once more. The people below roared with excitement, one of them screaming, Burn it, smash it to pieces. A girl in the control booth smiled as she spoke into a magic microphone. Which mage's golem will be the last one standing? Place your bets, now everyone. But then, just a moment later, she suddenly yelled, Golem, number 5 wins. The mage for number 5 is the victor. Kang Hansu and Lanovel were watching the fight from a hidden corner, a smirk on his face. Right now, this is perfect for forging. My luck skill. This magic arena is the only place for it. But then, something else occurred to Kang Hansu. His face went blank, but a thought formed in his mind. Besides, that's not the only reason I'm here. Suddenly, a red mechanical foot slammed down with incredible force. A sleek crimson golem had just entered the arena. The crowd went wild as it stomped forward, chanting number 15. Number 15. On the other side, a much older-looking foot appeared. The scratched-up machine steps forward, taking a defensive stance, ready to fight. A voice roars from the crowd. Number 16, you better not lose. Come on, 16. The magic bell chimes and the referee yells, Let the match begin. Full of energy, the two golems charge right at each other. Number 16 clenches its fist and throws a powerful punch forward. However, golem number 15 easily blocks the attack. Suddenly, a device on number 16's arm begins to glow brightly. The device then explodes, blasting out intense heat and flames. To everyone's surprise, a sword is suddenly revealed. It was hidden in its right arm all along. Even though its left arm was trapped, number 16 wasn't finished yet. It uses its free right hand to stab the sword straight into golem number 15's neck. Roaring flames erupt from the impact point. The blade sinks deep into number 15's neck. But this doesn't mean number 16 has won. Golem 15's single eye glows ominously. With a loud crack, number 16's sword shatters into two pieces. At the same time, number 15 activates its attack mode. Its hand clamps down, crushing number 16's arm and twisting the metal. Number 15 then calmly pulls its hand away. Number 16's arm is now just a pile of scrap metal. It then throws a powerful punch forward, striking its opponent's head. And with that, number 16's head is torn from its body. As the dust settles, a red-haired mage is seen standing on the platform. From the stands, countless screams and cheers erupt for the red-haired female mage. She stands there, one hand on her hip, smiling. The crowd goes wild, screaming, "Awesome, I love you, number 15." Meanwhile, the male mage who lost the match is in tears. One angry spectator yells out, "Damn it, how could you possibly lose that?" Another fan chimes in, "Yeah, number 16, tell us your address." Kang Hansu watches from above as the male mage is constantly bombarded with insults. Seeing this, he breaks into a grin. "Found him," he says with a smile. Kang Hansu then steps out towards the gate. Lanouville runs up behind him, asking a question. "Did you lose a bet? Are you going to go beat him up?" Kang Hansu snaps back with an annoyed tone. "Say one more stupid thing, and I'm leaving you behind." The two brothers are now hiding behind a stone wall. The older brother looks forward with a serious expression. Lanouville has no idea what's going on, but looks anyway. Ahead of them is the silhouette of the mage who lost the match. He's in the process of leaving the arena. Watching his small figure, Kang Hansu continues to observe from behind. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind them. "Are you looking for someone?" The question makes Kang Hansu jump in surprise. Lanouville immediately turns his head to look, while Kang Hansu just glances back and says, "Even with the help I gave you, how did you wake up so fast?" The scene shows the sage trying to stop a nosebleed by stuffing cotton balls up his nostrils. Hearing Kang Hansu's words, the sage replies, "I stored a considerable amount of blood beforehand for transfusions. You know, for situations just like today." Kang Hansu coldly turns his back and walks away, saying, "If that's the case, then good. It'll save this guy's reputation points from being deducted." Seeing this, the sage immediately shouts, "Master Kang Hansu." With a confused and annoyed look, he glances at the sage. The sage hurriedly adds, "Please teach this humble disciple what love is." The sage places a hand on his chest with a serious look and says, "You've already seen what happens when this disciple tries to approach a girl." The sage then remembers what happened and his face immediately begins to flush. He becomes extremely shy, blushing a deep red. The sage continues in a trembling voice, "But you, on the other hand, master, have a beautiful girl by your side, and she's even wearing that outfit." Before he can finish, his nose erupts and he falls straight backward. It's an unbelievably awkward scene. The two Kang Hansu brothers can only stand and watch as the sage hits his head on the ground. Lanouville takes this chance to pull out a glowing sword. He looks at Kang Hansu with a bright smile and says, "Brother and Holy Sword said that the two of us and this pervert should travel together." Looking at the unconscious sage on the ground, Kang Hansu asks, "With the guy who passes out every single time he sees a woman?" Lanouville quickly replies with a simple, "Yes." With a look of disgust, Kang Hansu says, "Damn it." He can only think helplessly, and just like that, the difficulty has gone up, dramatically. The sage's face becomes tense as if he's deep in thought about something. The Gundams, with their terrifying combat abilities, have plunged the entire northern continent into a sea of flames. Even the most powerful sage found it difficult to face the one who is known as the God of War. A brilliant golden golem appeared. Even the famous sage's tower could not escape its fate of being destroyed by that genius magic engineer. Fighting alongside him was his invincible golden golem, and yet the golden golem was struck down. In the end, it was destroyed by the hero's cheap power of friendship. That single event marked the beginning of a major change in warfare throughout all of Fantasia. The age of human soldiers ended and the age of the golem began. And the red golem dominating the arena, it once belonged to Hakthone. This guild is the very one that will one day throw the entire northern continent into chaos. And from behind a door, Lanouville and the others watch it all begin. And that crying young man we're seeing right now, believe it or not, he's destined to become the future God of War. Kang Hansu watches the man walk away in a daze, his own mind already spinning with calculations. How should he handle him this sixth time around to make sure he doesn't get in the way, recruit him, or eliminate him? Kang Hansu frowns, his tone dripping with disdain. Still, with a garbage status window like that, who would ever believe he becomes a war god? And true enough, his stats were nothing special. Human race level 113, a scholar class with some magic knowledge. His magic skill was a B magic technique, a C sorcery D, and mana an E. His status, depressed and hopeless. The more Kang Hansu thinks, the less sense it makes. How is that possible? Just then, a white-haired old man dashes into the room. He moves like a blur of wind, shouting, "Hey, the young mage over there." The blonde youth, still on the verge of tears, whips around with his mouth hanging open and asks, "What's going on?" The old man looks completely panicked and rushed, as if he's just witnessed something horrifying. The old man stammers, "Right now, the Black Spear Guild is hunting me. They're trying to steal my knowledge of golems." Sweat pours down the old man's face, his eyes wild with fear as he stresses his point. "You have to stop it from happening, or this whole world will fall." The blonde kid asks, completely flustered, "But what should I do?" The old man calms himself and says slowly, "Listen very carefully to what I'm about to say." Lano frowns, whispering that she can't hear a thing. But Kang Hansu has sharper ears. He replies, annoyed, "I can hear him, but I don't understand a single damn word. It's like some kind of code." But with his sharp intellect, Kang Hansu knows that even if he can't understand it, he must memorize everything. If he isn't mistaken, the code refers to a specific location. Watching the man's lips, Kang Hansu is now certain he's connected to the God of War's secret. The old man's information window pops up. Human race level Z, and his profession is engineer. He has magic engineering knowledge with an SS in magic technique, an S in magic, a C in spirit, and an F in stamina. His status is critical, bleeding, dying, and anemic, and that skill, magic engineering, is probably used to create and develop golems. The old man talks for a long time, but the blonde kid is still clueless, asking where even is that place. The old man even drops to his knees, begging for the sake of humanity's peace. But before he can finish, he collapses dead on the spot. The blonde kid lets out a terrified scream. Then he turns and runs for his life, yelling, "I don't know anything." A moment later, another group of people rushes in. This must be the Black Spear Guild the old man mentioned. They run in excitedly. Found him. But one of them checks the body and realizes he's not breathing anymore. The others start cussing in frustration. You idiot, who told you to hit him so hard? Sorry, that was my bad." "Forget it. The only thing left to do is tear his place apart." All the while, Kang Hansu watches silently from a dark corner. With that, the Black Spear Guild members quickly leave the scene. Right, boss? Once they're truly gone, Kang Hansu steps out and summons Rice Cake. "Rice Cake, did someone call for me?" she asks, popping out with a cheerful face. "Yes, master." The little girl immediately uses a bit of magic on the old man. He promptly coughs violently and wakes up. His stats immediately update. Human race level 2 profession, engineer with knowledge of magic engineering. His SS-Rank magic technique and S-Rank magic are still there, but his status now reads, good resurrected. Then Kang Hansu's powerful voice echoes. "Now, you listen here." The newly revived old man is in a state of utter confusion, his eyes wide with shock. Kang Hansu appears before him like a god, crossing his arms and boldly declaring, "From now on, you will work and dedicate your entire being to me." He shouts to emphasize his point, "Don't make me regret reviving you." The old man is moved beyond words. With tears welling in his eyes, he quickly responds, "Yes, of course, this servant will do anything for the great saint." He immediately pulls out a hoard of items and places them on the table, then calmly explains, "This is everything that your servant mentioned before." Kang Hansu is absolutely thrilled. He clenches his small fists and says with conviction, "Good. From now on, we will challenge the Black Spear Guild's red golem with a blue golem of our own. In a few years, their golem will officially appear in the war on the northern continent, and that's when we'll bring out our own completed golem to face them." Kang Hansu says it all with a face full of confidence, a plan that seems on the surface absolutely perfect. He continues his power fantasy, "And we will crush the Black Spear Guild beneath our feet." The old man and the wise sage are completely stunned. They just stand there, jaws on the floor, listening to his outrageous boasting. But he isn't finished yet. Kang Hansu clenches his fist even tighter, showing his determination. His eyes even well up as he talks about the dream sleeping deep inside him.
"You know, for any real man, destroying a golden golem for the first time, it's a heartbreaking experience."
The ultimate dream is to pilot a colossal supersized robot. Hearing this, the old man praised the idea with absolute reverence. "I see how profound you truly are, a sage." Kang Hansu's group then quickly made their way to the location the old man mentioned. It looked just like a giant tower. They laid in wait until nightfall, and after a bit of work, the team finally managed to get inside. Kang Hansu stood there rubbing his chin with a pout as he stared at the thing before him. It was a golem trapped inside a massive test tube. He studied it for a moment before complaining, "It looks a little on the small side." Without another word, Kang Hansu just reluctantly pressed the button on the external console. "It's just the prototype, so it doesn't really matter." He finally pressed the button, and a powerful surge of energy shot into the tank. Suddenly, thick black smoke billowed out. A hazy silhouette of the robot began to take shape as Kang Hansu gave the command. "Move out, my super robot." Kang Hansu's face was filled with the pure excitement of his dream. But when the hatch finally opened, Kang Hansu's jaw dropped. "What the hell is this? A completely naked female golem emerged fully equipped. Its status window popped right up. Race high-tier golem. Level 900. Occupation was Lust Priestess with skills including SS-Rank Holy Power and A-Rank Physical Strength Indestructible Body Massacre and Seduction. Status plugged in. Kang Hansu shot a look of pure confusion over at the other two. The old man and the sage were grinning from ear to ear, practically drooling over the beautiful robot. The two of them couldn't stop laughing, completely thrilled with the result. It's true. The dream of every man is to pilot a giant robot, but an even greater dream is to pilot a giant female robot. This model might be a bit basic, but its rank is definitely high enough. Kang Hansu picked up the blueprints, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Good. This blueprint is perfect. There are a lot of parts, but it's not impossible to build. Meanwhile, the sage and the old man were already sporting huge lumps on their heads for being such perverts. With that, Kang Hansu turned to leave, giving them one last order. For the time being, just focus on building this. The sage watched him go, asking, Master, where are you headed? Kang Hansu frowned and sighed. To do my homework. The scene shifts to a lush green paradise under a clear blue sky. A determined voice rings out, this has to be the place. As Kang Hansu stood before a cave, La Nouvelle explained, this is the training dungeon, a place only heroes are allowed to enter. Kang Hansu just replied confidently, I know, making the girl wonder just how he knew absolutely everything. A voice then echoed from his holy sword, Hero, this cave will grant you the power of a true hero. Kang Hansu coolly shoved his hands in his pockets and walked right into the lair of Holy Sword, number 3. He grinned, adding a little threat for the sword. If the true power in here is just some nonsense about friendship and love, you're going to have a bad time. Without a hint of fear, Kang Hansu walked straight in. The path was lit by glowing lamps. He scanned his surroundings and gave a cold snort. Kang Hansu glanced up a bit surprised. A demon. That guy with the curvy horns looks just like that one prince. Just a reminder, our main character is too lazy to remember names, so he usually just gives people nicknames. He only bothers remembering people who are actually important. After a quick look around and finding nothing, he pouted in disappointment. He stood before the beginner's room and sighed. He wasn't even inside yet, and he was already bored. He pushed the door open. He said with a sneer, Judging by the name, this place has got to be for little kids. And sure enough, a puny stone golem appeared. It was tiny, but it had already taken a fighting stance. Kang Hansu just pouted, letting out another bored sigh. Heave, see, told you. But then his eyes widened as if he just noticed something. A status window appeared. Race human. Level 1. Occupation unemployed. He had a 110% experience boost and Z-rank holy skills. Status in training. Kang Hansu was shocked. My race level, occupation, skills, and status. They're all gone. Only his Z-rank holy skill remained. But then he paused, noticing something on his status window that wasn't being displayed. Wait a second. Why is the name of this blacked-out skill hidden? Rank, none. C rank, make opponents forgotten. D, cannot be flustered. E, cannot be destroyed. F, cannot forget. Could the changes to his stats have something to do with his cave's training? But while Kang Hansu was lost in thought, a stone golem charged forward, sword raised to strike. Luckily, his reflexes were insane. One punch was all it took to send it back to its maker, shattering it into pieces. Just then, from behind him, more and more golems began to spawn, launching an endless assault. Even so, Kang Hansu was overflowing with confidence. He grinned and said, but that doesn't matter. Thanks to Master Molang's teachings, his raw muscle was on a whole other level than some cheap skills. Even when they swarmed him, they were on a completely different level. Facing their group assault, Kang Hansu remained perfectly calm. He arrogantly dismissed them as just a bunch of weak stone golems. Kang Hansu's powerful fists made short work of them one by one. Yep, one after another, they fell and none of them were a match for him. The thing is, they weren't strong, but their numbers were overwhelming. More and more kept appearing surrounding Kang Hansu. He grit his teeth, annoyed. Frowning with disgust, he muttered, so many. Don't tell me this is endless. Just then, the sweating intern teacher appeared, asking Kang Hansu a question. How are you finding this training session? Kang Hansu was busy, a whirlwind of motion, his hands and feet moving like crazy. But he didn't miss a beat, sarcastically replying, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing in this place anymore. The intern teacher actually agreed, saying she felt the same way. Impatient, Kang Hansu looked up toward the ceiling. He wondered aloud, instead of waiting for them, should I just smash the ceiling? And you know what? He did exactly that. He shattered it instantly. And all at once, the room went quiet. Kang Hansu let out a sigh of relief. What the hell was that? He quickly moved to the master's room, saw the rundown interior, and groaned. Don't tell me. Every room is going to be like this. And right on cue, another swarm of golems rushed Kang Hansu. But they still weren't a match for him, even if this room's versions were a little bit stronger. In a flash, every golem was history. He punched them all to smithereens, their broken parts littering the ground. Kang Hansu sighed, this is so boring. And yet another group of golems mindlessly charged forward. Kang Hansu just looked at them with pure contempt. It doesn't matter how you dance around, he said, clenching his hand. You'll all fall to this divine fist of mine. As he spoke, it began to glow with a brilliant power that seemed unstoppable. He leaped into the air and smashed down. His voice boomed with power. You're no different than any other normal golem. Finally, it was over. Good cleared. He continued on, running to the expert's room. This room was no different than the last few, filled with the same weak golems. Kang Hansu only needed to throw a few punches to completely wipe them all out. Very quickly, he made it to the next room. The ruler's room. He stood before a massive, colossal golem. Kang Hansu actually looked interested, finally a real boss. But even this thing was no match for him. He unleashed his terrifying godlike punches, and he took it down in a single instant. In a flash, Kang Hansu found himself in the winner's room. He looked inside and was actually impressed. What is all this? Below him was water with pillars spaced about a meter apart. He grinned. A change of combat environment, huh? Like a rocket, he launched himself toward those pillars. With just a few simple moves, he easily took care of all of them. The golems were quickly blown to pieces. Kang Hansu then stepped into the challenger's room looking completely bored. What now? He muttered as he walked inside. His voice, arrogant and challenging, echoed loudly. Does this cave even have an end? Where are you? Get out here. He yelled for what felt like half a day, but not a single thing responded. He was getting annoyed and shouted again. Why is it so dark? Did you all go to sleep or something? The moment the words left his mouth, a gigantic golem appeared. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Kang Hansu just clenched his fists, ready for a fight, and let out a cold snort. Suddenly, his battle cry echoed through the pitch-black room, and once again his enemies were utterly defeated, creating a huge explosion. Kang Hansu walked out of the flames looking cool as ever, not a scratch on him, casually dusting off his shirt. He quickly found himself before the door to the transcendent room, hands on his hips, bored out of his mind. How much longer? Is this training course going to last? His face was a mask of pure laziness. Still, he dragged his heavy feet inside. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's eyes shot wide open as if he discovered something that completely shocked him. It appeared to be a person with dark brown skin, like someone from Africa. The man smirked and spoke up. Not an angel, just a human. The man had stylish blonde hair, his body covered in scars, but he looked incredibly powerful. He looked strong and muscular, and he continued in a surprised tone. But you possess an incredible amount of holy power. The system window immediately displayed the man's info. Race, ancient human. Level 1, class prince. Vitality Z rank. Breakthrough Z rank. Status and training. After reading the info, Kang Hansu's expression didn't change one bit. He took a deep breath, and after collecting himself, he looked up with that signature arrogant face of his. He loudly demanded, "And who the hell are you?" The man asked a similar question back. "Are you a hero too?" The dark-skinned blonde man assessed him. A Z-rank holy system. Kang Hansu's brow furrowed, instantly on guard. "You have 2 Zs yourself," he shot back. The two of them stood face to face, preparing for a fiery battle to begin. Kang Hansu quietly sized him up. The man's muscles were bulging, crisscrossed with countless scars. For someone so ridiculously strong, regenerating a smooth, scar-free body should have been a piece of cake. After all, he possessed 2 Z-rank skills. The system window appeared. Z-rank vitality, Z-rank penetration. Kang Hansu stared him down. Plus 2 ultimate skills meant his opponent was easily twice as strong. His combat experience had to be off the charts. The blonde-haired man was burning with fighting spirit, his eyes glowing a predatory wild red as he stared Hansu down. Hansu realized picking a fight here might just mean he'd be the one in serious danger. So Kang Hansu asked the sage's staff, his trainee teacher, "Who on earth is this guy?" The sage's staff stammered, "He's a hero from a previous generation. I can't explain more, it would violate the rules. But he's not even supposed to be in Fantasia anymore." Hearing that, Hansu turned to look at the man, his mind racing. An old generation hero, no party and no hero he knew or had ever heard of was as strong as this guy. Just then, the blonde man spoke. "How strange. This is completely different from the report I received." Hearing this, Hansu immediately had a question. What report? That the recent generations of heroes are nothing but a disorganized mob. As he spoke, he launched a lightning-fast punch without mercy. The punch flew straight for his face, but a brilliant golden light flared. Kang Hansu had managed to block the strike with his hand, but the sheer force was immense, making him struggle. The shockwave from that single blow cracked the very ground around them. As debris flew everywhere, the blonde man stepped back and said, "Damage reflection from a holy-type skill." He clenched his fist, veins bulging menacingly. "Aside from Z-rank, all of your other skills have been sealed the moment you set foot in this place." After that surprise attack, Hansu's expression immediately became guarded. In terms of pure raw power, his opponent completely overwhelmed him. Before he could even rest, the man charged in again. However, this place was a training dungeon. Kang Hansu clenched his fist, and a golden aura of power began to form. He was lucky his body reacted to that last blow. In that case, the only option was to push forward, and with that, he took his fighting stance. The veins and muscles on his own body began to bulge and ripple. He raised both hands, ready to fight. Letting his entire body burn with power was the key to victory. He ran through his options: demonic energy, holy type, demon sword, holy sword. His opponent had none of those. Right now, the only way he could inflict damage was with pure brute strength. He looked at the man before him, radiating a feral desire to tear him to pieces. A status window appeared, Penetration Z. His mind immediately locked onto it. He stared intently at the Penetration Z notification, a plan already taking shape. It was normally just a supplementary skill, mainly used for infiltrating heavily guarded locations. However, the higher its rank, the more it could penetrate not just locations and objects, but something far more deadly. The ability to pierce through and directly damage a living being's insides, basically overlapping with armor break. Maybe that was the skill he was banking on, the source of his confidence. The blonde man charged forward once again. This is for my own training, so you can only blame your bad luck. But Kang Hansu wasn't about to yield. He lunged forward. Training, I thought today was supposed to be the anniversary of your death. A glint appeared in the blonde man's eye as he yelled, too slow. The two rushed at each other with everything they had, holding nothing back. As he threw a punch with all his might, Hansu was calculating. His opponent had two Z-rank skills, one of which was support type, but he had the knowledge from Master Molan and his holy type skills. The blonde man also swung a devastating lightning punch. Suddenly, his opponent laughed. There's an opening. Hansu's eyes widened as he yelled, I know, and charged straight at him. Their fists collided, creating a massive shockwave. The ground around them shattered like styrofoam, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The man's fist slammed directly into Hansu's left chest, but somehow it didn't seem to cause much damage. Beneath his clothes, a golden layer of protection shimmered. Hansu had also landed a punch on his opponent's chest, making him grimace in pain. How did you? Before he could finish, Hansu launched a vicious kick straight to his face, followed by a brutal elbow strike down onto his head. Then he roared, I knew about that too. He kept attacking with fists and feet, repeating over and over, I knew it, I knew it. After that relentless barrage, the blonde man stumbled backward, crying out in sheer agony. Hansu continued his assault on his head, and another. He was like a blue-eyed demon relentlessly hunting him down. The blonde man was running for his life, one eye already beaten so badly he couldn't even open it. But Hansu showed no mercy, leaping up and kicking him square in the back, making him cough up blood. He kept punching until his own hands were stained red. Pain groans echoed through the air. Ack, he coughed up blood, gasping desperately for air. After that brutal beatdown, one of his eyes is swollen completely shut. Blood splatters his face as he heaves like an exhausted beast. Ha, ha. Hansu clenches his fists, ready to end it. This is it. But then the intern teacher's voice pops into his head. Hansu. Isn't this the perfect time to question him? Hansu freezes. Lost in the fight, he completely forgot the whole point. He yells back, what if he escapes you taking responsibility for that? The intern teacher immediately gets scared. I'm sorry for interfering. Though honestly, Hansu was thinking the exact same thing. He glares down at his opponent, but he can't shake a worried feeling. Something here is very, very wrong. He sees deep craters in the man's back and wonders, how is this guy not dead yet? Then suddenly his eyes flare a bright orange. A terrifying aura explodes from his body. The fierce attacks have carved the ground into a sunken ring, a battlefield just for them. He's panting hard, clearly exhausted and in immense pain after taking so many of Hansu's direct hits. Hansu frowns, staring him down, a worried look on his face because he just can't understand how he survived all those attacks. He watches the man standing there, smoke billowing behind him, and sizes him up once more. Between his 6th and 7th vertebrae, Hansu has lost count of how many times he shattered them. 9 deep craters mar his back, a horrifying sight. His bones should be powder by now. Hansu is floored. The guy still isn't dead. The effect of Z energy. Hansu grimaces. Then, robot-like figures begin to descend from above. Race Iron Golem Level 1. Class Sentinel. Skills are Spearmanship A, Endurance B, and Ambush C. Status Berserk Empowered. The Iron Golems land with a powerful thud. Hansu's eyes widen, completely shocked by their sudden arrival. The blonde-haired man immediately snaps into a fighting stance, his eyes fixed on the Iron Golems. Like a flash, he's on him. Going somewhere, he grabs the man's neck, who immediately starts to suffocate. He lets out a strangled cough, clawing desperately at Hansu's hand, trying to pull it away. He can barely breathe, his eyes rolling back. Cock, Hansu squeezes with all his might, the veins on his forehead practically bursting. He grits his teeth. Now, just die. But a massive iron golem is suddenly right behind him, its eyes glowing yellow. Sensing the danger, he spins around. Are you blind? He yells before throwing the blonde guy forward, right at the iron golem's eye. His hand still holds the man's throat, who looks like he's already suffocated. His eyes are white, mouth agape. The other iron golems rush in, their eyes also flaring gold. But Hansu isn't backing down. He grits his teeth, puts all his strength into it, grunts and shoves the blonde man's body toward the iron golem. His bones shatter the body, nearly torn in two. Hansu keeps spinning him around, bashing him repeatedly into the iron golem. His neck finally snaps, completely severed. His head is now detached. Hansu lets out a ferocious yell, then hurls the corpse with all his might. The iron golems keep charging right at Kang Hansu. He slams the blonde man's body onto the ground. The head, long since severed, has already rolled behind him. He lets go, his hands still stained with blood. He smirks. At that moment, an iron golem's fist smashes down onto his head, yet he's still looking back with an amused grin. But seriously, how could a level 1 iron golem even hurt him? He turns his head and his power surges. He gives the iron golems an ice-cold glare, then punches his fist straight through one of their iron plates. His power erupts like lightning everywhere. That energy surge completely paralyzes the iron golems. He scowls, screaming, "Just die." The energy grows even stronger and a brilliant golden light flashes, piercing straight through the iron golems. Every single one was defeated in a single move, completely disintegrated. He stands still, his arm pointed skyward, the energy like a pillar of light. He calmly states, "Well then." He glances down and realizes the blonde man's corpse has disappeared. Huh, where did it go? A voice rings out, drawing his attention. "Hero, listen to me." Impossibly, the blonde man whose head he just tore off is standing there again. The wounds on his face are still there, but he's alive. He clenches his fist, roaring, "The humiliation that you brought upon me today, I will absolutely never." Before he can finish, a blue light flashes from his abdomen. The blonde man crumples over in pain. Hansu crosses his arms and casually asks, "How are you still alive?" The blonde man, sweating from the pain, answers, "That's just how this place is. You don't need to worry too much." "Oh, is that so? I've never died before, so I wouldn't know." The man glares at him. "If we meet outside this training cave, I swear I won't let this go." Having said his piece, he turns and leaves. He crosses his arms, staring the enemy down before walking away without a word. He just smiled and sighed. If they met outside, he'd definitely be at a disadvantage. With that, he turned to leave, feeling no regret about letting his foe go. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him and he looked up. A massive, gigantic robot slammed down right in front of him. This was a gold golem, a level 1 Guardian class protector. Its skills: SSS-Rank protection, A-Rank swordsmanship, A-Rank immunity, A-Rank stamina, and an enraged state. He gave a mocking smirk. All that training just to end up at this level, that must mean something even better is waiting up ahead. The gold golem swung a ridiculously huge blade right at him. The weapon came crashing straight down on his head. But all Kang Hansu said was thanks for that. He just smiled, staring at the gold golem that had just destroyed itself. If he hadn't done anything, the gold golem would have kept trying to kill him, and breaking through that SSS rank protection would have been a real pain. After a moment, the gold golem was smashed to bits, just like all the iron golems before it. He let out a serious humph, looking at the door ahead, the room for graduates, and a thought crossed his mind. That name actually had a pretty nice ring to it. He stepped inside, and a brilliant flash of light made him squint. Beyond the door was a lush green meadow, and sitting on the grass was a blonde girl in a white dress. She gave him a friendly smile and said, "Congratulations, hero." But his face was pure disgust. "Cut the cute act. Die." Kang Hansu stepped onto the vibrant green grass under the bright sun, following the elf girl down a narrow path. Just as he was about to lose his patience, she finally spoke. "It's this way, please follow me. This shrine is ancient." The elf girl began to speak again. It was built to praise the glorious deeds of past warriors. She continued talking as she led Kang Hansu into a vast, empty space, explaining, "Right now we are isolated from the world." And she wasn't kidding. Inside the gate was a completely separate and dark dimension. She spoke cheerfully. "I'm here to introduce you to the next generation's warrior. I've been waiting a long time to guide you." But his response to her warm, sunny smile was anything but friendly. "Ha, living like this must be exhausting, huh?" She answered calmly, "It's a job I enjoy. My power and my responsibility are both great. To keep new recruits from straying from the path, I must guide them," she said, as if it were some grand noble mission. But her tone and that smile were just off. It gave Kang Hansu the creeps. He thought to himself, what a weird way of talking. Heading down a long flight of stairs, the elf girl led him to a giant golden statue of a knight. Despite its majestic presence, Kang Hansu's eyes were fixed on the sword the knight was holding. "A holy sword," she replied. "That is the sword that accompanied the first-generation warrior throughout his entire life. Back then, we didn't have a concept for a holy sword," she explained, "so we just called it the strongest magic sword." It turns out this woman was the wife of the very first warrior, and she bore the heavy burden of protecting his sword. Kang Hansu couldn't care less. He asked with a bored sigh, "Is there anything here besides this sword? I've already got a holy sword, you know." The elf girl was speechless for a moment, then sighed and said, "Then let me tell you a story from the past. It was about the first warrior, the one who stood against the first demon, and seemed to bring peace to the entire world. But not even 500 years later, everything came crashing down for the wife who had always been by his side. He left her with a one-sided accusation. Yes, that's right, she yelled, her voice filled with rage. He had an affair. He cut her off quietly. I'm not really interested in other people's family drama. Just get to the main point. But she was still fired up. Next generation warrior, this is not such a trivial matter. Finally, Kang Hansu's blood boiled. The main point, he growled. The girl shrank back. I'm sorry I got a little carried away. She continued, explaining that the first hero was eventually punished. He was betrayed by his own companion and fled to the other side of the world. The reason I'm telling you this story is simple, she said, her voice now tinged with a hint of sadness. The starting point for the next generation warrior is the same as his. I just hope you won't lose your way. I'm asking for your help. Even if you manage to defeat the Demon King, you must always remain a hero of justice. Don't let power blind you. Kang Hansu just sighed about time. The elf girl smiled sweetly, revealing the room held a grand total of 3 trials. First, he had to fight the bronze statue of the original hero. Second, he needed to earn the Holy Sword's acknowledgement. And third, he had to absorb the statue's power for himself. Cracking his knuckles, he was ready. Let's do this. The elf explained that the trial starts the moment he approaches, but if he gets cornered. The elf girl gave a warm smile, a literal halo glowing behind her. I'll show you just how important the power of friendship and love can be. Glancing at his status window, Kang Hansu raised an eyebrow. Transcendent Holy Land. He wondered if this was a common thing, but ultimately shrugged it off. She could do whatever she wanted. In his mind, if he couldn't even handle the statue's combat power, then there was no way that Z-rank blessing skill of hers was going to come for free. Of course, if she just ended up being a nuisance, like the companions from the first round, his own skills would teach her a very painful lesson. A wicked smile spread across Kang Hansu's face as he stepped up to the statue, looking absolutely tiny in comparison. The statue immediately activated. Light flared from a green gem on its head and its massive sword came crashing down right in front of him. It slammed into the ground. But Kang Hansu just stood there, arms crossed, completely unfazed as the status window popped up again. C-rank black box. He let out a challenging smirk as the statue got into its fighting stance. Clicking his tongue, he thought this might actually be a tough opponent. The sword slammed down again, triggering a massive explosion. Kang Hansu leaped back to dodge, grumbling under his breath. This trash tier chaos is seriously off the charts. And with that, he dove straight in to attack the Golden Warrior. A massive blast erupted, but this time he was thrown backward, a huge patch of his shirt seared away, revealing a nasty burn on his skin. Just then, the envoy called out from behind. New hero, let me help you. She immediately began casting a spell to heal Kang Hansu's wounds. In an instant, he felt his body recovering at an incredible speed. The system chimed in Holy Night Divine Blessing. Kang Hansu was stunned, a skill that could change his entire class. Just how powerful was that thing? And what's more, for a transcendent skill to just pop up in his status window out of nowhere, this whole situation was absolutely insane. Kang Hansu burst out laughing. Haha, well, now's the perfect time to test this new skill out. A brilliant golden aura enveloped his entire body. Just as the statue was about to strike again, he simply raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the massive blow. A smug grin spread across his face. Okay, I'm starting to like this. With a single wave of his arm, the statue was sent flying backward. He then leaped onto the soldier's head, casually plucked the sword right out of its hand and brought it crashing down on its owner. The soldier's head split clean in two, and then its entire body dissolved into nothing but dust. Kang Hansu turned his attention to the sword. He had to admit its owner had good taste, but unfortunately for the sword, he already had one. Suddenly, as his hand touched the blade, a surge of blue mana spread up his arm, taking Kang Hansu completely by surprise. Before he could even process what was happening, a voice called out, "Congratulations, new hero. Have you earned the Holy Sword's acknowledgement?" Kang Hansu turned to see the envoy approaching. She continued, "Because it's the prototype of the original Holy Sword, it has been imbued with the very spirit of a righteous hero. It should prove incredibly useful in all your future battles. Besides that, there is one other important thing." Just then, the remaining shard in the statue's eye began to glow with a bright blue light. The light shot out, enveloping him where he stood. His voice turned to ice. "So this was a trap from the start, wasn't it?" The envoy stepped closer, her voice smooth as silk. "Trap or not, it no longer matters. Once again, my congratulations. Future hero, the forbidden power stolen from the very first hero now finally belongs to you." Then she leaned against him, whispering, "But in exchange, every single one of your memories up until now will be completely wiped clean, and your body will fall under the Holy Sword's control. But don't you worry, you'll still become a true and righteous hero. And you'll love and cherish only me forever." Kang Hansu gently reached out and caressed her cheek. "Thank you for your congratulations," he said softly. "I'll handle everything just fine." The system pinged with another skill notification. Rank C caused the target to be forgotten. Rank D cannot be confused. Rank E cannot be destroyed. Rank F cannot forget. He gave her a wicked look, but just saying thank you isn't nearly enough. How should I possibly repay this favor? The spot on her cheek where he'd touched her began to sting. Before she could even react, he leaned in and kissed her. All the mana in his body began to drain directly into her. Wiping his mouth, Kang Hansu smirked. I bet you didn't expect this outcome, did you? She clutched her mouth. Mental protection shield. So he had chosen option C, the one that makes the target forgotten. Kang Hansu simply watched as she slowly faded into nothing. He looked at his own hand and smiled. Now if my next skill is demonic arts, it'll be perfect. The system displayed his new stats. Race human, level 1. Class Pope. Skills blessing rank Z, divine system rank Z. Status in training. As Kang Hansu sprinted forward, he recalled what she said, that the first-generation hero had escaped to an entirely different dimension. And that could only mean one thing: there has to be an exit somewhere inside this world of Fantasia. And he was absolutely going to find it. Stopping in front of a door, he makes a vow to himself. He couldn't believe it, the first real glimmer of hope in this world, no matter how hard it might get. He had to get back one way or another. Those bastard instructors could just wait. It was another beautiful day in the middle of nowhere. Everything bathed in the sun's rays was painted in brilliant colors. In a flash, a long, unnatural gash cuts through the undergrowth, leaving a raw scar of red earth trailing into the distance. It was caused by someone sliding across the ground, kicking up a massive trail of overturned dirt and dust. The thunder of frantic footsteps echoes through the forest, along with panicked gasps for air. The scene is total chaos. And there she is, a beautiful princess running for her life from something absolutely terrifying. She gasps for air with every step, a horrifying beast with a lolling tongue and needle-sharp teeth closing in fast. It lets out a terrifying guttural screech that chills the bone. She keeps running deeper into the dense woods. Her breath comes in short, sharp gasps. Pure, undiluted terror is etched on her face. Finally, her strength gives out. She can't take another step and lets out a desperate scream, hoping someone might hear. Somebody help! The monster screams, lunging for the kill. A piercing shriek echoes through the trees. Just when it seems her life is over, a massive flash of light erupts behind the monster like lightning striking the earth. The princess is still scrambling away, the giant monster looming just a few feet behind her. From a distance, the brilliant light of a staff flares to life, gathering an immense amount of energy. That light strikes like a bolt from heaven, slamming directly into the massive monster's head and freezing it mid-lunge. The sheer force of the blast radiates outwards, slamming the monster to the ground right near where the princess stands. As she scrambles away in a panic, we see the attacker, none other than Kang Hansu. The energy beam slams directly into the monster's side. A perfect ambush, the beast never even saw it coming. The energy from the light intensifies until the monster can't take it anymore and collapses heavily to the ground. Kang Hansu snaps his fingers and the lightning vanishes. He scoffs, saying, "You can only blame yourself for being born so weak." An orc. He seems to realize something, lets out a sigh, and turns away from the scene. But just as he probably predicted, more monsters burst from their hiding spots, swarming forward to avenge their fallen comrade. They all roar in unison, their eyes glowing a menacing yellow as they aggressively charge right toward him. Kang Hansu just snaps his fingers again, clearly annoyed. They're weak, sure, but they just keep on coming. Seriously. I really didn't want to get my hands dirty. But now he's unleashing his full power, forming a complex hand seal. Looks like you're all begging to get wiped out. If you insist, I'll make this quick. He says it to sound cool, and yeah, it definitely works. He snaps his fingers, and a golden light explodes, shaking the very heavens. The energy bathes the entire area in a blinding light and kicks up a violent, swirling windstorm. The powerful wind howls as the light rains down from the sky, growing more and more intense by the second. Finally, the light implodes at a single point, shattering into tiny fragments. And just like that, it's over. Only then do he and the princess cautiously peek out to survey the aftermath around them. Kang Hansu steps forward, observing the scene before saying, "So it was here." A status window shows that Destruction C has changed to Destruction O. The dead orcs begin to vent the energy he just used, releasing it from their mouths like dying embers. Their blood splatters the surrounding rocks. Kang Hansu is absolutely stunned by the sight before him. He makes an assessment. It seems the battle was nearly over by the time we got here. The devastating scene remains, with all the residual energy seemingly gathering in one specific spot. In a sheltered corner, mostly untouched by the attack, lies a female warrior. It's impossible to tell if she's alive or dead. Next to her lies her personal maid. A purple orb floating beside Kang Hansu speaks up. What a tragic sight. He agrees completely. I feel the same way. Teacher intern, today's events will no doubt leave a deep and lasting scar on their minds. His eyes suddenly gleam as he finishes his thought. That is under normal circumstances. Kang Hansu reminds himself. But right now, I have the memory wipe ability for my black box skill. A screen with an ellipsis and the letter C appears before him while the princess helps her wounded maid to her feet. Suddenly, the princess looks up at him, her face filled with fear and pure hesitation. Turns out he's the one scaring her now. His dark expression and unsettling aura are making her shrink away in terror. He unleashes a threatening aura, his voice dripping with menace. "Those big pigs must have really scared you, huh?" An arrow on the screen points to the line Induce Amnesia, indicating he's about to activate the skill. Kang Hansu practically hypnotizes her, forcing her gaze to lock with his as he commands, "Look directly into my eyes." He figured that with his OP skills and blessing abilities, they should count themselves lucky to run into an expert like him. A strange energy slowly wrapped around the three royal women, causing their eyes to glaze over for just a second. But a moment later, every memory was wiped clean and their eyes were back to their usual sparkling selves. Confused noises escaped them like they'd just woken up from a very long nap. The guard, sounding panicked, turned to the princess. "Princess, where on earth did you just go?" She could only stammer back, I'm sorry." The other maid finally noticed the carnage all around them, screaming in horror, but no one paid her any mind. "Why are there so many bodies here?" While he stood back just casually watching their conversation, the system window popped up again. All the intel on the girls appeared. Race human level 15. Her class was princess with average national power but high charm. Her skills were seduction C, charm D, socializing E, and a measly F in magic. Her current status, simply terrified. He glanced at the stats and quietly judged them. "What? This is royalty." Just then, one of the girls cried out as she saw the dead prince. Blood pooled on the ground. "This is bad, the prince is dead." The maid panicked, realizing this was only their first official hunt. The female knight declared their kingdom was finished, and our guy just watched from afar, completely unbothered by any of it. The heir to the throne, well, he thought that has absolutely nothing to do with me. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats approached slow and majestic. Kang Hansu turned to look up at a general in shining armor on horseback. The man spoke, "You over there?" Kang Hansuo turned his head. "Yeah," and just like that, the man's status window appeared. Human level 28. His class was Royal Kinsman, with a royal bloodline to match. Skills included magic power C, sorcery, evil spirits, and virtue. His current status, completely bewildered. At that moment, Kang Hansu realized this guy was a major player. He was the current king's own brother. After a long battle with illness, the king would die in 3 years, and this guy happened to be incredibly popular with the people. Next, he would gloriously ascend the throne with the full support of the nobles and the public, or so Kang Hansuo believed. You had to admit the old man was seriously skilled. A powerful sorcerer, a quick thinker, and a master of diplomacy. Kang Hansu gave him a silent nod of approval. He actually seemed happy to see the man, thinking it had been a while since they'd last met. The look on his face was pure delight, but the general was ruthless, giving a single heartless command, "Kill them all." Kang Hansuo was floored. "Yeah, top one person you can trust," he thought, looking up as if he couldn't believe his own ears. What the hell did you just say?" One of the soldiers then spoke up hesitantly. "But sir, this man is a saint." Another soldier, trembling, quickly agreed. "He's right, sir. If we attack someone with that much holy power..." Kang Hansu couldn't help but find it ironic. They'd kill their own prince and princess, but they draw the line at a saint. "Damn it looks like I'm caught up in someone else's mess again." The king's brother cut through their hesitation. "He will definitely become a problem if we just let him be." Ignoring the dark expression on Kang Hansuo's face, the old man gave the order. "Just get it done. Make it as quick and painless as possible." That's when Kang Hansu had a sudden realization. So his saint-class powers didn't work on everyone. But the fact that others were too scared to touch him, that was an undeniable truth. As he thought it over, a smirk crept across his face. This was a weakness he could definitely exploit in the future. The soldiers could only obey, shouting, "Yes, sir." They pointed their swords at him, but their voices sounded completely forced. "Saint, please forgive us." They charged toward Kang Hansu, screaming, "For our kingdom." He didn't even react, just grinned from ear to ear. There was no need to kill anyone. His Z-rank holy system would keep him pure. A golden light surrounded him. That's his Z-rank blessing, which calms anyone nearby and puts their bodies at ease. The SSS-Rank demonic chi pulsed with a purple power affecting anyone who worships demons. And the green glow, that's his A-rank, luck, ensuring his plan goes off without a hitch. And the final piece, SS-Rank fabrication. Kang Hansu opened his mouth and said, "All of you stop." After those words, the weapons about to turn him into a porcupine froze in midair. The soldiers, blinded by his protagonist aura, could only gasp. Whoa. But a second later, they were breaking out in a cold sweat. Staring back at them was the face of a demon as Kang Hansu bared his fangs. "You're all dead. Killing the prince and princess is treason. Think about the families at home waiting for you to come back." His twisted smile seemed to break through their resolve. They started to hesitate in their attack. But, Kang Hansu was practically bursting with smug satisfaction. This was the kind of manipulation he had perfected over the last 10 years. The king's brother saw the situation slipping and raised his hand to shout, "Don't listen to him. If you kill him, no one will ever find out what happened here." But Kang Hansu, the god radiating a brilliant aura, advised them, "Take your time. Consider your choices and make the right decision, everyone." But the old man was in a hurry. "Calm down," he shouted. "This is for the future of our kingdom." Before he could finish, Hansu cut him off. "If the prince is incompetent, you can just appoint a regent. Why cling so desperately to the throne?" The soldiers began to murmur, their loyalty wavering as they wondered what to do. It seems their loyalty wasn't completely gone, but they shouldn't assume Kang Hansu was out of tricks just yet. A stream of purple energy rose from his shoulder. Seeing this, the old man screamed quickly. Suddenly, he felt a chill as a soldier shrouded in deathly energy held a sword to his neck and growled, for his glory. The sword plunged through his throat, giving him just enough time to choke out "Why?" And just like that, the king's brother was history. Loyalty stood no chance against Hansu's demonic power. The princess's handmaiden saw him approaching and screamed, "Save the princess, we must warn the emperor immediately." As soon as she stopped screaming, Kang Hansu activated his hypnotic eyes, leaving the princess's group in a daze. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Announcing your plans right in front of the accomplice. What a bunch of morons." The intern teacher appeared, asking nervously, "Is this going to be okay?" Hansu picked up his sword and replied, "Don't worry about it." Then Kang Hansu called for rice cake. In an instant, a six-winged angel appeared over his head. Kang Hansu confidently gave the order, "Resurrect everyone." Then his eyes landed on the corpse on the ground as he coldly added, "Except for him." With that settled, Kang Hansu rolled up his sleeves. Now all he had to do was fabricate the evidence. Suddenly, a cough from nearby caught his attention. A man's voice called out, "Are you the peasant who just saved me?" He looked up with pure arrogance and continued, "Don't you dare look at a noble prince with those pathetic eyes. Because you're a saint, I'll forgive you this time." He then turned to Rice Cake with a sparkle in his eye, completely ignoring Kang Hansu's scowl. Spotting the cute female mage, the prince tried to make his move. "To thank you for saving me, I invite you to my banquet tomorrow. You should feel honored." A hand pulsing with deathly energy landed on his shoulder, followed by a sweet voice, "Prince Nim." The prince, totally clueless, just snorted. Kang Hansu's eyes turned a deep purple, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He said sharply, "Would you be so kind as to look me in the eyes for a moment?" A short while later, the prince was sitting drooling under a tree. Hansu finally understood why the count had decided to rebel. But whatever, he'd already decided the prince's fate for him. The prince's brain had been wiped, but he would still inherit the throne as a complete simpleton. And the future king would soon have a genius magician as a son-in-law who would make a pretty decent regent. Having sorted it all out, Kang Hansu let out a wicked laugh. "A perfect theory. See, no problem at all." Rice Cake yawned, looking bored. "This all feels a little weird." He whipped his head around. "You got a problem?" She looked away, replying, "I just think it's weird." Kang Hansu raised a threatening fist. "Your constant babbling is what's weird. If you don't want to get punished, shut up and watch." Undeterred, Rice Cake just asked, "So where are we going? The prince did invite me, you know." Hansu cut her off with a glare as he started walking. "We're finished in this magic kingdom." This earned him a frustrated huff from Rice Cake. Then, remembering something, Hansu stopped. Oh right. A memory surfaced in Kang Hansu's mind, a young girl with blonde hair. He'd given her a scepter to control her power, and she thanked him. "And she even traveled with me." Kang Hansu sneered. "The sage's scepter, huh? Time to find out the truth." Fanapang Mountain, a majestic peak rising from the center of the northeast old continent. The natural hot springs that flowed from the mountain had become a major attraction for countless tourists. A village had sprung up here, growing into a perfect tourist destination. But that alone wouldn't draw such a massive crowd. Monsters with immense magical power had also gathered, drawn to the energy of the natural springs. And of course, many villains had gathered to exploit the monsters' habitat, damming the water for their own purposes. Heroes had assembled to defeat these villains, drawn to this place where so many different groups were converging. Kang Hansu and Lanav arrived at a tavern in town. A normal person would just push the door open, but Kang Hansu wasn't a normal person. He liked to be different, and he probably knew he was the main character. So Kang Hansu kicked the door clean off its hinges. An entrance like that immediately angered the local thugs. "What the hell is that kid's problem?" one of them growled. Kang Hansu just crossed his arms and announced clearly, "Remember this face and name. The warrior Kang Hansu is at your service." He muses about the cruel ice princess living on the snowy mountain, then points to the bartender, demanding he open the entire wine cellar. He's taking over the tavern until sunrise. Hearing this, the crowd's entire attitude shifts on a dime. "Whoa, another warrior. Now this guy's got some real class." The whole tavern starts chanting, "Go, sacred warrior. Warrior Hansu will conquer the ice princess." Kang Hansu smirks, having drawn just enough attention. His target had finally appeared. He's talking about a shadowy figure lurking by the entrance. Kang Hansu glances at them before approaching the counter to call the bartender. The bartender cheerfully plays along. "What can I get for you, oh great warrior? Looking for a little something on the side?" Kang Hansu replies, something incredibly hot for the evening. The bartender agrees, I'll find you the juiciest snack we have. The whole tavern roars again with cheers. Warrior Hansu is the best, go Hansu, all hail. Night falls, but the tavern is still buzzing. After finishing her meal, Lanubin sighs happily, phew, I'm stuffed. Kang Hansu just snaps at her, go to sleep, already you're annoying. Just then, a waiter places a steak right in front of him. Sorry for the wait, the server says, enjoy your meal. The moment he leaves, an incredibly captivating woman appears at the table. She looks right at Kang Hansu and speaks. So, warrior, is there something you're curious about? As she arrives, Kang Hansu thinks to himself. The Dark Merchant Guild, they'll sell absolutely anything if a customer needs it. After all, information is their lifeblood, and their customers trust the accuracy of what they sell. These were the very people he came to this village for. He looks at the woman and says, I want to know about the first hero. The woman sits down beside him and asks the first hero, you mean the one who defeated the Demon Lord, right? Kang Hansu nods. That's the one. The woman smiles. It's been 7 years since he appeared and took down the Demon Lord. It hasn't been that long, but his achievements were legendary. Kang Hansu pops a piece of steak in his mouth and tells her, tell me everything. She replies calmly, there's much more than you think. Kang Hansu pulls out a scroll. If you create a booklet with unique non-overlapping information, I'll give this to you. The woman picks up the scroll to examine it. This is. Kang Hansu glances at her. The first chapter is your down payment. If you can't gather the information I require, then our business ends here. And the information you gather must be provided free of charge. How about it? The woman replies, I can't take this job. She then calls a waiter over. They exchange a few words and the waiter quickly leaves. An awkward silence fills the air. To break it, the woman suggests dessert. Kang Hansu simply agrees. Okay. Kang Hansu eats his ice cream, glancing at the woman. He's suddenly surprised when the waiter returns. With a dwarf. The dwarf politely says, greetings. Not what he expected at all. Kang Hansu bites down on his spoon. Why is it you? When the war god's golden titan first stunned the world, a gaudy golden golem stood on a cliff. But it never would have become so famous if not for a villain opposing it standing against its brilliant, shimmering light. Below it, encased in armor red as fire, was a golden start button. A lone dwarf trudged steadily toward it. The blood-red dwarf that was the villain. His blood-red titan was armed with an iron mace on its right arm made to shatter fortress walls. Its left arm was a massive drill designed to pierce through any enemy. And for the one who created such a brutal machine. The blood-red dwarf was completely absorbed, his eyes glued to the technical schematics in his hands. This golem's tail design is so flimsy, Kang Hansu thinks, sizing up the old dwarf with his chin in his hand. The old dwarf suddenly rolls up the paper, scoffs and slams the scroll down on the table. Kang Hansu watches him in silence. The old dwarf is practically vibrating with excitement. He can't believe the design and has to pause before he can even speak. Is this real? No, it's even better than that. Kang Hansu answers with a strange smile, the spoon still in his mouth. Really, the old dwarf shrieks with joy. Even without seeing the whole design, just looking at this one page was enough. He could already see the designer's philosophy and passion. As a fellow professional, he hated to admit it. But I desperately want this design. Kang Hansu rests his chin on his hands, satisfied to hear the old man's praise. I believe my plans will now spread far and wide. Quite an expensive transaction, the purple-haired woman muses as the two walk away. Kang Hansu takes the spoon from his mouth and asks her, so what's your answer? The woman looks back at him and calmly replies, all the information on the first hero from his colleagues to his lovers and his enemies. I will record every last detail, and I won't miss a single thing. Kang Hansu gives her an indifferent glance. He nonchalantly replies, perfect. The guy shoots to his feet as the girl holds up a blueprint, adding, this warrior will win the heart of the Ice Princess. She cheerfully asks, Kang Hansu, could you stay in the village until I've gathered all the information? She carefully adds that it'll take about 15 days, during which they'll provide a place for him to stay. Kang Hansu stares silently, judging her. So polite wasn't she? The purple-haired girl flashes a sinister smile, already scheming. Just leave the blueprint before the Ice Princess kills you. After thinking for a moment, he looks to the ceiling and agrees. All right. Volume 6 can't be rushed. Kang Hansu walks slowly up the stairs, lost in thought. The evidence still wasn't enough to kill Pedonar. He'd just have to prepare slowly. He strolls with his hands behind his back, a smug smile on his face. But after saying that, Kang Hansu suddenly freezes. There was absolutely no reason for him to follow her words. Kang Hansu gets pissed when he sees Laneville sleeping soundly while hugging the scepter. Why in the world was she cuddling the sage's scepter like a body pillow? Kang Hansu snatches the staff right out of Laneville's hands. She drowsily tries to get it back. Hey, my staff. Where are you going? He tosses a pillow at her head and holds the scepter high, yelling in frustration. Just go to sleep. The sun begins to peek through the wooden door. Mount Fuji looks incredible today, bright sun, fresh air. A voice asks, "Where to?" Kang Hansu just crosses his arms and puffs out his chest. He laughs loudly and replies, "We're going to meet the woman the trainee instructor mistook for the unluckiest person in the world." The sage's scepter asks, "You're really planning to run all the way to the summit?" He just responds to the scepter's question with a smug look. "I'm a pro. Who would be dumb enough to run up there? There's a pretty sweet ride from Volume 1 that can pop a wheelie." From high above, the view of the village and the lush green forest is absolutely breathtaking. In a log cabin in the woods, smoke rises from the chimney as an axe splits a log in two. Bigyu sighs, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This should be enough. Suddenly, a hand clamps down hard on his neck, followed by a loud shout. "Gecko!" The man's mouth falls open as his eyes roll back. Kang Hansu flashes a wicked grin. "Change back to your original form." A choked-out complaint escapes his throat. "Human. What did I do?" Kang Hansu's eyes glare menacingly as he hisses. "You want to hear me talk more trash?" The grip on Bigu's neck just gets tighter. The man lets out a pained grunt as a blinding light erupts. From the smoke emerges a massive roaring dragon. So Bigu has reverted to his original form. His info pops up: Dragon Race, Level 505 Wild Hunter Class. Skills include Level 5 Cold Resistance, Level 5 Hunting, A rank Endurance, A rank Strength, and B rank Massacre. Status: Sleep Simulation. The nearby villagers scream when they see the colossal dragon. A dragon. A dragon has appeared. Panicked voices shout to one another. Could it be the white dragon? Wake up the warriors, calls, and the sound of rushing footsteps echo everywhere. The dragon roars furiously, its maw wide open and its eyes glaring, looking like it's ready to eat someone alive. Kang Hansu just stands there casually with his hands on his hips, taunting it. He scoffs that this is just like Volume 1 all over again. He unleashes a critical blow right to the dragon's chin. A blinding yellow blast of mana from Kang Hansu slams into the beast. Bigyu is completely stunned, unable to withstand even a single hit from him. Dazed, it stumbles as a stream of white gas pours from its mouth. And finally, its massive body collapses with a thud right in front of Kang Hansu, who just watches nonchalantly. He yells out, "Hey, fat gecko." Yeah, calling a dragon a gecko is a pretty deep insult. Kang Hansu yells an order. "Look into my eyes." A notification appears. Training has been forcibly ranked up to B. Taming is forced to D, and empathy is forced to E. The weather today is strangely beautiful as birds soar over the endless mountain ranges. Everything is a lush green. The dragon spreads its enormous wings as Kang Hansu confidently settles onto its back. He gives a smug command. "Let's go, Bigyu." It seems the beast has been completely conquered by Kang Hansu. Far in the distance, among snowy peaks, an ice castle looms between the mountains. The sound of beating wings fills the sky. Kang Hansu, wearing just a thin shirt, rides Bigyu, looking down at the ice castle with glee. So this is the place, the Ice Princess. The White Castle sits between two mountains, surrounded by a relentless blizzard with a single path leading inside. The path was steep and treacherous. Kang Hansu saw figures encased in ice on both sides of the slope: female warriors, witches, hunters, and swordswomen. Every single one was frozen with a look of pure agony etched on their face. The tutor found this whole scene incredibly bizarre. She wondered aloud why there were so many women in this ice tomb when she had expected something else. She thought for sure it would be men trying to get to the Ice Princess. But Kang Hansu wasn't surprised at all, simply saying, "Apparently not." He explained that the female adventurers trapped there fell into two categories. First, there were the women who were jealous of the princess, the Ice Princess, a mage born with unique otherworldly traits, never having faced a rival. Well, that's about to change. Aha. The second type is just as Kang Hansu was about to continue, a loud voice boomed, "Leave now if you don't want to die." Kang Hansu opened his eyes to see a figure in a white dress and white shoes approaching. The Ice Princess had arrived. Her face was a mask of cold indifference, her skin, her hair, her eyes, all the color of pure snow. She wore an off-the-shoulder lace dress with a fur cloak draped behind her. Kang Hansu pulled up her info panel. Race human. Level 486. Background princess. Power source magic. Skills included S-Rank Outburst, S-Rank Frost Aura, A-Rank Malice, A-Rank Survival, and B-Rank Slaughter. Status: Grieving and Enraged. "I won't repeat myself," Princess Xueyan warned. Suddenly, a gruff voice shouted, "Look, it's the noble princess herself." Kang Hansu dug a finger in his ear, annoyed. So loud over there. The second-type girls in some random dude's personal harem. A brainless man screamed, "You shall bear my children." Behind him stood his three female followers. This moron eagerly declared, "If the most beautiful woman in Asia marries me, the ruthless assassin Florenson, we can create the perfect child. One that can even capture dragons." Kang Hansu just rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. Oh really? Even the teacher next to him was speechless. What kind of messed up logic was that? Was he some Kang Hansu mocked. If this idiot had a kid, this is the only thing it could catch. It was only then that the Fool's group and the Ice Princess noticed the massive shadow on the ground. Screech Biu let out a cry, charging up a blast in its mouth. It fired a cannonball that slammed into the ground with a deafening boom. The flash of the explosion momentarily blinded the Ice Princess. The fool's entire group was instantly frozen solid. Biu circled high above the princess's head. She stared at the frozen group, then looked up at Biu in absolute astonishment. How could a dragon? From high above, Kang Hansu leaped from Biu's back. As he landed, the startled Ice Princess clutched her heart. Panicked, the Ice Princess screamed, "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I'll unleash my frost storm." Her hands began to gather energy. Behind her, the air turned into a raging whiteout blizzard. Kang Hansu just stood there, hands casually tucked in his pockets. The princess unleashed a strike powerful enough to reshape the entire landscape. The blast should have wiped out everything in front of her. But when the dust cleared, Kang Hansu was still standing there like nothing happened. She was completely stunned. "Ah, my power went out of control again," she whispered, her voice filled with disappointment. The spiritual energy around her was rapidly being drained away. The Ice Princess stopped staring straight ahead. She saw Kang Hansu holding a scepter, which was absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy into it. The dark, cloudy sky instantly transformed into a clear blue expanse. Kang Hansu was thrilled by the scepter's power. Whoa, that kid wasn't lying. The princess let out a small gasp. At that, Kang Hansu snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her. Her eyes were wide with shock after witnessing the scepter's true power. She stammered, trying to ask a question. Could that be that staff? Seeing her reaction, Kang Hansu smirked. That's right. This is the sage's scepter. Watching the change in her expression, Kang Hansu was utterly confused. The Ice Princess's eyes welled with tears as she began to sob. With that scepter, I can finally control my power, her own misfortune. She slowly started walking toward the staff. Reaching out her hands for the scepter with pure desperation, it seemed this endless tragedy could finally be over. Finally, it can all disappear. The interaction between her and the scepter created an incredibly warm golden light. Kang Hansu yanked the scepter away. The princess cried out, "Hey," she screamed, her voice full of regret. "Anything, I'll do anything, just please." That scepter, Kang Hansu lifted the staff and brought it down right on her head. Bonk. The beautiful Ice Princess lost all her dignity, coughing up ice and snow. Oof. The blow left her completely stunned. She stumbled and fell backward. "Oh dear," Kang Hansu sighed, shaking his head. The Ice Princess stared at him in horror, totally confused. Kang Hansu's voice rang out like a seasoned storyteller's. "Oh, princess, you must be mistaken if you think you're the most unfortunate person here. From now on, every single time you fail to control your power." Kang Hansu casually twirled the scepter in his hand. He delivered the terrifying verdict, "You will be spanked until your butt is black and blue." And then he added, "Don't worry about dying because I can bring you back to life up to 40 times. The Ice Princess's face went deathly pale. With the expression of a crazed maniac, he threatened, "And if you have any questions, don't even think about asking. They say life is short, but misfortune makes it longer. Well, today was probably going to be the longest day of this poor girl's life." Hehe. Kang Hansu let out a wicked inner laugh. "Hey you," he called out with the tone of a high school bully. "Did you say you've been living all alone until now?" "Not anymore," Kang Hansu declared. "This is a land of eternal snow, where not a single blade of grass can grow. The only reason the princess survived in a desolate place like this was because of the love and help from her people." Hearing this, the princess's lips began to tremble. Kang Hansu pointed directly at the long lace dress she was wearing. "That gorgeous dress, the nutritious food you eat," Kang Hansu shouted, "even the toilet paper you wipe your butt with." He also silently thought of the cheesy love letters that filled her otherwise freezing room. Her face filled with remorse, the Ice Princess clasped her hands to her chest and knelt before him, looking up. Kang Hansu's voice dropped. "All of it is proof that the people who love you, they still haven't given up hope." At his words, the princess's face contorted with emotion, moved by her people's love. So Kang Hansu's voice turned chilling once more. "I'm serious this time, so it's going to work." Kang Hansu tightened his grip on the staff, veins bulging on his hand. He roared, "Don't let the cold make you tremble before my attack." His shout made the Ice Princess shrink back in fear like a cornered hamster. The princess clasped her hands and whimpered, "Yes." Realizing she couldn't show fear, she steeled herself and yelled, "Yes." Kang Hansu lunged forward, swinging the staff down. Just as it was about to hit her head, the princess's survival instincts finally kicked in. She began channeling frost energy into her tightly clenched fists, the staff now just millimeters away from her skull. The princess pushed with all her might. A powerful gust of wind erupted around them in 5 perfectly formed streams. Kang Hansu pulled his staff back. Before him stood the pleading princess. The tiles directly behind her were untouched, but the walls on either side had been completely scoured away by the icy blast. Kang Hansu looked at his staff with a grin. "Nice. A success." The Ice Princess collapsed onto the ground. I did it." With tears welling in her eyes, the Ice Princess cried out, overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. Thanks to the hero, I can finally control my power. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was already rereading her information panel. Race human level 286. Class Princess. National power was tied directly to her magic power. Her skills included S-Rank Berserk, S-Rank Frost, and S-Rank Survival along with A-Rank Sinister and Endurance. Status reassured and submissive. Kang Hansu let out a weary sigh, thinking back. Of course it worked. She'd already died 10 times just to get to this point. He looked at the Ice Princess with pride. Turning her into some demon-worshipping puppet would have been easy. But he had to admit the kid really did a great job. He praised her silently. The teacher beside him remarked, to get the princess to control her power in just 10 tries. Isn't that pretty lucky? But Kang Hansu shot that down. She's the Ice Princess, not some brain-dead idiot. Of course she could do it. Kang Hansu then turned to the princess, his voice softening. Princess, I'll be going down to the village in a bit, so you should go take a bath and change into something clean. The princess looked down sadly at her once white dress, now a filthy gray. Kang Hansu stored his staff away and said nonchalantly, for now, just follow me around the village for a few days before you head back. Or if you'd rather go home now, feel free. Okay, she replied, then asked, but why aren't you coming with me? Kang Hansu's face soured. Why would I have to do that? He knew if he didn't distance himself, the sage would interfere, which would be a huge pain. One freeloader was more than enough. He wasn't about to babysit another. Taking her along had one purpose, only to build his reputation. A wicked smile spread across Kang Hansu's face. He was already picturing the glorious scene in his mind. He would bring this girl down to the village and the crowds would go wild. Look, the warrior Kang Hansu has cured the evil Ice Princess. No one has ever done something like this. Good job, me. Kang Hansu's face tilted up towards the sky, basking in the imaginary praise. He could practically taste the fame already. A few moments later, Boo flew in reporting that everything was ready to go. Kang Hansu and the Ice Princess climbed onto the dragon's back. Kang Hansu was in an absolutely fantastic mood. He affectionately stroked Boo, cooing in a high-pitched voice, "Oh, my adorable little salamander boy." The Ice Princess watched his bizarre behavior, completely weirded out. Boo chirped in response and Kang Hansu cheered, "Such a good boy." With that, Boo flapped its wings and took to the sky. Kang Hansu roared with excitement, pop a wheelie and hit the gas. Woohoo! Boo let out a happy cry in return. But as they flew over the snowy mountains, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A massive monster covered in thick, white fur erupted from below its jaws, gaping wide to swallow Boo whole. Caught completely off guard, Boo was trapped in its massive maw. Luckily, Kang Hansu grabbed the princess and leaped clear, just before its jaws snapped shut. Kang Hansu stared down at the monster in confusion while the princess looked on in absolute awe. They were in a freefall, plummeting right into its throat. The beast's face looked like a giant cat. Kang Hansu quickly pulled up its information. Race Ice Titan level 999 plus. Class Cold Mountain King. Skill SSS Rank Frost. Berserk Rank SS Guardian Rank S Nap Rank SS Terror Rank SS with a status of Enraged Explosive Frenzy. Kang Hansu asks the princess a direct question. Princess, what is your relationship with that leopard beast? The Ice Princess looks up. She's staring at the creature before them, a round, fluffy white cat like a giant snowball gazing back with piercing blue eyes. The Ice Princess recalls a scene from her dreams, a tiny version of herself standing next to that very same white cat. Gently, she reaches out, touching its pure white fur. She thinks to herself how soft and warm it is. The princess looks up again, her eyes full of affection for the white cat. The cat just meets her gaze, saying nothing. All it does is sit there quietly watching her. But coming back to reality and seeing the beast below, the princess's eyes fly open in shock. But back then, a fluffy white cat, so much like the one in her dreams, is standing defiantly in the middle of a blizzard. Except this real-world version has a student's face and a pro wrestler's body. The Ice Princess stares at this massive difference between what was advertised online and what she actually got. She can't help it. She lets out a massive scream. It wasn't supposed to be this huge, and it definitely couldn't walk on two legs like that. Kang Hansu stares intently at the giant cat monster, a look of understanding spreading across his face. He thinks he's starting to get the picture. The massive cat keeps its eyes locked on them, its thoughts a complete mystery. However, thanks to the system window, Kang Hansu gets all the details he needs. Race Ice Titan, level over 999. Class Cold Mountain King. Skills include SSS Cold Air SS Berserk SS Guardian and SS Nap, plus SS Mana. Its current status: frightened, anxious, and furious. Seeing that status pop up on the screen, Kang Hansu is reminded of a monster he once fought. He quietly compares it just like Nobius right before it died. Then Kang Hansu looks at the skills section, realizing the skills are almost identical to those of the Ice Princess. The clues were like scattered puzzle pieces, but once he connected them all logically, they formed a complete picture. It all clicks. Kang Hansu finally gets it. A smirk plays on his lips as he speaks with arrogant certainty. So you're the one behind everything. Kang Hansu quickly reviews the clues. Someone of her royal status. Wasn't living in a palace but was hiding on this desolate frozen mountain peak. He remembers the Ice Princess, using her powers, and continues his analysis. She possesses incredible strength but has zero control over her energy. Kang Hansu makes his final decisive conclusion, exposing the real culprit. It's all because of this goofy, oversized cat's interference. The cat monster probably doesn't understand a word he's saying, but it seems to know. Some punk just body-shamed it. Its eyes begin to glow, radiating a cold blue light. As Kang Hansu summons his weapon, he yells out, and now everything makes perfect sense. In an instant, he launches himself forward, both hands gripping the hilt of his heart-adorned sword. His brow furrows, eyes locked on the monster's every move. He lets out a powerful battle cry, Hia. The giant cat monster roars back, its mouth wide open as it unsheathes its sharp claws. Whoosh! The monster swings its massive arm toward the incoming Kang Hansu, but without a single ounce of fear. Kang Hansu charges straight for those razor-sharp claws. At that exact moment, two streams of light gold and purple emerge from the heart of his sword. They grow stronger, enveloping the entire blade. And just like that, the sword's attributes get a massive boost. Chaos Rank E skyrockets to A, Harmony F jumps to B, and Dark E leaps to C. Wasting no time, Kang Hansu uses this newfound power to close in. He is laser-focused. In front of the monster, he yells, "Become my experience points." His gleaming sword slashes down in a flash, cleaving the cat monster's head in two. It dissolves like snow. Suddenly, a purple energy envelops the entire scene. Kang Hansu finds himself floating in a blank white space. He looks around confused when suddenly, a clear voice rings out and the silhouette of a woman slowly materializes. She calls out his name, student Kang Hansu. It's none other than the intern teacher. Wearing a mask that covers half her face, she turns her head and tells Kang Hansu, "They say even a worm will turn when cornered. If you're not careful, you could be the one getting beaten." But her words completely fly over his head. He's still floating upside down, legs pointed toward the sky. Kang Hansu casually replies, Yeah. It's been a while, good to see you too." He pauses for a moment, and then continues with a confident smile, "Let my guard down." What in the world is that? He proudly recites his accomplishments. "I've had 11 years of experience dishing out beatdowns. Thanks to a certain someone, I already figured out that thing had zero combat experience." Then, as he powerfully strides out of the teacher's dimension, he arrogantly says to the woman behind him, "The day I let my guard down is still a long, long way off." The teacher can only watch him go. With a smirk, Kang Hansu turned to leave, delivering one last warning, "I told you so." Breaking free from the trainee teacher's purple void, Kang Hansu leaped down onto the beast below. He landed softly on the monster cat's pure white fur, then raised his arms as if to catch something. Instantly, the Ice Princess fell right into his arms. She yelped in surprise, "Oof." The creature's massive, now headless body began to topple backward. Boom. It crashed into the snow, shaking the entire region. Snow swirled everywhere. Moments later, as the icy mist cleared, Kang Hansu was revealed standing tall and firm on his kill. He held the Ice Princess in his arms, opened his eyes, and said, "Ah, thanks for that. Acting cool before you're famous just hits different." The Ice Princess, completely lost, could only ask, "What was that?" Just then, Kang Hansu's attention snapped to the fatal wound on the monster's neck. It was regenerating. He quickly set the Ice Princess down and told her, "All right, you need to back away." That cat monster, which should have been dead and gone, was now sprouting a new head to come back to life. The moment it revived, it let out a furious roar, absolutely enraged at being killed by the punk before it. Behind him, the Ice Princess could only watch her worry turning into pure terror. Kang Hansu muttered to himself, "It's not over yet." A wicked grin spread across his face as he eyed his energy-clad sword. "So this fat cat really has 9 lives, huh?" Kang Hansu didn't seem too bothered by it. He just added, "Oh well, if I keep killing it, it'll eventually stay dead." Hearing its perfect body insulted again was the last straw for the monster. It erupted in a furious, ear-splitting roar. The two of them clashed in a brutal flurry of blows. Snow flew, the earth shook, and the beast's agonizing cries echoed everywhere. Roar after roar. Then the mountains stilled. The sky cleared. The battle was finally over. Feeling a massive surge of power envelop him, Kang Hansu declared, "It's done." He stood on the monster's corpse and proudly announced, "That's some more experience points for me." Still enjoying the high from one completed quest, he was already looking toward the next one. All right, so. He suddenly felt something odd and cried out, "Huh." At some point, his left leg had been completely frozen solid. He quietly cursed. What the but quickly stopped the profanity that was about to escape his pretty little mouth. He remembered a similar incident happening in the past right after that giant catfish had died. He'd never forget the disaster that followed its death, triggered a massive nationwide rainstorm that flooded everything in its path. So Kang Hansu put two and two together. If this fat cat died, a nationwide blizzard was probably on its way. At that thought, his face went pale. Not because he was being frozen solid, but because of the catastrophe he might have just caused. It was a bolt from the blue, he thought blankly. Just as the ice finished encasing him completely from head to toe, he still had time to pull one last memorable expression and utter his final words, "I'm the absolute king of carelessness." In the mystical darkness, a new scene flickered into view as a crack of lightning shattered the oppressive silence. Blood-red eyes glowed fiercely through the mist, surrounded by an arc of crackling electricity. As the mist faded, a hand emerged from the energy and an annoyed voice spoke. "I kill one fat cat and I get hit with a curse." Kang Hansu shot to his feet, pure dissatisfaction on his face. With blazing eyes and clenched fists, he roared, "Son of a bitch." He was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead as he scowled and cursed, "That damned cat." A clear voice called out, pulling him from his rage, "Hieronym, you're finally awake." Kang Hansu waved a hand dismissively. "We've been delayed a bit. We should get moving." The girl's voice replied from behind him, panicked. "What, right now? Give me a moment to prepare." Dusting himself off, Kang Hansu turned and snapped at her. "We already prepared everything back at the castle." But then he realized something felt wrong. He frowned at the girl and blurted out, "Now what?" The system displayed her information. Race Ice, human level 573. Class Snow King. Attributes Frost and Protection. Skills included SS-Rank Frost, SS-Rank Berserk, SS-Rank Magic, SS-Rank Defense, and SS-Rank Attack. Status Happy. The Ice Princess adjusted her clothes, staring at him blankly. Kang Hansu, equally confused, called out, Miss, are you the trainee teacher?" The sage's staff spoke up to correct him. "Why are you calling a young maiden like that, an old lady?" Kang Hansu looked back at the Ice Princess and immediately protested. "But just look at her. She's way too old to be called a princess." He blurted out, "How long was I frozen?" Kang Hansu looked at her seriously. She immediately answered, 6 years. A map of a scorched and shattered world appeared, symbolizing a war that could never be extinguished. The Ice Princess explained that during his 6-year slumber, war had been raging across the continents. She continued, saying every place except the southern continent was now engulfed in flames. Even the map of the northern continent was scorched by fire. Only the southern continent had been spared from the chaos. But that wasn't all. She added with a grave tone that the north was currently quiet, thanks to a string of victories by the sages and a goddess. On the map, a massive fire burned, but one region still remained untouched by the devastation. Hearing this, Kang Hansu just clutched his head and let out a long sigh, asking tiredly, "What's this about a goddess now?" An image appeared before the Ice Princess, a girl dressed in ancient attire surrounded by a swirling blue aura. The Ice Princess explained softly, "That's a specialized golem used by the sages. They're about the size of a human," she said, spreading her arms wide, "but their combat power is beyond imagination." It had the form of an ancient warrior. Kang Hansu, standing right in front of her, just gave a simple "ah." The Ice Princess broke into a cold sweat, worry written all over her face. She quickly made a decision. "Anyway, let's head down the mountain first, back to your village." The scene then shifts to a treacherous rocky mountain peak. The mist was so thick it nearly swallowed the sky. The Ice Princess, walking right behind him, asked, "So, do you want to go to the sage's tower?" Kang Hansu's expression darkened, but he reluctantly answered, "Of course I do." Then the Ice Princess dropped a bombshell on him. The sage had prepared a specialized golem just for the hero. She continued her sales pitch, mentioning it was powerful enough to destroy the world. Kang Hansu feigned disinterest, his voice low. "Really?" But in reality, a wave of excitement was building inside Kang Hansu. He declared with newfound energy, "I'll wipe out the Demon King right now and move on to the 7th round." The sage's staff, his intern tutor, could only watch in stunned silence. Kang Hansu was so thrilled his cheeks turned bright red. He pointed a finger and shouted, "Right after I see this specialized golem he's prepared for me." The Ice Princess quietly spoke up, "I'll be riding my own specialized golem now. The sage cured his terminal illness thanks to you, Hero Nim, and he created this for you as a special thank you." Kang Hansu shot her a skeptical look. The Ice Princess immediately began casting her magic. She yelled Ice Master commands, and brilliant light threatened to consume everything. Kang Hansu turned, unable to hide his excitement as he eagerly awaited his reward. The Ice Princess shouted, "Arise." Glacio appeared behind her, its two glowing eyes burning a fiery yellow. Snowflakes began to fly at the speed of light. Kang Hansu's eyes flew open in pure joy. He screamed, "This sage really knows how to do business." But his initial excitement was instantly replaced by utter shock. He could only let out a confused, "Huh." The massive Glacio stood before him, towering hundreds of feet high. The Ice Princess stood inside the giant, her voice filled with pride. "Isn't it amazing?" Heronim Kang Hansu was frozen to the spot, completely motionless and at a loss for words. The Ice Princess urged him on, "Come on, get in." Kang Hansu's face went pale. He forced a smirk and slowly replied, "All right, I'm coming." After getting settled, Kang Hansu offered some praise. This girly golem is actually pretty decent. The two of them shot up into the sky, the golem moving like a rocket past the mountain peaks. But contrary to their leisurely pace, the golem was speeding up to stay on schedule, making a whoosh sound as it ran. Kang Hansu rested his chin on his hand looking out the window. He thought to himself that anything below level 200 was basically just a dwarf anyway. The Ice Princess's voice cut in, "The entire continent is about to." She snapped him out of his idle thoughts, her expression turning serious as she looked ahead with worry. "From here on out, we have to be extremely careful. The enemy could be lurking anywhere." Kang Hansu, who had been spacing out, suddenly jolted upright. An unusually cheerful and mischievous smile spread across his face as he chuckled. "Enemies, you say?" Kang Hansu smirked. If an enemy were to appear in a situation like this. Before he could finish his sentence, a noise erupted from outside. The Ice Princess shouted, "It's here." Through the thick ice, a monstrous shape began to reveal itself. Its eyes blazed like car headlights. The Ice Princess shrieked in terror. "It's an enemy golem." Kang Hansu, however, just grinned, absolutely delighted. He celebrated silently, a single thought crossing his mind. A red golem from the dark forces. Could it belong to the blood-red dwarf? But outside, three identical golems blocked their path, towering over them in matching red armor. One of them commanded, "You are not permitted to pass." The moment Kang Hansu saw this, the cheerful look on his face vanished. The color drained from his face as he screamed in shock, "Damn it, I knew they were his." And with that, Kang Hansu fell deep into thought. He wondered silently. The sixth round. Where did this future go so wrong? In that moment, he looked like a soulless husk, drained and terrified for his future. The Ice Princess saw his state and yelled hero, but an image of the dwarf was already flashing in his mind. The memory of the dwarf reading his blueprints was painfully clear. Despair washed over him once again as he realized, "This is my fault." He collapsed to the ground, slamming his fists into the dirt, his stomach twisting in knots. He cursed himself for ever showing him the designs. Meanwhile, the Ice Princess gripped her control panel, preparing herself for the intense battle ahead. She shouted, "Hero Nim, hold on tight." But Kang Hansu just staggered beside her, barely able to stay on his feet. It was a grueling 1-versus-3 battle. The three golems glared at Glacio with pure killing intent as the clash of weapons echoed. The fight had begun. The red golem moved to strike first, but Glacio let out a roar and her golem's sword pierced straight through the attacker's chest. A voice announced the skill Florentino. A single fatal blow sent the red golem to the scrapyard. An absolutely savage move. A huge explosion erupted right behind Glacio, scorching everything in sight. The Ice Princess stared straight ahead, focused on her device. She said softly, "After that little incident, I bet you're wide awake now." The Ice Princess turned to Hansu, her voice full of concern. "There's no time to call for backup," she explained, "so I'm taking a shortcut, even if it's a little bit risky." When the Ice Princess got no reply, she called out, "Are you listening, Hero Nim?" At that moment, Kang Hansu finally let out a long sigh. He was completely terrified, his face pale, utterly ignoring the princess beside him as he muttered to himself. "Just get me to the 7th round already," he pleaded internally, "to protect my poor, fragile heart." Elsewhere, the battle between the golems raged on fiercely. The red golems continued their relentless assault, but it was no use, they were no match for Glacio. Very quickly, they were all defeated by her hand. The Ice Princess then looked off into the distance and suddenly let out an excited gasp. "We're here," she declared. Kang Hansu sat to the side, too depressed to even care. The Ice Princess looked down below and continued, "This is the Sage's Tower." She noticed the group of red golems stationed there and guessed, that must be the Northern Continent Alliance. It looked like they were planning to attack the tower before the hero arrived. Just as he was spacing out, Kang Hansu was suddenly startled. He was jolted by a desperate scream from below. Brother down on the ground, Lenouvel, an old man, and the sage were running toward them in a panic. They kept shouting Hero Nim. Hearing their cries, Kang Hansu immediately leaped down and ran towards the group. The sage saw him and said through his tears, "Thank goodness you're safe." But this heartwarming reunion was about to turn ice cold. The sage quickly found himself being lifted by the neck by Kang Hansu. He was absolutely furious, seething as he grilled him. "You little brat." He growled. "No, this world is on the line, so what the hell have you been doing all this time?" The sage struggled to explain, bro, just wait a second. He then delivered a piece of news that was both critical and completely shocking. "The golem you ordered from me, it's been built." The sage honestly explained that because of a flood of orders. Every step from sourcing materials to the actual construction was incredibly difficult. As he spoke, he pointed a hand toward the silver-haired old man. "But he and I managed to finish it." The sage couldn't help but boast a little, "and it's seriously amazing. You have to see it." Kang Hansu followed his gaze up toward the sky. The old man and the sage then began activating their so-called masterpiece. The machine was being stored inside a giant golden pillar. Kang Hansu's eyes widened in pure astonishment. Suddenly, from inside that golden pillar, several golems appeared before them. Kang Hansu looked tiny as dust and smoke filled the air. and then through the hazy smoke, two eerie blue eyes appeared glowing ominously. But this wasn't just one golem. It was 5 enormous golems, each decked out in their own colorful armor, blue, red, purple, and pink. They were certainly eye-catching. Each golem was fully equipped with heavy-duty weapons and came in a different color for easy identification. Even Glacio was a bit skeptical, having no idea what these things were capable of doing. Seeing the squad of flashy golems emerge from the smoke, Kang Hansu was so stunned he couldn't even speak. This was clearly far beyond anything he had imagined. Kang Hansu spoke quietly, "Hey, sage kid." The sage's face twisted as he replied, "Yes." Our hero's face broke into a twisted grin as he asked, "Is this it? Just a bunch of gaudy-looking golems?" The sage started crying, his eyes filled with fear as he pointed mysteriously up at the sky. "We're not done yet," he whimpered. As if they'd received an order, the eyes of the golems in front of them suddenly began to glow. All of them fire up their thrusters and soar into the sky, their immense power kicking up a blinding cloud of dust below. Their bodies suddenly separate into individual parts, and then all those components begin reassembling in midair. In a flash, a massive golem is formed even bigger than all the ones that came before it. It radiates a dazzling 7-colored light like a rainbow. Kang Hansu peeks his head out from the dust cloud. He's completely stunned, his jaw on the floor. Standing before this thing, he looks like a tiny speck of sand as he stammers, "It's super." The sage was sweating bullets, asking if he'd finally calmed down. Just then, Kang Hansu slowly let go of his collar. But then Psyche, our hero, Kang Hansu, grabbed the sage's collar again, making his face drain of all color in pure terror. But this time his voice was different, calm and deep. "My wise friend," Kang Hansu praised. Hearing that, the sage's face instantly relaxed. He could finally breathe. Kang Hansu's face was full of emotion, his eyes welling up as he said, "From now on, just tell this hero anything." Just then, the intern teacher showed up. "Hey you," she asked, "what about the 7th floor?" Kang Hansu launched himself into the sky, shouting back, "For that, just wait for me at the transfer station." As Kang Hansu soared upwards, he spread his arms wide in pure exhilaration. The system went absolutely wild, spamming hero notifications. He had 5 golems, 1 for each spirit attribute. By fusing them, their weaknesses would be eliminated, granting immunity to all kinds of magic. Plus, he could switch between different elemental weapons depending on the situation, but the mana cost absolutely massive. Even with his power, the sage warned him to be careful. Kang Hansu just told the sage, "You better remember this." He flashed a smug grin, declaring, "My mana. I'm pretty sure my mana is infinite." And the system confirmed it. The infinite title meant his E and F rank stats wouldn't drop. The moment he said it, the giant golem erupted with immense magical energy, a power like nothing they had ever seen. Down below, even the sage could only gasp, "Oh my gods." Kang Hansu's voice boomed out, "That giant magic flask has been filled to the brim," and he wasn't settling for just 5 attributes. At that moment, his E rank mana surged to A rank. Suddenly, a golden light washed over the entire giant robot. Something terrifying was about to happen. Meanwhile, the red golems looked around, completely bewildered. "What's that sound?" They quickly pinpointed the source, the sage's tower. The red golems immediately charged toward the location as a slight tremor shook the ground. But when they saw the colossal robot, they started chattering. "What in the world is that thing? It's absolutely massive, right?" A blinding light flashed so bright it hurt to look. Then came Kang Hansu's epic shout, "5 elemental powers unite, Gao Ranger." The system immediately updated its information. Race Gao Ranger. Level 999 plus. Class Guardian God. Roles: Defense Offense. Skills: Melee SSS, Endurance SS, Agility SSS, Immunity SSS, Defense SS. Status: Blessed Union. With a completely troll-like expression, Kang Hansu gave the order, "Unclog the drains with all of them." Even the intern teacher was speechless. She had thought of some excellent names herself, but this kid's naming sense, it was truly beyond words. Kang Hansu piloted the colossal robot, easily smashing through the red golem's encirclement. He boldly reprimanded them, "You disrespectful punks, ruining the peace of the 6th floor." Kang Hansu deployed a massive drill, tearing right through them without a shred of mercy. Burning with rage, he roared, absolutely unforgivable. With just one drill attack, the red golems were instantly wiped off the map. He carved a path of pure stormy destruction. As the attack finished, the giant robot's eyes flared brightly. Thousands of red golems had been defeated. Now they didn't dare get near Kang Hansu. The golems trembled, shoving each other forward. "Go on, fight back, he's all alone. There's nothing to be afraid of." With that, the red golems summoned their courage and swarmed Kang Hansu all at once. He swiftly leaped up to counterattack. The robot's eyes suddenly blazed with light as its entire body began to transform. The robot's eyes glowed even brighter than before. A terrified red golem cried out, "What is that light?" Kang Hansu just smirked and said, "It's useless." At that moment, the colossal robot finished its upgrade, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. The light was blinding. Kang Hansu laughed triumphantly, so it's reached Gao King. And the system quickly updated. Name Gao King. Grade SS. It now had S-rank divine reflexes, nullifying all normal attacks. Machine guns deployed from its back, taking perfect aim at the red golems. A relentless barrage of bullets flew out. The firepower was absolutely terrifying. Kang Hansu smirked and gave the order, dry him out. And sure enough, the robot's guns had a massive attack range. It mowed down almost the entire red golem horde. Against its overwhelming power, the enemy was completely suppressed, unable to even fight back. Then an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The blast lit up the entire dark sky. Inside the cockpit, Kang Hansu glanced at the stats panel with a look of disappointment, just as he thought it consumed a ton of mana. But Kang Hansu's good mood returned in an instant, a grin spreading on his face. I just have to refill it, that's all. His A-rank mana began shifting to S-rank. Seeing him pause, the red golems below got a moment to rest. Suddenly, a white figure dashed into the middle of the red golem mob. A bald man's voice calmed them. Don't lose heart. He told the red golems, calm down. Just bait him into using up more of his mana. The bald guy was sure his magic couldn't be infinite, but right then Kang Hansu was shining like a literal god. He lets out a wicked grin and tells the man, sorry, but mine is infinite. With that, Kang Hansu sends the robot soaring into the sky. Next, he commands it to unleash an insanely powerful beam of light. All of its magic power blasts towards the red golems below. He roars with everything he's got, grinding his teeth and yelling Kamehameha. The entire robot erupts with terrifying magical energy. It obliterates rank after rank of the red golems. The bald man stumbles back a few steps, not daring to get any closer. A blinding light flashes and all you can hear are screams from within. The bald man's figure suddenly seems to shrink. He collapses to the ground, groaning, oh my god, his face is black with soot and his bald head is covered in sweat. Suddenly, he jerks his head up, his eyes widening in absolute shock. A colossal foot slams down hard on the ground. Dust and debris cloud the air. The red golems were crushed to bits, their corpses littering the battlefield. The massive robot with blazing eyes stares down at the tiny lone survivor cowering below. The bald man stumbles back in fear as Kang Hansu's voice booms from inside, you all missed your chance. A massive sword is sheathed on the robot's back. He commands the mech to slowly draw its blade. The sword, humming with terrifying power, is aimed right at the bald man. Kang Hansu continues, the chance for a truce. The guy is so terrified his jaw just hangs open. Done talking, Kang Hansu pilots the robot, charging straight ahead. Its movements are incredibly fast, releasing a powerful surge of magic as its sword aims right for the bald guy. At this point, he looks like a tiny ant cowering in a corner just waiting to die. The robot is right on top of him. The glowing blade is swung high, then slammed down with so much force that the ground itself cracks and shatters from the impact. With the job done, the awesome robot lands on the ground, finishing with an earth-shaking explosion. Finally, after the brutal battle, everything falls silent and the sky above suddenly begins to brighten. Kang Hansu lets out a triumphant cheer. The battle is over. The system window updates. Massacre rank S has upgraded to Massacre double S. Mana power increased to double S. Conquest S became Conquest double S, exactly the result he was hoping for. And with that, the devastating war has finally come to an end, even though most of the other continents are still engulfed in flames. But at least here in the northern region, the cleanup phase has begun. Kang Hansu reads from a letter he's holding. All the kingdoms have sent their letters of surrender. But he quickly rips the letter in half with a nasty smirk. I have no intention of accepting them. The intern teacher appears from behind him and asks, why not? Kang Hansu shoots her an annoyed look. That's a pretty strange question, intern teacher. You want me to forgive the people who ruined my 6th playthrough? No, not on this continent. That's absolutely out of the question. Kang Hansu's face darkens, turning completely vicious. He coldly says, execute them all, and begins listing everyone who will be executed. This includes the royal families and all the nobles, even the members of the Black Merchant Guild. All of them will be publicly executed. Kang Hansu even imagines the scene, everyone cheering for him. Hero Kang Hansu, hero Nin, and the crowd's grateful cries. Thank you so much, sob, thank you. Thinking of this, he scoffs and sighs. It feels like he's the king of a bunch of beggars. The next day below the sage's tower, Kang Hansu speaks lazily to the sage himself. The repairs and reconstruction of the kingdom. I'm leaving that all to you. The sage just laughs cheerfully. Ha ha, no need to worry. As soon as he speaks, a small explosion goes off behind him, revealing a blue light. A pair of gorgeous legs steps out from the smoke. The sage grins and continues, with my angel here, every single thing will be handled with ease. An unbelievably beautiful blonde robot girl steps out. This blonde android acts incredibly lifelike. She says to the sage in a cute voice, darling, you're my angel too. The intern teacher remarks, it seems like those two are a really good match for each other. Kang Hansu, however, remains suspicious of everything. Now I'm starting to question why Sword Saint number 3 was so insistent on the sage, joining us from the very beginning. But he doesn't have time to worry about things like this, so he just dismisses it with a cold tone. For now, it's time to get back to work. Kang Hansu stands before the giant robot and announces his next target, to hunt down and completely eradicate the Seven Merchant Guild. He then shouts Captain Fantasy Combine. The golem's eyes light up after receiving the command. All 5 of them fire up their thrusters and launch high into the air. They begin to separate their bodies, then reassemble into a single massive super robot. But before the combination is complete, a bolt of lightning strikes from out of nowhere. And just like that, the combination has failed. His mouth hangs open in absolute horror. He's in shock seeing his own golems heavily damaged and smoking. The head that was once so majestic is now just a grimy pile of scrap metal lying scattered on the ground. Kang Hansu screams in tearful rage, Captain Fantasy. His face is streaked with tears as he grinds his teeth in pure fury. Just then a triumphant laugh echoes from the thunderclouds, a mocking voice booming, "Oh, look at you, trying to combine your toys." Kang Hansu scoffs, pointing at the storm, "You coward attacking from the shadows. You have no class." A dark figure slowly appears, letting out a cold snort before replying, "So what if I don't?" Without another word, Kang Hansu unleashes a devastating attack, firing a massive beam of golden energy right at him. Seeing his opponent get hit, Kang Hansu grins, laughing victoriously. The figure stumbles out of the smoke furious. "You like sneak attacks, coward. Let's see you try that with me." Kang Hansu is fuming too. He roars back, "How dare you interrupt the combination sequence?" But then he sees something that makes him pause and frown. The figure's hand has sharp claws and their entire arm is wrapped in a purple demonic aura. Turns out it's a woman. She glares at Kang Hansu with irritation. But a girl won't stop him, he glares right back at her. Kang Hansu looks her up and down, confused. Since when did the Black Merchants Guild have a monster like this? He was so sure his last attack was enough to one-shot that guy Pedonar. And then her status window pops up, race second demon. Level 999 plus, class dominating seductress queen. Skills, demonic aura Z, vitality Z, immortality Z, charm Z, unyielding 555. Status, enraged demon sword. He tightens his grip on his sword and she, not to be outdone, summons her own weapon. Kang Hansu sizes her up, her life force is on par with the first hero. Soxia, the Demon King's daughter, wastes no time. Her hand clenches a sword crackling with lightning as she glares at him with pure hatred. Without a word, she dives down from above. Kang Hansu taunts her, "This world has laser beams too." Soxia snaps back annoyed, "And what about it? Is there some law that says I can't use them?" she retorts, aiming a kick at Kang Hansu while continuing her verbal assault. "Besides, what right does a grown man who still plays with robots have to question me?" Kang Hansu immediately fires back with his own argument. "It's the dream of all men, transforming and combining robots are the absolute truth. Their fight is ferocious, neither willing to back down an inch." The trainee teacher watching from the side thinks to herself, they match each other in a really strange way. The sky roars with thunderous booms as an earthquake shakes the very ground, making everything tremble violently. The sage and his companion rush out of the Golden Tower's door to see what's going on. The boy yells, "Whoa, what's happening?" The massive explosions just keep coming. Both the sage and the angel are completely floored by the scene before them, utterly speechless. The sky and the earth look like they've been split in two. Pitch-black clouds crackling with purple light cover the sky as lightning strikes down, and from the ground below, a brilliant golden energy shoots straight up to meet it. They collide in midair, causing thunderous explosions. The sage can only utter in astonishment, "What the heck?" Two blades clash with a sharp clang. One is a sword of light wrapped in purple energy, the other a gleaming blood-red blade. Kang Hansu and Soxia repeatedly smash into each other, every clash of their swords creating cataclysmic sounds and powerful shockwaves. Soxia's eyes burn with fighting spirit, her blades still locked in a fierce struggle against Kang Hansuo's. "Son of a..." She curses, putting all her strength into a massive arcing slash. Kang Hansuo is sent flying backward. Our hero lands, bending his knees to absorb the impact. He keeps a tight grip on his sword, clenching his jaw. Veins pop on his face as he lets out a guttural roar. The ground around him shatters, crumbling and sinking under the force of his landing. Feeling he's gathered enough power, he straightens his legs and launches forward at blinding speed. In an instant, he's caught up to the demoness. The two continue their high-stakes battle. Streams of gold and purple energy twist together, following Kang Hansuo's flight path. On the ground below, huge chunks of rock are sent flying everywhere amidst a storm of dust. Kang Hansuo and Soxia are still locked in their duel. Soxia screams, "I knew it. From the moment you slaughtered your own kind, you were nothing like a hero at all." Kang Hansuo just smirks back. "And what are you? Some kind of fake goddess from who knows where?" Veins bulge on his neck as he pours more power into his attack. With a smirk, he scoffs at her amateur skills. Kang Hansuo's blade flashes in a bright arc, forcing Soxia away. He then rockets forward with blinding speed, looking just like a shimmering golden bullet. Soxia grinds her teeth in frustration. She quickly retreats, dodging the lightning-fast attack, but in that instant she realizes something isn't right. A flash of gold rushes past. Suddenly, Kang Hansu is there, his eyes filled with killing intent right in the demoness's face. His blade is already at her neck. Soxia manages to parry just in time, otherwise that shining sword would have sliced right through. Kang Hansu's face darkens. But then, in that very moment, Soxia grits her teeth and pulls her sword back. Kang Hansu's slash connects with her shoulder. Twin energies, purple and gold, now coil around his blade. At that moment, Kang Hansuo seems to figure out her plan. He thinks, did she do that on purpose? Soxia's eyes turn razor sharp. A stream of purple energy begins to leak from her eyes. Soxia grips her hilt, and suddenly the sword of light is drawn. Quick as a flash, a devastating slash flies toward Kang Hansuo. His face goes pale. He never saw this coming. Damn it, she was faking. Kang Hansuo's shirt is torn, blood flying everywhere. That last strike hit him right in the hip. Kang Hansuo tells himself he'll recover soon enough. Soxia, her eyes now a bizarre glowing purple, slowly advances on him. The blood from Soxia's wound doesn't just splatter, it suddenly coils into a ring, seeming to rush toward our hero. The demon blood hardens gradually, forming into razor-sharp claws. Like arrows, they shoot forward, aimed right at him. With no other option, Kang Hansuo can only throw his arms up to defend himself. Blood erupts from the fresh wounds. Soxia smugly continues to control the blood arrows, sending them at Kang Hansuo. She lets out a sinister laugh. It's over. Kang Hansuo grits his teeth, still on the defensive, managing to catch a few blood claws. He yells back, "Who says so?" His eyes flare as he drops his guard, whipping his arm to throw 3 of the blood projectiles right back at Soxia. Soxia doesn't even bother to dodge, just closing her eyes to avoid the splash. She laughs as if victory is already hers. "You fool. Let's see who's really getting hurt here." Kang Hansuo suddenly closes the distance, launching a surprise counterattack. His blade, crackling with that gold and purple energy, thrusts straight into the demoness. Now it's Kang Hansuo's turn to laugh, payback served. His eyes gleam. Gotcha. But then Kang Hansuo seems to realize something is very, very wrong. Both of them just stare dumbfounded as the sword fails to pierce Soxia's chest. Kang Hansuo's blade is literally repelled from her body. Soxia screams at the top of her lungs, "Hey, you pervert." Her piercing shriek startles Kang Hansuo, his face a mask of confused terror. Soxia's face turns beet red, completely mortified and just as bewildered. Kang Hansuo tries to explain, "Hey, this isn't my fault." Furious, Soxia grinds her teeth and lunges at Kang Hansuo, screaming, "Stop," staring. She throws a powerful punch at him, her intent clear. "Who gave you permission?" The two of them clash in midair, shouting nonstop, creating swirling streams of gold and pink energy. A massive wave of energy scrapes across the ground as lightning cracks the sky. But below, the two of them just keep going with no end in sight. They finally crash down to earth. The shockwave from their landing tears up the ground, kicking up clouds of sand and dust. Boom! A powerful impact shakes the area as dust obscures everything. Hand locks against hand, veins bulging from the strain. It looks like they're both putting every last bit of strength into this. Their blades clash again, grinding together without mercy. Low growls rumble in both their throats. They're both battered and covered in dirt, but neither is giving a single inch. Sword against sword, hand against hand, eye against eye. Soxia spits an insult, "You coward." She puts all her strength into it, snarling, "You can't beat me." Soxia resorts to a cheap shot, kicking Kang Hansuo right below the belt. "Give up." Kang Hansuo's face turns pale with shock. Kang Hansuo scowls. "Facing someone like me, you must be pretty disappointed, huh?" Their blades remain locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a loud clang, both their swords are sent flying into the sky. Kang Hansuo smirks as a flash of yellow energy crosses his face. So that was the trick. Soxia realizes Kang Hansuo's plan. Turns out, quick as a flash, Kang Hansuo puckers his lips and leans towards Soxia. He shouts, "This is definitely the best way." Soxia is so mortified, her face flushes bright red. Dazed, she stammers, "You're crazy, you lunatic." A booming shout echoes through the area, startling Kang Hansuo. The chosen warrior, a so-called hero, making moves on the Demon King's daughter. Is that really appropriate? A colossal shadow suddenly falls over the ground, completely enveloping both Kang Hansuo and Soxia. Crash! A gigantic gray and black structure with massive patterns etched onto it descends right in front of them. The voice continues to echo all around. Lightning flashes from the dreary sky, illuminating the massive castle that just landed. It's shaped like a giant twisted seashell, its sharp swirling tears reaching for the sky. From an opening in the tower, the Demon King Pedonar appears. He has a pair of long, incredibly sharp horns, and his waist-length white hair almost completely hides his blood-red eyes. He even has a red ruby embedded in his chest, just like Soxia. He stands there, arms crossed, looking down. "Am I not keeping up with the new trends?" Kang Hansuo lets Soxia go, staring up at the tower in absolute shock as she lies on the ground. The ground itself seemed to groan. Kang Hansu was baffled. Why was the Demon King here on the northern continent? The trainee teacher appeared totally helpless to explain, simply saying he flew here. Then, at the very heart of the continent, the Demon King raised a hand, his voice booming out. I am the supreme ruler of all demonic beasts, the Demon King himself. He had walked all this way alone, and now he proudly raised the holy sword. He was arrogant, boasting, even mocking the Elf King's wife. But Hansu just smirked. Don't even try to pretend, he sneered, that you're some nice guy. Just wait. I'll handle you myself. But before he could finish, the purple-haired woman shot into the air, completely panicked. Covering her mouth, she shrieks, "Ay, you total pervert." But Hansu just shakes his head helplessly, trying to explain. Don't make me sound like some creep. She insists that flying around in ragged clothes like this is entirely his fault. I'm only in this mess because of you. The Demon King lets out a single cough, and instantly strange purple rings of energy fill the sky. Hansu's eyes dart around in confusion. The Demon King continues, "Hero, I know you're quite fond of Socia, but a hero is the natural enemy of a demon, you know. Doesn't that make things a bit awkward?" Hansu clicks his tongue, feeling completely powerless in this situation. This damn level, still making it this far, is a slight improvement on the first time. The Demon King mutters, "He's so strong, my punishment has become meaningless. I want to thank you for 2 reasons. First, you must treat my daughter well. And second, make sure her growth exceeds all expectations." All the while, Hansu secretly gathers his power for an attack. "Just disappear," he says to the Demon King. His power shatters the tower behind them, but the Demon King blocks it easily. He just laughs. "Not bad at all. When I heard you'd gone missing on the northern continent, I was a little disappointed. But now that you've returned this strong, I'm actually quite pleased." Hansu thinks to himself, "What is it because of my divinity?" The Demon King continues, "You seem pretty confident in that divinity, but your application of demonic energy is sloppy." Suddenly, a thought hits Hansu, even though it was a close call. He almost became a worshipper of this very demon. As the Demon King speaks, he demonstrates the power of his demonic energy. Something like this, Hansu yells out, "Are you insane?" The Demon King pours all his power into his fist, swinging hard at Hansu. Luckily, Hansu manages to block with his hands, but at his current strength, he can't hold out for long. He's sent flying backward. He's thrown a great distance, seriously wounded and coughing up blood. In agony, he clutches his head, knowing this is bad, but he refuses to lose. Hansu quickly regains his composure and goes on the offensive. The Demon King sees this and laughs in approval. That was quick. He unleashes a volley of sharp blood-red energy blasts toward our hero. Hansu frowns, thinking, "At this rate, I'm going to die from this angle of attack." The Demon King raises his voice. "Sorry, but I'm trying to drag this out for a bit." He quickly surrounds Hansu with a powerful current of demonic energy as a red spirit stone on his body begins to glow brilliantly. "From this moment on, I will officially consider you my rival," the Demon King declares. Hansu just cracks a sarcastic smile in response. "You've got to be kidding me." Instantly, 5 beams of light form a pentagram behind the Demon King. Hansu wipes blood from his lip. He recognizes his chance has come. Without a second thought, he charges straight for the Demon King, but the demon's overwhelming power once again sends him flying. Hansu lies on the ground, battered and barely breathing, thinking to himself, "This is it for me. That Demon King is way too strong." Meanwhile, the Demon King wonders, isn't he supposed to be the pitiful type who gets beaten by the power of love and friendship like in those other stories? The Demon King looks at Hansu and says, "If you truly want to face a Demon King as your lifelong rival, then as the father of that troublemaking daughter of mine, it's my duty to properly educate her boyfriend." Hearing this, Hansu explodes with rage, yelling, "Who the hell wants to be her boyfriend?" Seeing Hansu charge, the Demon King unleashes more demonic energy. Hansu just smirks, determined to fight this out to the end. He grits his teeth, using every ounce of strength to fight back. A ball of spirit energy materializes in his palm, and this time, our hero successfully gains the upper hand, launching the energy right at the Demon King's face. But the Demon King manages to swallow the energy whole, sarcastically remarking, "Not bad." Powerless, Hansu grinds his teeth and utters, "He really is a Demon King." Once again, he's sent flying, the wound on his chest now beyond what he can possibly endure. All he can do is look helplessly toward the Demon King and lament, "Damn it, am I going to lose to that guy again?" The Demon King approaches him, his voice cold. "You look absolutely pathetic." He touches the gem on his chest and draws out a sword, pulsing with dark energy, ready for their final duel. Even Hansu has to admit that the level of a Demon King is truly terrifying. This is the first time he's ever seen such a horrifying weapon. It's on a completely different level from anything before. The Demon King stands before Hansu and lets out a smug laugh. "Well, it's about time. My daughter started dating someone decent. I've lived far too long to witness this." But Hansu just screams back, "You're the Demon King, so just get it over with. Stop talking so much." Socia, flying nearby, is startled, thinking he's talking about her. The Demon King just smiles, faintly raises the sword in his hand, and stabs himself with it, saying, "Now receive this from me." This insane act leaves Hansu wide-eyed and completely stunned. The Demon King is still tearing open his own stomach, as blood pours out from the wound without stopping. There's so much blood it looks like it could wash Hansu away. He wonders in a daze, did the Demon King just kill himself? The tide of blood rises higher and higher, completely burying Hansu. Through the haze, he can see the Demon King is still smiling. Hansu screams in helplessness. That old man and his daughter are exactly alike. Suddenly, the system flashed, displaying the main character's incredibly high stats. Seeing this, Hansu's spirits soared higher than ever before. "Ah, there it is," he shouted, jumping for joy. All his hard work had finally paid off. A few seconds later, another system message popped up. "You have failed." Seeing the result, Hansu wasn't the least bit surprised. He let out a laugh. "Fair enough. I'll accept this result this time because I lost to the Demon King himself." Even with his amazing skills and being on the same level, the Demon King had still managed to crush him. The system explained the reason to him. "You are a noble individual, one who bears responsibility for all humanity. This has led to you being deeply respected by many. But this world is not an easy place to live. Another chance will be granted to you. The hero has fallen in a brutal battle. You must become even stronger. This time, save the world from the evil Demon King's grasp." Hansu grumbled in annoyance, complaining that he was always a noble person. It was the system that always misjudged him. The world was basically already saved anyway. To be precise, it was saved by that idiotic Demon King. He sighed, bracing himself for his 7th playthrough. Immediately, notifications began flooding the system screen. "The test is now beginning. All instructors are astonished by your score and are very worried. A special instructor has been assigned." The moment he stepped into his 7th playthrough, the main character was met with a warm greeting. "Hello, Hero Nim." His hand carelessly brushed against something it shouldn't have. Lanival, her face bright red, shyly asked, "What are you doing, my lord?" "My hero Nim." Hansu's expression soured as he muttered, "This is interesting. Everything has been reset." And so a new journey began. This isn't too bad," Hansu thought to himself, remembering his disastrous 6th playthrough. Although he had failed his score, that round was the highest of them all. His skill rank was only double F because he'd lost to the Demon King. But now I know how to deal with him. Graduating this time will be a piece of cake. Seeing him frozen in place, Lenuvel called out, "Hero Nim, have you recovered yet?" Hansu just scowled and replied, "I'm perfectly fine." Lanuvel continued, "That's wonderful. This place is Fantasia, a world completely different from the one you knew." Our hero looked around, bewildered, wondering to himself, "But why are there mages here?" Lanuvel replied, "Oh yes, we have many mages." After a moment, it finally clicked for him. "Ah, I see. I must be in the Magic Kingdom instead of the Dumpling Kingdom." So the starting point for his 7th playthrough was the Northern Continent. Not too bad. He figured he could just play it like his 6th run. That's right, just like that. "Gao Qin, I'll resurrect you soon," he vowed. He looked at the system and mumbled, "All right then." Just then Lanival cut in to introduce herself. "Oh, I forgot. My name is Lanival." But our hero was still completely focused on his system window. He thought to himself, this is way different from the start of the previous runs. A curse. This thing is going to lower one of my skill levels. This must be the penalty for losing to the Demon King. But no matter, I'll just cleanse it with my holy and blessing skills. In this playthrough, he wouldn't need to hide his power anymore. With his holy skill, he was sure they would all be kneeling at his feet in no time. Seeing the brilliant light radiating from the main character, a group of mages cried out, "Whoa, what is that?" A mage in the middle of the crowd immediately dropped to his knees before Hansu, saying reverently, "Oh, Holy One, I bow before you." Hansu glanced over at another mage who was standing there, trembling his face, a mask of angry defiance as he refused to submit. "So you dare to resist my holy power? How about a taste of my dark power?" At those words, the man frantically dropped and bowed his head to the floor. "Oh, Almighty One, long live the holy hero." Lanivel stood to the side, her eyes wide with confusion. That's strange." Hansu cut her off. "Do you realize you're the strangest one here?" Lanivel got flustered. "Lanivel is just Lanivel." "Lanivel isn't strange," Hansu shut her down. "Just be quiet. Now it's time to meet the king." The group of mages trailed noisily behind them, shouting as they went, "Your Majesty, kneel before the Holy One immediately." Hansu strode confidently toward the main doors of the throne room. As they swung open, the king and his retainers were already seated waiting. Hansu placed a hand on his chest, about to offer a greeting when the king's voice boomed out, slightly startling him. "Hero, welcome, hero." Looking at the king's information on the system panel, Hansu thought, would you look at this skill list? It seemed the king used to live like a total pig, but if things continued this way, everything would play out exactly like last time. He's going to die soon enough. The prince, looking utterly bewildered, called out softly to his father, "Oh, my king." Hearing that, Hansu thought to himself, like father, like son. This guy's face is still just as detestable. And as for the other guy, he spoke up right on cue. "Your Majesty, the weather is turning colder. Please allow your humble brother here to handle the rest of your affairs." Please get some rest. Hansu smirked internally. He means rest in peace, doesn't he? The king, however, readily agreed to the offer. All right, I'll leave everything in your hands, Duke. Our hero continued his inner monologue, observing how easily the king had just handed over all his power. His brother must really trust him. But no matter what you're planning, he's not about to let him take the throne. With that thought, he strode towards the king. Your Majesty. The flustered soldiers shouted, stay back, one more step, and before they could even finish their sentence, they were stunned silent by the spiritual energy erupting from him. They stammered, what in the... Woe, a saint. Kang Hansu stepped forward, addressing the king. Please accept this light from me. Your Majesty, this will all be over soon. The king, looking utterly confused, asked, meaning, as he got closer, the light radiating from him grew even more intense. A thick fog rolled in, making everything around them a blur. The king's screams echoed through the mist. A moment later, when the fog finally cleared, he looked at the king and asked, how are you feeling now, Your Majesty? The king looked incredibly refreshed, replying with a huge smile, I feel like I've just been reborn. My body feels like a massive weight has been lifted, like I'm floating on air. Hearing this, Duke's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could only gasp. What in the world just happened? Kang Hansu smirked to himself, thinking, that's because you put yourself on my blacklist last time. Seeing their father healthy again, the princess and the prince rushed into his arms with tears in their eyes. Oh, father, this is unbelievable. The king couldn't hold back his own tears, looking at him with immense gratitude. Saintly hero, I have no words to express my thanks. How can I possibly repay this favor? Just name your price and I'll do anything in my power. Kang Hansu hesitated for a moment, but the king continued. Ah, this might be a bit sudden, but I have a lovely daughter. Ah, my daughter, of course. But the hero cut him off. I already have what I want right here. The king took the item from his hand, completely baffled. Hey, can you please explain this to me? What is this? Kang Hansu gave a slight smile. That is the dream of every man in this world. Inside of all things were blueprints for a golem. It is Kang Hansu declared my greatest dream. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the cheerful atmosphere. Hello there. They say time waits for no one. I thought we'd meet an old friend again someday, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Look at you, hero Kang Hansu, all grown up thanks to your instructor. Kang Hansu shot him a venomous glare. Instructor, stop insulting me and get the homeroom teacher here right now. The instructor feigned being hurt. Hey, you're making me sad. An instructor is still an instructor. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed. You must really be missing my F grades, huh? Hearing that, the instructor quickly tried to disappear. Ah well, just wait a moment and I'll go check for you. Kang Hansu thought to himself. These instructors are completely useless, they just love to mess with me. Their horrible teaching methods wasted 17 years of my life, nothing less. Even though in reality it was only 1 year and 1 month, not to mention all the pressure I went through. But whatever, for now I just need to get through these stories. He turned back to the king and said, Your Majesty, if this golem is completed, the world will soon belong to us. The king was fired up. Hero, this is beyond anything I could have ever imagined. Please give me some more time to think. Kang Hansu happily replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Thinking, because I am just that generous. And in a rank hero no less. However, he also had to remind himself that carelessness could lead to disaster. There's no guarantee I'll get 3 A's. So far, I've only managed to get on the king's good side. And I've built up just enough trust to earn 1 A. Dark energy and holy power don't really affect the king, so those two are pretty much useless. He felt a little like a failure, but there was no other choice but to stay calm and motivate himself. He hid the wicked thoughts in his head and said, Please take your time and think it over carefully, Your Majesty. The king shouted, Wait, everyone look over here. The mages responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes. He thought, whoa, he's thinking way faster than I expected. That must be the wisdom from my 17 years of experience at work. His smile practically reached SSS-Rank. After a quick discussion, the king gave his answer. Hero, I've spoken with the best engineer in the royal palace. It seems this golem design is actually possible. I will command the workers to begin production on this golem immediately. Kang Hansu bowed his head slightly, showing his gratitude. A truly wise decision. The king asked. You said this golem's name is Gao King, right? Kang Hansu confirmed. I promise you it will be completed in 3 years. The smile on Kang Hansu's face froze solid. The king continued proudly, Ha, you must be surprised that it can be completed so soon, right? It's understandable. This is something that no kingdom other than our own could possibly accomplish. Kang Hansu's face darkened. Ah yes, 3 years. Long enough to stab the Demon King another 1,000 times. I can't wait that long, he said. If that's the case, Your Majesty. And pulled out another set of blueprints. Then what about this golem? The king took the blueprints, his eyes widening in pure shock. The person who designed this golem must be an engineer from the heavens. He gathered his team for a meeting. The list of materials was just insane, all incredibly rare components. The king, however, saw it differently. The size was perfect and the construction seemed straightforward. Gathering the materials would take about 5 days, and actually building it would take another 10. Hearing that, Kang Hansu let out a sigh of relief. But the king's sudden pause made him turn his head. He wondered why the golem's core was completely empty. Kang Hansu spoke up, "Please leave that part to me." Because this was all part of his plan. The golem would be useful in battle, sure, but he had a much bigger goal in mind. All high-end golems share a direct link with their summoner. To put it simply, the golem's core connects to the summoner's soul. And that's exactly how Golem D connected with the Sword Saint, allowing it to wield the Holy Sword itself. But what would happen if he used that golem? In theory, a hero can only use one Holy Sword. Using this method, could he possibly wield 2 Holy Swords at the same time? He'd just have to try it and see. It's not like he enjoyed using such a roundabout strategy. But to beat the Demon King and that other freakish girl, it was absolutely worth the effort. Kang Hansu made his proposal. "Then, Your Majesty, please begin production on this golem immediately." The king agreed. "Very well." Kang Hansu was thrilled. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will pray for you." With this new golem, the recently recovered emperor believed he would soon rule the entire northern continent. He was ecstatic. "Thank you, holy hero." The trainee instructor appeared seemingly at a loss for words. She began. "Hello." Kang Hansu greeted her. "Oh, it's the trainee instructor again, huh?" She was immediately suspicious. "I could smell trouble the moment I arrived." "What kind of mess have you caused this time?" Kang Hansu played innocent. "What, nothing at all." He insisted he was very happy to see her again. The teacher was flustered. "Me too." The emperor then gave the order for the 10-day production to begin. "Let's get started." Kang Hansu decided he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. It took him 6 years to go from an ice cream pop back to a human. From now on, he wouldn't squander his time like that ever again. And just then, Lenville showed up. "Hero, where are you planning to go?" A vein bulged on Kang Hansu's forehead. "Anywhere you aren't," Lanovel said confidently. "But Lanovel is the hero's friend," Kang Hansu scoffed. "Who decided that?" She pressed on. "Besides, it'll be convenient if you take me with you. Cleaning laundry, camping, cooking, hunting, I can do all sorts of things." Kang Hansu gritted his teeth. So she was trying to bribe him with chores. Defeated, he gave in, telling her to do whatever she wanted. Lanovel asked, "So where do you want to go?" Kang Hansu looked out the window. "There." Lanovel couldn't understand why he pointed at the snowy mountain. Kang Hansu replied, "Not yet. I still don't have the skills to destroy them with my own hands." The dark energy skill window appeared. Max Z rank, become a Demon Royal 0%. SSS rank, Holy Resistance. SS rank, Fallen Magic Usage. S rank, become a Demon Noble. A rank, possess a Sinister Mind. B rank, curse a target. C rank, possess dirty tricks. D rank, corrupt a target. E rank, possess a fabricated life. F rank, become a demon slave. In a small house on a mountain, a woodcutter was hard at work. It was a hot day. Suddenly, something flashed toward him in an instant. A piercing scream echoed through the air. "Who are you?" "Wait, let's talk about this." But it was too late. The woodcutter was beaten until he reverted to his true dragon form. The hero's skills leveled up. Husbandry went from D to B, and Bond went from E to C. Kang Hansu let out a wicked laugh. "Let's go, Ki." He pointed down below. Just ignore that girl." Lanovel's jaw dropped. Kang Hansu gave his order. "Our target is that mountain peak." The dragon took flight, soaring toward the M-shaped mountain. Left behind, Lanovel shrieked, "Hey hero, take me with you." Kang Hansu smirked. "Just you wait, you wretched cat. I might forget a kindness, but I never forget the face of an enemy." The trainee instructor thought something was wrong with that logic. You shouldn't forget kindnesses. The Ice Princess's castle was now in sight. A small figure stood out against the white snow. The Ice Princess was calmly enjoying a cup of hot tea. Suddenly, a massive black shadow fell over her. The princess was snatched up by the evil dragon. She screamed in terror. Who are you? Put me down." "Wait, not that spot." Beneath where they were flying, the ice began to tremble. Kang Hansu was ecstatic. "So you finally decided to show yourself, huh?" Something was about to break free from the ground below. A giant white snow cat leaped into the air just as scripted. Kang Hansu launched himself off the dragon to meet the attack. He threw a world-shaking punch at the cat's head, but it had no effect. One of its eyes was completely shattered. Meow. But just a moment later, it regenerated and continued its assault. Meow. Veins bulged on Kang Hansu's arms. "You better pray that you get to die in one piece." He drew his holy sword, his eyes turning vicious. Without a shred of hesitation, he flew forward and drove his sword straight through the cat's left chest. He followed it up with a powerful slash from behind its head. Using both holy and demonic power at once, he beat the cat to a pulp. Slash after slash tears into the beast, followed by a brutal downward strike. The cat collapses, tumbling through the snow with no hope of fighting back. Kang Hansu is in a frenzy, screaming, "Die!" Holy and demonic power collide, erupting in a brilliant mystical light. A mushroom cloud blossoms against the white snow. Kang Hansu looks like he's been waiting for this exact moment. There it is. The ground beneath his feet is starting to freeze solid. He lets out a grim smile. Let me remind you, the same trick never works twice. His S-Rank frost aura flares up to SS-Rank, cracks spiderweb across the ice. With a surge of power, Kang Hansu shatters it completely. He smirks. Perfect. He glances toward the sky. We don't need the Snow Princess anymore, he declares. Let her go. But the Snow Princess who was in the dragon's mouth is just gone. The evil dragon lets out two very unapologetic burps. Kang Hansu goes silent, deciding it's best to pretend he saw nothing. Some things are better left ignored. We have way too much to do. The dragon spreads its massive wings. Next up, the cave inside this mountain. He looks down at the monsters swarming below. Obviously, we don't have time to land down there. A glint in the dragon's eye says it all as it unleashes a torrent of fire, torching the entire forest. The monsters are about to be wiped out. Kang Hansu's skills level up. Slaughter S rank becomes SS and Husbandry B rank hits A. Link goes from C to B, taming from A to S, and both friendship and cooperation jump from F to E. He's satisfied. Excellent. Everything is ready. Let's move a little closer and check this place out. The dragon roars in agreement. Kang Hansu leaps to the ground and orders his massive companion to sit. And remember to stay quiet. The dragon obeys without a sound, its massive wings casting a long shadow on the ground. Kang Hansu stands before the entrance to the training grounds. Okay. His skill list now completely fills the status window. One by one, the skills begin to fade. SSS-Rank Dark Energy morphs into Dark Energy Max Level. A sinister aura erupts from Kang Hansu. The Z-Rank skill, Dark Energy, has now evolved into Demon Royalty. He feels a rush of excitement, power coursing through him like never before. Time to go. He roars, eyes blazing with pure determination and the hunger for conquest as Hero Nim slams his fist right into an android. He follows up with a kick that cracks its frame, then one clean sword strike splits the machine in two. Even for a transcendent land, this place is nothing but used-up chewing gum, Hero Nim declares with a mocking tone. Level 1. Class Taoist Holy Pope, Skills Divinity Z, Blessing Z, Demonic Key Z, Taoism Z, and other skills. Status, in training. The moment he stepped into this training dungeon, he was finally freed from the job title of hero. The combination of divinity and blessing had automatically converted his class to Pope. As a perk of this new class, his Taoism skill will get a major boost. With him, the Transcendent Land now has 4 heroes. The hero dashes forward, shouting with excitement, "Just you wait, you old prince, haha, come on. I'm not going to hurt you," he taunts. "I'll be waiting for you personally in the final room." In the Transcendence room, Hero Nim steps through a doorway, finally leaving that annoying woman far behind him. He sees someone waiting for him, a man with a horn dressed in a sharp black suit and red vest. The man holds a crimson sword. Hero Nim cuts straight to the point. "Who are you?" The figure places a hand on his chest and bows. "Greetings to the new generation's Hero Nim. Welcome to the museum where the legacy of the very first hero is on display. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the demon who manages this place. Classification: O Demon. Level 1. Class Manager Butler. Skills Curse Z, Illusion Z, Status Manager." The demon continues to speak. "However, I hope you won't hold the prejudice that all demons are your unconditional enemy. This place exists to help people understand that very truth." Hearing this, Hero Nim thinks to himself, "Seems this guy has no idea this isn't my first rodeo." The demon continues. "Once upon a time, the first hero was summoned to this fantasy world. He grew and matured much like yourself. With his incredible talent and ability to unite others, he led an alliance between different species and their forces. After a fierce battle with the Demon King, he was finally victorious." Hero Nim just scoffs. "Yeah, I know all this already." The demon continues. "Then surely you know the happy ending," but Hero Nim cuts him off. "Get to the point." The demon claims the hero was unhappy after losing his rival, but our guy already knows the truth. He got sick of being controlled, so he left right. The demon, impressed, tries flattery, but Hero Nim isn't having any of it. As the demon remarks on his modesty, they arrive at a grand palace. This place is completely different from last time. Did they already switch managers? This feels like getting ripped off. When he arrived, Hero Nim saw a girl with long, pale blonde hair standing by a window just catching the breeze. She was wearing a long white dress, and he instantly remembered. This was the spirit of the woman who had been his wife in the past. Classification: Human Level 1. Occupation: Ambassador of the Vile Sect. Skill: Frost's Blessing. Status: Ghost Manager. The old man with 2 horns spoke up. "We can't see that dreamy woman, so you can just ignore her. Now then, new generation Hero Nim. The truth you seek is waiting right here." With that, he led Hero Nim toward his cellar. "Well, might as well see this through." The two of them walked down into the cellar, where a large statue of a hero stood holding a golden sword. Hero Nim's eyes went wide. Is that holy sword the reward? But the old man just said, "Nope, Now be very careful. Then he stepped towards the statue. Suddenly, the golden figure began to move its eyes, glowing with a strange light. It presented the sword to the old man, carefully placing it on the ground before returning to its original motionless pose. The old man picked up the sword and walked toward Hero Nim. Our hero's jaw dropped, thinking, is that for me? Standing before him, the man held up the sword and said, please watch this. A strange blue light began to glow from his hand. He channeled that light directly into the sword. In an instant, the blade shattered into 100 pieces. Hero Nim was absolutely stunned. A holy sword should never be that easy to destroy. The Demon King would deal with his high-level demons the exact same way. The old man spoke. It seems you understand now. This holy sword is indeed the one the very first warrior used. But at the same time, it is not. Because the world of Fantasia is not singular, and of course, warriors like yourself are not unique. However, this world isn't a copy of the original world. It is a piece that has been split off and separated from it. It wasn't mass-produced into 100 different variants. Instead, it was divided and separated to become its own world. And that is why the Holy Sword is so fragile. The world you're living in isn't a variant of the original at all. It's just a tiny fragment of the original's power, which is why the Holy Sword shatters so easily. That's the long and short of it. Hero Nim immediately asked, is the Demon King the same? The old man simply replied, that's right. Though the continent buzzes with talk of the Demon King's revival, the truth is he has never once been revived. He remains sealed while his power has been divided across the countless number of worlds. That's not what they teach you in hero training, Nim thought. The old man continued, the hero's true enemy is not the Demon King. You don't have to believe me right now, but I hope you will remember these words. Hero Nim scoffed, yeah right, like hell I will. Why would I remember that nonsense? Making things up out of thin air isn't going to get you anywhere, old man. This feeling of suspicion just kept getting stronger. He knew he had to graduate fast before things got any more complicated. The old man asked, hey new hero, don't you have any questions? Hero Nim just shot back, stop talking down to me. The old man just chuckled, haha, my apologies. Defeating the Demon King is impossible, so why do you think they bother raising heroes? Hero Nim's patience was gone. Who exactly are they? Stop with the long, pointless stories and just answer the question. The man smirked, you really are a cautious one. The main reason is to take down the very first hero. That hero successfully escaped and established a new family. Unlike before, this family demanded absolute and total obedience to their leader, and that family came to be known as demons. So a new Demon King is hardly a surprise, is it? Hero Nim couldn't wrap his head around it. A hero becomes the Demon King, then they raise more heroes to defeat that same Demon King. How fun! The old man planted his own sword in the ground and said, I have now said everything that I needed to. You deserve a reward for making it this far. After all, I am just a fragment of a body that has been split countless times. This power I gift it to you. I hope you have a fun adventure full of dreams and hope. Hero Nim just stood there defiantly, hands on his hips. He couldn't feel any change in his stats, so he wasn't really sure what to think. But he had a nagging feeling that his skills and level had definitely been raised. With that, Hero Nim headed up from the cellar. He was halfway out when a scream echoed through the room. It was the princess, his former wife, who was terrified to see him. How did you get in here? She shrieked. Hero Nim didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his hand and smacking her right on the head. She collapsed to the floor, knocked out cold with a huge bump on her head. Hero Nim mumbled, I knew she was still around here. He then picked her up, carried her to the bedroom, tossed her on the bed, and tied her up with a blanket. The girl was horrified. But Hero Nim just gave her another quick chop to the forehead. She passed out cold, lying still on the bed as he spoke. I still have guests waiting, so you'd better stay quiet in here. Be grateful that I'm even letting you live. Her polite act was just ridiculous, and it was getting on his nerves. Suddenly, our hero heard footsteps approaching. He glanced back, a thought crossing his mind. Someone was here. The final rookie has arrived. Time to give him a personal welcome. The old prince, he said with a grin. Inside the training room, the hero advanced cautiously, thinking to himself that the sounds had stopped right here. Could they have sensed his approach? He gripped his red cross-shaped sword, deciding to press forward regardless. He leaped forward, sword swinging, and declared, victory is mine. This time I have all the information you have. But then the hero spotted him. A blonde guy lying motionless on the ground. Huh, he muttered, confused. The blonde man, weak on the floor, managed to speak. Kang Hansu. Is that you? The hero stared back, asking, what are you doing here? The blonde guy scratched his head. Well, back on Earth, my girlfriend and I signed up as mercenaries for a hunt. But the weather turned nasty, so we had no choice but to pitch a tent. The thing is, there was only one sleeping bag. My girlfriend said she was cold, so naturally I held her to keep her warm, and we ended up talking all night until dawn. Then our employer chewed us out for being too loud. Kang Hansu had heard enough. Just get to the point, he snapped. The blonde man shot back, so impatient. Fine, I'm getting to it now, so listen up. When I finally opened my eyes the next morning, I was here, in Fantasia Village. This fantasy world. You can imagine my shock. The blonde man continued his story. Our hero pressed him. It just happened out of nowhere. That's right, he confirmed. The villagers kept asking if I had a sister, but I haven't seen any sign of her. Kang Hansu realized this kid was a graduate too. He'd been certified a hero, graduated in just 3 years. And now he was dragged right back into the brutal world of Fantasia. Kang Hansu wondered why. Was it because of a poor performance record or a bad attitude after he graduated? Could he get dragged back again someday too? Meanwhile, the blonde man kept talking. Anyway, the village chief asked for a favor. His daughter's sick, so I came into the forest to find some herbs. Huh, what's that? The guy's eyes locked onto our hero's red sword. What is that? Did you find yourself a new sword? But Kang Hansu was thinking about something else, a combat suit. He finally spoke up. Hey buddy, the blonde man snapped back. Use my name, would ye? Kang Hansu just shouted back, annoyed. Hey buddy, the blonde guy shot back. What is it, you punk? But our hero pressed on. What in the world are you hunting that you have to wear a combat suit to bed? Isn't it obvious? The blonde guy retorted. Our hero shot him a death glare, thinking to himself that sometimes it was just better to keep your mouth shut and move on. But the blonde man explained, androids. They're the main weapon of the aliens who invaded Earth 6 months ago. And don't let their looks fool you. They're incredibly strong, and you can't even tell them apart from humans without a stat check. So of course, we have to be on guard at all times. Hearing this, a thought struck Kang Hansu. Android aliens invading Earth. Of course, he'd seen giant robots and even light swords before, so it wasn't completely out there. The world of Fantasia had all sorts of crazy stuff in it. After all, this was a fantasy world. But why would a piece of Fantasia show up on Earth? This guy's mysterious appearance was really starting to get on his nerves. The timing lined up perfectly with when he was supposed to be teaching that old prince a lesson. But Kang Hansu decided now wasn't the time. He started to turn away. Seeing this, the blonde man quickly asked, "So how have you been all this time? Have I been the only one talking this whole time? Come on, tell me your story." Our hero opened his mouth to reply but then stopped. 1. Play it safe. 2. Size up the opponent. 3. Torture him and get some answers. Kang Hansu considered his options, then decided to let it go for now. Honestly, this wasn't really a problem he needed to stress over. Kang Hansu figured he could ignore this wild yet somehow believable story about an alien invasion on Earth. Still, he decided he should play along with this kid to get the latest intel from Earth. But just as he was turning back to talk to the blonde man, a voice suddenly called out his title, Heronym. He whipped around, startled only to see the girl he tied to the bed earlier. "Hey, you can't just leave me tied up like this." A girl in tattered clothes runs up to them while the hero covers his ears. The blonde man shouts out Kang Hansu. The hero, still covering his ears, replies, "What was that? Can't hear you." The blonde guy just loses it, screaming, "You rotten little punk." He accuses him of messing with that beautiful woman and then just tossing her aside. Don't even think about trying to run away. If it's come to this, just be honest. But the hero just thinks to himself, at this rate, I'll kill this brat before getting any info. He just says, "First, let's get out of here." The blonde guy is stunned. Huh. And just like that, the hero is already making a run for it. "I'm going on ahead. You better use everything you've got to keep up with me." The other two just stare after him, completely shocked. But as Kang Hansu runs, a flicker of worry crosses his mind. His goal is to get back to Earth. But now, Earth has been completely stolen away thanks to this endless loop. This is definitely not the time to be taking it easy. The blonde guy, gasping for air, finally stumbles out of the cave. The hero looks at him. "Good, now that the boring training's over, let's go. Kill the Demon King." The blonde man is horrified. "What?" the hero asks. "Is there a problem?" "Oh, there are so many problems." The blonde man sputters. "I mean, how am I supposed to fight the Demon King at this level?" Hearing this, the hero is just completely floored. The blonde guy continues, "What should we do?" Let's go see the Ice Princess." And soon the two of them are soaring through the sky on a white dragon. The blonde man says, "You know." Hansu just thinks to himself, this guy is still rambling. Still, thanks to all this chatter, he's actually getting some useful information. The blonde continues, "Right now, Earth is facing a complete catastrophe. Although some countries were only hit lightly, it's not the time for heroes to just sit back and do nothing. Through the power of love and friendship, the alien invaders were pushed back. Now they're just dealing with the remaining soldiers." Hansu realizes he's still missing way too much critical information. The hero wonders if the first prince and the aliens are two completely separate forces. There are just too many things that he needs to figure out. The blonde guy suddenly screams. The hero cuts him off. "Now what? What happened to that mountain?" The hero just replies, "Beats me." The dragon lands at a white palace on the peak of the mountain. The hero asks, "So we're going to find the sage's wand, right?" The blonde guy shouts, "No, you have no idea what you're talking about. If we take the sage's wand, it'll instantly lose its power. First, we're going to Give the Ice Princess some hope by telling her there's a way to control her powers, then the impatient princess will be clinging to us for help. The hero thinks with a sigh, do I really have to act like a scumbag like him just to graduate? Because at this rate, graduation feels a lifetime away. The blonde guy continues, anyway, you get the gist of it right. Let's go find the Ice Princess first. He runs right into the castle, shouting, Ice Princess. The hero thinks to himself, should I at least pretend to look for her? Suddenly, he spots a cave on the mountaintop. A crying sound is coming from inside. He yells out, hey you in there, show yourself unless you want to be dragon food. A voice from inside replies, yes, I'm coming out now. Hearing the voice, the blonde guy stops dead in his tracks and turns around, running back towards the hero. Kang Hansu, what did you find in there? The hero is just standing there with his arms crossed watching the cave. The blonde guy's jaw drops as the princess herself emerges. It's the Ice Princess. She wears a white dress with black trim and has long white hair. She gives them a polite bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Ice Princess. Then she sees the giant white dragon and freezes in absolute terror. The dragon has piercing green eyes. She remembers that very same dragon snatching her up into the sky. The hero just smiles, a pleasure to meet you, princess. Let me introduce you, this is Hero A and I am Hero B. You must be the famous princess. The princess is sweating from pure fear. The hero continues, if you're planning on using those sharp nails like some rabid white cat, I'm more than ready for it. The Ice Princess, trembling fearfully, says yes. The hero just replies, good. The blonde guy runs over to her. Ice Princess, why is the castle in such ruins? The Ice Princess replies, well, I was attacked by an unknown enemy who came here. The hero feels a sudden pang of guilt. The princess continues, my power went out of control and everything ended up like this. The blonde guy beams, just as I thought. He reaches a hand out to comfort her. Don't worry, I know how to control that power of yours. The Ice Princess's face lights up. Really, he replies, absolutely. The blonde guy continues, please wait for me until I get the items I need. Let's go, Kang Hansu. The hero simply says, all right, Kiki. The white dragon roars as it beats its massive wings and takes off. The princess panics at the sight, screaming, stay away from me. The blonde guy shouts, Kang Hansu, be careful. No matter what our level is, she is. Hero Nim places his hand on the Ice Princess's head, and it seems like he gets it. All of it. He snaps, shut up, looks like the convincing finally worked. We won't be needing the sage's magic wand after all. Hero Nim calls out to the blonde guy, asking if he's okay. Turns out he's been frozen solid by a dragon. Hero Nim just says, looks fine to me, and starts to walk away. But then a purple orb appears, telling him they were wrong. Repeating a mistake becomes a sin, it says. At least you didn't ditch her on the 6th run, right? About an hour earlier, Hero Nim had told the Ice Princess, I'm going to take down the Demon King, so find your own way to the village. Go! The Ice Princess was stunned. What? The purple orb then asks Hero Nim about the golem he ordered. The one you commissioned from the Magic Kingdom. You think things will be fine if you just run off to fight the Demon King now? He lets out a frustrated sigh. Fine. I'll just repeat the last playthrough to get that A grade. Kiki, get over here. Hero Nim's white dragon flies over. He walks up to the frozen blonde guy saying, oh, right now I remember. I almost forgot you existed. The floating orb chimes in how nice the young hero actually thinks about his comrades. This is definitely a huge plus. But Hero Nim just draws his sword, adding, there's a few things I wanted to test on you anyway. He gives his dragon an order. Kiki time to find the princess. Deep in a snow-covered forest, the Ice Princess is running. She's racing toward the village when a massive shadow falls over her. Startled, she looks up and sees it's the dragon. It's Hero Nim's dragon. The princess is terrified. But Hero Nim, sitting on its back, just says, hey, get on. Overjoyed, the princess cries out, Hero Nim. She scrambles onto the dragon's back and holds onto his waist for dear life. Hero Nim says uncomfortably, hey, princess. Yes, Hero Nim, he replies. Make sure you take a bath when we arrive. Yes, she says. But where are we going? The dragon flies to a massive castle and lands right in the main hall where a king greets them. You always manage to surprise me. Look at you taming a wild dragon. Hero Nim just shrugs. It's nothing really. And humble too, the king adds. You've come at the perfect time. The golem you ordered is finally complete. Hero Nim hops off the dragon. He walks toward the king, who suddenly freezes when he spots the Ice Princess. The moment she sees the king, she bursts into tears. Father. The king starts crying too. Princess, oh my baby. The two of them pull each other into a tight hug. Dearest father, the princess whimpers. Hero Nim just thinks to himself, I wonder what great kingdom she's the precious princess of. Turns out it's the Magic Kingdom. The king says with joy, honorable Hero Nim, you not only cured my terrible illness, but you also saved my daughter who I'd lost all hope of ever finding. How can I possibly repay you for this? Hero Nim sheepishly replies, you don't have to worry about it, your majesty. First, can I see that golem you said was ready? He thinks to himself, all that matters to me is graduating. The doors swing open and Hero Nim walks inside. Soldiers wearing black hoods bow respectfully. Greetings, Sir Hero. We welcome the brilliant hero. The massive hall is filled, with people kneeling the moment they see him. Welcome, Sir Hero. At the far end of the room is a figure inside. A glass experimental chamber. Hero Nim is shocked when he sees the person sealed inside the glass tube. Whoa, she's as perfect as the blueprints. The girl in the tube is from the golem race. Her class is warping level 930, a female sage. Beauty, a strength, a durability, a carnage, B, demonic, B, and recovery, B. Her status is charging in standby mode. He thinks, if I just infuse my holy power now, I'll be completely invincible. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Hero Nim, please wait a moment, bring it here. The king orders a servant to bring over a small blue box. He hands it to Hero Nim, who thinks this looks familiar. The king continues, as repayment for creating a golem that required everything from a dragon's heart to a demon king's tears. Even with our kingdom's power, those strange materials were a challenge. But saving my daughter, that was something impossible, even with the entire might of our nation. The king opens the box, revealing a glowing red diamond inside. This national treasure, the king continues, is a sign of our kingdom's sincerity. Hero Nim is stunned. Oh my gosh, thank you. He thinks, to be this generous, for his daughter. This is definitely someone I need to watch and learn from. Then a memory hits him. The great archmage, who supported the very first hero, was his own ancestor. But rumor said she refused to join the hero's clan. Instead, she accepted this exact gem as a farewell gift. A voice from that same gem now echoes in his head. I want to kill that disgusting saintess and princess. Look only at me. Ignore all the foolish things around you. Why can't you recognize my divinity? Love is just like magic. Hero Nim thinks, an evil aura. Is this the voice of the ancestor the king was talking about? Every time it speaks, the voice describes a seriously twisted kind of love. A system window then appears, title A and 2 blank squares. B, destroys the target. C, forgets the target. D, cannot be confused. E, cannot be destroyed. F, cannot be forgotten. Hero Kang Hansu thought to himself that while it didn't really matter, his own title had just leveled up anyway. The iron golem held out a hand with stiff gray fingers surrounded by a mystical, hazy aura. She spoke, her voice filled with panic. It's been so long. Chaotic golem level 930, hero class, 50% experience. Her skills were insane: holy power, SS destruction, SS melee, SS stamina S, and a durable S-rank body and a sword saint state. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's voice cut through her panic, making her jump. Hey, Tin Can. She replied, hesitantly, confused by the name. Kang Hansu's voice turned dangerous. Now, look at me. Who am I? As if hypnotized, Tin Can whispered, you are my master. He smirked. The contract was complete. Now here's an interesting thought. A hero can't possess more than one holy sword. But what if he owns a golem that already has one? Kang Hansu clenched his fist, canceling the summon when his eyes darted to a screen right next to him. Chaotic human level 999 plus. Hero class level 500. His stats were off the charts: Z rank holy experience, blessing and magic with SSS rank destruction, SSS rank resilience and pretension, followed by a huge list of skills: magic power, massacre, bloodlust, pursuit, stamina, endurance, and even sword mastery. The list went on. Communication, empathy, sensory perception, immunity, trolling, joking, teaching assistant, taboo, vigor, sharpshooting, and resistance. Agitation, brawling, stamina, and suppression were all F rank, but bluffing and taming were SS rank alongside his sword, Saint, Holy Maiden, and golem states. Kang Hansu let out an excited yell. Not a bad result at all, but a hero owning another hero. How in the world does that work? He dashed forward, a purple orb of energy glowing beside him. This whole experiment was for one purpose from the very beginning. Now shall we get this party started? The sky turned black, filled with dark clouds, as lightning tore across the heavens. The figure of the Demon King, Fantasia, sat arrogantly on his massive red throne. A deep voice rumbled, this feeling. You finally arrived. And with perfect timing, the hero Kang Hansu dropped from the ceiling, looking unbelievably cool. The Demon King Fantasia was absolutely furious at the sight, roaring. I wasn't expecting a polite knock on the door, but still. Isn't that just basic manners when entering someone's home? Kang Hansu just casually replied, huh. Does that really matter? Right now, his entire body began to radiate a brilliant, blinding aura which only made Demon King Fantasia even angrier. Humph, you dare challenge me, a supreme being of the demon world? With that, he stood to his full imposing height. He strode menacingly toward Kang Hansu, his words echoing in the chamber. Chosen hero, I will show you just how foolish you were to abandon the power of love and friendship for the energy of darkness. Kang Hansu didn't look too happy to hear that lecture. He cut in. By the way, where's Sophia? The Demon King, Fantasia's face soured instantly. How do you know that child's name? A sudden realization dawned in his eyes. Don't tell me. You two are in that kind of relationship. Then he exploded with excitement, shouting, I had no idea. Hero, what is your relationship with my daughter? The force of his words was enough to almost blow Kang Hansu away. But seeing that reaction, he was sure Sophia wasn't here. Otherwise, the king would have just summoned her on the spot if he was that curious. Meanwhile, Demon King Fantasia was still rambling. I can't believe you two already have a child. Is it a boy or a girl? Kang Hansu couldn't help but crack a smile. He quickly raised his hand and summoned his tin can, who instantly appeared standing guard in front of him. The Demon King's excitement vanished. He stroked his chin deep in thought. What happens when there are two heroes? He lowered his stance, his voice filled with anger. Oh, so the other hero is a golem? Kang Hansu just smirked. He was determined to end this before the king could even react. Let's go, he commanded. Yes, master. And with that, the two heroes charged blades, ready to strike down Demon King Fantasia. The king felt the pressure and roared, oh. The entire black and gray castle of the Demon King seemed to shake from the force of their attacks. Blinding light erupted from the castle roof. Debris rained down on the ground below. Kang Hansu stood back proudly, letting his tin can handle the monster. He thought back to his last run. Last time. I owed you one. Tin can grabbed the monster's armor with her bare hands. She slammed it flat on the ground, a piece of its hide still clutched in her fist. A notification popped up. Hero Nim, are you enjoying your adventure? He replied with total boredom. I guess. A little bit. The path of a true hero is a difficult one. But you must build connections with others, those who hold on to faith and hope. Thanks to them, you will learn about friendship and love. And after growing alongside them, you can finally defeat the evil Demon King. Kang Hansu let out a long sigh. Yeah. He raised his fist in the same old fake heroic pose. Now let's see your level. The time to return to Earth had finally come. A report card flashes on screen. Name Kang Hansu. Combat ability B. His record was a B, his reputation a B, even his personality was a B. Something wasn't right. He spoke calmly, Dear Fantasy Saint, no matter what you say, this report card proves I'm a flawless and model student. Another screen popped up. The results were in test pass, graduation ceremony now underway. The teaching staff was satisfied with his graduation. His detention was canceled, his hero title revoked, his holy sword confiscated, and his student status officially terminated. Kang Hansu felt relieved yet a little sad. From the orb, a voice echoed, Intern teacher, I'm truly happy for you. That's right, you must become a wonderful teacher even without me. He managed to smile, but a hint of regret lingered in his eyes. The graduation ceremony was over. Kang Hansu drifted off to sleep. But it wasn't long before he woke up ready for the next challenge. Kang Hansu looked straight ahead. Before him stretched a vast forest with lush green grass and thriving trees. In the distance, a bustling city skyline. Its skyscrapers glittered with countless lights. He took a deep breath, a single thought forming in his mind. This disgusting smog. Just breathing it in feels like it's shaving years off my life. Unable to resist, he flopped down onto the cool earth. He soaked in the simple comfort. A wave of joy washed over him so strong he almost cried. I'm really back. Ha ha ha. Just then, a status window popped into view. Race human. Class berserker. Level 999 plus. Job unemployed. Experience 110%. Skills. Holy power, B blessing, B magic, B deception, SS training, SS. Status, sword, saint, saintess golem. Kang Hansu happily tapped the screen, telling himself this was all just a dream, and not in some cliché way. He was finally free from that ridiculous hero gig. He started thinking about his ideal job. Maybe a thief, since fortune often favors the meek. The thought of living as a common thief brought a satisfied smirk to his face. Yep, becoming a thief was officially priority number one. He closed his eyes, savoring the feeling. From now on, life would be easy. This was the start of true happiness. But before he could finish the thought, it hit him. Wait, what godforsaken territory am I in? He sat up, gazing at the glittering city below where people were still bustling along the main roads. Traffic lights blinked as cars zipped back and forth. Kang Hansu wondered, could this actually be an English-speaking country? Looking up at the starry sky, he knew instantly. Yep, one look is all it takes. This is definitely Earth. Suddenly, a blinding red light flashed across the sky. Kang Hansu was startled. More lights appeared, shooting down from above like meteors. On the streets below, people started to notice something was wrong. The meteors slammed down, exploding on impact. As Kang Hansu tried to process it, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the ground behind him. It looked just like a volcanic eruption. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Despite the chaos, Kang Hansu remained perfectly calm. So noisy, he muttered, completely unimpressed. From the brilliant smoke and fire, a majestic figure emerged. A goddess of war. A status window appeared. Race golem. Class berserker. Level 700. Job charismatic warrior. Skills combat A. Holy power A. Elegance A. And self-destruct A. Status magic sword activated. Without a word, the golem charged straight toward Kang Hansu. He dodged back with ease, a look of pure annoyance on his face, not fear. He knew that with any golem, everything depends on its current stage. He braced himself for this new challenge. But at her level, this golem only had 4 skills. Swordsmanship requires stamina, while magic requires mana. This was a completely different kind of berserker. Kang Hansu dropped into a low stance, swinging his sword, intending to catch the girl by surprise. A spray of strange debris flew everywhere, seemingly pieces of the golem's own body. This was nothing like the machines created by sages or magic kingdoms. It was more like clay slapped onto a steel frame. Whatever it was, Kang Hansu knew it wasn't just a machine. The moment the golem used its self-destruct skill, he barely had time to yell, "Ah!" The entire area in front of him erupted in a massive explosion, but he just stood there watching coldly. A volcano was now erupting nearby, filling the sky with smoke. He irritably brushed soot off his clothes. So much for returning from a fantasy world. But this time, is it sci-fi themed? Kang Hansu then noticed something happening in the distance. Down in the city center, small explosions were going off everywhere. Oh, he thought the graduates are working hard to protect the city. But then a question popped into his head. Does this kind of stuff happen on Earth often? He felt a flicker of concern. Actually, I'm really worried. He needed current news about Earth. Suddenly, a massive stone-gray helicopter appeared in the sky. The heavy aircraft touched down and its ramp slowly lowered as a blinding light poured out from inside. Several figures emerged walking towards Kang Hansu. He sized them up instantly. Their average level was only around 600. Their skill sets were even more pathetic. Then he noticed a red-haired girl standing at the front. Her job title read Sorceress. Kang Hansu was extremely skeptical of this. The girl eagerly pointed right in his face. We meet again," she declared. "I told you, didn't I, that I would hunt you down no matter where you went. You managed to evade my intelligence network for a solid 6 months, so what made you suddenly pop up here?" Kang Hansu casually asks, "Have we met before?" The girl just explodes in anger, yelling, "Hey!" A peaceful night settles over the city, the full moon glittering on the calm river below. The helicopter from earlier flies low, the clatter of mercilessly crushed soda cans echoing from within. Kang Hansu cracks open another can, taking a satisfying swig before angrily crushing it with a loud crunch. As Kang Hansu crumples the can, the red-haired woman says, "Yep, this is the taste all right. So we finally met for real. I don't even know where to start. I even made a whole list of things to say." Kang Hansu cuts her off, pointing irritably. "Let me ask you something first. At your level, what's your current rank on Earth?" She just raises an eyebrow. "Why are you ranking yourself like this? Is a game. Victory and defeat can change depending on your condition. Especially," she adds, "for a witch like me, the result can be completely different. It all depends on how much we're willing to invest." She sits calmly, legs crossed, exuding an air of total confidence. "But if you must know, I'm ranked 8th on Earth." And with that, her status screen appears. Racebender, score 999 plus. Job witch. Her strength is fueled by magic. Her skills include SS-Rank willpower and Magic S-Rank swordsmanship and A-Rank survival resistance. Her status shows suspicion, expectation, and a magic sword. Seeing this, Kang Hansu looks genuinely surprised, as if she's radiating a brilliant aura. "What playthrough is this?" he asks. "That's my overall rank," she replies flatly. Kang Hansu gives her a thumbs up. "Wow, so impressive." But his tone is dripping with sarcasm. Getting angry, she snaps, "That's enough with the fake compliments. For someone to have the stats of Earth's 8th rank is incredible, especially when even a Demon King's pet is tough to beat." He thinks Earth's combat power might not even be half of what he expected. She pauses, then asks, "Now it's my turn. What's your name?" Under the breathtaking moonlit night, he answers softly, "My name is Kang Hansu." The woman slowly introduces herself. "My name is Victoria. Right now, I operate more as a technician and a businesswoman than a hero. I run a global-scale munitions manufacturing and distribution company." Kang Hansu leans back in the helicopter's seat, his gaze distant as he looks out the door. "A pleasure to meet you." "Did I not just tell you my name?" she asks, annoyed. "Hey, there's a limit to ignoring people." He replies, "You're the national bullet, right?" "It's Victoria. Don't treat a girl like a weapon." "All right, bullet." She shrugs her shoulders when suddenly a blinding white light flashes to Kang Hansu's left. "Get down," he orders coldly. Victoria is startled. In the next moment, a sword with a heart scepter and wings materializes in Kang Hansu's hand. The helicopter streaks across the sky as another bright light flashes from its nose. That blinding light was his sword slicing through. The helicopter cracks and shatters into pieces. Kang Hansu looks completely confident as he continues his assault. After just a few effortless attacks, the chopper is heavily damaged and begins spiraling toward the ground. A dangerous glint appears in Kang Hansu's eyes as a brilliant streak of light suddenly appears in the sky. He looks up to face it. The sharp tip of his sword is poised to strike. A massive, perfect skill circle expands across the vast sky. Kang Hansu clicks, his tongue annoyed. White feathers scatter everywhere as his feet hang suspended in midair. The wings of his sword beat steadily to keep him aloft. "There you are," he says. The light grows closer and brighter until it shines brilliantly in the sky. A man with a striking and muscular build emerges from it. The moonlight can't even begin to dim his powerful aura. In his hand, he wields a blindingly radiant sword. He growls in fury. "You bastard," Kang Hansu just replies with a bored tone. "You're pretty good at hiding, old prince." The old prince fires back without missing a beat, "And you were pretty slick, slacking off in the training cave. A cowardly little brat like you." "Wait." His voice gets louder. "What the hell do you mean, old prince?" Kang Hansu just replies indifferently, "You really don't know, you." The prince is absolutely seething with rage. "It's time for you to meet your end." And then his status screen appears. Race, old man. Score 999 plus. His job is prince with power on a national level. His skills are off the charts. Z-rank vigor, Z-rank penetration, MAX swordsmanship, max, dark energy, and triple S endurance. You're the one who ran for 6 whole playthroughs. It was a disgrace letting you escape. And now we meet again like this. Kang Hansu remains steady in the sky, held by his white-winged sword. "I'm just as surprised that you managed to find me." "Ah, how did you know I was here? Were you stalking me?" the old prince shouts. "Don't you dare imagine such disgusting things. I just found your unusual hero's power to be interesting, that's all." As the power of a hero resonates, the girl's eyes go wide. In the void of space, an undeniable challenge hung in the air. Kang Hansu smirked, saying with confidence, "You talk way too much. Let's start round 2. The sky went dark. Thunder roared, challenging the weak as divine waves crashed down. The massive waves were violent and brutal, threatening to swallow everything. And in the middle of it all, 2 rivals clashed, Kang Hansu and the old prince, each swinging their own mystical blade. The light from their swords' strikes filled the entire space. This wasn't just a simple fight. It was a showdown of ultimate skills, with Kang Hansu wielding holy power, blessings, and dark energy. But the old prince was no pushover, armed with his own key and secret techniques. "This is a battle I cannot lose." The thought hardened Kang Hansu's every strike, but his armor had already started to rip. A long tear appeared, a sign that his stamina was being worn down. A look of sheer delight crossed the old prince's face. Seeing his opponent falter, he pressed the attack. The 2 swords met again with a deafening clang that shook the very fabric of space. The old prince started taunting him again. "New generation hero. You seem a little clumsy, don't you think?" Kang Hansu's rage exploded, his eyes practically on fire. "Shut up. I can tell just by looking at the face I just punched." The old prince's face twisted in fury as he shrieked, "You little brat!" A blinding light from a blessing erupted from Kang Hansu's sword. He leaned in, rocketing toward the prince and sending him flying backward. "Humph," the old prince grunted in surprise. Kang Hansu didn't slow down for a second. "Being some god-tier being is useless if you're too slow," he declared. And with that, the old prince took another critical hit. Light from the attack radiated through space, signaling his defeat. But suddenly, the prince swung his sword at himself using a defensive counterattack. What a waste! Kang Hansu thought to himself, instantly dodging the move and closing the distance. "Humph, time for a nap," he shouted, kicking hard. The kick landed square in the old prince's stomach, its shockwaves spreading for 5 miles. Fury ignited within him. Kang Hansu finally understood. This is why he'd been storing up his power. He pointed at his foe, his voice dripping with challenge. "You bastard, your actions are just as insane as your age." The old prince angrily shot back, "It's not old age. It's the result of my hard work." Kang Hansu then called out for the girl he called Tin Can. "Tin Can?" she asked, surprised. But she recovered quickly, pulling out a sword. Without another word, Kang Hansu took the holy blade from her hands. In a single flash, she swung the sword, slashing across the massive prince before he could even react. A brilliant blue light followed the blade. It was a promise of victory. The old prince's eyes showed nothing but pure shock. Kang Hansu let out a satisfied laugh. "This sword, it works pretty well." Unwilling to accept defeat, the old prince quickly retreated from the battle zone. But Kang Hansu wouldn't let him get away, giving chase immediately. "I'm not letting you run away this time." While fleeing, the old prince shot back one last taunt. "I'll acknowledge you, to a certain degree, you cowardly hidden hero." Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning tore across the sky, a sign of a new fight beginning. "From now on, I won't be just a warrior," he declared. "I am a prince with the power of an entire nation." Kang Hansu just scoffed. "What are you even bragging about?" But before he could react, the prince rushed him from the side. A powerful punch landed dead on. Kang Hansu was sent flying for 100 miles. The old prince held his fist steady. "Consider this your honor," he stated. "The number of enemies who forced me to this level can be counted on one hand." After recovering, Kang Hansu slammed his feet on the water's surface to launch himself up. "All right, so how strong is a prince like him? If I fail here, I lose everything." He pointed, his resolve unwavering. "I've got an ultimate move of my own." Kang Hansu gripped his sword tightly, closing his eyes as if gathering all his strength. The holy sword with its heart and small wings began to transform. Skill infinite compression, he roared, and the sky itself exploded with blinding light. The old prince just commented calmly, "Isn't this place your home planet?" Kang Hansu's response was cold. "I don't give a damn about an Earth that I'm not on." Red light pulsed from the blade. Cracks started to appear on its surface. Kang Hansu swiftly swung the sword towards the old prince. The waves below churned into a chaotic frenzy. The sky filled with black clouds as a torrential rain poured down in fury. A massive bolt of lightning struck the sea, illuminating everything. Long streaks of light cut through the storm as Kang Hansu charged toward the old prince. His massive frame stood its ground. He didn't even try to fight back. Kang Hansu roared every word a thunderclap, "Go die." But the old prince's face was stone, not a hint of emotion. He just said, "I told you you're clumsy." Kang Hansu's sword lunged for the old prince's head. The waves churned violently. And once again, lightning struck, a perfect repeat of the moment before, like time itself was looping. Kang Hansu was baffled. Did time stop? No. Time was just slowing to an impossible crawl. "What have you done?" he asks, his voice full of arrogance. "This is the power of a one-punch hero. Have you ever once questioned it, where that incredible power of yours actually comes from? The system that lets you crush opponents without even trying was a gift bestowed by a transcendent being. And all this time you've just used it irresponsibly without a single thought, haven't you?" The old prince sneers, his tone dripping with contempt. "Listen up, that garbage power doesn't belong to you. Not one bit. Even if you can shatter the universe, the second its true master takes it back, it vanishes like an illusion." "It's nothing but an illusion," Kang Hansu asks, his frustration building. "It was all a lie, exactly. A borrowed power." The old prince mocks him, his eyes glinting. "We're locked in battle right now, and you're still using it because it's just so convenient. You can get strong and switch powers easily, so I'm taking advantage of that too. You're no different, are you?" Kang Hansu tightens his grip on his sword, feeling the tension rise. "You're strange. You're someone else entirely." A sinister smile spreads across the old prince's face. "Oh, I can't wait to watch you completely collapse when you realize you've been betrayed by your own power." Kang Hansu growls back, his own pride flaring. "You're a sicko. This is the last chance you'll get to run your mouth. Ever heard the saying, talk trash, get hit, wake up from your dream, you idiotic hero?" His insults hit like a physical blow. Kang Hansu frowns, feeling like he's been jolted awake from a long dream. And there it is. The status screen: race chaotic human. Level 1. Job B. Skill holy power Z. Blessing demonic. Status saintess. He realizes all his hopes and dreams are truly dead, and he wonders why there are empty slots in his job description. But why doesn't any of it feel wrong? It's as if everything was set up from the very start. Kang Hansu raises a hand toward the light. Perfection. A beautiful woman appears, a goddess with 3 pairs of ethereal white wings. She speaks. "Yes, where has Sword Saint 2 gone? Why is she the only one left?" Kang Hansu is confused, his limbs feeling like they could fall off. He scowls, feeling like he's forgotten something crucial from the start. His eyes drift towards the woman, but high in the sky, that blinding light is still there. It hits him that status screen belonged to the old prince, who's now charging at him in a furious rage. The prince is recovering, forcing Kang Hansu to let the goddess go to deal with him. "I don't know what you did," he says, clenching his fist as the muscles in his arm bulge, "but you can't take away the teachings of my master." Their eyes meet, both radiating pure danger. In a flash, Kang Hansu's hand clamps down on the old prince's throat. He gasps for air, spitting frantically, but Kang Hansu isn't finished. He bites down on the prince's hand and roars. "My translation skill is gone because of you, so I have no damn clue what you're saying anymore, you get it." The two of them launch into a ferocious battle in mid-air, a clash so violent it feels like the world itself is being torn apart. Both fighters plummet straight into the water, creating massive splashes. Unfazed, Kang Hansu just opens his mouth and bites down on the guy's arm. His other hand isn't free either, it's squeezing his neck with every ounce of strength. All the prince can do is struggle helplessly. A moment later, the prince finally lands a solid punch right on his opponent's missing arm. The instant his grip loosens, the blonde unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, giving Kang Hansu absolutely no time to rest. But moments later, they're right back where they started, with Kang Hansu's hand once again clamped around his neck. The prince tries to fight back, but his hands tremble. He finally gives up the struggle, his face turning purple as he lets out a helpless final breath. Seeing this, Kang Hansu lets out a sigh of relief. With that relief comes a smug, triumphant grin across his face, completely ignoring the 2 bloody gashes leaking from his ribs. That state only lasts for a moment before the two are locked in another tense stalemate. In this situation, a vein throbs on Kang Hansu's forehead as he grinds his teeth and warns, "You'd be better off just giving up." Choked with immense force, the prince's face turns purple as he struggles to breathe. "What kind of power is this?" At the question, Kang Hansu glances toward his own ribs. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand a thing." Right after he says that, the blonde's eyes roll back as he foams at the mouth. To die like this. To be defeated this way. I can't accept it. Hearing him say that, the grin on Kang Hansu's face grows even wider. So what if you can't accept it? At that exact moment, his entire body is engulfed in a wave of golden power. This phenomenon definitely catches Kang Hansu's attention. Kang Hansu turns his head to see what's happening behind him, not noticing the fist that has already arrived in front of his face. His power is returning. Just as the fist is about to land, Kang Hansu quickly leans his body back, dodging the attack. Believing in an eye for an eye, Kang Hansu quickly grabs the blonde's head, then drives his knee up in a powerful strike straight to his face. Above the water, countless mysterious lights flicker into existence. To find out what they are, Kang Hansu uses a nearby man as a springboard, planting a foot on the guy's body and launching himself skyward with a powerful kick. The water's surface begins to bulge, and a moment later a massive column of water erupts upwards. Kang Hansu leaps from it into the air, coming face to face with a squad of heavily armed fighters. Seeing their target has appeared, one of the girls raises her weapon, ready to charge into battle at any second. The prince is being held by that guy, she shouts as another warrior chimes in. From now on, we will lend our aid. And she wasn't alone. Another girl lifts her sword, readying her combat stance. My sword is also the sword of my master. With that, she charges straight at him, unleashing a flurry of slashes. But then a terrifying voice echoes right in her ear. Is that you? The one who stood in my way last time? Hansu had appeared beside her without anyone noticing. A moment later, the girl snaps back to her senses, swinging her sword in a desperate attack. When did you? But reality is cruel. Hansu had already taken her sword and was swinging it back at her. The attack rips a blood-curdling scream from her throat. After the slash, Kang Hansu doesn't hesitate, kicking her straight into the girl behind her. Here, you can have her. The two girls collide in a chaotic accident. Catching her now unconscious comrade, the red-haired girl can only grit her teeth. You absolute bastard. The second the words leave her mouth, a taunting voice sounds out from directly behind her. Is that any way to talk to your comrade's corpse? You're such a pain. Hearing that voice, the girl begins to panic. She spins around, but it's too late. Kang Hansu lands a solid blow right between her shoulders. This is your punishment. He pulls his sword free, and the bodies of the two girls plummet uncontrollably toward the sea. Witnessing the entire brutal exchange, the two remaining girls can only grind their teeth in rage. That damn monster. Chi, the blonde guy he'd beaten to a pulp, weakly calls out from the water's surface. Don't come over here. His body is covered in bruises, he's coughing up blood, but he uses his last shred of strength to speak. Run away. Fearing they won't believe him, he reaches out and screams with all his might. That bastard is a monster. Hearing this, the last two girls finally start to panic. Prince, a monster, you say? Well, speak of the devil. Kang Hansu has already appeared right above the two of them. Hello, ladies. He raises his sword, his voice and expression absolutely terrifying. You're going to pay a heavy price for getting in my way. To drive the point home, Kang Hansu brings the blade right next to his face, his voice demonic.
So, nice to meet you. And also goodbye. With that, he dives down, delivering a flawless, deadly slash.
The blonde girl shoves the purple-haired one aside, taking the full force of the attack herself. Watch out. The purple-haired girl is completely frozen, watching in horror as her friend dies under his blade just to save her. Floating below, the blonde man can only raise a helpless hand, his subordinate's dying scream echoing in his ears. Seeing another one of his people fall, he immediately orders a retreat. Run, everyone now, he truly is a monster. But ignoring her master's desperate screams, the purple-haired girl stays frozen, her eyes glued to the blood-soaked sword. Seeing that she isn't moving, the blonde leader says something that hits hard. Someone as despicable as him could never be a hero in a fantasy world. Those words make Hansu freeze solid. He asks in disbelief, I'm not. The question completely startles the man below. But he wasn't done. Hansu turns to him, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Are you saying that I'm not a hero? As if to prove his point, he immediately starts showing off his credentials. I'm an A-rank hero, you know. When I got my graduation certificate, I was proud to finally be a real hero. Every word makes the other guy question reality itself. Seeing the utter disbelief on his face, Kang Hansu turns to the purple-haired girl. Hey miss, you tell me. Being put on the spot, the girl trembles like a leaf. He doesn't keep her waiting. What do I look like to you? Faced with the terrifying question, the girl stammers out her answer. Demon King. This reply only irritates Kang Hansu even more. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to have to smack you. But right then, 6 pairs of demonic wings suddenly sprout from his back. He looks behind him in total confusion, wondering to himself, who the heck attached these things to me? After a moment of sheer panic over the wings that appeared from nowhere, Kang Hansu finally calms down enough to observe them. He examines every angle, about to make some kind of comment. But before Hansu can critique his brand new accessories, a girl filled with killing intent, sword in hand, appears right behind him. But Hansu doesn't even have to lift a finger. She's already been impaled on the sharp claws of his new wings, falling critically injured into the sea. And not just her, but another one right after. Hansu pretends not to notice, raising a wing to get a better look. If I accidentally poked someone with this, it probably wouldn't connect right. Witnessing everything, the blonde leader below finally snaps. He uses every last bit of his strength to charge forward. Stop it. Then a massive surge of colored power explodes. A deep blue aura flared out. Sensing that raw power, Hansu just chuckled. So you're finally showing your true form, huh? With that, he turned to face the blonde-haired man, a truly dangerous smile spreading across his lips. In the next instant, he shot forward without another word. Watching this unfold, the blonde guy could only try to stop him in vain, shouting, "I told you to stop already." Hansu paid him no mind, a vicious look on his face as he continued to charge straight for the group on the other side. He swung his wing in a clean, elegant arc, slicing through the girl in front of him, but he wasn't done, moving on to land another blow on the second girl. The carnage wasn't over. Hansu strode over and plunged his sharp claws directly into one of the few remaining survivors. The moment he ripped his claws out, the body crumpled to the ground. Surveying his work, a victorious smirk appeared on Hansu's face. Witnessing the entire brutal display, the last two survivors let out screams like they had never screamed before. "We surrender," one of them begged. The other, afraid he wouldn't be believed, was about to add something more. But Hansu ignored their pleas, stabbing his claws straight through the girl's chest. This sight made the blue-haired woman beside her tremble uncontrollably. "But why? We already surrendered, so why are you doing this?" Her voice shook as she watched the figure revealed behind the fallen body. As the body collapsed, Hansu broke into a wide smile. "Oh, so you weren't injured after all." He mercilessly tossed the girl's body aside with his wing and then turned his full attention to the woman before him. "I feel bad that I couldn't finish it in one go." Seeing her silence, he continued, not bothering to hide his blood-drenched wings. "I hope you all quietly return to your loved ones." Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man was pushing himself to his limit, flying towards them. Hansu simply observed it all, a knowing and sinister smile spreading across his face. Under that wicked stare, the blue-haired girl was shaking like a leaf. Then Hansu silently vanished, only to miraculously reappear right behind her. Hearing his voice so close, the girl froze solid. The man rushing from behind saw his comrade was in danger and pushed forward. "Get away from her." But before he could even make a move, Hansu had already taken care of him. The blue-haired girl was rooted to the spot in horror, her eyes wide as she stared at the blood spraying everywhere. With the interruption dealt with, he returned to his main target. "Now then, should I stab you or should I break you? How would you like to be sent on your way?" The question made the girl freeze, trembling in absolute terror. After a moment, the girl summoned all her courage to scream back. "No, I don't want to. I don't want to die." Hearing her cries, the blonde-haired man flew even faster. Seeing the situation was desperate, he threw away his pride and began to plead. "Hieronym, please spare her." The words caught Hansu's attention for a second, for he focused back on the girl, who was now pale with fear. A status window appeared. Race human. Level 999 plus. Class princess. Abilities: SSS-Rank charm, SS-Rank cuteness, S-Rank evil, S-Rank immortality, and her current status, terrified. After a quick scan, the first thing Hansu locked onto was the girl's level. He stared at it, his face like ice, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. Aha! With that, Hansu raised his wing and swung it down hard on the back of her neck. The sudden attack left the blonde-haired man utterly stunned, frozen in place with no reaction at all. He flew toward them, staring in shock as he watched the blood of his beloved spray into the air. A moment later, the girl's body fell directly into his arms. Cradling his love, the blonde-haired man let out a roar of pure despair. After screaming his lungs out, the man turned on Hansu. "You, what the hell did they teach you in Fantasia? What were they thinking, raising a monster like you and releasing it on the world?" As he spoke, blood dripped from the girl's hand to the ground. The blue-haired girl lay in his arms, tears still glistening in her eyes as he continued to scream his rage. "Creating more monsters just to take us down, have they completely lost their minds?" At this, the man's eyes turned, a deep bloodshot red, tears streaming down his face. In response, Hansu simply smirked and gave a mocking reply. "I sympathize." And with that single word, he launched himself straight towards the two of them. As he closed in, Hansu's wings shifted, revealing a set of sharp spikes. He raised them, aiming directly for the unconscious blue-haired girl. This time, however, the blonde was quick enough to block the attack with his own arm. And despite the blinding pain, he just glared back at Hansu with murder in his eyes. Seeing him take the hit to protect the girl, Hansu didn't hold back his taunts in the slightest. "You should wake up from this dream of love and friendship, you foolish little prince." At the mockery, the man's eyes blazed crimson, ready to fight. "Just what in the world are you?" Hansu didn't answer with words, simply swinging his wing to strike him again. "Love and friendship. What's so special about that? Time washes everything away in the end." After a fierce exchange, the two of them finally stopped. Hansu reached out his hand to take an arm that was being offered to him. "Here you are, master. Thanks, it looks like a good fit. After receiving the arm, Hansu quickly reattached it to his body. After replacing the lost part, Hansu paused. Baozi stood respectfully behind him. With the task done, Hansu rested deep in thought. Hansu glanced at his abdomen where the wings sprouted from, wondering, are these my ribs? He didn't dwell on it. With a grimace, Hansu gritted his teeth and decisively ripped the pairs of wings right off his body. As soon as they were torn free, they dissolved into dust. Seeing this, Hansu had a sudden realization. Ripping them off was way easier than expected. Now he didn't have to worry about hiding them. But he barely settled down when a desperate voice echoed from the distance. Sir Kang Hansu. The voice was followed by the clicking sound of a woman's high heels approaching. It was none other than Victoria. She stood far off, overjoyed to see him safe. I knew it. I knew you'd still be alive. Victoria said this as she ran towards him. But seeing who it was, Hansu just looked annoyed. Victoria died in that plane crash. Her joyful mood instantly shattered. A vein started to pulse on her forehead. It's Victoria, Victoria, don't die so easily. Shaking off the brief hostility, she quickly got down to business. Walking across the stormy sea, she explained their mission. Our destination is the port city. A sudden typhoon and tsunami have put it in a state of emergency. After the brief introduction, Victoria got straight to the point. The resident warriors were quick to respond. So there hasn't been any major damage yet. But compared to her tense words, Hansu's attitude was completely indifferent. Good thing no one was hurt. That's right, no one got hurt at all. Her sarcastic retort left Hansu speechless, forcing him to look away. Honestly, his attitude left Victoria feeling 30% helpless and 70% furious. Oh fine, whatever. In the end, she gave up on trying to provoke him. Anyway, we need to get moving. It's a long way. Hansu stepped forward, agreeing instantly. Yeah. Immediately after, he spread his arms and summoned those familiar wings. The sight made Victoria scream in shock. Ah, what is that? She stumbled back, staring at Hansu in disbelief. What is it, these disgusting wings? Hearing that Hansu and his wings slowly advanced toward Victoria. As the distance between them shrank, she began to panic. No, that's not what I meant. Where are you going? To her question, Hansu answered with complete apathy. Home. That answer gave Victoria an idea. She hesitated before proposing a deal. Before that, could I ask you for one favor? Knowing her intentions, he shut her down instantly and without hesitation. No. Hansu's firm refusal stopped Victoria cold. But she tried one last time. I will compensate you well. And once again, he refused her flatly. I don't need it. At that point, Victoria finally gave up. Seeing no other way, her quick surrender actually surprised Hansu. You're giving up pretty fast. Victoria pretended not to hear, turning to leave as she replied, I'm a fast learner. I'm starting to get a handle on your personality. Victoria walked over to her subordinate and made a blunt statement. You don't need to waste your emotions on him. Hansu agreed with that. You guessed right. Just then, a man shouted, Director. Sensing something important, Hansu activated his skill, letting the entire conversation flow right into his ears. The alien we fished out of the sea is conscious now. Get it to the medical room quickly. After giving her orders, Victoria started walking toward the ship. All right, let's go. But after just a few steps, Hansu grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. Hansu held her shoulder and called out to Victoria. Hearing the wrong name, she looked like she was about to explode. It's Victoria. You'd think it would end there, but Hansu just kept messing with her. A vein pulsed as she gritted her teeth and turned back around. Hansu ignored her rage, giving her a wink and a thumbs up. Earth's peace. You can leave it to this hero-nim. The comment made Victoria cringe hard, but she had no choice but to accept. Follow me. A little while later, they arrived at a room that looked like a medical bay. A masked man briefed them as they walked down the long corridor. Although it has calmed down mentally, it's still too tense to open its mouth and speak. They soon reached their destination. Victoria pulled the curtain aside with one hand, smiling. Thank you, I'll take it from here. As soon as he stepped inside, Hansu's eyebrows shot up. Lying on the bed was an extremely familiar figure. At that moment, a status screen appeared. Race Mermaid level 857. Class Witch. S-Rank abilities, S-Rank command. Immortality, a blessing, a translation. A unstable resurrection, soul exhaustion, terminal illness. After a quick scan, Hansu decides it's just enough to survive a drop into the ocean. A few minutes later, Victoria finally speaks up. Hello there. The other girl struggles to even open her eyes. Seeing that she's awake, Victoria gives a warm smile and introduces herself. I'm Victoria, the one in charge of this ship. Is it okay if we talk for a little bit? But the first thing the girl sees is Hansu's wicked grin. Hello. That haunting smile sends an instant shiver down her spine. Her face turns purple with pure terror, and without wasting a second, the girl lets out a scream that could shatter glass. Getting screamed at point blank, Hansu is furious. He pulls out his trusty sword, ready to throw down right then and there. A chance to deal with this lady before we talk. Oh, thank you so much. With that thought, he raises his blade. Realizing this is spiraling out of control, Victoria quickly jumps in. Wait, it's okay, just calm down. But Hansu isn't listening. He activates his power, causing one eye to glow, a menacing purple. The noise is only getting louder. And if the others interfere, it's just going to be a headache. There's no other choice. His mind made up, he leans in and stares down Victoria. Victoria, you need to look into my eyes. Faced with this demand, Victoria doesn't back down for a second. On the contrary, Kang Hansu, you look into my eyes and talk. And what in the world is with that strange-looking sword? The moment she finishes her sentence, that power starts seeping into Victoria's eyes. A moment later, Hansu returns to normal. He asks the person in front of him seriously, Victoria, do you have any idea who I am? She doesn't answer, just gives a cold command instead. Victoria holds her hands up in front of the bed, a confused look on her face. What are you suddenly talking about, Kang Hansu? At the same time, Victoria's information screen appears. Her words plus her stats make Hansu lean in close. Huh. This sudden move makes Victoria blush bright red and she starts to panic. Are you a little too close? Okay, back off now. As she says this, Hansu pulls back, looking down at his own hand with suspicion. After a moment, he clenches his fist and asks, have you ever seen an insane ability like this before? At the same time, his full status window appears. Hit with a question like that, Victoria looks at her own hands and quickly gets flustered. My ability. My level. Hansu says nothing, just slowly walks toward the bed. With every step, he sinks deeper into thought. Even though the prince's skills weren't sealed like the ones he'd used, his level was fixed at 1. And my profession is a libertine. What is going on, he wonders. The purple-haired girl, shivering under the blanket, asks a question. Is that? The power of a hero, Hansu stands perfectly still, not answering, but one of his eyes has already shifted to that ominous purple. So yeah, while things are getting super tense inside, everything on the outside is peaceful. The ship just keeps gliding calmly across the water. But back inside, it's a scene of total chaos with a bunch of guys in black suits running around like crazy. Victoria has to stand guard at the door to hold them back. Meanwhile, Hansu is busy making threats. Hey you mermaid girl, perk up your gills and listen close. If you answer my questions quickly, I'll grant you a nice, clean, and fast death. To sell it even more, Hansu strikes a combat-ready pose. But after he says that, the room falls into a dead, terrifying silence. A moment later, Victoria shouts in exasperation, Kang Hansu, how is she supposed to answer you when you're threatening her like that? He doesn't pay her any mind, just crosses his arms and glares at the girl. Shockingly, she throws off the blanket and agrees. Okay. That one word makes Victoria question reality itself. Wait, what? She stares at the girl's completely defeated expression on the bed. Victoria can't help but give some advice. You shouldn't give up on your precious life so easily. Even with the kind words, the girl's mood doesn't improve. A second later, she nervously clutches the blanket under her. If I'm going to disappear no matter what. But before she can state her price, Victoria reaches out and puts a hand over hers. The simple action leaves the purple-haired girl completely stunned. Holding her hand, Victoria gives her a look of absolute determination. Don't worry, that is not going to happen. This powerful statement is enough to bring tears to the purple-haired girl's eyes. Really, seeing the girl cheer up, Victoria uses every bit of her charisma to persuade her. Of course, so how about you drop all the weapons on you and we can have a little chat watching this master class in manipulation. Hansu is 30% helpless and 70% disgusted. She's even playing innocent to get the mermaid to lower her defenses, all so she can start tormenting her later. Man-women are seriously terrifying. After a bit more convincing, the purple-haired girl finally caves. Hansu stares at the 2 words golem on the screen and then gives an order. First, summon your golem and move it to that corner. The girl quickly complies. Yes, I understand. Right after agreeing, she swiftly raises her hand. He channels a stream of blue awakening energy into it. And just like that, a girl appears clad in a tight black suit. Her striking blue hair frames a completely emotionless face. Without a word, she walks straight toward the corner of the room. Kang Hansu watches her go, his brow furrowed, noticing something. As she stands in the corner, a familiar information panel appears. Race Ancient Golem Level 1. Class Prince. Skill Willpower. Invasion Z, Charisma Z, Status A. Her conditions: Exhaustion Forgotten, Despair, and Retired. After reading this, Hansu's eyes fly open in complete shock. Then he notices the word Prince highlighted on the screen. She stopped talking. As if she knew what he was thinking, the girl spoke first, but instead of a confident reply, she just slumped over like a wet noodle facing the wall dejectedly. I'm a maid golem. I don't know anything, okay? Her answer made Hansu scoff. He stepped closer and started messing with her. Oh, so this is a maid golem. Hearing his words, the girl broke out in a sweat, biting her lip without answering. Meanwhile, Victoria was witnessing the whole thing. Her entire worldview was collapsing. She snapped, yelling at them to get away and trying to block Hansu. Watching Victoria's panic reaction, Hansu, ever the calm in the storm, couldn't help but wonder, hey, you need to calm down. But that request just made Victoria explode even more. Calm down. That's not just a skill, it's a supreme state of being. Noticing the confused look on the girl on the bed, Victoria clutched her head in frustration. Ah, you probably wouldn't know what a transcendent realm is. Hansu paid her no mind, turning back to the blue-haired girl with a sinister smile. Anyway, you've changed quite a bit since we last met, haven't you? His comment made the blue-haired girl turn away and click her tongue in annoyance. Satisfied with that reaction, Hansu got back to business. Hey, mermaid. The girl he called out to quickly looked up. Once he had her attention, Hansu slammed his hand firmly on her head. With a cocky look, Hansu made his offer. I've taken a liking to this one. You want to trade for mine? Fearing the purple-haired girl might refuse, he snapped his fingers and another person appeared. A famous sage created her, you know. Plus, she's got the soul of a hero inside. Realizing he was trying to trade her away, the other girl's face was pure disbelief. When Victoria saw the new girl appear, her eyes lit up like car headlights. She rushed over to inspect her. The sage are you talking about? The sage, from the Tower of Wisdom. The girl being grabbed struggled wildly. Master, you're being so unreasonable. Hansu just pouted completely, ignoring this strange creature. He pushed her aside and returned to the main issue. So, what do you say? Hearing the offer, the purple-haired girl bit her lip, clearly hesitating. But before she could say a word, the blue-haired girl shouted first, wait a minute. As if he knew she'd protest, Hansu turned back to toy with her. The masters are talking. Golems should go somewhere else. His words left her speechless with no way to argue back. Realizing she was outmatched, she gritted her teeth and made a demand. Just guarantee her safety, and I'll obediently do whatever you say. This was exactly what Hansu was waiting for. A wicked grin spread across his face. He glanced over at the gray-skinned girl and Victoria, who were in total chaos, and mocked her. Ooh, I'm so scared. Is a little house teddy bear trying to threaten me? His condescending tone was the last straw for the blue-haired girl. What do you want? A moment later, they finally reached an agreement. The blue-haired girl pointed toward the purple-haired girl who was watching the whole thing in a daze. She stated her condition. You have to promise you won't lay a finger on her. Afraid he wouldn't comply, her eyes filled with killing intent as she threatened him directly. Don't you dare try anything. I won't accept any shameless excuse that there was a mistake or that someone else touched her. Her words just made Hansu let out an annoyed sigh. You act like you've been betrayed your whole life. Mock yet again, the blue-haired girl trembled with rage, biting her lip and growling, I don't trust you. After saying that, she reached her hand toward the stunned girl on the bed, her voice firm. I will do everything in my power to ensure my master's absolute safety. As she spoke, a gem on her chest began to glow, and the purple-haired girl seemed to falter. Seeing that look, the purple-haired girl grew anxious. Sensing her master's worry, the blue-haired girl smiled to comfort her. You did your absolute best. That's all that matters. Her words moved the purple-haired girl, and her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing she had agreed, Hansu was satisfied. Good. He raised his hand and channeled his power into the gem. It flared with light as he happily completed the contract. With everything settled, Hansu pointed at the purple-haired girl and gave an order. Hey Tin, can you hear me? You will protect that mermaid with your life. The other girl immediately gave a military salute. She responded, yes, master. After acknowledging the order, she approached the purple-haired girl to greet her. Ah, hello, new master. Caught off guard, the girl replied awkwardly, yes. What's your name? The question made the other girl emotional, her eyes filling with tears. Tears streamed down her face in 2 lines. This reaction threw the purple-haired girl into a panic. Did I do something wrong? The other girl didn't answer, she just fainted on the spot. She emotionally explained, I've finally met a master who will call me by my name. No matter how many times I told him, he just called me Teenkin every single day. Hansu was left speechless by the passive-aggressive jab. Why are my ears suddenly itching? He muttered, then turned to stare daggers at the girl before him. After a long look, he started to speak. Teenkin. Before he could even finish the phrase, the girl shouted her name. My name is Boris. Hansu didn't care one bit and insisted on the name he came up with. Right. Teenkin. Furious, the girl gave him an ultimatum. If you don't call me by my name, I will absolutely not cooperate. Hansu argued back, completely dissatisfied. Hey, that wasn't in the contract. The girl, not happy either, immediately retorted, are you really citing the contract for basic rights? To get Hansu to use her name, she launched into a long speech. A name provides a divine power, a feeling of being untouchable. It's what makes a person's presence truly stand out. It's a concept far superior to the power of a fake hero, something non-negotiable. Hansu crossed his arms, pretending he understood. Oh, is that right? Just then, a frantic man burst into the room. Director. Hansu's attention snapped to the man as he quickly activated his eavesdropping mode. We're receiving a flood of requests for the transfer of the alien. Rookies who were captured alive. In any case, you probably need to leave immediately. Hearing this, Victoria turned with a smile. Hansu, I know you want to go home, but you're not exactly an outsider anymore. so you have to come with me. Faced with this request, he refused without missing a beat. Don't want to. Victoria wasn't pleased. Didn't you say to entrust the peace of this world to you? After a whole lot of complaining, Hansu finally had to accept reality. After a short trip, the boat docked. Victoria stepped off excitedly. We're here. This is the port city that was our destination. But what met their eyes was a city buried in mud with none of its usual splendor. Witnessing this scene, Victoria was furious, tears welling in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and spoke. Ah, my factory. Did the heavens have a bad day or something to drop a disaster right here? Hansu just chuckled at her reaction, turning to head in another direction. You said the hotel was that way, right? After taking him to his room, Victoria gave a few brief instructions and left. I have a lot to deal with. You should rest first. Hansu sat, alone on the bed, staring at the phone in his hand. At that exact moment, the purple-haired girl was enjoying herself. She hummed a little tune while soaking in a bubble bath. Outside, Hansu, annoyed, tapped forcefully on his screen a few times. She really shouldn't have changed her number, right? After fuming for a bit, he returned to his usual, unbothered expression, putting the phone to his ear. He waited, but the other end of the line was completely silent. A few more minutes passed, and Hansu was still being ignored. The situation caused his imagination to run wild. I was just treated like a telemarketer. In the end, Hansu gave up calling and just sent a text message. This is your son who ran away from home. After sending it, Hansu told himself she'll definitely pick up now, right? The moment he sent it, the purple-haired girl's voice called out, Mr. A-Rank Hero. The title made Hansu blush, just a little. But the girl was submerged in the bubbles with only one eye showing, her voice filled with worry. There are a lot of people outside the door. Hearing this, Hansu couldn't help but look up at the door in front of him. Outside there were indeed many heavily armed people. Taking in the entire scene, Hansu sighed. It's been a while since I've been in this kind of situation. The purple-haired girl watched nervously as he approached the door. As if sensing her anxiety, Hansu declared with absolute certainty, this A-Rank hero will take care of it, so just stay put. The men outside heard his footsteps and yelled, please release the hostage. These words caught Hansu completely by surprise. A moment later, as reality set in, a fire of pure rage ignited within him. You're threatening me even after sensing my divinity. Seeing he still wasn't reacting, the men outside shouted their final ultimatum. This is the final warning, please release the hostage. Before these words, Hansu said nothing, just smirking. A moment later, he looked up, revealing a terrifying and murderous expression as he entered combat mode. Why don't you all disappear if you still want to see your families? The men, however, remained unafraid and directly blew the door off its hinges. Hansu just stood there, arms crossed, making no move at all. A moment later, the door was in pieces. Mixed in with the debris was something that looked like a bomb. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, but Hansu was still standing there, arms crossed, completely unharmed. The men outside saw nothing. They cautiously peeked inside, guns raised to assess the situation. Right after, without a word, they opened fire on his position. Hansu stood there, eyes closed, simply letting the bullets fly straight toward him. The reason behind this carefree attitude was because Hansu had activated a Z-rank divine skill. All the bullets stopped right in front of him, enveloped by a golden aura of power. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene unfolded. A single bullet wrapped in energy shot back towards the men in black. From one bullet, countless followed suit, and some of the unlucky men in black fell. Under that rain of bullets, hiding behind a wall, a soldier saw his comrades fall and pulled the pin from a grenade, then tossed it into the room without hesitation. Immediately, the entire room was flooded with a green gas. A thick mystery surrounds him. Kang Hansu stands firm, unmovable as a mountain, when suddenly a squad of armed men rappels down right outside his window. They don't waste a second, smashing through the glass and storming the room without mercy. Surrounded by smoke, Kang Hansu turns his head, his eyes glowing with a sharp intensity. The green haze is so thick, it's pouring out the window. The black-clad soldiers are fully equipped, so the smoke is no problem. A red light scans from one of their visors. He activates it, and the sight that greets them is an empty, desolate space. This scene makes them question reality itself. The soldier scans the area, completely confused. He vanished. The man they're hunting is hanging from the ceiling by a pair of wings. Hello there. Hearing the voice, the soldier quickly looks up, while the others, sensing danger, just open fire on the ceiling. He's in a blind spot. In a flash, Kang Hansu takes one of them down. By the time the others realize and give chase, it's far too late. With blinding speed, Kang Hansu dodges every shot. What the hell is that thing? He moves in a blur, reaching the door, but he's spotted by more men hiding there. Instantly, Kang Hansu uses his wings to unleash a powerful attack on the group. One man tries to escape but gets snatched by a wing. With two soldiers in his grasp, Kang Hansu doesn't even hesitate. He hurls them both straight out the window. A rare survivor hides behind a pillar, stammering into his radio for aid. I need backup. but Kang Hansu is already one step ahead. He phases right through the wall, his face a mask of cold fury ready to tear them apart. Seeing him appear with such overwhelming killing intent, the soldier is thrown into a state of pure panic. Kang Hansu ignores his terror and unleashes his wings, sending the remaining soldiers flying in every direction. A pair of cracked glasses covered in some kind of red sauce clatters to the floor. Nearby, an unlucky soldier lies motionless in a sticky puddle. The last man standing watches him get closer and closer, desperately scrambling backward in terror. Kang Hansu just tilts his head, his crimson eyes like bullet holes. He narrows his eyes and growls, "Why aren't you shooting me? Are you going to defy your commander's orders?" At the taunt, the panicked man's hand nervously goes to the gun on his hip. He stammers out, I am the commander." The answer surprises Kang Hansu, and his eyes narrow with a dangerous glint. "Then you must have a lot of information, right?" As he speaks, the soldier finally pulls his gun, aiming it straight at his face. Without another word, Kang Hansu lunges forward, ready to settle things with him once and for all. From an apartment in the high-rise, a thick green smoke pours out, floating through the window and into the air. The smoke quickly fills the entire apartment, causing the men in black inside to choke and stumble before collapsing unconscious. Into this quiet, hazy scene, a single foot suddenly steps into view. Just then, a cell phone buzzes to life. The screen lights up with an incoming call from Mom. A hand slowly picks up the phone. A familiar voice answers, "Mom." That voice belongs to none other than Kang Hansu. On the other end, a voice full of love responds, "Yes, my dear." But immediately after, the barrage of questions begins. "The child who used to call me mommy so sweetly, why is it just mom now? Has your voice turned all fake? What do you only think about your old parents when you run out of money?" The shouting from the phone gets so loud that he has to hold it away from his ear. His mother's nagging continues without pause. "I heard from your friend that you're out there chasing every girl in sight." "Yeah. Are you crazy? When I heard that I had to take medicine I haven't touched in 20 years. Unable to take it for another second, Kang Hansu gently places the phone down, letting his mother's voice continue. Her voice just keeps going non-stop. "I don't care what this whole hero business is that you're doing these days. Kang Hansu, you should learn a thing or two from your father about how to make me happy. He even wrote his own song and brought me flowers from a snowfield." "Huh, did I ask him to do that? Honey, wait a sec, I'm almost done. Anyway, get your life together, bring home a daughter-in-law, and give your parents some grandkids to hold. Until then, don't even think about showing your face around this house. If you understand, then do it right. Where did my husband go? Let's talk about old times." The call finally ends. Kang Hansu slumps over, letting out a huge sigh of relief. He stares down at his phone. A quiet groan escapes him. That was absolute torture. Coming up behind him, a high-ranking demon approaches with a bright, concerned smile. "Is something wrong, my king?" A detailed information panel pops up in front of him. Race: high-rank demon. Level 1. Class: noble of the House of Grace. Skills: S-rank dark energy. Status: happy and loyal. Kang Hansu just glances back at him, completely indifferent. He replies gruffly, "Hey, who are you calling a king?" He sits down frustrated and says, "I'm an alien." An alien. A detailed information panel instantly appeared right in front of him. Race: an alien from the void, level 999+. His class was Demon King, with skills like Divine Power rank Z, Dark Energy rank Z, Blessing rank Z, Crafting SSS, and Destruction SS. Statuses: Holy Sword, Magic Sword, and Saintess. Ahem. Showing off his special identity, Kang Hansu cleared his throat. "So where's the person who requested my consulting service?" As if to prove his power, Kang Hansu explained clearly to get information quickly. "I just had to turn their commander into one of my own demons." And there the commander was on the ground, screaming and clutching his head. His body began to change, twisting into a majestic demon. Now he was kneeling on one knee respectfully before his new master. "My king, I swear my eternal loyalty." Seeing this, Kang Hansu couldn't help but scoff internally. It was amusing watching an earthling transform into a pure-blooded demon. However, when he looked back at his own information panel, a sense of confusion crept in. "But do I have to change too?" Holding the panel, Kang Hansu scowled. "This is one hell of a conspiracy." He then jumped up in a fury. Otherwise, there was no way his rank a hero class could have been changed so completely. After the wave of emotion passed, Kang Hansu took a deep breath and looked at the panel again to calm himself. Get a grip." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Scanning line by line, his eyes lingered on the class section. He wondered for a moment if he should check it out. After a brief hesitation, he decided to press it. Another detailed information panel appeared. Demon King, an absolute being who surpasses all other demons. You have control over all demons below the royal level. Your mastery of innate skills and dark energy has reached the ultimate level. You will be very vulnerable to holy type skills. Also, please remember that your level will decrease when facing a weaker hero. Staring at the lines of information, Kang Hansu tried to reassure himself. The divine power was still inside him, so he figured he'd be fine. While he was absorbed in the information behind him, the newly turned demon noticed someone approaching. He quickly reported, "My king, the reinforcements sent by my old comrades are heading this way." But Kang Hansu just sat there lost in thought, not paying any attention. Seeing this, the demon couldn't help but shout again, "My king." Suddenly, Kang Hansu stood straight up and replied, "Yes, I am the king." The demon found this hilarious, thinking, a king with only one subordinate isn't much of a king at all. Kang Hansu just stood there with his arms crossed and a slight smirk. Time to spread some dark energy. Over by the stairs, the reinforcements were carefully making their way up. One of them called out to his comrades, "The enemy is on this floor, everyone get ready." As the squad approached the door, they could sense something waiting for them on the other side. The demon inside the room wanted to give them a little surprise, and with a bright smile, he threw the door open and rushed out. He let out a sinister laugh. "What is that guy doing?" Just as he finished, from between the demon's sharp teeth, thick purple smoke began to pour out. He exhaled with incredible force. Instantly, the reinforcement soldiers were blown back, collapsing weakly to the ground with no strength left to fight. The purple smoke enveloped the entire area. The demon laughed with delight. "You will all share the honor of serving the king with me." The blonde soldier, furious, couldn't take it anymore. He charged forward with his sword drawn, shouting, as expected, sending the hero squad was the right choice. He then ordered the red-haired soldier running behind him, "Quick, heal those infected with the dark energy first." But their comrades screamed in pain, clutching their heads. "It's too late, they're all turning into demons." The blonde soldier's face twisted in anger as he cursed, "Damn it, so this is how it's gonna be. We have to eliminate the source of this dark energy." Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, his face a mask of pure shock. Before him stood Kang Hansu, perched arrogantly on a pile of rubble, his enormous wings spread wide. It was a terrifyingly powerful image. The blonde soldier cried out in fear, "The Demon King." Kang Hansu saw him, and his mouth twisted into a horrifying demonic grin as he roared, "So you're the respectable rank, a hero." Victoria slammed her fist on the table, yelling in anger, "This is an abuse of power. That prisoner agreed to surrender because I guaranteed her safety." Facing the investors, she continued, "If you gentlemen want something, shouldn't you follow the proper procedures? Deploying soldiers so carelessly like this." A bald man with a scowl cut her off. "You're abusing your power. We're investors, and in return, we will ensure the safety of the alien." Another investor added, "From the very beginning, we gave you the authority to handle everything." Chairman Lai listened as they spoke. All Victoria could do was stand there, scowling in anger, feeling like she was being backed into a corner. From a corner, the doors suddenly burst open, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent meeting room. Every head in the room snapped towards the entrance, all attention immediately fixed on the commotion. Kang Hansu casually strolled in, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The soldiers standing guard immediately bowed their heads. In his hand, he held the unconscious, gasping body of the blonde soldier. Kang Hansu spoke with a devilish look on his face. "I'm here to clean up this little mess." The investors were enraged by Kang Hansu's audacious interruption. Every single one of them scowled and yelled, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with our meeting?" In an instant, a dark, shadowy mist flooded the entire room. Their attitudes shifted immediately. The anger and arrogance were gone. Instead, they bowed their heads respectfully, chanting in unison, "We did not realize your highness had arrived." But as everyone else bowed in reverence, one man remained completely unaffected by the dark aura. Tony crouched on the floor, looked around confused. "This dark energy. Does Earth have a Demon King too?" He worriedly cried out, "Where's the rest of the team?" Kang Hansu noticed Tony from across the room, suspicious that he was unharmed. He thought to himself, even low-level dark energy should have worked. Unless he used to be a hero. Looking at the bodies all over the floor, Kang Hansu said matter-of-factly, "They wish to die, so I simply granted their wish." That statement sent a shockwave of disbelief through the room. What? The scene was surreal, with the guards at the door still bowing respectfully. Kang Hansu continued, "A few of them even became valuable pawns." Hearing this, Tony couldn't hold back his rage. He drew his sword and declared, "Demon King of Earth, I will take your life myself." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged with his sword. Seeing the blade coming for him, Kang Hansu simply stood there and smiled. "Oh my god," he swung his sword. Victoria, who had been silent until now, suddenly screamed in terror. Mr. Kang Hansu. Hearing his name, he quietly thought, what the hell is this all about? Despite the chaos, he turned back with a bright smile and replied, "I told you, didn't I? I'm taking care of the problem. I will soon turn these people into your subordinates." "And my disciples," Kang Hansu added with unshakable confidence. "All obstacles will be gone, our power will expand. Is there any better outcome than this?" Just as he finished his sentence, a blinding ray of light shot down from above, heading straight for him. The entire room was engulfed in a brilliant flash, like an impossible collision. As the light faded, thick dust and smoke obscured everything. His sword's blade was now embedded in the ground, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Looking at the broken blade on the floor, Kang Hansu let out a low growl. A furious rage began to build as his face filled with murderous intent. He thought silently. Not even a mountain of gold could fix this sword. Suddenly, a hero appeared from nowhere, a detailed status window popping up instantly. Race Ancient Elf. Level 100. Class Hero with 600% experience. Skills: Swordsmanship ZZ, Body Fortification Z, Martial Arts SS, Sword Key S, and Internal Energy S. Status: Holy Sword, Gungnir, Extermination, Reinforcements, and Blessing. He looked down at him with ice-cold eyes and finally asked his question. You aren't Pedonar. Then who are you? And without waiting for an answer, he landed on the ground and launched an immediate attack. He stated coldly, the dying don't need to give their names. Caught completely by surprise, Kang Hansu cursed, "Ah, son of a." Quickly activating the Demon King's restriction, he twisted away, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Kang Hansu grinned triumphantly, his face looking even more cunning. According to you, I'm not Pedonar, so why are you still trying to kill me? He continued his assault, replying in the same ice-cold tone. It doesn't matter. My duty is to destroy any Demon King who sets foot in the human world. To do that, I have to increase my level and train my skills. But I've always wondered. Kang Hansu stumbled backward, losing his footing and falling to the ground. The hero's face grew even more brutal. His eyes flashed as he whispered down to him, "Can I really defeat the Demon King with my current skills?" A fiery explosion erupted, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. Kang Hansu shot back to his feet, his eyes sharp and cold. He pulled out a black sword hilt. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from it, forming a radiant energy sword in his hand. Waves of incredible power radiated from the weapon. The hero scoffed from a distance. "That's the newest model of dark energy sword. I don't know which noble you killed to get it, but it's useless against me," said the wielder of the holy sword Nucleon. Then he too slowly began to draw his own blade. A brilliant golden blade materialized, radiating a light that seemed to hold the authority of a true hero. Immediately, the two raised their swords to face each other. Neither was willing to back down. The powerful sound of clashing swords rang out again and again. Kang Hansu and the hero attacked relentlessly. Every single slash was filled with immense power, and then he gave the hero a look of pure contempt and sneered, "Rabbit." The elf meets his gaze with icy cold eyes, then states flatly, "This is all for the sake of fulfilling my duty." The moment the words leave his mouth, the elf decisively slashes at Kang Hansu. Bright red blood gushes from the wound in his stomach. The elf then casually removes his jacket. With a hint of disappointment, he says, "How surprising. I really thought I'd dealt you a crippling blow." The elf says this because the supposedly fatal slashes he just inflicted have already begun to heal at an incredible speed. At a glance, it looks like nothing more than a flesh wound. The hero calmly replies, "My thoughts exactly," and he says it with a completely self-satisfied smirk on his face. Seeing this, the elf immediately tightens his grip on his sword. He then gives a cold warning, "It's useless to beg for your life now." But before he finishes, Kang Hansu raises a hand and shouts, "Boris." The elf's eyes go wide in confusion as he asks Boris that name. He can't even finish before a fist slams right into his face. The force of the blow sends him flying dozens of meters away. Before she can even retract her fist, Kang Hansu scolds her. "Hey, shouldn't you have finished him in a single blow?" She calmly replies. "You want me to kill my respected sword master? If it wasn't for our contract, I would have just let you die." Hearing this makes him incredibly annoyed. He gives her a long, judgmental stare, lost deep in thought. So he's this brat's master. Could he be an assassin sent by the first hero, not the fake god? Just as he finishes that thought, a hand suddenly bursts up from the rubble, causing both of them to whip their heads around. Turns out the thing that just emerged is a golem. She holds two sharp iron swords in her hands and yells, "Come, my comrade." It's revealed that the golem standing before them is from the ancient golem race. Level over 999. Class Demon Slayer, which deals extra damage to demons. Skills include integrated dual swords, max magic resistance, SS-Rank Divinity, SS-Rank Diamond Body, and S-Rank Purge. Her statuses are Holy Sword, Enhanced Blessing Damage, Amplification, and Overload. Boris coldly suggests, "Give me back my sword, and I'll buy you some time to escape." Kang Hansu fumes, "Didn't I tell you to take his life, not stall for me?" She calmly replies, "This is no time to relax. Your opponent is the Sword Master's old flame, the daughter of the Demon King Pedonar. She's not an easy opponent." At this, he snaps back. "So you're saying I can't handle his old girlfriend?" he asks, cracking his knuckles as he steps forward. He smirks confidently as he advances, saying, "Boris, just keep that golem busy for me." She readies her sword and coldly snaps back. "You idiot." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. The elf charges toward him with his sword, snarling through gritted teeth. "Die, Demon King." Seeing this, the hero just raises his own sword, letting out a gleeful laugh. Then he immediately uses his sword to block the incoming attack. Kang Hansu's sword suddenly shatters in two, but then instantly reforms, extending into a long spear. He immediately thrusts the spear toward the elf, but his opponent is just as fast, blocking the attack with his own blade. The elf frowns at him and demands loudly, "Do you really think these pathetic little tricks will work?" He just smirks and replies, "Nope." As a mace and an axe materialize in his hands, he casually continues, "I'm well aware I can't beat him with my SSS-Rank swordsmanship." No matter how many weapons Kang Hansu summons to attack the elf, the man just easily slices them in half. Even though he's clearly in a terrible situation, that smug smile never once leaves his face. The elf can't help but worry, thinking to himself, what is he plotting? Then his eyes suddenly go wide in absolute shock. He looks utterly stunned. It turns out his reaction was caused by all the broken fragments from the weapons he just destroyed. They've now gathered together, forming a gigantic monster. It suddenly raises a massive leg and gently rests it on his shoulder. Meanwhile, he just stares intently at the elf, a smirk playing on his lips. Seeing this, his opponent immediately puts the pieces together. "I see. You're quite skilled with dark energy. Is that why the Demon King is called, well, the Demon King? But wasting time like this is pointless because she'll be back soon enough." After destroying the golem, Kang Hansu points right at the Demon King and says with a huge grin, "Thanks for the explanation." Hearing this, the man raises his sword high, his voice turning to ice. "Humph. Then by all means struggle until you die." The Demon King just smirks. "It makes me wonder, did your lover also struggle to the very end before she died?" Those words hit a nerve. He absolutely explodes, screaming, "You bastard." But just then they're interrupted. It zipped past the two of them in a flash. Boris was on the ground, growling and yelling, "Damn it, you're telling me I can't beat that golem." Gripping its sword tightly, the ancient golem didn't rush to act, instead, just staring at Kang Hansu for a long moment. Then it roared out, "Demon King, I will kill you." The second she finished speaking, she and the elf charged straight for Kang Hansu. Knowing that he could barely escape this, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Then he raised it high and plunged it directly into his own chest. Seeing this, the hero couldn't help but panic. He asked, "Suicide, but why?" The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and he looked at the hero with a smug grin. "At first, I didn't understand either. In this fantastical dimension, the grand stage for the hero versus the Demon King, he just gave a contemptuous smirk. Because this whole dimension is about to collapse, with one of them missing. It's like a school that can't stay open without students. Their fight was now like fire and water. And a question arose in Kang Hansu's mind. What happens if the dimension collapses? Just then, the golem's information appeared. Race Ancient Golem Level 1. Class E Rank 20. Skill status forgotten. The hero's brow furrowed in utter contempt. His own info showed Race Ancient Elf Level 1. Class D Rank 20. Skill ZZ Rank Swordsmanship. Endurance Z status forgotten. Reality will be opened beautifully. Kang Hansu let out a pleased smirk. Reality will be opened beautifully. His current stats read Race Human Chaos Level 1. Class Demon King. Hero Rank X. Skills Dark Energy Z Divinity Z Blessing Z Creation SSS and Control SS. Status Holy Sword Goddess Magic Sword Golem. Originally, these kinds of special powers didn't even exist, and seeing Kang Hansu still standing there after that self-destruct move, the hero yelled, "Why aren't you dead?" Kang Hansu replied with a mocking tone. "It's all thanks to some Demon King who showed me this little trick." Of course, Kang Hansu thought that Demon King died after pulling this stunt, but for him, a master of dark energy, he could fake his death and trick the entire dimension itself. At that same moment, his claws began to emerge. Instantly, a monstrous leg from behind Kang Hansu slammed down with incredible force. The ground shook violently from the impact. Kang Hansu figured the real question was how long this dimension would stay fooled. With that thought, he immediately shot toward his opponent, shouting, "Let's start round 2 on equal footing." The legs sprouting from Kang Hansu's back made him look like some kind of spider elf. "Whoops, my bad, Spider-Man." The golem ground its teeth in rage. "Demon King, you're dead." But its reaction seemed a little strange. The hero screamed in alarm. Don't Kang Hansu's eyes blazed with killing intent as he thought a golem with no special skills is no different from a woman wearing 100 kilograms of armor. He then launched forward at an insane speed. One of his legs easily pierced right through the golem's body. The hero just stood there completely frozen in shock. Kang Hansu arrogantly held up the golem's head and said with amusement, "I should take this home as a souvenir." The hero gritted his teeth in pure hatred. "You rotten bastard!" Veins were popping out all over his face. Before he could even process it, Kang Hansu launched another attack that sent the hero flying backward. He grunted in frustration. "Hemph." Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was casually toying with the golem's head. He let out another contemptuous smirk. The hero was struggling to catch his breath, panting like an ox. Then he just charged forward in a blind rage. Kang Hansu activated his clone ability, surrounding his opponent and toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. He figured that ZZ-Rank swordsmanship was useless without the dimension's protection. But suddenly, his expression turned serious. But this was weird. He had lost his special skills and looked furious, yet his eyes were perfectly calm. Facing the charging hero, Kang Hansu realized he was looking into the eyes of someone ready to sacrifice their own life. An attack from the hero successfully pierced one of Kang Hansu's limbs. He saw it and had to admit the man's will was impressive. Then the hero powerfully severed Kang Hansu's limb, sending pieces of his body scattering through the air. However, just 1 second later, it had already regenerated, upgrading into a limb that was sharper and tougher than before. Kang Hansu calmly launched an attack on his opponent. One of his limbs grazed the hero's face, leaving a bloody scar. However, the hero now had nothing left to lose. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he fiercely severed the limb again. A piece of his body fell and Kang Hansu quickly snatched it, yanking down hard. At that moment, the hero attacked from the air. Kang Hansu lowered his center of gravity to brace himself as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The hero's face was now covered in scars. He clenched his teeth in fury and roared. Just then, the golem's head appeared right in front of the hero's face. It left him completely bewildered before their heads slammed together with a loud crack. It turns out Kang Hansu was. He was the one who threw the skull, making this whole thing a farce. Then he casually catches it like it's just a game of catch. The hero is clearly exhausted, one knee buckling to the ground. Seeing his chance, Kang Hansu flashes a grin and lunges, and he unleashes a brutal attack using the skull as a weapon, obviously enjoying toying with his opponent. The hero can't take the humiliation anymore, roaring in absolute fury, "You damn cursed bastard." He then throws a powerful kick at Hansu's arm, but its severed limbs begin to move, preparing a counterattack. However, the hero is faster, slicing off Kang Hansu's other limb before it can strike. He then kicks the skull right out of Hansu's hand. The skull thuds onto the ground as the hero advances, every single step filled with rage. He charges straight for his enemy, shouting, "I am a hero." A fiery resolve burns on his face. "I will never be defeated by a demon king." But before he even gets close, Hansu's 2 severed limbs impale him. Kang Hansu calmly states, "That's true." Then he slowly pulls the limbs out, sending blood flying everywhere. A smug smirk plays on his lips as he whispers, "But right now, I'm not the demon king." Looking at the situation, Kang Hansu seems lost in thought. He mutters to himself, "Strange, his information is displaying now. Race Chaos Human. Level 100. Class Demon King Hero. Skills include Dark Energy Z, Divinity Z, Blessing Z, Materialization, SSS, Control SS, Holy Sword, Status Goddess, and Magic Sword Golem." Seeing that level 100, Kang Hansu can't help but wonder, how is this bastard still alive? He whips around to check on the situation again. The hero is now lying motionless on the ground, drenched in his own blood, his face mangled beyond recognition. Kang Hansu sees this and thinks, "I'm not so sure about that." He then tests his theory by stabbing a limb through the hero's chest. Then Kang Hansu ruthlessly keeps attacking the body just to see what happens, until all that's left is a corpse in a pool of blood, not reacting at all. Kang Hansu casually slips his hands into his pockets, murmuring, "Well, we'll see about that." Thinking this, he turns and walks away, because right now he has a much more urgent problem. Across the way, Rice Cake is smiling softly in front of Boris's upper torso. In Rice Cake's hands is a fragment of Kang Hansu's flabby cake sword. Boris just stares up at him from below, completely silent. Kang Hansu thinks to himself, "I need to adjust this fast." At that moment, Rice Cake speaks, "Master, from now on, I will be by your side day and night." Kang Hansu reflects Rice Cake, the being linked to Holy Sword. Number 2 before it broke, is a complete mess. Then Kang Hansu bluntly shoves him away. "Are you trying to get my mother to split my head in two?" Looking down at Boris, he wonders what to do. Suddenly, a wicked grin spreads across his face as an idea strikes him. Kang Hansu throws the hilt of the flabby cake sword towards Boris and says, "Damn it, it's yours now." Then with a slight smile, Kang Hansu raises his hand to activate a skill. Boris calls out in confusion, "Hansu, what are you doing?" She's then swallowed by an incredibly powerful surge of purple energy. Boris lets out a terrified scream. Kang Hansu glances at the system with amusement, thinking, "What if I just activate the black box now?" At the same time, skill information pops up. Name unknown. Rank A, Rank S. Rank A disrupts the target. Rank B destroys the target. Rank C makes the target forgotten. Rank D resists disruption. Rank E resists destruction. And Rank F resists being forgotten. Kang Hansu cheers out loud. Perfect. They combine without any issues at all. Meanwhile, Boris convulses inside the purple energy, her hair standing on end as she lets out a desperate scream. "Ah!" After a moment, the screaming stops. Kang Hansu strikes a satisfied pose, awaiting the result. Where Boris was, there's now only a puddle of black ooze. He casually sits down and begins to mold it. What if I do this? After a bit of work, Hansu happily holds up a new croissant-shaped weapon. But it looks so boring. Then he notices the golem's head that was rolling around on the ground earlier. Kang Hansu quickly jams the head onto his new weapon and then proudly announces, "The ego stick is officially complete." The system information begins to display. Race Chaos Golem. Level over 999. Class Servant Master Artisan. Skills include Energy Z, Armor Penetration Z, and Integrated Dual Swords, Max Magic Resistance, Max Divinity, and Dark Energy SS. Chaos S, Charm S, Sorcery S. Stamina S, Laundry S, Demon Slaying S, Swordsmanship S, Physique S, Purification S, Sword Ki S. Blessing S, Acceleration S, Color Enhancement S, Physical Enhancement S, Vitality A, Patience A, Translation A. Survival Ability A, Revenge A, Artisan A, Cooking A, Cleaning A, and Endurance A. Leadership A. Status Holy Sword Goddess, Magic Sword Golem. She screams in fury, Demon King, you are so dead. Kang Hansu just looks on completely amused. Oh, it even has a voice support system. He figured that besides one amazing function, the rest were pretty useless. So Kang Hansu made his decision. Let your new master handle this. The weapon's information suddenly began to shift. Race Chaotic Giant. Level over 999. Class Masters Servant and Artisan. Skills: Z-Rank Energy, Z-Rank Armor Penetration, Z-Rank Magic Resistance, A-Rank Translation, Goddess State. Kang Hansu handed the weapon to Rice Cake and said, "That's in it. It's yours now." Rice Cake grinned with delight. "I'll treasure it, master." Gurion shouted in frustration, "Demon King, you're so dead." Before she could finish her sentence, Rice Cake slapped her. Gurion stared back in utter shock. Deciding not to interfere, Kang Hansu slipped away, figuring the two of them would become close friends soon enough. Suddenly, he flinched. "Oh," Kang Hansu muttered, "found it. The Holy Sword Nucleon wasn't like Holy Sword number 2. There were as many of them as there were dimensions, but only one of them was the true authentic Holy Sword." Kang Hansu reached out, activating his energy. It was strange, he thought. Two heroes could never possess the exact same sword, especially judging by how this one died. Kang Hansu's gaze fell on the hero's horribly mutilated body. Without warning, the hero leaped up and hugged Kang Hansu, catching him completely off guard. Is this the wrong genre or something? A notification suddenly chimed. Demon King Pedonar activates the rejection program. Kang Hansu froze, thinking to himself. This mechanical voice was a really bad sign. The hero's body began to transform, and Kang Hansu attacked in a rage. He used something sharp to stab straight through the hero's body. A bright light flashed, and the hero burst into flames right before his eyes. Kang Hansu cursed in frustration. Damn it, at that moment a notification appeared, relaying a message along with the explosion. From the powerful blast, a strange voice echoed. "Haha, Pedonar, my old rival, are you still doing well? If you're getting this message, it means you defeated the tough opponent I sent." Sensing trouble, Rice Cake rushed over. "Master." The hero's face now looked demonic, his eyes burning with pure killing intent as the voice continued to echo. "However, this also means it's the second time you're hearing these words. What a complete pity for you. You've entered the real world and received my message, but there's no place for you here." At that, Kang Hansu launched himself high into the air. He soared into the sky, becoming a single point of light in the dark night. The voice continued its speech. "So just get out of here. Go back to your own place and raise your children like you always do." The hero's face grew brighter and brighter, for the peace of all mankind. Though blinded, Kang Hansu stared straight ahead. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "The first hero." Then Kang Hansu exploded with fury. "Hey, you crazy bastard. Why in the world did you drag this stiff into our personal business?" Standing in the dust, Kang Hansu bellowed. "You son of a bitch." His power erupted, creating a massive explosion that looked just like a miniature sun. Someone was bored, dozing off during work hours. A confused voice wondered, what just happened? Considering he could still think, he figured he must still be alive. An eye cracked open, looking towards the sun. The sun was a blur, and his surroundings felt incredibly strange. He couldn't help but ask, "But where am I?" It felt so warm and soft. Underwater maybe, the sun was a distant hazy glow in the darkness. It seemed he was surrounded by the color of red blood. The water felt cold as he slowly drifted into some unknown space. Elsewhere, an exhausted woman was in her final month of pregnancy. She was being helped to lean against a tree. A whisper was heard. I'm so sorry." Someone gently stroked the woman's face. She was struggling, blaming herself. "I don't have enough power to save you. If only our circumstances were better. My instincts are whispering to me." The woman suddenly opened her eyes to comfort her. "No, I'm just happy to be with you, Goddess Hippolyta." The sunlight suddenly became blinding. Time for rebirth. The dazzling light violently pushed away the darkness. "It's time to be reborn. Thank you." Everything turned completely white. Under a starry sky, a girl with pink hair was sleeping peacefully. Then she slowly and dreamily began to wake. Spiritual power radiated all around her as she asked Hippolyta what just happened. A notification appeared. Race Demon, Level 4. Class Slave Experience, 50%. Skills, Dark Energy Survival E, Martial Arts F, Patience F. Status, Postpartum Period, Health Recovering. The postpartum phase is the recovery period for a woman after giving birth. A chubby baby wrapped in a blanket was making a cute, pouty face. Yeah, just meaningless sounds. Then a notification popped up. Race Chaos Human Level 1. Class Heroic Demon King up to Level 5. Skills Z rank Dark Energy, Z rank Divinity. Z rank Blessing, Max level Immortality, Max level Survival. Status Holy Sword, Magic Sword. This is more than enough payback. The pink-haired girl gasped and ran to Hippolyta, who was holding the baby. She cried out, "My love." Cradling the child in her arms, her eyes filled with tears as she smiled with pure happiness. If this is the result, then I can accept this. A sudden noise makes both women jump. Someone's out there. Hippolyta speaks up. I think I need to explain the situation now. This child is the prince of a nation that just lost a war. Their rivals are trying to wipe out the entire royal bloodline. They want to ensure no heir can ever take the throne again. No matter where they run, knights and mages from the enemy nation will be hunting them. And there they are in the dark nights with swords drawn and torches blazing, searching every shadow. The only reason this baby is still alive is because of these two women's protection, but they can only intervene so many times. Suddenly, the child lets out a little cry and floats right out of the woman's arms. Why bother explaining? The baby is lifted into the air by spiritual power, stunning them both. Below, torches light up the forest floor as a voice echoes. In the name of the great emperor, a knight on horseback raises his sword. He screams, "I command you traitors to kneel and surrender." In the clearing, the two women huddle together. The voice rings out again. "You are completely surrounded, bride of the exiled prince, if you hand over the child, who carries that filthy bloodline." Hippolyta strokes the other woman's head, trying to calm her frantic prayers. The knight continues. "My king promises you a handsome reward." When he gets no answer, his voice booms. After all, the boy will only suffer from the moment he's born. The baby is then carried by spirit power right over the knight's head. The man gasps and his soldiers stare in shock. The baby just coos, its mouth still puckered in an adorable pout. The soldiers can't believe their eyes, shouting in confusion. "A baby! It's a baby! A baby!" The leader quickly tries to regain control. "Don't panic. Attack instantly." A volley of arrows flies straight towards the child. But get this. The infant is completely invulnerable. Every arrow that gets close is deflected, never even touching the baby, who just keeps pouting. He slowly drifts off to sleep. And the arrows turn around. A golden light erupts from the child as the knights scream in terror. Ah! The arrows fly back, striking the knights and dropping them where they stand. The mounted leader panics. "What is this? That baby is a demon." He shouts the order. "Fall back. Full retreat. We have to inform the king." An arrow pierces straight through his chest. He knew that if rumors about him being a demon spread, things would get way too complicated. The leader slumps over dead. The truth was, he had returned to Fantasia, which meant that hellish trial was about to start all over again. The baby in the air unleashes a powerful spiritual force, summoning two deadly weapons aimed at the terrified knights. He still looks harmless, but his thoughts are anything but. You lot will make great experience points for this adorable hero. Above, the sky is clear, with light filtering through the trees, creating a scene that is both majestic and peaceful. A knight is sliced in half, blood spraying everywhere, shocking the two women. The baby's spiritual power had formed a razor-sharp blade. The child deduces that his physical body is extremely weak right now. It's because he was reincarnated as a native of Fantasia, a world layered on top of countless other dimensions. The pink-haired woman watches him, her eyes full of affection. In the first hero's second trial, he had a tough mortal body. He clicks his tongue mockingly, finishing off another enemy. This was the power of the black box. His soul wasn't destroyed, wasn't erased, all thanks to that same black box's authority. He died because of it, but he also survived because of it. On a high branch, one last knight with a dagger looks down on them, surrounded by the bodies of his comrades. The baby scoffs internally. How ironic can you get? Before the knight can even move, a purple spiritual force pierces right through his armor. The first hero, that bastard. The baby pouts angrily. Whether it was a mistake or not, he could never forgive him for what he did. But for right now, he had a more pressing thought. He needed to fill his stomach. Just because he became a demon with an S-rank dark skill doesn't mean he can skip out on nutrition. A newborn, not getting enough food, that would be a huge problem. The baby puckers his lips, thinking. An idea flashes in his mind. He needs to get some help. The two women look up as his spiritual power forms an arrow. "A little sir," the pink-haired girl exclaims. In that direction, deep in the forest, stands a magnificent white castle. Inside, sunlight streams through the windows. A warm basin of water is prepared as servants stand ready while the pink-haired woman carefully bathes the baby. She wraps the comfortable-looking baby in a clean towel, cooing at him affectionately. "All done, little sir. Doesn't that feel refreshing?" She speaks softly to a servant. "Please prepare a meal for me. A fresh green salad with cheese." The servant bows respectfully. "We will prepare it immediately." The pink-haired woman then glances towards the door. A man bows deeply. "How may I help you, my lord?" His eyes are loyal, his voice warm and full of reverence. A notification dings. Race human. Level 582. Class lord. Territory evidence. Skills politics. A dark arts. B swordsmanship. B diplomacy. C administration. C status. Fear, confusion, obedience. The lord bows his head low. Please do not use such formal language with me. I don't know what to do. The red-haired girl politely objects. How could we as your guests do such a thing? Then the king kindly asks, is there anything making you uncomfortable? The baby thinks to himself, Demon King worshippers are everywhere. And what's worse, he hasn't met a single poor one yet. Some of them are completely under the control of dark energy. The lord keeps his head bowed, stammering. The truth is, this news isn't public yet, but it seems that greedy new empire, holding the child, her eyes widen in shock at the news, has finally started making moves against our neutral nation. Of course, I will serve our great lord until my last breath, the lord says, though he still seems to hesitate. But if war breaks out, this territory, being right on the border, will no longer be safe. The lord continues, therefore I had to report this to you immediately. This new empire, the baby thinks with narrowed eyes. It has to be the nation with the golden growl war god. This battle is an event that's supposed to happen 7 years into the hero's calendar. Until recently, even without him here, this place had been left completely alone. That means the hero summoned 7 years before his arrival did absolutely nothing. And if war is already on the horizon, it's too late. What the heck was that guy doing? The baby notices the pink-haired girl's distress and reaches out a tiny hand to comfort her. He flashes an innocent smile and coos sweetly. Just believe in this lovely and righteous hero. Tears well up in her eyes and she says, oh little one, I'll be the one to solve this. For my own growth and my revenge. The two women happily tease the baby, saying his teeth are starting to come in. Suddenly, a noise gets their attention. A voice from outside the door reports, excuse me, my lord. He just shouts back in anger. I thought I said we would discuss this later. But the voice doesn't stop. This is an emergency, huh? The baby squints, annoyed by the echoing voice. How can someone with the rank of knight act so recklessly? I won't say it again, get lost. Another voice rings out, please forgive my disrespectful actions. The sharp sound of a sword shatters the door to pieces. A girl in armor stands there coldly, sword in hand. A stark contrast to the lord's anger, the pink-haired girl's face lights up in recognition. Aha! The baby seems to recognize this voice as a silver sword is drawn from its sheath. The armored girl calls out princess. Time for the new character's stats. Race human. Level 999 plus. Class, loyal knight statesman. Skills, sword aura SS fortitude SS charisma SS specialist S prodigy A. Status, joyful move loyal. So the pink-haired girl is a princess, she exclaims excitedly, swordsman. It seems the baby knows this person. The swordswoman. The name echoes again in his vague memory. The swordswoman picks up the baby and approaches her. The princess asks happily, you must have come here to find me. The swordswoman replies, yes, princess, you can rest easy now. The princess happily assumes that the little lord must also feel safe now that she's here. She stares at the baby excitedly and repeats, right, but he looks miserable, puckering his lips and huffing back, get lost. A beautiful woman with red hair and red eyes wearing some seriously cool iron armor, but her face is twisted in annoyance. This is the swordswoman. Kang Hansu, in the body of a nursing baby, recalls an old memory from a previous time loop. After he accidentally saw her naked, she was the psycho who immediately tried to kill him with her sword. The swordswoman glares unhappily at the tiny Kang Hansu. The feeling is mutual. He purses his chubby lips and stares right back. Kang Hansu determines that this is the person he needs to be most wary of. So when he sees her approaching, he starts struggling violently in the princess's arms. Wah! But the princess completely misunderstands, thinking little Kang Hansu likes the swordswoman and says with a smile, it seems His Highness is also happy to see the swordswoman. She actually believes it, her cheeks flushing as she replies with a happy smile. What a joyous occasion. A true blessing from the king. But deep inside, Kang Hansu was screaming, no. His face twisted into an ugly scowl, but it seemed like nobody in the room even noticed. Sunlight streamed through the palace windows, making 1,000 golden flowers glitter, and there was Kang Hansu nestled safely in the princess's loving arms. The female swordswoman looked at the princess, pleading, Your Highness, you must flee to your homeland. I will follow and continue to serve you. But at that moment, Kang Hansu just leaned against his mother's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. The princess glanced down at her little Kang Hansu and hesitated. About that, it seemed the baby had just woken up, his eyes filled with pure irritation. She cursed under her breath, thinking this was all so annoying. Suddenly, the king's commanding voice boomed from behind. That's enough. Listen here, you ignorant swordswoman, just swinging your blade around. Hearing this, the swordswoman froze. Her face darkened, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. She repeated his word, ignorant. The king with a determined gaze spoke again. We will never commit such evil acts as giving up on or abandoning our innocent people. What's more, we will crush the empire that started this war using the talent and power of this adorable little one. The entire kingdom now echoed with the sound of the king's resolute voice. The stunned swordswoman shot to her feet to argue. Impossible. That's just too absurd. You don't even have a proper army, do you? The king and little Kang Hansu's eyes flashed. A purple glint appeared. They were in perfect sync. The king calmly replied, "An army, we can make our own." The scene changes. We're now in a land of towering, overlapping mountains, snow blanketing every peak. Amidst the lush green forests and the heavy silence, a voice suddenly breaks through. This is the Forbidden Forest. Looking at the desolate scene ahead, the swordswoman grew anxious. She spoke up with an urgent warning. "Your Highness, the cave ahead is extremely dangerous. It's not too late to turn back." But contrary to her concern, the princess was thrilled, even giving an encouraging wink. "It's fine, we have our swordswoman with us, right?" Hearing this, she could only sigh and lead the princess into the dark cave. Since her highness insisted, the two quickly found a spot to start a fire and set up camp. Meanwhile, little Kang Hansu was nestled in the arms of the angel Hippolyta, flying high above the sky as they searched for something. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "This spot should do." With that thought, a massive surge of magical power erupted from Kang Hansu. An intense purple energy flooded the entire forest and all the surrounding caves. The caverns that were pitch black moments ago were now bathed in that violet light. When things returned to normal, a faint tremor suddenly shook the ground. Absolutely massive giant feet began to step out from within the caves, and it wasn't just one, it was a whole lot of them. Monsters. They roared with deafening cries. Some of them looked truly grotesque. They all screamed wildly, "Go ha!" It seemed there were also tiny little monsters emerging alongside them. Just then, the voice of Kang Hansu rang out. He issued his command telepathically. "By order of the hero soldiers of the Demon King, go and have some fun with the new rising empire." The monster's movements created a tremor that shook the very earth. On the other side, the swordswoman asked nervously, "An earthquake. I will protect the princess." Just like that, the monster army swarmed through the forest. The great kingdom itself trembled. Across the vast forest, birds fled in a panic. Kang Hansu, resting in the warm arms of the angel Hippolyta, had a thought. Passive defense isn't in my vocabulary. And waiting for the enemy to attack. Not a chance. In a desolate part of the enemy camp, a soldier in iron armor pulled back a tent flap, asking, "What's going on?" The soldier witnessed a truly terrifying sight unfold. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was still thinking, so what's the solution? The answer is to attack. Following that thought, the monster horde immediately charged into the enemy's ranks. Attack. Hit them so hard they don't have time to react. And attack. Kang Hansu repeated this thought 3 times. The monsters were ferocious, their purple eyes fearing absolutely nothing. It was only then that the ironclad soldiers of the enemy side began to realize what was happening. They shouted to each other, "It's a large-scale raid." A wizard then stepped forward. In the center of the chaos, the mage summoned a red golem. The ironclad soldiers formed a line to protect the knight and to protect the wizard. A brutal battle erupted as everyone prepared to fight. The army in iron armor clashed with Kang Hansu's monsters. The two sides were evenly matched, neither giving an inch, leading to countless casualties. Little Kang Hansu pouted thoughtfully. But it was strange, there were way too many monsters and villains. Just what in the world has the hero been doing for the last 7 years? Seeing the red golems get smashed in battle, Kang Hansu felt satisfied. Thanks to this, the situation was resolving itself. A system window popped up with new information. Conqueror rank F changed to Conqueror rank SS, Passion rank C to Passion rank A, Prodigy rank D to Prodigy rank SS, Leadership rank E2, rank S, and Dignity rank F to Dignity rank B. Kang Hansu was still flying high above, being held by the angel Hippolyta. Yet he could clearly hear the miserable screams of the soldiers down below. The enemy soldiers, however, suddenly started cheering with excitement. "We're saved. Now we can finally win. The incarnation of glory is here." At that moment, a massive, giant golden foot appeared. Little Kang Hansu was interested in this guy. So he's finally here, huh? The god of war. A seriously epic-looking war god appeared with rippling 6-pack abs. He stood majestically on a mountaintop looking down. He was absolutely enormous. His eyes glowed with a fierce golden light. Swarms of golems gathered and charged forward like arrows. Kang Hansu let out a cold sneer and shot forward. The grotesque golem roared, its voice echoing across the battlefield. A voice commanded, "Take out the witch first and the golems are useless." This made the golems freeze in their tracks. Both sides immediately stopped fighting, their eyes drawn upward. Something immense and incredibly dangerous was appearing right above them. A colossal golden war god descended upon the battlefield. Wielding a massive sword, it crushed its enemies with every heavy step, showing no hesitation. One golem froze in terror, crying out, "Oh, we're screwed." Then a devastating slash powerful enough to make gods weep came crashing down. That one swing held majestic power enough to slice the heavens and earth, let alone these pathetic little golems. There wasn't a single shred of mercy in the war god's eyes, just cold, empty indifference. That single strike tore the golems to pieces, filling the air with their mournful screams. The force even created an earth-shattering explosion. Seizing the momentum, the winning side roared, all forces advance with the war god. The war god and its sword laid waste to everything for a long while, clearly dominating the field. A tiny Kang Hansu just pouted in amazement. He didn't seem all that surprised by this war god's appearance. It was always the same old story, a battle where some divine being shows up. The golden war god's face remained completely expressionless with a single blue light glowing from the center of its forehead. The angel Hippolyta held Kang Hansu tightly, hovering in the sky as the screams from below grew louder and more frequent. The purple golems below showed no fear at all, swarming deep into the enemy ranks. From up high, it looked like a mysterious battle formation. Just then, a brilliant slash of light cut right through their ranks, wiping out a good number of them. Gak. A blazing sword appeared along with a powerful voice full of contempt. "You wretched scum of this fledgling empire." It was a swordswoman, her eyes burning with pure killing intent, as she roared repent for the crime of harming the princess. The moment the words left her mouth, she launched herself high into the air. The sheer force of her jump sent rocks flying everywhere. Suspended in midair, the swordswoman gripped her blade with both hands, her entire body now enveloped in a pure blue aura. Her target was the golden war god. It seems he sensed the danger because he immediately tilted his head up to meet her gaze. The swordswoman's eyes flew wide with determination. She locked onto her target and screamed one word, "Die." In a flash, the swordswoman closed the distance, her powerful strike, landing a direct hit on the massive war god. A blinding blue light engulfed them both. It was impossible to tell how much time passed or how many slashes rained down. The force of this attack was so immense that even the monsters nearby were blasted high into the sky. Kang Hansu muttered to himself with a bored expression. These fights are always so noisy, but in the end, they're completely meaningless. Finally, the swordswoman's relentless barrage broke through, tearing a huge gash in the golden war god's body. But by some miraculous power, the golden war god began to heal itself. The massive wound was regenerating, filling in right before their eyes. The swordswoman could only stare in utter disbelief, her jaw on the floor as she thought, what the golem can regenerate. Once its body was fully healed, the golden war god immediately counterattacked, swinging its massive sword down on the swordswoman. The impact created a concussive blast, shattering the very ground around them into tiny fragments. Everything was swallowed by smoke and fire. The swordswoman was nowhere to be seen. As the dust began to settle, her silver sword came into view. But now it was broken in two, lying abandoned on the ground. Nearby, the pained groans of the swordswoman could be heard. She was lying motionless on the cold, hard earth. It was a clear sign of her utter defeat. Her entire body was covered in devastatingly heavy wounds. The swordswoman lay there unable to move. She struggled just to open her eyes, spitting up blood as she looked at the scene before her. By now, she had no strength left to resist. The golden war god slowly advanced on her, its gaze indescribably sharp and lifeless. It spoke in a cold, flat tone, "Don't even bother struggling." Its colossal hand reached down effortlessly, lifting the swordswoman. She was completely helpless in its grasp like a tiny ant. The war god brought her up to its eye level and began to speak. "I am deliberately sparing your life." At this point, it was hard to tell whose side Kang Hansu was on as he scowled and then cheered for the war god. "Nice work, golden golem. Go ahead and finish her." In this tense moment, a mysterious pair of legs suddenly appeared on the scene. A man in a tattered brown cloak sneered with contempt. So the famous swordswoman was no match for my golem. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blasted the swordswoman in the face, whipping her hair back and forcing her to grimace. The man continued, "You beautiful swordswoman, I think I'll let you remain an unclaimed flower." By now, the man had climbed atop the golden golem, standing there triumphantly. The man was unbelievably arrogant. He flashed a perverted grin and declared he would allow her to join his personal harem. Despite her serious injuries, the swordswoman glared at the man, forcing out every single word through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare mess with me." But the creepy man just laughed out loud. "Not just your face, your attitude is fierce too." "Perfect. The more you fight back, the more exciting this gets." Hearing this, Kang Hansu's face darkened. He couldn't believe this guy's twisted tastes. The smug man's laughter only grew louder. "Ha, excellent." Kang Hansu might not like the swordswoman, but he wasn't about to let her fall into the hands of this disgusting pig. Suddenly, Kang Hansu leaped from Hippolyta's arms, plummeting through the open air like a missile. She screamed in a panic, "Oh my god, master." Kang Hansu fell faster and faster. During the descent, he pulled out a small sword. By some incredible power, Kang Hansu hit a switch and the sword in his hand instantly expanded to a colossal size. He was diving down with the force of a god. The man below, still oblivious to the danger, was smugly telling the swordswoman, "I'll finish this battle quickly so that we can enjoy our time together." Out of nowhere, a single slash tore straight through the golden war god, splitting the massive machine in two. The man looked on horrified. The war god's entire body was severed in one hit. Its colossal form began to fall apart, its regeneration systems failing to activate. The man started sweating buckets, shouting in disbelief. What is this? Why isn't the auto-repair function working? He stared wide-eyed, screaming in pure helplessness. Why? Just then, the angel Hippolyta closed in from behind and without a moment's hesitation beat him senseless. The man cried out in pain as he was knocked unconscious and sent falling from the sky. A flying dumpling swooped in to catch the tiny Kang Hansu. She praised him endlessly. You did an amazing job, master. The soldiers in iron armor saw their war god defeated and began to panic. Oh no, the Empire's guardian war god. That so-called god was now just a pile of junk with a leg sticking out, beaten in a single attack. Kang Hansu pouted with satisfaction and said, "This should be more than enough to make the new empire collapse." The colossal golden body lay scattered across the ground in two separate pieces, impossible to repair, nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The impact of the war god's fall created a small earthquake, sending debris flying in every direction. The incarnation of victory had fallen. News of the war god's death spread like wildfire across the entire northern continent. The descendants of the old kingdoms, all crushed by the new empire, rose up in unison. Other ambitious factions, once held in check by the war god's power, also joined the rebellion. The rising empire was torn to shreds in just a few days. Now a pair of black shoes walks slowly across the ground. A familiar voice rings out. And me, a man with a black beard, asked in amazement, "Oh, is he the last of the bloodline?" The blonde-haired man beside him spoke with joy. "Do you think the noble lineage can finally continue?" A figure draped in a long robe that swept the ground walked step by step towards his throne. The courtiers below bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet your majesty. Please place your trust in us from this day forward. We will once again pledge our loyalty to the royal family. Your majesty." By now, the figure had settled onto his extravagant throne. A powerful, disgusted voice boomed, "Get lost," causing the faces of the ministers below to turn pale with fear. The boy with shining black hair was none other than a grown-up Kang Hansu. He repeated himself, "Get lost, get lost." Kang Hansu frowned, then his mouth opened wide in amusement as he said, "Get lost. I can finally say it, even if my vocabulary is still pretty limited." Suddenly, a blonde soldier rushed in to report, "Your majesty." Before he could say another word, Kang Hansu cut him off coldly. "Out." The blonde soldier gasped for air, desperately trying to deliver his message despite being told to leave. As the Demon King's army invaded the main continent, upon hearing this, Kang Hansu's expression didn't change one bit. His eyes stared down from above as the scene shifted to another town. An entire city was drowning in a sea of flames. For some unknown reason, it seemed as if the whole place had been completely torched. The townspeople screamed, fleeing from the monsters right behind them. The atmosphere was thick with the terrifying stench of death. Mournful cries echoed from everywhere. At that moment, a cloaked figure stood high above, looking down on the chaos. It was, of course, none other than our main character, Kang Hansu. He recalled the information the blonde soldier had given him. And then he came to a final conclusion. He had finally figured out where this era's hero was hiding. That man had met the elf princess, abandoned his mission, and escaped to Elfheim. With the hero, humanity's supposed ultimate weapon, gone, the Demon King's minions had multiplied exponentially. Kang Hansu was unbelievably arrogant. He said, "Anyone can see the result. Not that I care." After a moment's thought, Kang Hansu turned around coldly. He called out for the angel Hippolyta. "Hippolyta. Who called me? Oh, it's you." Instantly, Hippolyta appeared. With a happy reply, she says, "Yes, master." Just then, a masked girl appears, emerging from a brilliant flash of golden light. The angel Hippolyta softly says, "Weep." Her eyes remain shut as a formless streak of golden light materializes between them. The system immediately pulls up the new girl's information. Race demigod level 999+. Her class handles everything from exorcism to healing. Her skills are insane. Energy Z, penetration Z, magic resistance Z, and interpretation A. Status released. Down below, the blinding golden light and its echoing sound make a monster ask out loud, "What is that sound?" Suddenly, that light erupts with an immense wave of power, and even the monsters down below are caught in its wake. Absolute terror. They scatter in every direction, their panicked screams echoing through the chaos. Watching the horde of monsters get incinerated into ash, the people below erupt in cheers. "The demons, we've been saved." But one survivor remains, a one-eyed purple demon. Its jaw hangs wide open, fangs bared as it stares up at the source of the light. A powerful voice booms across the battlefield, giving a command. "Listen up, dark energy. This hero will protect the human race." Perched high above, Kang Hansu stands with his hands on his hips, declaring every word with absolute clarity, and only the human race. Faced with his overwhelming presence, the monsters are completely terrified. The one-eyed purple demon opens its mouth about to say something, but all it does is scream to its comrades, "Let's move. Head west deep into the forest where there are no humans." Like moths to a flame, they bolt forward. The one in the lead screams out onward to the elf kingdom. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu just hovers in the sky, calmly observing their every move. A small smirk plays on Kang Hansu's lips. For a true hero with 20 years of experience, this kind of thing is hardly a problem. Then his expression twists into something far more sinister as he says, "However, I personally need to drag back that damn student who ruined my graduation." With that, Kang Hansu shoots off like a bullet. In a thicket nearby, a long-eared figure gasps in disbelief. It can't be. The Demon King's army. He never finishes the sentence. A spear runs him straight through, killing him on the spot. And just like that, a life is snuffed out. Screams erupt from the city as people shout. The Demon King's army is attacking. The monster horde aggressively pours into the city. They show zero mercy, unleashing an absolute bloodbath upon the citizens. But then from the treetops, 3 archers appear, drawing their bows to fight back against the overwhelming force. Countless monsters fall to their arrows, their corpses piling up on the ground like heaps of dry straw. But this horde just doesn't know when to quit. The one-eyed purple demon flashes a grin, its face a mask of pure defiance. Without a word, it swings its massive fist down towards the tiny figures below. People finally scream in terror. What is that? An army this massive? How are we supposed to fight them? Someone get the hero here now. One of the elves makes the desperate plea, but he can't finish his sentence before his body is yanked into the air. His legs dangle helplessly in midair. A small but powerful hand is wrapped tightly around his throat. Ho! It's none other than our main character, Kang Hansu. His voice drips with sarcasm. Why is an elf crying for a human hero? His eyes widen as he questions the elf loudly, especially when you have people like Nasius on your side. The elf, face turning blue from the chokehold, struggles to speak. Oh, the hero. He was the one who executed that traitor. Kang Hansu's brow furrows as the memory clicks into place. Humph. He must be that hero who knows the future because of his regression. Well, now this is getting interesting. But the elf suddenly asks, "Are you the commander of the Demon King's army?" Kang Hansu looks back at him confused. What are you talking about? He then flashes a bright smile. Anyone can see I'm the hero of justice. The elf isn't buying it for a second, not with that devious look on the main character's face. He bares his teeth, sneering. You imposter, he shouts, trying to sound defiant. Princess Sylvia and Sir JK will be here to rescue us soon. And then the elf's eyes suddenly go limp. Seems Kang Hansu got tired of his rambling. Deciding it was too much work to hold on, he simply lets the elf plummet to the ground. He shows not a single shred of remorse. Suddenly, another voice rings out nearby. Hasn't that kid graduated yet? This just makes Kang Hansu laugh with savage delight. KK. A kid with huge round glasses and a sword stares, his jaw on the floor. It's not clear if he's running to the fight or away from it. Flames quickly spread, turning the entire landscape into a raging inferno. A fallen elf lies sprawled in a pool of fresh blood. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy snakes its way toward the great ancient tree. A savage laugh echoes through the flames. KKK, powerful attack, glowing with a sharp blue aura, flashes past. Og. Amidst the chaos, JK is still fighting valiantly against the Demon King's army. He's exhausted, but he absolutely refuses to surrender. The monsters around him just jeer and laugh. Ha ha ha. JK's information window pops up. Race human. Level over 999. His class is hero, giving him a 500% experience boost. Skills include SS-Rank Endurance, SS-Rank Training, SS-Rank Spirit, and SS-Rank Eyesight. Ice S, Diplomacy S, Reproduction S, Stamina S, Blessing S, Magic S, Swordsmanship S, Collection S, Fishing S, and Cooking S. Mending S, Laundry S, Harmony S, Cleaning S, Child Rearing S, Housework A, Magic A, Leadership A, Farming A. Endurance A, Resurrection A, Attraction A, Tolerance A, Survival A, Architecture A, Diplomacy A, Stealth A, and Tracking A. Immunity A, Illegal Mining A, 5 Senses A, Romance A, Muscle Strength A, Swimming A, Agility A, Perseverance A, and Fighting Spirit A. Sewing A, Business A, Acceleration A, Invention A, Flattery A, Commerce A, Interpretation A, and Sword Energy B. His status, Rage, Bloodlust, Fatigue, Minor Injuries, and Confusion. What a multi-talented guy, though his finances are another story. JK grits his teeth, pushing through the fight, and unleashes a devastatingly powerful attack. Die, you demons. The intense battle rages on right in the middle of a blazing inferno as the monsters roar endlessly. They flash their crooked teeth and let out a chilling laugh. K-hey-hey. JK suddenly freezes, faced with 500 ferocious demons. He knows deep down that human strength can't win this. Yeah, it's never going to end. Just then, a massive monster stealthily creeps up behind him. Its eyes burn with pure killing intent as it aimed its attack right at JK. But luckily, Pris arrives just in time, punching the monster square in the face to save him. She yells out a warning, JK, look out. Seeing the daughter of the Count's family, a glimmer of hope sparks in JK's eyes. She's okay, thank goodness. After taking down the huge demon, Pris sighs in relief and calls his name softly, JK. He asks in a low voice, the fact that you're here, does that mean the civilians have been safely evacuated? Hearing this, Pris's face darkens, her voice trembling as she replies, I'm sorry. JK understands immediately, falling into a bitter, painful silence. But then Bandit appears out of nowhere, her voice ringing out. Let's share that pain together. She fights fiercely against the monsters, reminding JK of his duty. If you break down now, who will be left to protect the survivors? At the same time, Bandit lets out a shout and kicks a demon several times her size. Suddenly, a dazzling blast of energy slams into a monster, saving Bandit the effort. Observing the situation from high above, Cher finally speaks up. Not to praise her, but the hot-headed clown is right. Turns out she was the one who fired that last shot. Under the bright moonlight, Cher stands firm, declaring it's too early to give up. They will fight to their last breath. Despite an injury to one of her eyes, Ah smiles and looks toward JK. I will stand with you. He's moved to tears, crying out, everyone. I'm sorry for showing my weakness. His words pierce Pris's heart and she quietly sheds tears alongside her good friend. With the help of his comrades, JK raises his weapon high and roars, I, the hero, JK. He continues with conviction. We'll protect Elame even if I have to sacrifice my own life for it. The monsters just sneer in response. Kehehe, cut the crap and just die. But as they speak, their eyes widen in fear. A brilliant light fueled by love and friendship erupts in the middle of the battle. Even JK himself is stunned. The incredible energy continues to expand, enveloping the entire area. The monsters cry out in a panicked frenzy. JK's last attack had created a truly massive explosion. Even he can't believe it, panting as he mutters to himself. With this one blow, suddenly, something flashes right past JK's eyes. Another terrifying explosion goes off, blasting everyone back as they cry out in shock. Under the immense pressure, JK coughs up blood, his glasses flying off his face as he screams in pain. A massive burly monster wielding a heavy club grins with sadistic pleasure. He looks proud, having successfully taken down the hero. Everyone calls out in a panic, JK, wake up. When he doesn't respond, they curse, damn it. We have no other choice. Pris grips her weapon tightly and steps forward. I'll buy time until JK wakes up. Bandit follows right behind her, and as the others charge forward, the monster takes its stance, ready to attack, and lets out a deafening roar. And so the brutal battle continues. JK remains completely still. Then he suddenly jerks awake, sitting up and calling out in a panic, Guys, where's everyone? I was unconscious for a while. But what greets him isn't his friends, it's 500 demons. Their eyes glow with murderous intent as they flash a twisted grin. JK's teammates are all tied up, covered in wounds. The monsters taunt him loudly, he finally opened your eyes. How pathetic. Looking towards Ah, who has her head down in defeat, they mock him further, you're completely useless as a hero. Seeing this horrifying scene, JK pants heavily. Sweat pours down his face like rain as all his newfound confidence vanishes. Noticing his expression, the monsters roar with delight. Hey, shocked, now step aside. Looking closer, JK sees Silva bound tightly before a row of sharp blades, her clothes torn to shreds, also covered in wounds. He screams in shock, the princess is there. Seeing Jake's trembling hands on his weapon, the demons threaten him loudly. You still want to try, they sneer. We'll skewer the princess and roast her first, and then it's your turn. Jake quietly mutters his surrender. Sensing his fear, the monsters close in to taunt him. Huh, what was that? We can't hear you. Tears stream down Jake's face as he drops to his knees, raising his hands and whispering, I surrender. Instantly, two sharp chains pierce right through them. Jake just stares stunned. Then the monsters tie his legs and begin to drag him away. He screams in pure agony. This only makes the demons more excited. Haha, he's a loud one, isn't he? What a good screamer. You'll be entertaining us like this for a long time. At that moment, Kang Hansu arrives, walking with pure arrogance. This is the end for the Elfame Fairy Kingdom, he declares. It's ours now. Kang Hansu frowns, wondering what he had to do to reach this kind of ending. In 9 years, flames were already engulfing the entire area. A barbaric laugh rings out. Hey. The demons viciously kick Jake's body, then yell, get up, walk on your own 2 feet. With all 4 limbs bound, Jake is now just a toy for the monsters to mercilessly hunt down. He crawls on in despair, his body a canvas of wounds as bitter tears stream down his face. The demons jeer loudly, so pitiful for a hero like you. Kang Hansu just watches calmly from on high. He looks down with a dark expression when suddenly a surge of energy catches his attention. The teacher, arms crossed, asks, why are you here? She speaks quietly, student Kang Hansu. At this, Kang Hansu scoffs with a smirk. Aren't you being a little too carefree? He asks her defiantly. I became emperor of the northern continent after spending 3 years here, but I guess you wouldn't know about that. Oh. Despite her clear fear, the teacher answers sternly. It's perfectly normal that I didn't expect an unsummoned hero to appear. Then she probes just how did you manage to get inside. Looking down at Jake's broken body, the teacher bitterly states, this kind of failure is not what we teach. It's because the student gave up halfway. Hearing that Kang Hansu warns her softly, you should be worried. Thinking back, the teacher continues, to encourage the student who killed himself in the last round, we told him about the benefits of graduating. But that's what made everything so complicated. At that, Kang Hansu just smirks in pure contempt. He thinks about being forced apart from his comrades, the ones who made him share the power of love and friendship. For me, it worked out, but there are some people who didn't want that to happen. Kang Hansu adds quietly, the ones who held on to hope in the relationships they built in a fantasy world. Just like Jake, right now forced to swallow this bitter truth, he remembers the times he bravely protected his friends and his heart aches. Kang Hansu speaks up, is this the only thing heroes get when they graduate and return to Earth? They'll be haunted by their goodbyes, and the respect they receive will feel just like being a main character in some novel. From amazing hero to a glorified security guard. Then he lets out a bitter mocking laugh. Hearing this, the teacher just freezes solid, completely at a loss for how to respond. After a moment, the teacher finally says, all students should graduate. Trying to stay here forever is just childish. Kang Hansu immediately cuts her off. You're not listening. He bluntly repeats himself, a graduation I know doesn't look like this. Relationships get reset every single time I go back. The number of players who suffer massive mental damage is not small. They always remember the fantasy world even after returning to the homes where they're supposed to belong. In the end, they can't adapt to Earth, they lose their minds, and they become criminals. Kang Hansu says it's like being kicked out of paradise. Annoyed, the teacher asks, don't you watch the students after they graduate? The pain and sorrow of parting is a lesson. No relationship in this world lasts forever. Everyone has to go through separation. She continues, saying there's no reason they should be responsible for the students, the ones who can't overcome that pain. It is the students' own fault, the ones who didn't use the methods we taught them correctly. From her point of view, a teacher just shows you the right path. Whether you study or not is the student's decision. Life is something only you can decide for yourself. No one else can live your life for you. Kang Hansu snaps back, irritated. Enough with the lectures. He turns away, his face thick with killing intent. Kang Hansu growls again, I've had enough. Seeing his expression, the teacher feels a chill of absolute fear. She spoke. Student Kang Hansu, I have answered your question to the best of my ability. And now I want to know something. How in the world did you get into this dimension? Hearing this, Kang Hansu's brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed into a glare. The teacher added her own thoughts aloud. From the very beginning, your body's composition was strange. Not of Fantasia and not of Earth. You're like some kind of unidentified alien element. But before she could finish that thought, Kang Hansu cut her right off. Let me clarify what your best answer is. It's bull. And after that rude outburst, he instantly switched back to being polite. So may I ask a proper question? Kang Hansu pointed a finger straight at the teacher's face, his voice dripping with killing intent as he proposed a deal. All instructors. Versus the very first hero. Solo. How does that sound? By now, Kang Hansu's eyes had gone almost completely feral. The teacher gently reminded him, our non-educational conversation is getting a little long, don't you think? Let's continue this after the person in charge makes a decision. A powerful energy began to radiate from her, and she quickly vanished from the virtual space. She didn't forget to leave a polite goodbye behind. After she left, only Kang Hansu remained alone under the bright artificial moon. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. Just look at this mess. After being tortured like a common plaything, Jaekon was now rotting in a prison cell. His hands were locked tight in iron shackles, blood slowly dripping in streams. He sat slumped on the floor, looking more pathetic than ever. Tears streamed down Jaekon's face, the pain so overwhelming he didn't know what to say. He slowly, painfully lifted his head to look at Kang Hansu. He choked out a name. Kang Hansu just smirked back contemptuously. Well, well. It's been a while, hasn't it, Jaekon? Jaekon's voice trembled as he said the name. Kang Hansu. Then he begged, his voice cracking with pain. Please, just kill me. Kang Hansu asked softly. Now why would I do that? Jaekon shuddered, replying, I'm writhing in agony. That's why. I can't take this pain anymore. Hearing that, a wide, cruel smile spread across Kang Hansu's face. But you were always perfectly fine with other people suffering. Jaekon looked up, shocked. What? Kang Hansu replied in a calm voice, for the entire 9 years that you were happily playing around, the people of Fantasia had to live in absolute misery. His voice dropped lower. Endless war. The constant smell of blood everywhere. And one brutal battle after another. The unstoppable rise of the demon army, each monster more hideous than the last. Not to mention the 5 chaotic disasters. Kang Hansu taunted him with a grin. Ah, but of course, you had your own life to live, didn't you? There's no law saying a hero has to save humanity. He growled. But in this damn fantasy world. Then Kang Hansu glared down at the broken man and continued. It's been set up so that humanity will fall into despair, unless the hero actually decides to save it. Jaekon trembled, sobbing, I just wanted to live. Tears and snot just kept on falling. Drip, drip. Jaekon added through the pain, to be happy with Sylvia. Hearing that name, Kang Hansu's smile vanished in an instant, and then he threw a bucket of ice-cold reality right in Jaekon's face. Wake up, my friend. With that, he signaled to Hippolyta, who was standing right behind him. Now in this illusion, there was only the sound of leaves rustling as a light wind blew. And as night fell, the wind grew stronger. Whoosh! A monster's corpse lay sprawled out on the ground, smoke puffing from its mouth like some kind of modern-day vapor. Kang Hansu walked forward with steady steps, then let out a long, heavy sigh. He slumped down in frustration and began to complain. Why did I do that? His eyes started to glisten with tears. Professor Moros, the one person I always respected. Could you please return this stupid hero to the moment just 10 seconds before he completely snapped and broke down? Let's rewind. 10 minutes earlier, Kang Hansu had just given the signal to Hippolyta behind him. Wake up, my friend. At that moment, a massive skull appeared, its eye sockets glowing with pure murderous intent before unleashing a powerful beam of light. The monsters screamed in pure terror. What the hell is that? Facing that horrifying pressure, all they could do was shriek in hopeless despair. A moment later, there was only the sound of the wind howling. Kang Hansu let out a satisfied smirk. Ah, so refreshing. His stats window popped up. The skill Massacre rank C leveled up to Massacre Max. Justice rank E leveled up to Justice Max. Kang Hansu muttered excitedly to himself, at this rate. But then something caught his attention. Huh. He looked closer at the system information. Kang Hansu watched as the notification popped up. His Prodigy Max skill leveled up to Z rank, a completely new classification. Z rank rebirth from ashes. Z rank limit breaks get easier. SSS-Rank dexterity significantly increased. SS rank success rate significantly increased. S rank proficiency significantly increased. A rank experience significantly increased. B rank dexterity slightly increased. C rank success rate. D rank proficiency. E rank experience. Kang Hansu let out a delighted laugh. His eyes were glued to one line: rebirth from ashes. Z rank rebirth from ashes. Z rank limit breaks get easier. Kang Hansu grinned wickedly. This was it. He roared like a madman, I will break through my limits no matter what it takes. Then his expression instantly flipped. He muttered under his breath, so that's the reason why. The intern teacher asked, confused, you look so gloomy. Kang Hansu furiously slammed his fist into the ground, yelling, this is a scam, intern teacher. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. Breaking his limits had only gotten easier by a tiny fraction, just 2%. On the system screen, the details were clear. Prodigy skill Z rank 2%, Z rank rebirth from ashes, and Z rank limit breaks get easier. Kang Hansu roared, frustrated with the pile of skills he'd saved up. The intern teacher said softly, I told you. With great power comes great responsibility. Then she asked, you currently possess 7 ultimate skills, right? He couldn't care less. A crazy light flared in Kang Hansu's eyes. He laughed, ha ha, I don't believe it. He started muttering like a lunatic. Divinity, trash. Dark energy, trash. Blessing, trash. Prodigy, trash. Fearing he completely snapped, the teacher quickly explained, no combined. With Z energy, Z penetration, and Z magic resistance, the total is 7. Hearing that, he calmed down a bit. Wait, okay. The intern teacher continued, that's right. She glanced at Kang Hansu's new weapon, and that scepter that looks like a club. Skills are bound to the student's soul, so when you try to break your limit, the skills you shared with other people count too. Once he processed that, Kang Hansu's rage returned. I was never taught this. The teacher explained warily, it's covered in the advanced curriculum. Kang Hansu let out a helpless, furious laugh. Ha ha ha. Just like that, his grand illusions crumbled to dust. His face darkened as he whispered, I can't ignore it anymore. Now I know what the problem is. Kang Hansu stared, with fierce determination, resolving to reorganize his own stats. Seeing his crazed look, the teacher spoke up in fear. Your eyes look so scary. He completely ignored her judgment. He shouted, that's it, let's try sacrificing an ultimate skill, a high-grade piece of trash. The system immediately displayed the Prodigy stat at 6%. Kang Hansu mumbled to himself about a trick to lower his ultimate skill count. Then he roared like a wild dog. Let's break this game. Night began to fall and a full moon lit up the area. The system screen updated again. Prodigy stat at 99%. Hansu had collapsed and the teacher was speechless. Lying on the ground, he slammed his fist in frustration and screamed, I don't have any more skills to sacrifice. Then Kang Hansu lifted his head with a crazy thought. Should he sacrifice the trash, dark energy, and then just go capture the Demon Lord while letting him recover to his original state? The intern teacher immediately reminded him the Demon Lord isn't Some factory for you to farm dark energy. Kang Hansu staggered to his feet and said, "Then what about you, intern teacher?" His eyes gleamed with wild ambition as he growled out each word. "There's no other way." Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed. It formed a deep pit that completely startled Kang Hansu. Huh. As he fell into the darkness, Kang Hansu yelled in a panic, "My God, what is happening?" He quickly landed on a huge rock. Looking at the scene before him, Kang Hansu was utterly baffled. "Oh my God, what is this?" He was shocked. It's a sewer. Before him now was a deep pitch-black tunnel. Kang Hansu complained in annoyance, "You can see I'm pretty busy right now. I don't have time to be sniffing around for elves." He turned to leave, but then he froze. Wait a second. Kang Hansu thought to himself, these lazy elves don't even use slime-based toilets like usual. They abuse spirits for everything, so a sewer system would be completely useless to them, right? And with that thought, Kang Hansu marched deeper inside. He thought, I have to prove my point after all. While walking, he studied the structure. I don't see a single slime, which is strange, Kang Hansu deduced. This place looks like it was built by humans. And with this size, it wasn't built recently. At that thought, Kang Hansu smirked slightly. What are you, hiding Elf King? Looking into a deep vortex, he continued, those earrings filled with memories that the Elf King gave to his wife as a gift for her 351st birthday. But if things are like this, you should get ready. Even in death, the sound of water dripping from mossy walls echoes through the sewers. The ravages of time were everywhere, filling the air with not just darkness, but the rank smell of decay. Amidst it all, Kang Hansu was still casually exploring the area. He took a quick look around, making a mental note. Oh, that smell. Then something caught his eye. In front of him stood a worn-out ancient door. Kang Hansu spoke softly, that's enough. He walked forward, thinking it looked just like every other suspicious door you find in a place like this. After another look, Kang Hansu muttered to himself, all right, let's see. Staring at the door, the trainee teacher read a bizarre line of text. An ancient evil is sealed in here, so don't open it at any cost. This sounded exactly like the start of a horror movie. She then reminded him, turning back, why not try dancing like a fool and begging? That's what's written here, but if you're still set on going inside, you can rearrange the painting on the stone table, or you could drip the blood of an elf king on the handle. Hearing this, Kang Hansu asked, oh, trainee teacher, are you really allowed to just read that out loud? The teacher replied, I'm just reading what's on the stone as a teacher should. Then she whispered a warning, keep this a secret. Got it, Kang Hansu put on a trustworthy face and tried to reassure her. Don't you worry, my secret friend. But hearing that phrase made the trainee teacher jump. Kang Hansu quickly raised his weapon, grinning with excitement. But hey, there was no warning about not being allowed to destroy the door. Right, his sword began to glow with a powerful golden aura. Kang Hansu muttered to himself. This means they're absolutely confident this door can never be destroyed. Huh. If that's the case, then there probably aren't any hidden traps for blowing it up, right? Faced with this reckless guy, the trainee teacher asked worriedly, what do you plan to do about the sealed ancient evil? Kang Hansu's face hardened with determination as he thought to himself, an ancient evil. If a being like that truly existed, his dark energy would have already detected and latched onto it. What he heard was incredibly faint, just the sound of a beating heart. At that moment, his eyes flared with the resolve to find out what was hidden. Kang Hansu shouted, I'll think about it after I smash this door to pieces. With that, he swung his weapon at the door, creating a powerful arcing slash. A brilliant light filled the space and strange sounds echoed from inside the door. But Kang Hansu's mighty blow was only enough to leave a shallow scratch across the surface. Seeing this, he let out a thrilled shout. Kang Hansu grinned, realizing their confidence wasn't baseless after all. I can feel the cut as I slice through this thing, saying that he unleashed another devastatingly powerful strike. Debris flew everywhere as the entire tunnel system shook violently. After the dust settled, it was clear that no matter how sturdy the door was, it couldn't beat our main character's dirty exploit. The trainee teacher spoke, completely bewildered. I didn't even get to read the rest of the notes. Kang Hansu arrogantly crossed his arms and said, you just need to know exactly what you have to do. Ahem, he coughed, then stepped inside, not forgetting to complain a little. By the way, why is it so dark in here? Kang Hansu stepped on a patch of grass and said to himself, I can't see a thing. Feeling something wasn't right under his feet, he let out a soft grunt. Looking down, Kang Hansu was confused about why grass was suddenly growing here. Suddenly, a purple-pink light flashed, illuminating the entire space and drawing Kang Hansu's attention. He looked up, squinting his eyes and asking, huh, before him? Now were shimmering rainbow-colored lights floating all around. He exclaimed in surprised spirits. The lights gracefully flew about, then revealed a door covered in very unique hieroglyphs. The spirits giggled as if they were being tickled. Kang Hansu could still hear that heartbeat coming from somewhere. Just then, the door deep inside began to open. The spirits joyfully focused their attention as a delicate foot stepped forward and a soft voice spoke. Please stop right there. Facing Kang Hansu was an elf spirit dressed in a white gown with smooth platinum hair. She smiled and greeted him, Sir Hero. And just like that, the elf spirit's information displayed. Species elf level over 999. Occupation guardian. Skills included spirit at Z rank, blessing at max, hypnosis at max, and rest at max. Agility was SS rank, but her guardian status was sealed. Kang Hansu stared at her and asked, "What if I want to go in?" The guardian replied in a low voice, "I will be the one to decide that." She then brought out an item shaped like a pendulum, but at its tip was a brilliant green gem. The guardian swung it in front of Kang Hansu's face as she spoke. "Righteous and wise hero." Her voice was like sweet honey poured into his ears, easily capable of hypnotizing anyone. "Please return to where you belong and forget everything that happened here." Kang Hansu's body became weightless, floating up as if he were a balloon. "Go back," the guardian continued, "and take the hand of the woman you love. Live happily ever after." A smile then bloomed on her face, bright as a spring flower, as a surge of energy made her hair whip around her. But then Kang Hansu lunged forward and grabbed the guardian's hand, making her flinch in surprise. "Oh me." Blushing furiously, she blurted out, "Not my hand, the hand of the one you love." Before the guardian could finish, Kang Hansu moved in and gave her a deep, passionate kiss. Then he whispered, "I'm sorry." The moment her guard was down, Kang Hansu struck. He hadn't been affected by the hypnosis, not for a second. He muttered, "If I could actually go back, I would have been gone a long time ago. So that heartbeat I was curious about, it was coming from right here." His eyes darted elsewhere. Kang Hansu knew this wasn't her doing. He then stepped into a strange, chaotic land. The wind howled and screams echoed from every direction. There were survivors here, their groans piercing the darkness. "Help me, it hurts so much." The elven world was in complete chaos as people scrambled everywhere in a panic. Everyone desperately tried to save who they could. Underneath a massive tree, two elves were tending to an injured woman. "She's losing so much blood, please save me." Another person cried out, desperately calling for any help they could find. "We need to prioritize treating the wounded first." A healer was channeling radiant blue magic over a soldier's head. His head was bandaged, blood still staining his mouth, and his armor was shattered. "Wake up." Others were using that same blue magic to move massive boulders or carry the wounded soldiers to safety. They warned each other, "Move them carefully, go slow." A loud explosion ripped through the night, sending embers and ash into the air. People were helping one another, but then a shriek drew everyone's attention. "I'll never forgive them." Sylvia descended from above, her clothes in tatters. Her arms and legs were covered in bandages as she limped, clutching her head. Orbs of intense fire blazed all around her. Everyone watched with concern as she hissed out words, filled with pure hatred. "Those damn demons. No, even the humans are scum. I will wipe every last one of them from this world." A man sat on the ground, his long hair a mess. Bandages stained with blood were wrapped around his body, his face twisted in fear. His mouth trembled, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Sylvia, calm down. It's me, JK." A fire of pure hatred burned in her eyes as Sylvia growled his name, JK. JK's face went pale, tears welling up. "Ah, you useless bastard." Sylvia screamed, "You talk so big, but you always fail when it matters the most." Sylvia ground her teeth, aiming all her blame directly at JK. "Because of you, my mother and father are both dead." JK just sat there completely stunned, his mouth hanging open, unable to say a word. Sylvia roared in pure anguish. "JK, if you have any conscience left, just end yourself." Tears streamed uncontrollably down JK's face. JK's heart was filled not just with fear, but with pity for his friend, Sylvia. But she only gave a command, "Fire spirit." A blazing fireball with large round white eyes answered her call. She then started walking straight toward JK. The fireball in her hand began absorbing energy from the air, growing larger, ready to incinerate him. JK could only cower. The heat, the blinding light. The fire spirit drew closer. JK let out a horrifying scream, tears still streaming down his face. He pleaded over and over, "Don't do this." Sylvia's face looked completely twisted by the pain she was enduring. She let out a warped laugh, but suddenly a voice screamed her name from the distance, "Sylvia." She froze as if snapping out of her hateful trance. The fire spirit shot away from Sylvia and JK, flying off towards something else. Sylvia watched in complete surprise. The fire spirit moved incredibly fast, stopping right above someone's head. A young man standing on a rocky ledge. The spirit painted a blazing red arc across the sky on its way to the man. Sylvia and JK could only stare. It was Hansu. Arms crossed, he looked down at the chaos below. The fire spirit now seemed to be on his side. The whole area was glowing with brilliant colors from many different spirits. In the distance, light spilled out from a narrow passageway. Hansu walked toward that passageway and discovered a platform. On top, something was emitting a brilliant, sparkling golden light. It was a spirit dressed in orange. A golden collar was chained around her neck, and her entire body was enveloped in a golden magic. She spoke up, "Sir." Hansu just stared at her, unblinking. The spirit with long hair and golden wings was kneeling on the dais. She asked, "Are you the hero who has come to save me?" Hansu's intense gaze on the spirit didn't waver for a second even as she asked, "But why, sir? Are you looking at me like I'm a delicious meal?" The spirit was confused. Hansu finally replied, "I've always wondered where spirits lay their eggs. First introduce yourself, before I deal with you." The spirit was absolutely horrified by Hansu's words. The spirit stammered in confusion, "Deal with me." After a moment, she began to introduce herself. "I am the first spirit born in the ancient fantasy world. You can call me the mother of all spirits, the mother of all spirit kings, the ones who rule over all other spirits." She sat there, surrounded by a rainbow of smaller spirits all around her. Hansu got it. "So to put it simply, you're their great-great-grandmother." The spirit scowled, raising a threatening fist. "Should I just punch you once before you deal with me?" The chain on the spirit's neck stretched down to the floor longer than her hair. Hansu was dead serious. "Cut the crap. Give me some useful information before I end you. Why are you chained up here?" The spirit's expression turned sad. She lowered her head and answered quietly, "The spirit you just killed, she was human. The wife of the third spirit king." Suddenly, an image of Hanu killing that spirit from before flashes in his mind. The third, he remembers. Wasn't that the fool king who fell in love with humanity? An image of the king appears smiling warmly beside Sylvia. The spirit mother is shocked. "To be precise, he loved the ample souls of other species." How do you know about that?" Hanu stands a fair distance from the pedestal binding the spirit mother, answering slowly, "I have a rather wide network." The spirit mother hesitates, then guesses, "You must have been his friend too. Just as I once was." She drifts into a memory under an ancient tree. An elf stands in a vast meadow reaching for a pale yellow orb of light. The elves had no special powers other than living a long time. They looked so pathetic to me. A vision of elves being bullied by villains. But beyond their weakness, some possess souls of incredible purity. A smiling elf child appears, reaching out a finger. The spirit mother lies in the tree, frowning as the finger gets a little too close to her chest. She continues, "Okay, so his purity was a bit specific, but at least he never once deceived me." The spirit mother's eyes fill with a soft, fond look. "It's funny, really. That's how I became his friend, lending my spirit power for his people's sake." The image of a tiny spirit hand giving 5 colorful spirit orbs to an elf. The lives of the elves got so much better after that. On top of that, he fought and defeated the outside forces that had once oppressed them. The third elf king, Elfame, had accomplished something truly magnificent. He is seen standing before the great ancient tree. He stands before the entire spirit kingdom, 5 spirit orbs glowing behind him as he soaks in his new position as king. But purity isn't always a virtue a king should have. The king on his throne looks down at 2 of his subjects, a man and a woman. The king's gaze lingered far too long on the woman's full chest. From the shadows, other elves watch their smiling king, their eyes cold and calculating. Dissatisfied faces turn away in disgust. The spirit mother goes on. Others were unhappy with his idea of a marriage alliance with humans. Their rebellion ended with the elf king's disappearance. The crown fell, its owner simply gone. "And I was imprisoned here," the spirit mother confesses, "inside a crack in the great tree's roots." The elves seized control of the 5 spirit orbs. From that moment, the relationship between elves and spirits completely soured. They went from friends to masters and slaves. The image of a dazed fire spirit appears. The spirit mother laments that the younger generations of spirits never knew the truth, and so they accepted this slavery as their natural state. They were completely taken advantage of. At the base of the tree, the spirit mother is bound in chains, trapped in a beam of pure light. Hansu stands beside the stone dais as the spirit mother continues. "So the very moment you release me from these chains, I will kill every last one of them." She clenches her fists, gritting her teeth. Hansu replies without a change in expression, "I don't remember saying I was going to do that." Completely stunned by his answer, she looks up at Hansu. "Pardon me." The spirit mother frantically starts making better offers. "For the hero of justice, if you can break these terrible chains, I will help you destroy the Demon King. I was a companion to the very first hero, you know." The sword in Hansu's hand begins to glow. Now he looks interested by her offer. "Oh really?" Hansu's blade presses against her throat, making her cry out in fear. He says, "Then I'll send that old teammate of yours your regards." A sound suddenly echoes from inside the ancient tree. A blinding multicolored light erupts from within, illuminating the entire region. Streaks of brilliant color begin to fill the sky. They gather together into massive patches of light red, green, blue, and purple. They pull toward each other, condensing into 5 spirit orbs of red, blue, orange, purple, and green that circle around Hansu. Kang Hansu watches the spirits, his eyes gleaming with thought. If he makes a pact with the first spirit, he could gain 2 more ultimate skills. But if he gets rid of her, all the spirits here will turn wild. He thinks to himself, the idea in his head becoming clearer. The watching angels can't hide their amazement at the sight of the spirits. "Look, are those really spirits?" Kang Hansu continues to weigh his options. Even though he wasn't an elf, he felt a strange attraction to the spirit's power. As he walks down the stairs, Kang Hansu suddenly hears the spirit mother's voice ringing out, filled with desperation. "My spirits, return them to me." But facing her is a pitch-black demon, its voice dripping with contempt. "Choose your words carefully." The mother of spirits pauses, then replies with a mocking tone. "Little child of elf fame, the spirits were never yours to begin with. If you want them." Her words left the angels stunned, only able to watch as her figure flew off into the distance. Kang Hansu sat there, lost in a daze, thinking to himself. So he'd finally used the fabrication skill. This wasn't a real contract, so his stats wouldn't be bound. The system window displayed the skill. Fabrication level 0%. Z-Rank could triumph over the prayers of a god. SSS-Rank turned everyone into family. SS made everyone a lover. S turned them into friends. A made them all witnesses. B-Rank could overcome the words of family. C-Rank the words of a lover. D-Rank the words of friends. E-Rank beat a witness's testimony, and F-Rank simply made lies sound plausible. Suddenly, the spirit mother whispered in his ear, "Oh, hero, you really are a coward. To think you would be cruel enough to put me in a body that's forced to love you." Kang Hansu just smirked. "You can leave if you don't like it." The spirit mother huffed proudly, "Just you wait. I'll make you love me at any cost." In response, Kang Hansu just shrugged with a challenge in his eyes. "Go ahead and try." The system started sending notifications upgrading his spirits and blessings from C to SS rank. Kang Hansu looked at the notification board and told himself, "Finally, all the preparations are complete." The system alerted him again. Extraordinary Z 100%. Advancing to ZZ. The skill was now classified as Extraordinary Rank ZZ. At ZZ rank, it could recreate from the very origin. Z rank made breaking limits just a little bit easier. SSS dramatically increased his dexterity. SS rank significantly boosted his success rate. S rank massively increased his proficiency. A rank drastically raised his experience gain. B gave a slight boost to dexterity. C a slight increase to success rate. D a slight bump in proficiency. E a slight XP increase. F rank made one noteworthy since childhood. An extraordinary ZZ meant he was special from birth. He could now escape the barriers of what is known as a species, but even the gods themselves couldn't predict the outcome. "Do you still wish to rebuild from the origin?" Kang Hansu just gave a sly grin and said, "Is that even a question?" He chose yes. Instantly, he was plunged into a void where a question appeared. Question 1. What do you like the most? Women, super VIP, robots, slaughter, plunder, or family? Kang Hansu looked at the question and frowned, thinking, didn't it say I was going to rebuild my origin? What's with this sudden personality test? I hate free services, so there should at least be some free loot. Kang Hansu stared at the options, thinking about what he hated the most on this list. There was only one thing he hated more than free services. Stats and human relationships were completely meaningless after regression. Thinking of regression, Kang Hansu wondered what the best choice would be. What was going on with these questions? Another question appeared, embodiment of justice. Kang Hansu proudly declared, "I am a hero of justice." Right after question 4 appeared. What do you fear the most, Molang, death, your mother, regression, or the universe? Kang Hansu smirked to himself. Aren't all of those things just part of the universe, the vast, endless universe? That's the most terrifying thing of all. Moving on to question 5, the system asked what left the biggest impression on you. Lanovel, Nobius, Alex, Escogia, or Molang? Kang Hansu's brow furrowed in thought. If he chose wrong, he didn't want to end up as a woman, a dragon, or even a blue slime blob. There was no other choice. In the end, he chose Alex. The moment his answer was registered, the system announced Extraordinary ZZ. Thank you for answering each question sincerely. When recreating your origin, there is no turning back, whether by regression or returning to a past life. If you understand, please accept. Kang Hansu's lip curled in annoyance. They just had to keep him in suspense until the last second. He hit agree. The moment he did, the universe seemed to bend, snapping him back to reality. The Mother of Spirits saw him and gasped, "Oh my goodness, hero." Kang Hansu let out a long yawn, thinking, "I'm so sleepy." He collapsed and fell into a deep sleep, the distant, worried voice of the Spirit Mother echoing, "Hero, wake up." When he awoke, Kang Hansu found himself lying on a patch of grass. His shirt was gone, and the Spirit Mother was sitting on his stomach, smiling. "Hero, did you sleep well?" Kang Hansu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing sitting on top of me?" The Spirit Mother curled up on his chest, smiling playfully. "About a year ago, your body started to have a really pleasant scent, especially your breath. That smell is absolutely wonderful." Kang Hansu furiously yelled, "Get off." But the Spirit Mother just continued teasing him. "So I claimed the best spot for myself." He sat upside and then checked his system's notification board. Species, Celestial Human. With this race, he gained unique abilities and traits that helped him surpass all ordinary limits. Unique, level 1 allowed Kang Hansu to absorb experience points with incredible efficiency. Meanwhile, Unique Level 2 helped him preserve that XP for the long term, optimizing his own growth potential. And at Unique Level 3, he could now use that XP flexibly in any situation. But the traits of a celestial human were more than just skills. Thanks to his first trait, Kang Hansu was now enveloped in the love of spirits, a natural source of power that helped him receive the full support of all spirit kind. His second trait put him under the protection of nature itself, a place where he would always be safe. It would shield him from hidden dangers. His third trait connected him to the vast universe, letting him absorb energy and spiritual power from everywhere. But that wasn't all. The system also gave him two other special abilities: superior adaptability and diverse growth potential, allowing Kang Hansu to endlessly evolve and reach truly limitless heights. He could now overcome any challenge imaginable. A smile played on Kang Hansu's lips as he scanned the new notification board. This universe was actually getting pretty interesting. Kang Hansu wondered if it was because he'd received the spirit's love. He looked towards the base of the spirit's tree and asked, "Anyway, what happened during the last 5 years?" The spirit mother replied, "After you suddenly fell asleep, we felt it was wrong to leave our benefactor all alone. So I gathered all my children to protect you." At the same time, the little ones brought many gifts to celebrate their liberation. Kang Hansu glanced around. "Is this a spirit's paradise?" he asked. The spirit mother smiled and quickly answered, "Yes, it's no longer the elf kingdom. And you woke up at the perfect time. JK is leading armies from every nation this way." Kang Hansu watched the cheerful spirit, wondering if he should enslave all those who betray humanity. He suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap." Just then another spirit ran up to him pleading, "Hero, please save our elf tribe." Kang Hansu raised an eyebrow. "What's with that look?" The spirit, wounded in the shoulder, glanced at him and replied, "Look closely at this." Kang Hansu thought to himself that she must have worked tirelessly to coexist with the noble spirits for 5 long years. The system suddenly displayed the spirit's information. Race Arch-Elf. Level 647. Occupation Slave, EXP 50%. Skills, Seduction Rank 5, Spirit A, Gathering A, Dancing A, and Flattery B. Kang Hansu asked, "So what do you want me to do?" The spirit bowed her head and replied, "Hero, I'm sure JK holds a grudge against me. Please stop them. I'll do anything you want, even my body." Kang Hansu stepped closer and replied coldly, "I don't need your filthy body." The spirit froze and gasped. "What?" But before she could react, Kang Hansu pressed his lips against hers, making the spirit blush bright red. He thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong? Celestials are clearly superior to elves." The spirit shyly wrapped her arms around his neck. But Kang Hansu immediately pushed her hands away, thinking, "Don't get any ideas. My target isn't your body, it's your EXP." The system displayed the unique trait EXP Absorption Z EXP Preservation. Kang Hansu pulled away from the spirit, wiping his mouth. A notification popped up. His level had risen to 647, while the spirit's level had plummeted down to just 1. The small spirit collapsed to the ground, completely stunned. Kang Hansu turned away with a smirk. "Now that I've received the down payment, let's go deal with that bastard JK. A sudden system notification. Trait 3, Receiving Energy from the Universe. Kang Hansu walked off, wondering what would happen if he went outside. What would happen if he used the EXP? As soon as he stepped out, he saw that JK and his soldiers had already arrived. JK's soldiers began throwing torches, burning the forest down and pouring dirt and poison into the river, destroying everything while deliberately confusing the spirits. At the same time, they prepared to subdue the masses. The spirit mother sat on Kang Hansu's head tightly, gripping a lock of his hair. "There's no doubt about it, JK has truly lost his mind. This land was a paradise for spirits, and he's destroying it all." The spirit slaves fought back bravely, drawing their bows at JK's army and screaming, "Don't even dream of entering this sacred forest, you wretched humans." A report came from JK's army that the link between elves and spirits had been severed. A soldier said coldly, "Elves without spirits are nothing. Don't leave a single one alive." The spirit mother choked up as she watched the forest burn. "Our forest," Kang Hansu calmly reassured her. "Don't worry. This is how an A-rank hero handles problems fair and square." His system announced the use of EXP. Kang Hansu shouted, "Using violence to end violence, so that's how it is." The system then lowered his level from 647 to 644. As he prepared to fight, the spirit mother encouraged him, "We will support you, hero." Children gather around. Orbs of energy from the spirits combined, converging their power onto Kang Hansu's sword. His system announced his level had increased from 642 to 646. Kang Hansu smiled at the spirits. "Thanks, guys. Looks like my level is on the rise. From now on, I'll be a pioneer of environmental protection." He then attacked with monstrous power. This infuriated JK, who roared Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu replied smugly, "Welcome, JK. I've saved the best sword strike just for you." JK commanded his soldiers, "All units listen up. Today we put an end to this despicable elf kingdom." Kang Hansu briefly wondered if this bastard regretted his ex-wife. But then again, not his problem. The system dropped his level again from 648 to just 48. But Kang Hansu wasn't discouraged, pouring every last bit of power into his sword. It created a massive surge of energy. He thought to himself, the important thing is he dared to attack, even knowing I was here. JK is taking hits, but the girls around him just keep cheering him on. Come on, JK, we've powered you up. Lord JK has to win. All that cheering seems to work because JK puffs his chest out. Kang Hansu, watch closely. This is the true power of love, Kang Hansu just scoffs back JK, and this is the power from your ex-wife. Kang Hansu points his blade right at JK. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupts, leaving JK critically wounded. His clothes are shredded as he collapses, stammering in shock. I lost again, but I'm the hero, the one who beat 3 of the 4 great calamities. Kang Hansu moves closer, his gaze locking on JK, who can't help but tremble. He whispers destiny. The system instantly pulls up info on Kang Hansu. Race Celestial. Level 1052. Profession. Hero. XP at 500%, a ZZ rank skill, maxed out Spirit Blessings, Fabrication, and SSS rank Hope. His status, Sword Saint. JK screams in disbelief. A ZZ rank skill. That's not fair. Kang Hansu just looks at him and says, impressive. You're still alive. Surviving that last hit is pretty remarkable. Hearing that, JK grits his teeth, forcing himself up to scream in Hansu's face, I am the stubborn king JK. The system then displays JK's stats. Race Ancient Human. Level 999. Profession Hero, XP 500%. Skills: Z-Rank Endurance, SS-Rank Madness, SS-Rank Patience, S-Rank Stamina, and S-Rank Simp. Status: Severe Trauma, Bleeding, Broken Bones. He's furious. I'll never show weakness in front of women. Kang Hansu just smirks, intrigued by the display. He points right in JK's face. Is that so? But do you see any women around here? With those words, JK looks utterly defeated. Completely broken, he collapses right in front of Kang Hansu, who shakes his head, then has a realization. Wait a second, that wasn't Z-Rank Spirit, it was Z-Rank Endurance. I must have misread it. As the sun sets, a battered body lies motionless on the ground. The female Archmage grins wickedly. So how should we go about burying JK? Hearing this, JK's eyes snap open in a panic. What Kang Hansu just stares back at him with a cold expression. Meanwhile, his level has skyrocketed from 1,502 to 1,778. We can just bury him now, Hansu says calmly. The girl sitting on his head rests her chin in her hands, looking disappointed. That's a shame. I wanted to bury him alive to make him pay for all his sins. Kang Hansu just blinks back. If you don't like it, get off my head. Suddenly, the intern teacher appears. Student Kang Hansu, it's been a while. Hansu raises an eyebrow. Oh, the teacher intern. Where were you hiding just now? The teacher sighs. I'm just so tired. Following orders from my superiors, I was following student JK. After he fled the Elf Kingdom, I showed up to console him while he was busy indulging himself. Then I guided him to face the 5 great calamities, but reality was a bit different from what he expected. He was nothing more than a fake hero neglecting his training. Still, he managed to defeat the 5 great calamities. Hansu listens, then offers some encouragement. Believe in yourself, teacher intern. Even though JK only cared about women, he still defeated the 5 great calamities because of you. That's an undeniable fact, something not even a preachy teacher could pull off. That should be some comfort, right? She nods slightly before continuing. But that's not why I'm here. In this world, because the hero has defeated the Demon King, it's going to disappear soon. Our main character points to himself confused. What about me? The intern teacher replies, you weren't transferred here the normal way, so the system doesn't see you as a hero. The system won't just reset recklessly. But because of that, it will only give the students about 10 seconds to fix things. Even so, it looks like JK can't be revived. The teacher then winks with a sly smile. Do you really think I'm allowed to be telling you this? Of course not. But you and I are secret friends. This is to thank you for your kind words earlier. Hansu smiles back. Thank you, teacher intern. I'll make good use of this information in the next round. Right after he says that, a system notification pops up in front of him. Dear hero, did you enjoy your adventure? The path of a true hero is difficult, but there are countless people who support you, people filled with dreams and hope. You were unable to grow with them in friendship and love. Unfortunately, you couldn't escape death at the hands of the Demon King. Hansu crosses his arms, staring intently at the message. His expression is grim. This is the first time I've ever seen this, he mutters. The notification continues. Name: Kang Hansu. Combat S. Achievements S. Reputation S. Personality A. Note: why did you come back here? After reading that, Hansu just snaps. Why did I come back here? That's what I'd like to know. Send me back to Earth. But the notification panel simply displays another message. You have failed. Hansu's face twists with rage and he can't hold back the curse. Damn it all. Then something clicks. The hero and the Demon King, if one of them disappears, this world gets reset. The Grand Ambassador beside him spoke up. I've returned to this world after a very long time, but I never expected it to be on the verge of collapse. Sir Hero, will you save me once again? Without a hint of hesitation, Kang Hansu just scowled. Why would I do that? You won't even remember who I am. The girl gave a soft smile. Maybe I will remember. Kang Hansu stared her down. What the hell? I'm not falling for your tricks. Suddenly, the space around them went dark. A familiar voice rang out. Sir Hero Lanival appeared, smiling cheerfully. Welcome, great hero. You must be quite confused being summoned so suddenly without any warning. Kang Hansu, still completely naked on the magic circle, just glared at her in silence. The blonde girl giggled and added, this place is Fantasia, a different dimension from the world where you were born and raised. The moment she finished, a flash of purple light sliced right through her. Blood splattered everywhere, but Kang Hansu just watched completely unfazed. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. No, it can't be Lanival. The guards saw Kang Hansu's dark, murderous expression and backed away in shock, shouting, are you really the hero? Everyone assemble. Prepare to attack. Kang Hansu couldn't care less. He just smirked and said coldly, kneel. His eyes suddenly flashed a deep demonic purple, terrifying everyone around him. They were facing a hero with stats that were just plain broken. Race Archangel. Level 1860. Class Demon King. Combat Power, a Divine Z+. Dark Energy Z. Spirit Z. Blessings maxed out. Love maxed out. Massacre double S. Immortality S. Farming A. Fishing B. Gathering B. And skills like Holy Sword, Demon Sword, and Sage. The spears in the guards' hands immediately clattered to the floor. Two of them quickly dropped to their knees, saying, oh, what a great man. Kang Hansu counted them off. 6, 7, 8, 9. Just as he planned, all 9 guards knelt obediently before him. He thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. By activating the cube, his class became Demon King. In that state, this world would no longer have a hero. And if a hero didn't appear within 10 seconds, the world would reset. But if he switched back to hero in time, nothing would happen at all. Kang Hansu smiled. He told himself he'd never have to retake this ridiculous test ever again. The trainee teacher exclaimed in amazement, that's an incredible trick. He just nodded. Yeah, it is. Trainee teacher. Looking down at his bloody arm, Kang Hansu paused for a moment. Memories of Lanival suddenly came flooding back. Sir Hero, you can return to your homeland after defeating the Demon King. Oh, snap out of it, Kang Hansu thought with a frown. She talks as if she knows how to get back to Earth. Unlike the others, Lanival was the only one whose equipment changed with every regression. Maybe she was something special, but he felt absolutely nothing after killing her. The trainee teacher laughed, though his eyes were a bit teary. You must be the first student to kill his cute companion on your very first meeting. Kang Hansu just shrugged. Don't worry, trainee teacher. He gazed into the distance, the name of the companion he would meet again echoing in his mind, Hippolyta. The girl clasped her hands and smiled gently. Yes, master. Instantly, a blinding golden light exploded from her hands. It was the power the Grand Ambassador had just displayed. In a flash, Lanival's eyes shot open. She sat up in a panic, looking around completely bewildered. Kang Hansu, arms crossed, carefully studied her information panel, his eyes filled with suspicion. She had finally shown her true colors, and it was not what he expected. Lanival burst into tears. Sir Hero, you went way too far. Kang Hansu's face soured. What the hell? Lanival's eyes lit up when she saw Hippolyta. Ah, a beautiful angel, thank you for saving me. I am Lanival, a researcher of hero legends. Lanival means trust in the ancient tongue. She called out to the ambassador as he was leaving while Kang Hansu muttered helplessly, Lanival is still Lanival. Maybe I really was being too paranoid. The girl pressed on with questions, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sir Hero, how did you do that? Is that spirit an angel? Kang Hansu, fed up, growled at her. Shut up before I decide to hit you. And you over there too. The poor guard standing nearby got caught in the crossfire, stammering, yes, sir. Bring me the most magnificent noble attire in this entire castle. Kang Hansu ordered, his sharp glare making the guard tremble. Yes, right away, sir. Soon the scene shifted to the grand hall of the Pig King. He sat sloppily on his throne, surrounded by guards with tense expressions. This meeting with the Pig King was just like the last round. Hansu thought to himself, but this time he wouldn't cause a scene. He'd just walk in naturally. As the massive doors swung open, light flooded into the room, drawing everyone's attention. Hansu flicked his cape, thinking, let them see who I really am. The Pig King looked just as pathetic as Ever a nobody just warming a throne while he was the true emperor of the northern continent. A smirk played on Hansu's lips as he strode before the king and said casually, I greet you. At the castle of the Fantasia kingdom, Lanuvel was rushing to keep up with Hansu. He mused to himself that in the second round he had far less experience than he did now. But obviously a guy with 25 years of experience handles things way differently than someone with only 10. Suddenly, a blonde girl named Lanuvel curiously asked, Sir Hero, where are you headed? Hansu just held up a money bag and answered casually, to check out the black market. The two quickly left the city, venturing deep into a forest. When they stopped, Lanuvel looked around, bewildered. But, this is just a forest, Hansu snapped back irritably. Why are you following me? She immediately shot back, because Lanuvel is your companion. Remember this, Hansu said coldly, if you want to follow then shut your mouth. All of a sudden, colorful orbs of light appeared in the sky. He glanced up, figuring the spirits were drawn to his scent. According to the original story, this meant they were right in front of him. A small smirk touched his lips as he activated his search skill. On the other side, an elf girl placed her hand on the ground and cheered. Found it. The black market is right below us. Silva, another elf standing nearby, watched Hansu and Lanuvel with an intense gaze. One of the elves immediately activated their earth spirit skill, opening a deep tunnel into the ground. Suddenly, all the spirit orbs flew towards Hansu. Silva frowned, whispering to herself, a mere human. Meanwhile, Hansu was calmly upgrading his spirits to S-Rank. The furious elves drew their bows on him and yelled, You stole our spirits, give them back now. Hansu just smiled calmly, replying, I'm only going to introduce myself once, so you better listen up. I'm a kind-hearted nobleman from the kingdom's capital, just here for a stroll, nothing more. However, he said, eyeing them suspiciously, why have you all appeared in human territory? Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Silva eyed Hansu distrustfully. Look at the clothes he's wearing, she said. They're shiny but filthy. This noble bastard is definitely headed for the black market too. He must have used some kind of trick to steal the spirits. Capture that human and take back our spirits. Hansu just smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, of course. I know exactly what they're trying to do. Their plan is to rescue Silva's master, who's being held captive in the black market. Just like in the second playthrough. But I know things that are way more important than that. Suddenly, Hansu's eyes flared with a green killing intent, his expression twisting into something truly sinister. A peaceful conversation with these punks was completely unnecessary. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and debris raining down into the cavern below. The people inside the cavern felt the strange tremor, and one of them cried out, Why is there an earthquake? The next second, something smashed through the ceiling and plummeted into the cavern. What the hell is that? The crowd panicked. Hansu just grinned. Excuse me, I'd like to sell these. He was carrying 3 or 4 elves over his shoulder, a huge smile on his face. A bald man hurriedly asked, Who are you? Who told you about this place? Before he could finish, a silver-haired man stepped in front of Hansu. If you don't mind, could I take a quick look? Sure, Hansu replied, take as long as you need. The man put on a pair of green lens glasses and began his inspection. He was a bit surprised, thinking, their battle gear is quite luxurious. Their health is excellent too. With this many elves, there was no reason to refuse the deal. But something felt off, their levels were just too low. After a moment, the man said to Hansu, Excuse me, but about these elves? Suddenly, his glasses cracked. An immense pressure radiating from Hansu left the man completely stunned. Hansu's brow furrowed. It seems you don't like them. The man immediately dropped to his knees. No, sir, I'll buy all of them at the best possible price. Please calm your anger. Hearing this, Hansu broke into a satisfied grin. Ah, well, that's good then. Turns out he just used his skills. Extortion leveled from E to B, coercion from D to C, and commerce from F to D. It worked. Maybe this was a good start after all. Just then, a magic circle on the ceiling began to glow. The silver-haired man smiled slightly and said, You've arrived at the perfect time, benefactor. The auction is just about to begin. Putting on a mask, Hansu thought this isn't much different from the second playthrough, but things are moving along much more smoothly this time. He hadn't killed Silva and her crew, handling things peacefully instead. Now all he had to do was pick up Sai at the auction. While Hansu was lost in thought, the girl beside him, Lanuvel, grimaced and said, So the chosen hero is getting into human trafficking now. Lanuvel was clearly not a fan of this. If you don't like it, you can leave. Hansu snapped back, his patience wearing thin with her complaints. The auctioneer's voice boomed, cutting their conversation short. We will now begin the auction. The first item was from the Demon Lands. Hansu thought to himself it was exactly the same as before, right down to the stats. If that was the case, then his objective hadn't changed. Just then, a pair of skinny feet appeared on stage. The next auction item was a human, a level 286 mercenary, and his stats were on full display. C-rank spearmanship, D-rank stamina, E-rank survival. And he was starving and weak. Instantly, this item caught Hansu's full attention. He smiled to himself. There he is. His condition is still just as bad, which is good. It meant nobody else would bid on him. Hansu immediately rang his bell. Without delay, the silver-haired man announced, "Congratulations. The gentleman in the wolf mask has won a fine item for a low price." Hansu then turned to a black market staffer. "Oh, right," he said. "Bring him some food. Just enough to fill his stomach." Right away, the staffer replied, and soon a bowl of hot soup and some bread were brought out. The man who'd just been bought stood behind Hansu and stammered, "I'm not a slave." Hansu replied calmly, "I know. And I also know you were tricked and sold here by a colleague." Hearing this, the skinny man froze, staring at Hansu with a look of pure confusion. Hansu continued, "When the auction ends, I'll give you two options. First, you can follow me and pledge your loyalty. Second, you can leave and live a life of freedom. Oh, and don't worry, I won't hunt you down for choosing to leave. Just think of it as a reward for your past life's good deeds," Hansu said calmly. The silver-haired man's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "Really?" he asked. "Just be honest." "I have no reason to trick you," Hansu said with a slight smile. The scent of hot food made the man slowly lower his guard. He sat down and began to eat. Seeing this, Hansu gave a slight satisfied smile. The little, blonde girl next to Lenovel couldn't hide her admiration, staring intently at Hansu. He scowled at her. "Get lost." The kid just got more excited. "I knew it. Your real goal was to save this poor slave," Hansu scoffed. "What the hell would you know? You're so noisy I can't even hear the item descriptions, so shut up." The MC's voice rang out. "This elf was captured in a famous forest on the continent's southern tip. As you can see, she's a bit unstable, but her looks and bloodline are guaranteed. And best of all, she's a virgin. This item is a level 801 archer. Her skills included piercing, shot A rank archery, and B rank rapid fire. Her status effects, however: cursed, sealed, addicted, exhausted, and drugged." Hansu thought to himself, if this were the second timeline, Sinva would have crashed this party by now. Luckily, he'd already caught her. With no interruptions, the outcome was decided just like before. "Congratulations once again to the gentleman in the wolf mask. You're really on a roll today. Should we leave now?" Kuli, the skinny man, suddenly heard Hansu's voice. "Kuli, are you calling me?" Who else would he be talking to? Lanuvel shot back. Suddenly, the man's face turned beet red. Hansu noticed and said, "I told you I'd let you go, but it looks like you've fallen for Lanuvel. Bring this elf and follow me." Right. Whether it was then or now, being obedient was always a good thing. What was that? "Ah, no, it's nothing." Hansu gave a self-satisfied smile, already planning his next move. Just like in the second round, Master Mang, as he was about to leave, a voice from the stage made Hansu freeze. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present a surprise item, one not on our original schedule. A bold intruder who dared to infiltrate our underground auction. A little stray cat. By our rules, we should have chopped off her hands and branded her forehead with a slave seal before bringing her out. But we decided to sell her intact because we just couldn't bear to waste her beauty." Hansu realized this was a hidden storyline. She had been hiding in the black market, acting as an informant for Shia. His capture of Cilia must have ruined her plan. For some reason, he felt responsible for this mess. The MC added, "We suffered considerable losses trying to capture this cat, but in doing so, we were able to determine her value. If you succeed in taming this ferocious little thing, she can steal anything in this world, and I mean anything. Even your heart." The crowd below gasped, their faces flushing as they stared at the girl's beauty. "An elf, I want her." Immediately, a flurry of bells began to ring out. Through his mask, Hansu's eyes burned with fury as he checked the girl's information panel. Race: Chaos Elf, level 137. Class Thief. Status debuff with Demon Sword, restrained, humiliated, drugged, and weakened. He was absolutely shocked by her race. A Chaos Elf. He was sure he'd seen this race somewhere before. Model. An image of that father and daughter flashed through his mind. Hansu stroked his chin and thought. A new path, a new prey had just revealed itself. The moment an elf girl appeared on stage, the entire auction house erupted in chaos. He thought to himself, "I can't afford to lose again." With that single burst of determination, every eye in the room suddenly locked onto him. A surge of pride swelled within him, but he wasn't finished yet. 50. His bid slammed down with the force of a gavel, demanding everyone's attention. The tension in the room grew thick. The auctioneer shouted, "Do I hear any higher bids?" 3, 2, 1, auction over. To the gentleman in the wolf mask, the MC announced, "You truly have an eye for exquisite things." The crowd stared at him with pure awe. "He's ridiculously rich, there's no beating him." The black market staff quickly brought the item down. "Sir, we can prepare an escort if you need one of them," offered Hansu. "Not necessary." Hansu replied, "But thank you. Just prepare a carriage for me and make it a big one." With that, their journey back to the city began. The carriage rolled through the bustling streets. The moment they arrived, the beautiful Lanovel, exhausted from the long trip, rushed inside. But before she could even rest, Hansu gave her a new task. Lanovel, take this servant outside and feed him. What, but we just got back, she exclaimed, completely stunned. Are you looking for a beating? Hansu's oppressive smile was all it took for Lanovel to scramble, dragging the slave with her. I'll be right back. After they left, the room fell silent. He glanced at the two elf girls sitting motionless on the couch and said, Now, Hippolyta. The ambassador appeared instantly, beginning to heal their wounds. Seeing that they were still frozen in place, Hansu continued, You should be able to move now. Why aren't you running? The moment I leave, you'll kill me without hesitation, one of them replied. Besides, I'm not some shameless elf who forgets the one who saved her. And you, Hansu asked, his gaze turning ice cold. What is your relationship to the third elf king, that unlucky bastard? Hearing the blatant insult, the girl gritted her teeth. The words came out strained. That unlucky bastard is my ancestor. I could tell you were royalty just by looking at your ears. What I want to know is your tribe, Hansu said. The Chaos Elf tribe, the girl gasped in utter astonishment. How did you? Because I'm a hero, Hansu cut her off. A hero? If that's true, then what did you lie to me about? She asked, looking completely lost. Don't play dumb. There's no way that stupid princess hasn't heard the rumors by now. Her tone was full of defiance. Then isn't it your fault she didn't show up at the auction house? What would I gain by tricking you? Hansu replied coldly, his eyes flashing a demonic purple. I'm the master here. The girl's face went pale as she stammered, I'm not a slave. She could feel the crushing tension, realizing this conversation was not going in a good direction. There's a very good way to handle difficult situations like this, she said hesitantly. What? Hansu asked with suspicion. It's to strip someone completely and hang them naked in front of the royal palace gates. Anyone hung up like that for a day becomes instantly obedient. Hearing this, Hansu didn't hesitate for a second. He began to move. He grabbed the strap of her top and pulled. Don't you come any closer. You will regret this. The short-haired girl screamed in terror, but in a flash rip, the strap snapped, her bra torn off and tossed onto the floor. She hunched over, her voice a mix of shame and fear. You barbarian. How can you do this and still call yourself a hero? It's not your turn to talk, you brat, Hansu roared, unable to contain his rage. The very idea of people spending a fortune on useless pads like this is driving me insane, Hansu fumed. He kicked the padded bra away and pressed on. I don't care about this, the short-haired girl cried out in despair. What I'm curious about is what you were trying to steal. If it was money, there were far safer places you could have gone. Hansu's voice was sharp. A relic, she answered seriously. What I intended to steal was a chaos relic. At this, Hansu frowned but said nothing. She looked puzzled. What's with that face? Are you not satisfied with my answer? Of course not, you little thief. There's more than just one or two relics in this world. She yelled back, helpless. I'm not a thief. I'm just collecting the relics that my ancestor left behind. It's my duty. Are you even listening? Then what is this relic? Hansu asked with curiosity. Exactly what it sounds like, the girl replied. It's an item containing the power of chaos, a fragment that can control the laws and life of this world. Chaos power, Hansu muttered to himself. So it's you again. He then asked her, are you sure it's at the black market? If you answer me, I'll give you this blanket. As he spoke, he held a bright red cloth out to the now naked girl. Annoyed, the girl bit down on the edge of the cloth and answered, I'm certain. I can feel the power of chaos. The chaos relic is at the black market. Seeing the disbelief on Hansu's face, she quickly added, I can swear on it. On the name Elena Luel. Hansu looked puzzled and asked, Who's that? It's me. That's my name, she declared with confidence. Her gaze was unwavering. What are you thinking, swearing on your own name? Hansu asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. What? This barbaric hero is going too far. Just then, excuse me, the long-haired elf suddenly spoke up. Is the Princess Sylvia from the stories anywhere near here? Hansu thought for a moment, then replied, I saw her in the forest. The short-haired girl was now comfortably wrapped in her blanket. She let out a small laugh. Is that so? How could she meet a human at the black market? She probably got scared and ran away. Hearing that, the long-haired elf gave her an ice-cold stare. Who are you to insult and oppose the royal family? Judging by your ears, you might be royalty yourself. Then again, your ears might be just as fake as your chest. The short-haired girl's face flushed with rage as she shot back, my ears are model. Yeah, right. The long-haired elf shot back with pure sarcasm, finding it hard to trust words from a known liar. And just like that, the fight between the two elves was on. A level 801 versus a level 137. No surprise who had the upper hand here. The short-haired girl screamed in frustration. A royal guard dares to threaten a member of the royal family. That got her attention. The long-haired elf froze. The nobles captured the queen. How do you know that? I saw it while looking for a relic. What happened to her? I only know the demons didn't kill the queen right away. But after that, no clue. Meanwhile, Hansu thought to himself that a certain someone else knew, and those two were now thick as thieves. He cut their fight short, silencing them both with his presence. From now on, your name is Archer E. That was the new nickname Hansu gave the long-haired elf. And the kid will be Rogue E, Hansu continued. The short-haired girl scowled, infuriated. That's not fair. What kind of weird name is that? I'll use my noble name Irina. Hansu just stared her down, unleashing an oppressive aura that instantly shut her up. Humiliated, the girl could only whimper and accept her new title. They had two main missions now. First, investigate the chaotic relic Rogue E mentioned. Second, get back the money he lost buying her. I should have known when I saw those ears, Hansu muttered to himself. But I can't just take my own mistake out on the black market, Hansu thought. I'm a hero with integrity after all. First, Archer E, contact the elf tribe. Tell them Sinva's current location and that the queen has vanished. Tell them everything you know about her. Night began to fall. At the castle of the Fantasia kingdom, the sound of a carriage echoed once more. The carriage swiftly passed through the central gate. After a long journey, it had finally arrived at its destination. A single foot stepped down. The newcomer was Prince Nasus of the Elves, a level 999 high elf and a swordsman by trade. His swordsmanship was legendary. S-rank sword mastery, S-rank sword key, and A-rank self-regeneration. A-rank spirit affinity, A-rank dignity, and a state of eager anticipation. Loud laughter echoed from inside the Fantasia Kingdom's castle. Two voices raised their glasses, toasting the new bond between humans and elves. But outside the main hall, an elf was approaching Hansu. Sir Hansu, do you really wish to find the missing princess? Prince Nasus asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course, hero. She is my dear little sister, the apple of our father's eye. If anything were to happen to her, my heart would shatter into 1,000 pieces. All right then. If that's what you wish, I will help you. A massive bag of gold was dropped onto the table. Lenov's jaw dropped at the sight of all the gold. Whoa, where did you get so much money? This is seriously suspicious. Suspicious? I don't like the sound of that, Hansu replied. This is a reward I received from Prince Nasus. For sharing crucial information, the girl chuckled. You gave the princess's location to a prince who's aiming for the throne. That's a very dangerous move. Are you trying to interfere in a family reunion? And what if something bad happens to the princess? Will you take responsibility? The girl just giggled foolishly in response. Of course, you'll be the one to take responsibility. Before she could finish, Hansu smacked her right on the head. If it's none of your business, then shut your mouth. Rogi suddenly appeared behind Hansu, adding, I don't care what that prince does to the princess. He glanced back at her. You surprise me. But if the prince finds the princess, I'm sure I'll get another chance to execute my plan. Hearing this, Hansu immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, I have nothing more to say to you. Should I just let you go? Rogue E repeated in disbelief. Let me go. With a twisted grin, Hansu replied, the prince already saw you in the banquet hall and offered a very large sum for you. At these words, the short-haired girl broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, this is real trouble, isn't it? I still have to track down that artifact, so I don't think I need a loudmouth scout, do I? Rogi's face went pale as she rushed to Hansu's side, begging. I'll do anything you want, so please don't sell me to the prince. Didn't you see the look in his eyes? If he finds out I come from the royal family, he'll have me purged immediately. Hansu poked her forehead, enjoying this way too much. Seems the prince has already figured out who you are. All right, I'll see how you perform tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Hansu then turned to Lanov and said, get ready for a trip with Cooley. You're the only one who gets to have fun. That's so unfair. I'm going on business, you know, to an extremely dangerous place. The sun began to rise over the mountains. Deep in a forest, an entire army clad head to toe in black had appeared. Every single one of them was wearing a mask. A figure perched in a nearby tree was watching them intently. The blonde on the ground noticed. The familiar boots of the elven royal family appeared. It was Prince Nasus. He steps forward and coldly gives the order to fire. In an instant, a rain of arrows flies out, wiping out most of the men in black. One of them screams in terror. It's an ambush. Ares draws his blade, shielding Nasus before taking out the one who just shouted. Hansu, meanwhile, is also there. Our main character is hiding in the bushes, watching them from behind. Hansu cracks a triumphant smile and says, good. At this rate, we can wait until they get inside the black market. Are you sure you can sense the artifact? I'm sure. It's definitely down there. A massive explosion rings out, creating a new path leading underground. Nasus declares, from now on, we will rescue our people. However, if they're taken hostage, feel free to abandon them and take revenge for them. Sylvia is no exception. Fools become slaves while trying to save a slave. I hope none of you end up like that. Let's go. With that, they head into the newly formed tunnel. Hansu beams. They're all inside. Guess it's our turn to move. Hey, you spirits, stop dancing around and get to work. Seeing this, the female thief frowns and says, hey hero, they're spirits, not slaves. If you keep treating them like that, one day you'll pay a heavy price. Hansu retorts. You think they're unhappy with me, seeing the spirits clinging. To Hansu, the female thief is stunned. Damn it, what the hell is this? They then approach the path leading down to the black market. So we're going down. Awesome, we can get our hands on the artifact right now, she says excitedly. Look at you. What are you planning to do once you get that artifact? I'm going to save an ancestor trapped in another dimension. You can laugh at me or call me crazy, but I'm absolutely serious. As she speaks, Hansu's face suddenly gets super close, making her jump. Whoa, you're too close. With a curious look, Hansu asks, explain it in more detail. Kang Hansu thinks to himself, wasn't this something he heard about in the 6th round? In the training cave, the first hero who got married after defeating the Demon King ran away from home and started a new life. In other words, instead of graduating, he escaped the dimension of Fantasia his own way. But how? The female thief next to him explains, I don't know all the details, but if you collect 3 chaos artifacts for each of the 3 attributes, that's 9 artifacts in total. When you have all 3 attributes, you can move between dimensions. That's what my mother used to tell me. As of right now, my family has gathered 4 of the 9, and if we get this one from the black market, that'll make 5. Interesting, Hansu replies. He wonders, could this chaos be related to the cube, but he can't rule out the possibility of another completely separate power. He then turns to the purple orb beside him and asks his trainee teacher, do you know anything about this? The teacher replies, no way. How would I know about stuff like that? Honestly, it's a story from so long ago, I'm not really sure. There's a generation gap among the teachers, you know. The main character rubs his chin deep in thought. I see. The teacher's voice adds hastily, so hurry up and ask her some more questions. I'm curious too, don't rush me. He looks up at the sky as blue spirits appear, making him realize something. Kang Hansu smiles slyly, thinking, really, just as I expected. The scene shifts underground to the black market's territory. A sliced mask falls to the floor, along with drops of fresh blood. A heavily injured man screams, don't come any closer. The man holds a knife to an elf girl's throat, hissing, or I'll kill this elf. Drop your weapons and surrender now. The moment he finishes, an arrow slams right between the girl's eyes. The one who shot her was none other than one of her own people. The black market boss cries out in horror, you bastards, you'd abandon your own kind. In the next second, the boss gets a few arrows to the chest and logs out instantly. The rest of the market guards see this and immediately turn and flee. Damn it, all the hostages are dead. Leave them and run. I thought they valued each other. Prince Nasus leads his soldiers deeper inside. In another room, 3 men are cursing loudly. Damn it all. One of the men clutches his left arm, trying to stop the bleeding, his face pale and twisted in pain. Manager, the magic teleportation circle won't activate. The person next to him adds, the hidden exit is blocked and the hostages are useless. The big manager carrying someone over his shoulder thinks for a moment, then says, I'll fix the teleportation circle. Suddenly, our main character's familiar spiky hair is seen in the distance watching them. The thief urgently says, that's him. He's the one with the artifact. Hansu. She asks again, are you sure? If you've come all this way only to be mistaken. Her words trail off as her eyes lock onto the 2 of them. Kang Hansu scowls, muttering under his breath, you again, Sylvia. The main character quickly pulls his feet back into the shadows. A pair of gleaming metal-tipped leather shoes step into view. The men nearby can only stare, their jaws hanging open in shock. In the next instant, a clean, swift sword strike flashes past their faces. Prince Nasus had just made a single, cold-hearted slash. Another cut toward the manager logs him out permanently. He then strides towards Sylvia on the floor and says, my beloved little sister. So many of our precious countrymen trusted you, followed you, and were sacrificed because of you. As your older brother, I have no idea what to say to their grieving families. After a theatrical display like this, what will you do to atone for your sins? Staring into her brother's demonic eyes, Sylvia trembles uncontrollably, stammering out a reply, I. The tip of Nasus's sword suddenly points forward. In a resonant voice, the prince says, but before that, why don't you come out, Sir Hero? He cracks a friendly smile and adds, I know you're there. Kang Hansu peeks his head out with a grimace, replying, but I haven't done anything to be noticed. Suppressing your presence is meaningless, he's told, or to be more precise. It wasn't because of you, but because of the thief. It's her scent. Hearing this, Thief E frantically tries to explain, how is that possible? Impossible, I concealed it completely, haha, I'm talking about the scent of a traitor. I, of course, know the reason why Sylvia came to this land. And the truth is, you leaked the information to lure her here. You did a pretty good job, although there was a small miscalculation in the end. Still, thank you for helping me forge a relationship with the great hero. The bond between elves and humans has also been strengthened, but for the crime of attempting to harm the royal family as a future king, I simply cannot overlook it. Besides, if I'm caught in this situation, my future plans will surely be hindered. At that moment, Kang Hansu speaks up, I don't care if she lives or dies. Excellent. I don't care either. Nasus says, pressing his sword tip menacingly against Sylvia. What I mean is, to me, it's not important. It doesn't matter if you tell anyone else about this or not, because I have no intention of leaving anyone who knows about this alive. Blood splatters across the room. The moment Prince Nasus finishes speaking, he unleashes an immense crushing pressure. The main character hastily shoves his sister away, yelling, "Get back!" A sword slash comes slicing straight toward the two of them, but Kang Hansu dodges the attack with ease. The two men lock eyes, the air thick with provocation. Prince Nasus says, "Your ability to control spirits is utterly useless. My sword is faster than that, faster than the speed at which spirits can even move." Kang Hansu brushes off his shoulder, replying with a slight smirk, "Thanks for the advice." Nasus returns the kind smile. But in the very next second, the two men launch themselves at each other. Kang Hansu quickly grabs Sylvia's arm, pulling her away. The prince's gaze freezes for a moment, his eyes landing on his sister Sylvia, who is staring at him with tears welling up. An image of her as a young girl flashes through his mind. After a moment, Nasus shakes it off, frowning as he says, "Did you forget who I came here to kill?" Kang Hansu plunges his sword right through Sylvia, stabbing straight into Nasus's right chest. He replies coldly, "Did you forget what I said? I told you I don't care if she lives or dies." The two siblings can't say a word, just frozen in shock. A massive beam of green light suddenly flashes. When it fades, it leaves behind two bodies collapsed on the ground. A bloody mess. Kang Hansu mutters to himself, it'll be annoying if this mess gets discovered." Just then, nearby a strange voice calls out, "There are no traces. The prince is gone." "He was here." Eris rushes toward the alcove ahead of her. She calls out the prince's name. In the next second, the scene before her makes her freeze completely. Nasus covered in blood, lying in Sylvia's arms. Eris cries out in horror. "What?" With tears streaming down her face, Sylvia growls, "My brother, he died while trying to protect me." Princess Sylvia, from this moment on, I will strive to change who I am. To create a world where humanity and the elf race can coexist. If anyone stands in my way, even if it is my own beloved father, I will eliminate them all. Will you support me? As she finishes speaking, Eris and her followers immediately kneel down, declaring, "We swear our loyalty to you." Sylvia gives them a satisfied smile. Her eyes suddenly glow a demonic purple, looking incredibly sinister. "Thank you," she replies. It seems his little sister has now class changed into a witch level 284. Her dark demon spirit energy has increased with her status, showing ego-bound and devotion. Leaving that place, Kang, Hansu, and Thief E are on their way out. The main character asks doubtfully, "Hey, are you sure you got the artifact? We wasted way too much time on that Nasus guy." Thief E replies without a hint of hesitation, "This is definitely it." With that, she lets the necklace in her hand drop. This is the artifact of chaos. Looking at the teardrop-shaped pendant, Kang Hansu grimaces. I don't feel a single thing even after looking at it." "That's because the artifact has been a seal, is that it?" With that, Thief E pricks her finger on the sword's tip, drawing blood to drip onto the pendant. Immediately, something happens. Hansu's jaw drops. "Whoa, it's reacting," he shouts. Green energy arcs from the artifact, whisking them away to another place. Hansu looks around, confused. What is going on? He can't see anything. "Hey, Thief E, you dare?" A man just sits there, lost in the empty space. Seeing no reaction from the man, Hansu realizes something is off. He complains, "Why can't I make a sound?" Hansu quickly figures it out. This must be a memory from the first hero. The man's eyes hold a world of contemplation. Such unspoken sorrow. He clutched the pendant in his hand, his eyes drifting toward the woman lying beside him. His hand reached out to touch her hair, but he pulled it back at the last second. Instead, the man decided to leave. All he felt was loneliness. As the sun peeked over the horizon, the sharply dressed man stepped outside. He uses his skill, crouching low before launching himself straight into the sky. Hansu wonders aloud, where's he going? A moment later, the hero lands on a beach where kids are playing and families are enjoying the cool sea breeze. The hero walks alone, deep in thought. Elsewhere on the beach, an elf is lying back, just enjoying the sunshine. Seeing the newcomer, he smiles faintly and says, "What wind brings you to this beautiful shore today?" Our hero, a man busy day and night. As I recall, the 7th Unification Summit between elves and humans starts in just 2 days. The young man looks out at the sea, answering with dead seriousness, "I need you to delay it by 1 day." That's easier said than done. This summit is incredibly important. It's the last chance to end the exhausting feud between our races. The leaders representing each race are gathering. Asking them to wait not an hour but a whole day is a bit much. The hero's voice suddenly drops. "I'm sorry," the elf asks. "Family problems again." The elf sighs, completely helpless. "Man, what can I do? This world is only truly at peace when your family is stable. Thank you." Soon enough, night begins to fall. At a bar in the forest, the first hero talks with that same elf. He just stares at the bracelet on his arm, lost in thought. His friend finally asks, "What is that thing?" The hero then begins to tell his story. When I was just a rookie mercenary, I spent every penny I had to buy this for my wife. I thought it would look good on her. How romantic. I found it in the trash today. Are you going to throw it away? I'm not sure. I kept a secret from my very proud wife. This thing has the power to protect whoever wears it. Don't tell me you never turned off your own power to gain that ability. Hearing this, the hero's expression darkens and he says nothing. And right then, the elf knew the answer. The elf lets out a pained laugh. Ha ha, I wanted to ask your advice on a gift for my daughter, but I never knew it was a treasure like this. Take it if you want. For real, you said you wanted to give it to your daughter, right? I'll adjust it so its power only works on your direct bloodline. Think of it as my apology for delaying such an important summit. The elf grins widely, reaching out to accept the treasure as he says, well, if you insist. The second his hand touches the bracelet, a massive surge of power is instantly unleashed. Back in the present, Hansu is still just standing there stunned. Thiefy calls out, what is it, barbarian hero? Our main character finally snaps out of his trance, immediately firing back. You didn't see it, Thief E, all those chaos artifacts you collected. Where are they now? You told me there were 4 other items like this. Right now, they're on the southern continent. Is the entire southern continent your home? I can't tell you the details because it involves the safety of my family. I won't say a word no matter how much I'm tortured. Not unless I am absolutely sure I can trust you. Heh. Alright then, let's build a trusting relationship. Thinking Hansu's joking, Thiefy scrunches her face and yells, are you serious? Why do you look so surprised? You were the one who said we need to trust each other. Well, yeah. But what are you scheming? Let's start with your home address then. Not a chance. After that, the two of them leave the black market. Hansu whines, but my family lives in a different dimension, so I can't prove anything by giving you my address. The hero winks a cheerful smile on his face. He then adds, so instead, I'll introduce you to my respected master. At those words, Thief E's eyes go wide with terror. Master. The barbarian hero's master. Oh my god, how ridiculously scary would his teacher be? I can't even begin to imagine it. Hansu sees the color drain from her face and seems to guess exactly what's running through her mind. He crosses his arms with a serious look, quickly correcting her. What are you thinking? He's actually a really kind-hearted person. Later, in a small village hidden amongst majestic mountains, Kang Hansu was lying on the grass. He stared at the sky, pondering what to do next. Beside him, a chubby green and yellow blob just kept repeating one word, Molang. The truth was, his black box skill had been stuck at A rank for some time now. It had leveled up automatically while he was collecting chaos mobs, but now it felt like he had hit an impenetrable wall completely blocking his path to S rank. I've made my decision. He knew he had to go see the one master in this world he truly respected, Master Molang. Now 5 days later, Hansu was back on the grass, sighing in frustration. Master Molang, do you have any hints for me? Any clue on how to break through this limit? I really thought I'd be able to learn so much more after growing this strong. But time just keeps ticking by, and now those other trainees are starting to give him weird looks. What a bunch of morons. How could they possibly comprehend your cosmic-level teachings, right, master? He looked hopefully at the green blob, but the creature just smiled at him silent. Kang Hansu sank back into deep thought. The black box might look like any other skill, but it had one massive difference that set it apart from all the others, which could only mean one thing. Their creators had to be two completely different entities. His other skills were created by the first hero, a being who opposed the god of fantasy. In other words, a being literally made to break the rules. This meant their origins were fundamentally different. He suddenly realized the obvious truth he'd been overlooking this entire time. The first hero was the one who created the black box, and he'd ignored that fact for so long. Now everything was starting to become crystal clear. What he needed wasn't more experience or more skills. It was the fundamental nature of the ability itself. The moment he understood this truth, his skill upgraded to S rank. I did it, Hansu shouted in joy. But looking at the new info panel, he saw an extra S rank memory skill. Hansu was a bit confused. Memory, perhaps this was the ability used to create the remnants of chaos. And I finally get it now, he thought. Skill upgrades require mental growth. It was just like that time. In the battle with the old prince, he was at a huge disadvantage fighting in the air right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I need wings. Hansu had thought a desperate and overwhelming desire. So the black box reacted to his sense of desperation. Desperation and enlightenment. Now he needed a new opponent, someone strong enough to put his life on the line. As he thought this, Hansu stretched his limbs, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Come to think of it, there was a powerful old comrade nearby. It's been a while, he mused. Should I go ask for help? Nah, they're probably asleep right now. Unlike last time, Hansu didn't want to cause a huge disturbance. I'll make this quick and clean. The moment it starts to wake up, if those trainees accidentally die during the fight, my score will drop. So first, I need to make them stronger. Laravo and Trome came running up to him in a panic, calling for the rogue hero. Hansu just laughed. That's right, to celebrate. You're training, I'm getting you all a special gift. He then pointed towards the woods. The orcs in the forest ahead of you. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut him off. Not that way behind you, Hansu was completely confused. Huh, he asked, turning around. What hit his eyes was a pair of enormous wings spreading across the sky. A grotesque creature with 6 bizarre wings was diving straight for them. Hansu could only stare up frozen for a few seconds. He stammered out a name, no labius. The monster circled once as a light began to glow from its head. A purple light. The next second, it slammed straight down, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, covering a huge area. In clouds of purple smoke, Kang Hansu's face twisted with rage as he shot into the air, cursing, damn it. He glanced down, assessing the situation below. As the smoke and dust slowly began to clear, the figures of Laravo and the others appeared. They were all safe, staring up at him. Hansu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Master Molang, you're safe too. This was a hopeless fight. He had to get everyone as far away as possible. Snapping out of it, he turned to face the monster. Over here, you stupid lizard, he taunts, trying to lure it in. The giant reptile's eyes glow with an ominous purple light. This thing was terrifying, its mouth stretching ear to ear in a furious roar. Compared to this, the beast at the Hero Festival was nothing. He probably would have preferred to fight the Demon King instead. An info panel for the giant lizard popped up right on cue. Chaos Dragon, level 999 plus. Title Punishing Tyrant. Its strength was boosted and its status read Enraged, Interested, and Berserk. But one thing was missing, it had no transcendent skills. And in this world, no matter how overpowered a creature's abilities might be, they ultimately kneel before his arsenal of transcendent skills. But as he was thinking, the Chaos Dragon suddenly lunged. Kang Hansu was caught completely off guard and took a direct hit. Before he even knew what happened, he was knocked off his feet, plummeting down. He winced in pain, realizing he had to correct his fall immediately or risk even worse injuries. And then something strange happened. The dragon turned its head and just left, leaving Hansu stunned. It didn't attack. Ah, I get it, he realized. It must be observing him based on energy levels instead of sight. And for some reason, his own energy had suddenly dipped slightly. Just then, a few colorful spirits suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hansu saw them coming and said, it's okay, you don't need to treat me. But the spirits ignored him and continued forward. Hansu scowled, you guys are so annoying. Scram. Suddenly, the Chaos Dragon's eyes began to glow. It sensed the energy radiating from Hansu and let out a guttural, furious roar. Hansu quickly pulled out his item, getting into a fighting stance. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. In the next instant, 2 enormous streams of power, one purple and one green, slammed directly into each other in a fierce struggle. But the Chaos Dragon's power was growing stronger by the second, and soon the main character's green protective shield was pierced. A huge crater was instantly carved into the mountain's peak. A battered Hansu lay flattened inside it, frowning as he groaned in pain. That hurt, he thought. The poison isn't a problem, but it looks like I'm going to get crushed to death before that even matters. He spoke to the spirits again. I'm really fine. Please just get out of here. Then Hansu checked his own status window. He thought to himself, damn it. In terms of skills, I should have the absolute advantage. No, what the hell am I even doing? Have I gone crazy over a bunch of skills? He looked at his info panel. Race pure human, level 2833, class hero. Experience 500%. Skills: Spirit Master, Max Blessing, Max Training, SS, Extraordinary SS, and Stamina SS. Status: Sword, Saint Holy Man, Demon Sword. But these weren't really his skills. They were just a pile of abilities that the goddess Fantasy had arbitrarily bestowed upon him. A day will come when all of them are taken away, and in the worst-case scenario, he might be forced to fight. A fight against the hounds of the goddess Fantasy, the very beings who squander that power. Would he even have a chance to win? Only one way to find out. Once again, Hansu charged toward the Chaos Dragon. After all, the only one who truly understands him is himself. The Chaos Dragon let out a roar of its own and charged right at him. This time, our hero showed no fear, only pure, unadulterated excitement. Bring it on. In the next instant, Hansu was sent tumbling through the air. After a few dizzying spins, he managed to successfully land. He landed right on the Chaos Dragon's head. Hansu laughed triumphantly. Hehe, from now on, you'll never touch me with those tiny arms and that little head. Now then, die for me, your experience points are just too good to pass up. With those words, Hansu took his treasure and plunged it straight into the Chaos Dragon. Its eyes widened in horror, and in the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground. But then a look of shock appeared on Hansu's face. He was standing on its enormous body, but now he was stumbling and falling. The Chaos Dragon had now reverted to its original form, a silver-haired old man. The old man clutched his injured left arm and said, "That thing. I haven't seen one of those in a long time." The dragon god had reverted to its original human form. Hansu blankly recalled the name Nobius and immediately checked his attribute panel. Race Chaos, Dragonkin, level 999 plus. Class Commander King Justice and Decisive Plus. Skills Chaos, SS Destruction, SS Oblivion, SS and Decisive SC. Status Calm, Twilight, and Transformation. Reading this, Hansu exclaimed to himself, his martial arts skill is at rank Z. You've got to be kidding me. The Chaos Dragon, Noebius, then continued. I sensed a familiar energy and came to have a look, but it seems I was mistaken about who it was. You should use that power carefully. Depending on it is like being its slave. Hansu replied with a contemptuous laugh, like the time you were captured by the angels. Noebius frowned in response. Humph. So that was you, wasn't it? You humans. You must have met me back when I was young. But that was a story from a long time ago. It's fine. There are many things I'd like to ask, but it seems my time is almost up. As he finished speaking, the Chaos Dragon's image began to fade, but in the next second he reappeared right behind Hansu. Startled, he turned around and dodged the attack. What, you bastard? A flash of light appeared in the sky and threw something straight down. And once again, Hansu found himself lying flattened inside a newly formed crater. He said with frustration. He'd already switched to his human form, so I was trying to buy some time by talking. But then the sky. A flash of light slices through the sky. Sensing the danger, Hansu leaps into the air. Just as he predicted, Noebius unleashes another devastating blow. Nice move, the Chaos Dragon says. Hansu just scowls back at him. Why do you always thrash around like a maniac when you're close to death? Because I'm about to sleep, that's why I'm thrashing. While speaking, he swings a long leg and kicks Hansu hard. All our hero can say is, oh, is that so? And he's sent flying. Noebius boasts that being smaller and faster lets him move in ways that would confuse anyone. It's a freedom of movement a huge dragon could never have. His size and raw power might be down, but he's sharper than ever. The Chaos Dragon attacks relentlessly, but Hansu dodges every single move with ease, and now he starts to fight back. Take this. Noebius leans away from the blow, bares his fangs, and fires a colossal energy blast straight at Hansu. Dust and debris explode everywhere. Hansu, but from within that cloud, he unleashes his own counterattack. The ground beneath Noebius is instantly sliced into tiny pieces. The old dragon looks shocked, saying, "You've got some serious skills. Just like the very first hero," Hansu replies smugly, "and yet you still haven't been hit a single time." Well, that's probably because you haven't used your full power yet, Hansu thinks to himself as he rushes the dragon. He slices at Noebius' arm with his treasured weapon, sending out rings of pure power that radiate outward. It creates a powerful energy field. Noebius, with a surprised look, asks, "Are you trying not to rely on that power, or are you just trying to hide your true strength?" Hansu gives a small smile and replies, "Both." Noebius leaps high into the air with a mocking gaze. How foolish. But I get it, heroes love to do things like that. Just the thrill of the fight is enough to satisfy them. As soon as the words leave his mouth, they clash again. Hansu frowns, thinking he doesn't enjoy this one bit. Even worse, his wounds have stopped healing completely. Noebius speaks grimly, "Humph, I warned you. So is that the power you've been hiding from me? The only thing I can truly trust is myself. And compared to killing you, this is nothing, right? To survive isn't playing dirty always an option." Hansu frowns for a moment, then says, "Well, you're not wrong." As Hansu charges, the old Chaos Dragon adds, "I remember a time when I wandered this world without a purpose. They are the signs of a rapidly approaching death." Hansu just smirks, thinking to himself, "You absolute fool. My entire body is covered in sacred power. This guy." Suddenly, a series of voices start screaming in Hansu's mind. "Block it, danger, dodge, now, or you will die." He looks down in horror at the old creature below him. His foot connects solidly with the dragon's chest, but somehow Hansu is the one who gets sent flying to the ground. Through the thick cloud of dust, Hansu growls, "How did you manage to break through my sacred power?" Noebius simply answers, "I blocked it." Hearing that, Hansu freezes in disbelief. "Blocked it? You can do that? What the hell, old man?" Hero Noebius asks, "Do you find this world interesting?" "Not in the slightest," Hansu replies, his anger rising. "He was the same way. Just as I thought, you are so much like him." After saying this, the Chaos Dragon collapses. Hansu's anger boils over. "Humph, are you looking down on me? Why would you of all people hide your power from me? Even now, at the very end, you haven't used a single skill." The Chaos Dragon's eyes grow distant. "Because I don't want to die." "If I gave you that answer, would you even understand?" Hansu's face twists into a look of sheer delight. "Well, of course. If it's for the sake of survival, I'd play as dirty as I possibly could. Oh, it would have been great if we could fight again." At last, the moment has arrived. The Chaos Dragon's body begins bleeding from everywhere. Hansu sees it and screams, "Wait a second, don't tell me you're actually dying. At the very least, you owe me a worthy reward for lasting this long." The ancient bloody face calmly replies, "If that's what you want, then why don't you check my status window?" "Seriously, you're telling me to look at a status window now?" Despite his grumbling, Hansu opens it up to check. Race Chaos Dragon, level 999, title Sovereign King, Decisive Justice. He reads silently, completely stunned. He sees a list of skills. Carnage S, Overlord S, Taekwondo S, Metamorphosis S, Instruction, Max Domination, Max Spirit, Max Immortality, Max Swordsmanship, Max Chaos, Max Destruction, Max Oblivion, Max Berserk, Max, and a ton of other S-rank skills. And that wasn't all. There was a list a mile long with S-rank skills like Serenity, Metamorphosis, Twilight, and Slumber. At that moment, the Chaos Dragon's body begins oozing a thick slime, melting away until nothing remains but a large puddle. Hansu stands there, lost in thought. It seems he was wrong. He thought everything would go as planned if he just tried hard enough. No, he really did do just that. He even became the king of an entire continent when he was only a child. But what if today the Dragon King didn't just die? What if Noi, just like him, also knew how to open the black box? What if he bet all his hard-earned experience to fight him and lost? Hansu could feel the pressure mounting inside him. And what if those what-ifs weren't just for today? Hansu wondered if he had to rebuild his entire foundation from scratch. No, not another flimsy sandcastle from fantasy, but one of his own, making something completely and totally reliable. Just as he considered ditching all the power this fantasy realm offered, a crucial memory surfaced. There were still so many things he had to do the old way. As a successor, maybe there was no choice but to follow his predecessor's path. With that thought, he gripped the first hero's blue bracelet on his wrist and answered warmly, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Gazing up at the vast open sky, Hansu muttered to himself, "Should I just reset right now? And where in the world am I?" Hansu then unfurled the mighty wings of Noebius. Full of resolve, he declared, "Well, guess I have to fly back the way I came. All right, let's go." The moment the words left his lips, Hansu launched himself into the sky, shattering the rock and dirt below him. He hovered in the air, looking down at the massive crater he just created and grimaced. Yikes, did I overdo it a little? Then a massive blue door suddenly materialized beneath him. He thought to himself, "Huh, what is this?" A dungeon he hadn't explored yet. Hansu's face lit up with pure excitement. He must have left something like this for me. Thank you, Noebius. With that, Hansu opened the door and stepped inside, thinking Noebius had to fly all the way out here. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? A blessing in disguise. This dungeon had to hold something incredibly promising. Inside, countless pairs of glowing purple eyes stared out from the darkness, all fixed on Hansu. In unison, they let out a terrifying scream. The sound was horrifying. Hansu immediately pulled up the information panel. A horde of ghouls, level 475 hero class. Their status was starving. Our hero simply put his hands on his hips, completely calm. "Well, even you guys are a refreshing sight to be found all the way out here. But I have urgent business to take care of." And with that, Hansu spread his wings and attacked the ghouls. After fighting for a moment, he stopped his eyes, scanning the horde. Hansu thought to himself, "This is weird. They're only swarming that one particular spot so densely. There must be something incredibly important over there, right?" With no more hesitation, Hansu shot forward like an arrow straight for the door hidden behind the monsters. In an instant, he smashed through the door and stepped inside. Looking at the sharp ice spikes below, he wondered, what is all this?
This probably isn't a trap, right? A vibrant, colorful light then flashed from the deepest corner of the cave.
Hansu cautiously approached, discovering a deep path with no end in sight, illuminated by spirits that suddenly appeared. As he descended the steps, he wondered warily, what could be so important that it needs to be hidden away like this? Don't disappoint me. After a long walk, he finally reached the end. The moment Hansu opened the door, the sight inside stopped him cold. Inside was a storage room full of old, broken equipment. One look, and you could tell this was all just shoddy science machinery. But why was this stuff in a fantasy world? His eyes then landed on a stack of papers at his feet written in Chinese characters. He recognized the writing and began to read. "This place is an artificial garden helping me develop. I began researching ways to return to Earth. But for me, someone who spent years focusing on school and relationships, this task was always going to be incredibly difficult. During this process, I met a breathtakingly beautiful demon. Her name was Socia. Her beauty was so enchanting it felt like my very heart was being pulled into a black hole. So that's what these papers were about." Hansu tossed them aside impatiently. He muttered, "Cut the chatter and get to the main point already." Though my confession was rejected and Socia crushed my heart, she gave me all of her knowledge in return. That knowledge was difficult for a mere high school student to absorb. But now, with my fantasy ability to enhance my own intellect, I was able to absorb it all easily, and finally I succeeded in creating a machine that could take me back to Earth. Reading this, Hansu froze, his eyes locked on the machine before him. But the very last page contained a chilling final entry. "I was tricked by Socia. I did return to Earth, but not for long. An avatar was formed from my accumulated experience. It allowed me to send it to Earth and control it remotely. But the price for traveling between dimensions was absolutely horrific. In just 1 week, I used up all the experience I had painstakingly accumulated over 7 long years. Even though I was on Earth for that long, my body and my soul remained completely bound to this continent of Fantasia. I've grown so weak I can't even leave this cellar. I'm so hungry. Starving to death. So hungry. Hansu's hand clenched the diary pages he picked up from the floor of this forgotten dungeon, his brows furrowed in horror as the truth sank in. Only 7 days, he used 7 years of experience for just 7 days. This was definitely going to take more than a moment. Still, Hansu found himself staring at the pictures of Earth's people and places. A flood of questions instantly rushed through his mind. Could an avatar even use the same powers he could? No. But what if he could extend his time on Earth? With 2 years of experience, would that get him 2 days on Earth? No way, he had to recalculate everything. This was just the first step of his rebirth. Lost in thought, he unconsciously stepped inside the machine. No, he didn't need that much time, nor did he want to waste so much experience. He just wanted to see his parents. He just needed to greet them for a little while. If he could do that before graduating, he would be completely satisfied. A blinding flash of light jolts Hansu awake. Rows upon rows of towering skyscrapers stretch out before him. Kang Hansu's jaw drops, completely unable to believe what he's seeing. He's back. It's been so long since he's seen modern people. Look at those happy faces, the neat and clean buildings. Then suddenly, a strange blinding red light tears across the sky. The very next second, it explodes, wiping out everything in sight. The pristine buildings from moments ago are now just desolate ruins. Hansu forces his eyes open, trying to see the source of that strange light. A girl suddenly appears before a horrified Hansu, shouting something. After her call, she immediately unleashes a critical attack skill. The light from that strange device appears once more. Somehow, Hansu is thrown right back into the world of Fantasia. Even the ghouls are stunned, their jaws hanging open. Kang Hansu's face darkens as he orders move aside. A purple slash cuts through the ghouls, instantly deleting them. Hansu flies towards the door, shouting, "I don't have time for small fry like you." He has to go back to Earth right now. The night sky is dark, filled with violent thunder and lightning. Inside the castle, the Demon King sits staring at the door as if he's been waiting for something. He tilts his head, rests his chin on his hand, and smiles with pure satisfaction. A deafening crack of lightning sounds and Kang Hansu lands inside the castle. Our hero frowns, looking at the Demon King in confusion. With blood-red eyes, the Demon King smirks at Hansu and asks, "So you're the hero?" Hansu immediately shoots back, "I'm guessing you're the Demon King. Let's skip the introductions and get straight to the point. You won't remember any of this anyway." The Demon King replies, "Impressive. Even so, it hasn't even been 2 weeks since you were summoned, has it?" Hansu warms up, cracking his knuckles with a scornful smirk. "Well, as you can see, I'm pretty talented. It's a shame. If you train for another 500 years at this rate, we could have had a truly spectacular battle." With that, the Demon King rises, ready to fight. Hansu immediately pulls up his opponent's status window to check his stats. Race first demon, level 999 plus. Status intrigued. Seeing the hero remain silent, the Demon King adds more. "Isn't that right, hero?" He then instantly closes the distance between them. Hansu crosses his arms, frowning as he thinks to himself, if he beats the Demon King, his level will skyrocket. Lost in thought, Hansu gets hit by a critical blow. His clothes are torn to shreds. He curses, infuriated. "This is only the second time in my life I've been hit like this." Finishing his sentence, he rushes forward to meet the next attack. Seeing this, the first demon just bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, hero." An immense wave of power erupts from their clash, bathing the entire sky in a crimson light. The first demon says, "I have a proposal for you." "A proposal?" Hansu asks. "You just mentioned regression, didn't you? You might think you know this world inside and out, but you've only just scratched the surface. So what do you say? Train more, get stronger, and then come back to fight me again. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Hansu breaks into a wide grin. "Oh, Demon King, if you think I only reset because I'm weak, you are dead wrong. I've even defeated Seosha before." Hansu roars, his voice filled with absolute confidence and determination. However, the first demon appears behind Hansu in a flash. He laughs savagely. "Haha, I know. You could become a Demon King right now." In the blink of an eye, Hansu's right arm is severed. The first demon glares at him with burning red eyes and speaks, "You truly are an exceptionally talented successor. However, all of those things, they've already escaped this world. Sorry about this, but I have to leave right now." Our main character's face twists into an expression of absolute horror. A massive torrent of green energy erupts, and in the next instant, the entire castle is utterly obliterated. Bricks and stone fly everywhere. High up in the air, the two of them are still continuing their battle. Hansu grinds his teeth in fury, shouting, "Just die already." The first demon replies, "It's not too late, hero. You can still reconsider." "Shut up." As the words leave his mouth, Kang Hansu is hit by the sea of energy. His level plummets from 2,899 to just 900. Seeing Hansu alive after that last hit, the first demon exclaims in surprise, "Huh, he used that treasure again." That sickly green light erupts once more. Taking 2 direct hits in a row leaves Hansu completely overwhelmed. A single point of light appears in the dark sky and a strange feeling swells inside Hansu. He thinks, ah, that was an omen, wasn't it? Hope glimmers in his eyes despite the desperate situation. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Let's see what your results are. A loud noise echoes as a pillar of purple light appears. Kang Hansu now stands naked inside a magic circle. His face darkens as he mutters, impossible. Just then, the notification board displays his name, Kang Hansu. Combat power F. Achievements F. Reputation F. Nature F. Kang Hansu can't help but cry out, this is unacceptable. Yet the system tells him to take notes and catch villains. The notification is blunt, you have failed. Reason you. Eliminating a companion is an unforgivable, inhumane act. Any levels gained through these invalid skills will be nullified and penalized. We pray such a shameful incident never happens again. The retest will now begin. Suddenly, La Nouvelle appeared like a ray of dawn. Welcome, heroes. Kang Hansu scowled. Seeing this, La Nouvelle girl could only mean one thing, failure. Just then, she spoke up, excuse me, hero, but are you listening? This was Fantasia. Kang Hansu's embarrassment quickly turned to rage. I'm not listening, got it. Then an elegant voice cut through the tension. I'm listening very clearly, Miss La Nouvelle. All eyes snapped to the man who had spoken. He had the air of a top CEO. Luke said, just watch what I do and follow my lead. Kang Hansu seethed. Luke walked over saying, let's go, Miss La Nouvelle. The king must be getting impatient. La Nouvelle's spirits lifted. Oh right, I, La Nouvelle, will be your guide. Please follow me. For awkward situations like this, a confident smile is key. The Royal Knight Commander sneered, are those the chosen heroes? They look like a bunch of weaklings. La Nouvelle jumped to their defense. Sir Alex Nim, please don't speak ill of the heroes. Luke just smiled back. It's an honor to meet you, Commander Alex. Your renowned strength will be absolutely essential, especially for defeating the Demon King. I'm still a novice, so I'll be in your care. The Royal Knight Commander was taken aback. Ah well, of course. The king then commanded defeat the Demon King Pedonar. Luke bowed respectfully. Of course, your majesty. As a hero from the future who has already defeated the Demon King once, I will protect this kingdom again. Hearing this, the court officials lit up. From the future, that means they barely need any support. Once they were alone, Luke let out a deep sigh of relief. While Kang Hansu was still processing, Luke spoke up. Haha, a bit too easy, right? This trick is ancient history back on Earth. Kang Hansu shot back Earth. Luke nodded. That's right, my name is Luke. Why don't you get yourself a cool fantasy name? A memorable name raises your reputation score, you know. Kang Hansu suddenly snapped. Kang Hansu is a great name, I'm not changing it. Luke then asked, so why would a graduate like you come back here? Just a little while ago, I was in a massive battle with a swarm of Valkyries when a light fell from the sky. Luke continued, I held on for a bit, but I was completely defeated by their overwhelming numbers. And when I opened my eyes, I was back here. Kang Hansu's mind raced. So if you die on Earth, you get sent back here. What a joke Fantasia was. He asked, so how is Earth doing now? Luke's face was grim. Not good. Would you believe me if I told you that I alone make up 30% of Earth's total military power? That's one single person on the entire planet. This was a serious problem. Luke then grinned, all right, I'll teach you the fastest way to clear this stage. Kang Hansu defiantly shot back, what are you going to teach me? At that moment, a brilliant aura enveloped Luke. How to graduate. I want power, and you want to graduate as fast as possible. Kang Hansu saw the perfect partner before him. It was a win-win. He let out a huge laugh. My answer is. But outside, a violent wind began to howl, signaling something was wrong. The golden-winged roc A-Nim B owned the sky and its beak opened wide. From deep in its throat, a blue light began to form. To the absolute utter shock of both Kang Hansu and Luke, it unleashed a torrent of fire straight at the castle. The fortress became the brightest star in the city that night. Sweet dreams turning to ash. The light was so blinding Kang Hansu couldn't even open his eyes. Just then, Kang Hansu realized he'd been teleported to some kind of wasteland. A blazing sun beat down on the vast empty expanse. His shadow flickered under the unique cloak he was now wearing. He glanced around completely bewildered and wondering. What the hell is this place? A sudden sound made him jump and he realized he was standing in a middle school gymnasium. Luke, now in a sharp, elegant suit, slowly approached him with a small smile. The battles of a student as powerful as you. An elementary school just couldn't handle it. At the same time, his status window popped up displaying some incredible stats. Hansu, opposite him, calmly replied, I understand this sounds very suspicious. But, trainee teacher. Are you actually a guy? Luke just let out a mysterious, unreadable laugh. Haha, you've misunderstood. I'm not a trainee teacher. I'm a member of the student council. If I had to put it one way, I'm your senior. Then a hint of regret crossed Luke's face. I'd love to talk some more, but it seems an uninvited guest is about to arrive. Suddenly, from high above them, the massive shadow of a flying creature appeared. Luke said softly. Now then, let's all appreciate the skills of our dear junior. A white creature landed, a blinding light erupting from its mouth, followed by a deafening, echoing roar. In a split second, the attack slammed down right on Hansu's position. As the thick smoke began to clear, the figure of a woman emerged. She had golden hair, white wings, and held a sword while standing on the creature's head. Wearing a golden circlet, she just stared down. She glared at Luke, her voice ice cold. How dare you interfere? Luke just smirked, taunting her. You've got a sharp nose, don't you? Then he drew his sword, his eyes narrowing into a grin. Seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on him. Junior, are you the descendant of a traitor? The woman's voice dripped with venom. Her brow furrowed, her face a mask of disgust. You're definitely one of the traitors. The second she finished speaking, her creature let out a piercing shriek. Luke, however, remained perfectly calm as light emanated from his body. As he spoke, O friend of mine, goddess of war, I call upon thee. Another tremor shook the ground as a second, even larger beast appeared, slamming its massive hand into her white creature and roaring just as fiercely. The two beasts began screaming at each other, the sheer noise kicking up a storm of dust and rock. Just then someone stepped out from behind Kang Hansu. A woman with dark straight hair, dressed modestly, approached with a determined look. She faced Kang Hansu, her tone serious. I ask you properly return that holy sword. Kang Hansu glanced back at her, his brow furrowed in annoyance. What sword? Try to remember who you lent it to. Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to glow. Realization dawned on her face. Ah, so that's the reason. Even if you surrender, that person is willing to forgive you. She stared at Kang Hansu, her gaze intense. Kang Hansu didn't get it, asking that person. You mean the first hero? From her higher vantage point, she simply nodded. He was called that once. Now he's the monarch who rules an entire galaxy. Their conversation continued, drowned out by the chaotic battle raging on. What could someone so great possibly want from me? He must already have countless talented people by his side, Kang Hansu asked. Her reply was unexpected. Actually, it's the opposite. He has plenty of territory, but geniuses are incredibly rare. The kind of people you've killed. An image of the first hero and the prince he had defeated flashed through Kang Hansu's mind, perfectly timed with her words. Both of them were among those geniuses. The territories and roles they held were anything but trivial. After hearing this, Kang Hansu casually asked, Who the hell is this fantasy god you're all so hostile towards? She lowered her head, her voice softening. No one knows their true identity. The one who established this hero training organization. Let's just call him the principal. She looked back at Kang Hansu and continued, but his goal is to raise hunting dogs. They specialize in dealing with those who oppose him, just like the heroes before you and you right now. After finishing, she posed the question. So what is your answer? Still confused, Kang Hansu shot back. Answer to what? She looked at him sternly, asking if he would return the sword and surrender. He told me to treat you with the utmost courtesy, she added. Hearing this, Kang Hansu fell into a deep thought. But suddenly a loud voice erupted from Luke's direction. You can't just ignore this student. Behind them, the two massive creatures were still locked in a desperate struggle. Even in the middle of a fight, Luke turned to shout. The first hero is terrified of your hidden potential. That's why he's using such manipulative words. Before he could finish, the girl with the golden circlet and bright hair screamed, cutting him off. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare speak about him like that, Luke shouted back towards him, but his voice was completely drowned out by her shriek. Kang Hansu then spoke slowly, his words catching the attention of both warring sides. But you see, recalling the layout of the area, he asked, you said this was the middle school section, right? Then his voice dropped as a dark aura erupted around him. Kang Hansu continued, and I'm an elementary school student. The entire landscape began to warp around him as he said, so right here. The sheer force of his aura made both creatures flinch and look over, even forcing Luke to shield his eyes. Kang Hansu was now bathed in a powerful light, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Whatever I do here won't affect my report card now, will it? He raised a hand to his shoulder, stretching lightly as his status window appeared, displaying some absolutely insane numbers. That same thrilled grin remained on his face as he spoke in a chillingly casual tone. Shall we go over a few of the basics? The blonde woman's true ferocious form was now revealed, and she screamed in pure rage. You little brat, what do you mean by that? The beast she controlled immediately switched its target from Luke to him. Kang Hansu just smirked, gave it an arrogant glance, and then stomped his foot down hard. A blinding light erupted from him, forcing the creature to let out a long, pained scream. While the beast was still reeling backward, a gigantic hand suddenly shot out and grabbed it by the neck. Through the smoke, the eyes of another creature appeared, a golem forged from the very rock and sand of the battlefield. Kang Hansu stood on the golem's head, challenging the winged blonde woman. Captain Kang Hansu is on the front lines, he roared. In that instant, the eyes of the golem beneath him blazed to life. With a thunderous crash, the other creature screamed, and its master was in deep trouble. With a grunt, it couldn't hold on, collapsing onto Luke's creature in the distance as both cried out in agony. Just then, the hands of the creature beneath Kang Hansu shot out, grabbing the other two by the neck, radiating a potent killing aura. Kang Hansu spoke softly. My level just went from 2,837 to 3,460. He smirked, asking, so who's the next victim? Looking down into the smoke, Kang Hansu taunted them. Huh, where did everyone go? Right then, the blonde girl charged with her sword, screaming in fury. How dare you kill my dragon? I'll kill you for this. But in a flash, she was sent flying by the creature Kang Hansu had created as he teased her with a long drawn-out sound. Your voice is so tiny I can't hear a single thing. Just then, another girl with dark hair lunged at him from behind with a knife, but a sphere materialized in front of him, followed by the sound of Kang Hansu's scornful laughter. The orb flashed, shooting out a long beam of light that pierced straight through the top of her head. Don't. She began to tremble, her eyes filled with terror. Please stop. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead, reflecting the sheer panic in her mind. A moment later, she let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream as countless similar spheres appeared all around Kang Hansu. They glowed in a dazzling array of colors. He looked at her indifferently and said, My, you have quite a tragic past. Adding one more trauma probably won't hurt, right? The beams of light then swarmed her, causing her to arch her back in a silent scream. She was trapped inside a dark sphere that slammed into the ground with a massive thud. From a distance, Luke stared at the newly formed crater, his face a mask of utter despair. No way, he uttered, it can't be. Luke couldn't believe his eyes, whispering as he watched. With that kind of power, you can't possibly be a first-year student. Just as he finished, a massive shadow fell over him. Kang Hansu and his creation slowly approached. Luke scrambled backward in a panic, shouting, Hey wait, I'm not your enemy. I'm even a member of the student council. But Kang Hansu rudely cut him off, looking down coldly and stating, If you're a member of the student council, then I'm the principal. The second he finished speaking, the creature slammed its foot down on Luke, creating a deafening crash. A moment later, it lifted its leg. Luke's weak voice could be heard once more. But I'm your senior, he managed to say, struggling to push his hand out from the rubble. But the creature's foot stomped down again as Kang Hansu simply said, I. He then uttered the two words, must respect, and the foot lifted again. When he said the three words, all my seniors, it stomped down with brutal finality. By now, Kang Hansu's face was twisted into a furious snarl. He shouted, This is what a weakling like you deserves. As his words echoed, the creature delivered one last decisive stomp. Through the settling smoke, the creature's massive foot came into view, followed by its face and the small figure of Kang Hansu perched on its head. A gentle smile played on his lips. So satisfying. He noted that his level had also increased from 3,460 to 3,524. A status window popped up beside him. Kang Hansu said calmly, That's right. I need to reset the black box before heading back to the first-year campus. Kang Hansu spoke slowly, upgrading his holy power and demonic power to Z. Let's see. The enormous amount of resources they were about to take. He scrolled through the list and smiled. There it is. He immediately maxed out several stats, gearing up for the challenges that lay ahead. After a moment with his eyes closed, Kang Hansu finally opened them. Before him was a vast mountain forest, and he was standing on a high cliff. Kang Hansu looked around, asking in disbelief, Am I back? Then a ridiculously long status screen appeared in front of him. He read it slowly. Race elf. No way. The only thing that changed was a minor racial trait. He stared at the next line. I appoint you as an elf, he read with a puzzled look. Appoint me as an elf. Just then, a helpless, outstretched arm caught his attention. Kang Hansu saw the girl with blonde hair pulling herself out of the rubble and blurted out, You're still alive. She groaned in annoyance. Ugh, what the hell, I'm going to end you, you bastard. But suddenly she glanced to her side and grunted, a confused look on her face. Huh, that's weird. Why won't my wings come out? Kang Hansu watched her struggle, thinking to himself, That's because you're not an angel anymore. You're an elf now. He then spoke to her with pure arrogance. Hey you, try calling me Master Han. Hearing this, she snapped back in fury. Say that nonsense again and I'll smash your face in. I have only one true lord and that is, but suddenly the words Master Han escaped her lips, making her stop with a choke sound, her face turning dark. Across from her, Kang Hansu grinned. Let's hear it again. The words Master Han came out once more, causing her to gasp in confusion. Kang Hansu finally understood. So that's what appointment meant. Meanwhile, the girl clutched her head, crying out, What is happening to me? Kang Hansu recalled kicking her away and thought, It returns the experience I gained from killing others, then revives them as elves. A bright light flashed from his hand and the figures of three very familiar people materialized in front of Kang Hansu. The moment they appeared, the big blonde-haired one spoke with contempt. You piece of trash, Kang Hansu. Spirit A, he screams furiously. That's not my damn name, it's Spirit A. His eyes snap over to Kang Hansu, whose smug smile makes him gasp. Kang Hansu then glances at the one looking away. he says cheerfully. Next up is Spirit B. Let's all work together, okay? That one just scoffs before talking back. So you think you can just order us around and force us to obey? It was a man with bright hair and the pointed ears of a spirit. He then gives the hero a murderous glare, saying, I have no intention of cooperating with you anyway. Kang Hansu says nonchalantly, do whatever you want, before immediately turning to the last person. Unlike the other two, this one speaks up willingly. She says happily, oh, you who have granted me this brand new body. As she speaks, she lowers her hood, revealing long blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes, adding with excitement, please allow me to call you my beloved master. This was the soul that previously inhabited a golem. Hansu casually replies, feel free, Spirit C. He thinks to himself that the soul once trapped in the golem finally has a real body. But she suddenly asks in a weak voice, where is the saintess? Kang Hansu asks concerned, why are you trembling like that? She replies softly, oh, it's nothing at all. Hearing this, Kang Hansu quickly waves his hand and speaks gently. You can all rest for now, just wait until I call for you again. The two blonde men look annoyed, the big one even clicks his tongue. He then turns to the former angel saying, you too, Spirit D. She lets out an irritated cry before temporarily disappearing. After all that, Hansu stands still, letting out a long drawn-out sigh. He realizes that he still has some experience left over. It seems there are certain people he just can't appoint. He thinks of people in Fantasia like Nasus and soul fragments like the Demon King. Guess he can't make everyone a spirit, huh? He thinks to himself. Then Hansu reaches out to catch something falling down, wondering if there are some kind of conditions. Just then, the voice of the trainee teacher rings out, perhaps a hero with a completely intact soul. Hearing this, Hansu lets out a surprised oh and turns his head. The trainee teacher says cheerfully, student, how have you been? It's been a long time, right? At Hansu's question, the teacher begins to stammer. Well, ever since you suddenly disappeared. Her words make the mood drop. 7 years have passed. This makes him immediately shout in disbelief, huh, while he screams. What kind of joke is this? A pair of wings appears. At the same time, he yells, what the hell is this? He's lifted right off his feet. At this moment, it seems even Kang Hansu realizes something is terribly wrong. He suddenly whips his head around, only to realize he's floating in mid-air with nothing but empty space where the ground should be. His face darkens completely, and at the same time, he says with a tremor, I wonder if this is going to affect my reputation score. In response, the trainee teacher cheerfully tells him not to worry because none of this is his fault. He turns to her and says grimly, you're partly responsible for this too. Hearing that, she quickly rattles off a response. Things that happen this suddenly are just impossible to predict. Besides, we haven't even detected any major incidents. But it does seem the demon birth rate has increased quite a lot. Kang Hansu's eyes widen at her words as a thought strikes him. An incident that even the teachers don't know about. He suddenly remembers the words of the Demon King Pedonar. He had said, take a little piece of my essence, as he plunged a sword into his own stomach, adding that they were outside the edge of this world. After a moment, he thinks to himself, so their goal in leveling up the heroes was to mess with this world's laws, and they are the essence of the Demon King. He finally understands. After that, Kang Hansu lets out a deep sigh and speaks up. Looks like I've got more work to do. All right. A bright light appears around him once again. He smiles and says, I should probably clear out all 7 years of accumulated quests at once. 7 years have passed since we usurped humanity's rule. The scene shifts to the ruins of an old castle as a voice begins to narrate. I thought the humans would resist fiercely, but they adapted more easily than I ever imagined. Whether a human king or a demon king, scenes of humans and demons living in harmony appear. To the common folk, all rulers are the same. Many men died during the resistance against us. A woman carrying a pitcher of water steps out of a house. As a result, the female population in the city increased dramatically. The woman sees someone and immediately blushes, and so we took on the roles that were left empty. And it turns out this narration is from a demon. He's standing there laughing and talking with the woman as his inner thoughts continue. How could I possibly live with these filthy humans? But after meeting you, my heart was open to a whole new world. He takes the human woman's hand. Even though I'm a demon, her compassion and understanding truly made my heart stir. He takes the bouquet and basket of fruit, smiling as he says, it's nothing. Like so many of his kind, the demon believes she truly understood his innocent heart. He would be her partner, unlike her old husband, the one who always abused her, causing her nothing but misery. He looked at the woman's joyful face and thought to himself, a demon's life had never been this happy. He smiled warmly. The weather's beautiful today, isn't it, my love? He said to the woman, and her pleasant voice replied, it really is, dear. The bird song is just as lovely. Ha ha, it really is. The demon hugged her, laughing happily as he asked, what beautiful song are they singing? It seemed the peaceful moment would last forever, but then a shadow fell. The figure of Kang Hansu appeared. The demon on the ground didn't understand what was happening. It was a song. An image appeared of a woman singing her heart out. At that very moment, Kang Hansu, who was carrying the woman, cheerfully praised her. Excellent. At this rate, will purify the whole world. The second he spoke, a wave of light blasted from the song, hitting the demon and setting it ablaze as it let out a horrifying scream. The woman watched in terror, collapsing into the pile of ashes and crying out, "My husband, no, my husband." A weak demon crawled on the ground, panicking. "I have to report this to the Demon King." Suddenly, it cried out in agony. Turns out Spirit A and B were on the move. Spirit A just grunted while the other whispered. Such a strange hero, trying to do everything as efficiently as possible. Spirit B continued, "He's actually quite interesting, isn't he?" Kang Hansu then walked over to them and called out, "Oh hey." He said it cheerfully, even as an inferno raged behind him. This way, both his reputation and character points would come out unscathed. After that, Hansu glanced over and said, "Let's see. Before we head to the next location, we need to get ready." The scene then abruptly cuts to a different area. This place was a forest filled with panicked demons, climbing and clinging to the trees. They all scrambled for the giant tree in the center. A spirit hiding in the canopy watched his comrades fall in agony before collapsing to his knees with a grunt. So the fall of Anheim had finally come. As he was thinking this, a brilliant light began to shine from directly above him. He was completely bewildered. He looked up. At that moment, Kang Hansu arrived carrying a singing spirit C, and just like that, the hordes of demons clinging to the ancient tree were completely vaporized in an instant. Elsewhere, Spirit A and B had arrived to provide support. Seeing this, the other spirits looked to the sky where Kang Hansu and Spirit C hovered and let out a huge cheer. Whoa, one shouted as another added, "We've been saved by the heavens." While they were chaotically shouting about getting the wounded to safety first, Kang Hansu finally touched down on the ground. He snapped his fingers and quietly told his spirits, "You guys can rest now." Hansu then looked around the area where he stood, wondering, where is it, before his eyes landed on a spot. "Right here, isn't it?" He confirmed it. "Yep." Then he stomped hard on the ground. The earth immediately shattered, revealing a deep hole. A wide grin spread across Hansu's face. "Let's go," he said excitedly before immediately jumping down into the darkness. Hansu landed gently. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of him. "Please stop, hero." Elf B appeared, her voice pleading. Before she could even finish, she begged, "Please, you must go back." But Hansu closed the distance in an instant, making her cry out, Why are you?" A voice from inside the room asked. "What the hell is going on out there?" A moment later, Kang Hansu walked in, his level now at 1545. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Nice and clean. Frances glared at him, her voice filled with annoyance. "You got here pretty fast," she said, almost as a compliment despite the iron collar on her neck. "Oh, you remember who I am," Hansu replied cheerfully. It was Frances. "Of course I do. The great hero Kang Hansu. Have you become a complete spirit now?" she asked. In response, Hansu just stared and said, "So even after I regressed, you still remember me?" Hearing that, Frances replied with a hint of pride. "That's because there's only one true timeline, no matter how much it splits." Hansu just smirked. "And yet the Demon King couldn't do it," Frances explained. "It wasn't that he couldn't, he just didn't want to." "Would you want to remember being defeated by a bunch of newbies?" Hansu let out a sigh and began to speak. "I see. Well, that makes things a bit easier to understand. You see, I've become a spirit now, so you must know my spirit attribute." Before Hansu could finish his sentence, Frances rudely cut in. "Who says I do? Unless you take these chains off me, I'm not talking." "No chains, no info," Frances snapped. Hansu sighed back. "After all these years, it's still the same routine with you." In the end, Kang Hansu did remove her restraints. Frances let out a breath and, facing a stone-faced Hansu, declared, "Oh, great hero, you have been reincarnated as a spirit, and your attribute is," she said with great seriousness, "human." The moment he heard it, Kang Hansu's face twisted in pure disgust. He let out a long, confused sound. My attribute is human." The thought echoed through Kang Hansu's mind. But in the end, what is he? He's human, not something else. He looked over at Frances, deep in thought. Hansu's frustration suddenly boiled over. "So even after reincarnation, nothing about me changed," he roared. "I got completely scammed. Even after reaching a transcendent level, it's all a big fat lie." He finally couldn't hold it back. This fantasy world is so stupid. Hearing this, Frances slowly floated over to Hansu, gently telling him that he needed to understand things more accurately. She then frowned with dissatisfaction. "You are drastically oversimplifying the concept of an attribute's unique purpose." For example, Frances began softly invoking the fire element. A fire spirit will have some level of absolute influence over fire. Even in their most primal form, she continued slowly, they can effortlessly ignite flames as brilliant as the sun, radiant as the sun itself. After explaining, she turned to him and asked, "You humans call that passion, don't you?" Hansu just snorted. Her point was logical, he supposed, but he still couldn't bring himself to accept it. To accept that his attribute was simply being human. Frances cheerfully added, "Because you're a hero and a spirit, your human attribute is far more exceptional than any ordinary person's." She brought up his potential for domination, influence, or even just pure chaos. He wasn't just some spirit who happened to look human. Besides, you're looking down on the entire spirit race in front of me, the number one spirit herself. Francis complained, plopping down irritably on top of Hansu's head. Kang Hansu finally cracked a small smile. All right, whatever he said. At least now I know what my spirit attribute is. Francis laid down flat, looking at him to ask, so you off to go now? To deal with the Demon King. In response, Hansu simply said, yeah. Kinda unfair to you, isn't it, right after you were freed? Hearing that, Francis flew up high. It's fine, I have a plan. What kind of plan? Hansu asked. His only answer was her witty laugh and a simple line, I'll tell you the next time we meet. Once Francis was a good distance away, Kang Hansu spoke again. Sorry about this, he muttered, but I have no plans to ever see you again. He finished his words with a cunning grin. Kang Hansu recalled how he saved a continent ravaged by disasters without using a single skill. And as for those spirits, he obtained them through his own power. There was no way he'd be allowed to graduate this easily. Hansu thought to himself as he walked away. He left the great tree behind him, a confident smile spreading across his face. It's time for me to go back to Earth. Sometime later, the skies above were shrouded in a strange, otherworldly color. A demon was sprinting, running as if a ghost itself was chasing it down. Then, out of nowhere, a beam of light shot forward. Boom! A massive explosion sent the fleeing demons flying. The survivor looked up to see who was responsible. It was none other than Kang Hansu and his crew. Monster, it shrieked. Everyone run for your lives. A smug, arrogant look crossed Kang Hansu's face. Let's go, spirits. We're heading straight for the Demon King's castle. The pain cries of demons filled the air. Right before the castle gates, wave after wave of demons swarmed forward. Stop that, hero, they screamed. Suddenly, a booming voice from the castle cut through the chaos. Halt, I am the right hand of the Demon King. Block their path. This hero is more evil than any demon. Another crash echoed out and Kang Hansu's group had arrived. They stood there full of arrogance before a familiar figure. Demon King Pedonar sat on his throne perfectly calm. He spoke with a voice that rumbled from the depths of hell. Oh, my dear brave adventurers, Spirit A beside Hansu whispered the name, Demon King Pedonar. All three spirits at his side locked their eyes on the king. Kang Hansu finally had to step in. All right, he said, trying to de-escalate. It's fine if you want to unleash your anger on him, but if you do, my reputation score will plummet to rock bottom. A signature smirk played on Kang Hansu's lips. To avoid that, he added, I advise you to just get out of here. Hearing this, Demon King Pedonar slowly closed his eyes and began to speak. To be defeated by a hero is already a great humiliation for me. But listen well, hero. As long as you still live, we are destined to meet again. The Demon King then said something completely bizarre to Kang Hansu. It was a challenge fitting for an enemy, but it only pissed Hansu off. You freak, he spat. Finally, the Demon King got serious. He let out a long, booming laugh and stomped his foot. Come on, hero, the Demon King taunted the group who were met with only the calm expression on Hansu's face. Instead of charging in himself, Kang Hansu let his three spirits do the heavy lifting. After a bolt of lightning crashed down near the castle, a new light appeared, erupting from the very top of the Demon King's tower. It was Pedonar. The light pulsed like a detonator, blindingly bright, causing the very space around them to explode. A huge bang echoed out. Dust and smoke instantly covered the entire area. As the haze slowly began to settle, it revealed Kang Hansu's slightly torn cloak. The Demon King's calm, low voice cut through the silence. Your skills are quite impressive, he praised. The scene opens on the Demon King, only half his body left slumped against a wall right in front of him. A hero, huh? The king sneers. It's been an honor. He then gives Kang Hansu a thumbs up and a final smile. At that moment, the three spirits around Kang Hansu vanish. He glares at the Demon King, spitting a curse. May you be constipated for life. He then demands, you sealed your own memories from the start, didn't you? So how do you still remember me? Meanwhile, a beautiful light begins to envelop Kang Hansu. Ah, whatever. It's not like I expected us to meet again anyway, he scoffs. Just then, a system window pops up with a message. Are you satisfied with your adventure? Kang Hansu glances back with a smirk, saying he has no desire to see this report card ever again. Immediately after, another window appears. Let's see your results. And his achievement board flashes to life with his name, Kang Hansu. S-Rank. Combat Power, SSS. Achievements, S. Reputation, B. Personality, A. And a little note. Ha, the training was effective, wasn't it? S-Rank. Combat Power, SSS. Achievements, S. Reputation, B. Personality, A. And a little note. Ha, the training was effective, wasn't it? As Kang Hansu reads through each line, the system flashes another message. Congratulations on your glorious achievements. Hero title revoked. Holy sword revoked. Student status revoked. As the system goes silent, Kang Hansu is teleported to a new location. He squeezes his eyes shut as the system announces. The graduation ceremony has concluded. An unknown amount of time passes. His image begins to fade, but the system's voice continues to echo in his ears. The graduation ceremony has concluded. His form sharpens into focus as if arriving in another world. Kang Hansu's eyes fly open in shock. He finds himself sitting in a spacious room complete with a sofa near a window with a grand view. He peers outside at the unfamiliar scenery and the incredibly bright sunlight. What kind of messed up graduation is this now, he groans. Suddenly, a voice from behind him makes him jump. Welcome, graduate Kang Hansu. A pair of footsteps slowly approaches, revealing an incredibly beautiful maid. Her stats are displayed: race high tier, human level 999 plus. Position maid, skill cleaning S, management S, cooking S, endurance S, computer science A, status stable. The maid smiles, but Kang Hansu just asks coldly, where is this? Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, the maid bows and replies, this is the personal room for graduate Kang Hansu. He slumps with a look of pure boredom. Another graduation festival. The maid smiles. Yes, but with a slight difference. Hearing that Kang Hansu's interest is piqued, he leans in, different how. Not keeping him waiting, the maid quickly explains that from this festival onward ranks will be assigned based on skills and achievements, and there will be extreme discrimination within this ranking system. As she finishes, she makes a twisting motion with her hand. Instantly, a table loaded with a magnificent feast appears right in front of Kang Hansu. He can't help but be impressed, staring at the incredibly detailed and meticulously prepared dishes. The maid glances at him and continues, from the graduate's meal to the level of the maid who serves them. Kang Hansu leans in to sniff a roasted chicken on the table, but not without a sarcastic jab at the maid. My, you're confident, aren't you? He casually snaps off a chicken leg, then asks with clear irritation, why the hell did you people create a system like this? With her signature smile still in place, the maid explains it is because the quality of recent graduates has been declining. Or so I have been told. Kang Hansu asks through a mouthful of food, you know about that too. The maid elaborates, to deal with this decline, increasing competition to foster development was deemed essential. Kang Hansu doesn't say anything, just hums in acknowledgement. Is that so? Suddenly, his entire expression shifts. A cunning smirk spreads across his face as he asks, so what happens if I die here? Can I go back to Earth? The maid quickly replies, as I said, the purpose of the festival is to increase competition and foster development, and participation is mandatory for all students. Hearing this, Kang Hansu's face twists into a scowl. The maid continues with the same expression. Therefore, even if you die, you will simply restart here with a reduced rank and level. Kang Hansu lets out a helpless sigh. What if I just keep dying? The maid eagerly answers, if your rank continues to drop and you die after reaching the lowest possible rank, FF, then you will be sent back to Earth. Hearing this, Kang Hansu's spirit is instantly revived. This was exactly the good news he needed. He stares down at the fork in his hand, a simple plan forming in his mind. So that's all it takes. Easy. But the maid slowly adds, and that is not all. If you return that way, you will lose all of your skills, and you'll be forced into labor while enjoying your privilege of returning. Hearing that, our hero Hansu, well, his face says it all. His jaw completely dropped. He was in shock. The maid with a sorrowful look informed him that it had taken Mr. Kang a whole 5 years to graduate. Hearing that, Kang Hansu lost his cool. His face darkened as he yelled, what, but hasn't it been 3 years in Earth time? She explained that this festival is held once every 4 years, so this was his second time participating, right? On top of that, he had already lived on Earth for about 2 years. The more he heard, the more confused Kang Hansu got, his mouth hanging wide open. He thought to himself, so I wasn't reincarnated immediately. Kang Hansu tried his absolute best to remember. Gotta think. That perverted spirit. While he was lost in his jumbled memories, the maid leaned in and whispered to him, there is still another way to return to Earth. Kang Hansu's face darkened with impatience as he ordered speak. The maid waved her hand and an info panel appeared with 2 options. The first one listed Rank 1 certified for middle school with special entry into the student council. Rank 2, a premium holy sword certified for middle school. Rank 3, the privilege to return home with a premium holy sword. Rank 4, the almighty guardian angel and the privilege to go home. Rank 5, the elf king's tier, also with the privilege to go home. His score was 0. His rank was 3,895. The maid encouraged him, compete with the other students and try to earn enough points to reach the top 5. She continued to explain that if he achieved rank 1 with a middle school certification and student council seat, or rank 2 with a premium holy sword, and the middle school certification, then he could go home on a super speed ship. Kang Hansu didn't seem satisfied with either of those options. He glanced at the maid and asked, and what about the second method? She thought for a moment before saying, that one. Suddenly, the maid burst into a triumphant laugh. Haha, this method is much more your style. Just defeat the number one hero during his golden age, the one who beat the Demon King Pedonar at his absolute peak. Kang Hansu, his face completely stunned, asked how much weaker is he compared to his real self. The maid answered honestly, they're about the same, but Kang Hansu didn't believe her, slumping in his chair with a frustrated sigh. Don't lie. If that were true, this dimension would have been destroyed long ago. The maid, however, kept up her cheerful attitude with him. She smiled and replied, I couldn't say for sure, but his combat power is equivalent to the student council president of the middle school. Hearing this, Kang Hansu just flopped onto the table and whined. How the hell am I supposed to gauge his power then? The maid could only say helplessly, my sincerest apologies. Kang Hansu lazily spoke again. Well, I've got nothing else to do, so what should I do? Just then the maid pulled out an object that was glowing with a blue light. She began to instruct him. First, please put on this name tag. A blue tag appeared, showing the number 231-S. This is your ID for the festival, she explained. Kang Hansu reluctantly pinned it to his shirt. The maid smiled and pointed towards an open gate, saying, all right, I'll guide you over to the elementary school area now. Kang Hansu had no choice but to follow, muttering under his breath. At my age, elementary school. Seriously? The maid led him to another location and began to explain. First off, this is the camping ground for all students below F rank. See that blatant class discrimination? Down below, crowds of people were staring up at Kang Hansu with eyes full of desire. They were screaming at the top of their lungs. This is the guild that specializes in hunting two-headed mutant ogres. Join us. Our guild only hunts the virgin ones. Hearing all the praise, Kang Hansu looked incredibly smug as they continued to hype him up. Whoa, an S-rank hero. Hey, if you're free, join our party. Hey, handsome, why don't you party up with me? Kang Hansu didn't respond, just letting out a long, satisfied sigh. He was clearly enjoying being so sought after, acting all high and mighty. Kang Hansu looked down at them and said, sorry about that. A pair of brilliant angel wings suddenly appeared behind him. The sight left everyone staring, their mouths hanging open in awe. Right at that moment, Rice Cake appeared behind Kang Hansu. He then announced loud and clear, my party is already full. This new world of his was actually pretty decent, full of blue skies and towering mountains. The city was also crowded and bustling with people. Kang Hansu, along with Rice Cake and the maid, took a stroll around the new city. Rice Cake was absolutely delighted. Everything looked so familiar to her, and she felt like she had just come home, you know. Kang Hansu, however, was expressionless. He was just coldly assessing the situation, noting that his administrator privileges hadn't disappeared. He started thinking about the rewards he could get once the festival ended, recalling what the maid had said about the top 1 and 2 ranks. To Kang Hansu, the top 1 and 2 prizes seemed like nothing more than a one-way ticket straight down to hell. Not only would he not get home, he'd be forced to slave away for that fantasy goddess. So Kang Hansu began considering the other top 3 ranks. He muttered, as for ranks 3, 4, and 5, I don't really care about any of the bonus prizes, but the reward for rank 5 really caught his eye, the privilege to transmigrate back to his homeland. Just hearing the words go home made him insanely happy. Kang Hansu thought to himself that he should just aim for the top 4 since there was no way he was becoming a slave for those guys. A smirk crept across his face. Feeling cocky. All right, time to climb the ranks. Kang Hansu excitedly ordered Rice Cake. Hey Rice Cake, find me 3 top-scoring graduates around here. Rice Cake eagerly replied, yes, Master. Kang Hansu began to strategize. Instead of worrying about the student council president's strength, focusing on points was a much smarter bet. The two continued their stroll through the city, but it looked like a heated argument was happening just across the way. A curse rang out, you son of a bitch, and a sharp iron mace slammed into the ground. A red-haired woman, seething with anger, started shouting, you little tramp, what are you doing? Seducing our men, huh? Don't you feel ashamed using someone else's property? The blue-haired girl behind her chimed in, that's right, I bet she seduced my boyfriend too. Take that mace and finish her, sis. The girl being cornered was none other than Victoria. She calmly adjusted her glasses and replied nonchalantly, oh my. This lady here is a respectable businesswoman. I don't freeload, I pay for everything myself, you know. Victoria said this with a mocking laugh. As if that wasn't enough to stir the pot, she added, so what does your boyfriend look like? There are so many I can't possibly keep track of them all. This pushed the red and blue-haired girls right over the edge. The blue-haired girl ground her teeth and spat, you bitch, you are going to die today. But Victoria just met her rage with complete indifference. What's wrong? I'm only telling the truth. She pointed behind the two of them, smirking. I guess you didn't know. I already have a boyfriend, did you? He's right over there. The red and blue-haired girls turned to look, and standing right where she pointed was our main character, Hansu. He looked completely bewildered with no clue what was happening. What? He just ignored Victoria's words. The mace in the girl's hand slammed into the ground again. She screamed, her voice filled with fury over having her man stolen. The red-haired girl leaped high into the air with her mace, yelling, I'm done being merciful with you. The mace came crashing down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Luckily, Victoria's reflexes were razor sharp. She quickly jumped high to dodge the attack, then aimed her leap perfectly, landing right in Kang Hansu's arms. He caught her princess style, then asked irritably, "Who's your boyfriend?" Victoria just put on a pouty face and whined, "Help me, Kang Hansu. I think I provoked them a little too much." But he bluntly refused. "And why should I be the one to do that?" He said it, but then hesitated. After all, to get a high rank, he had to save her. Seeing him waver, Victoria narrowed her eyes. "That's right, I have the information you need." Kang Hansu quickly cut her off. "I already know how to get home." But Victoria switched topics. "Your parents are still safe." Those words stopped Hansu cold, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing his reaction, Victoria continued her story. "I went looking for them before the demons attacked. Of course, my original goal was to find information about you, Kang Hansu. But I'm a warrior who protects people after all. So I moved them to the safest place I know." Just then, Victoria's enemies, forced to watch this little drama, roared in anger. "What the hell are you two lovebirds doing over there? Have you no shame doing that in broad daylight?" Suddenly, Kang Hansu went silent and a blinding flash of light shot past them. Turns out, while holding the beauty in one arm, he had swiftly drawn his sword with the other and slashed, obliterating the entire group. The onlookers who saw it screamed in terror. "Ah, what the hell was that?" Kang Hansu then gently set Victoria down. Kang Hansu said coldly, "Thank you." Hearing that, Victoria's eyes sparkled as she looked at him with admiration. "You're seriously on another level. I never thought I'd hear you say thank you." Kang Hansu simply turned and walked away. He said directly to Victoria, "I'm serious. Living in debt to someone isn't my style." The people nearby started whispering. "Who is that guy? He's so strong. Is that the rumored S-Rank hero?" Then a crazy thought started to spread among them. "Hey, isn't this an opportunity? If we all team up, maybe we can actually beat him." Kang Hansu just smirked silently. He watched the massive crowd swarm towards him with a sigh. "All these flies. They're all graduates just like me. But they're relying on that useless, pathetic power of friendship." He looked down on them with pure contempt. A powerful purple magic aura exploded from Kang Hansu's body, and in that moment his absolutely insane status screen appeared. Race pure human. Level 1985. Class Hero and Demon King. Skills: Genius Z, Divinity Z, Demonic Energy Z, Spirit Max, Courage Max, Blessing Max, Destruction Max, Love Max, Friendship Max, Hope Max, Fabrication Max, Chaos Max, Ruin Max, Resistance Max, Strength Max, Endurance Max, Agility Max, Combat Max, Five Senses Max, Swordsmanship Max, Berserk Max, Flight Max, Indomitable Max, Harassment Max, Boxing SSS Sword, Kai, SSS Massacre, SSS Judgment, SSS Immortality, SSS Combat Power, SSS Martial Arts, SSS Fortitude, SSS Eternal Life, SSS Triple S Everything. Iron Wall, Roar, Wisdom, Provoke, Earthquake. Even his mining is double S tier. Double S farming, cooking, and more. He even had the titles of Sword, Saint, and Saintess. But this mob had no clue. With a roar, the entire mob charged forward. But then they suddenly froze in their tracks, seeing something unexpected. A system window popped up with a message. "Oh, brave warriors, are you all having fun at the festival? We will do our absolute best to support you as you develop that beautiful power of love and friendship. Demon King Pedonar, once defeated and sealed by the first hero, is now trembling in fear of your valiant power. And so he has decided to attack the dormitory, a place filled with the hopes and dreams of every warrior." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. No way. How could he even think of doing something so horrible? The system continued. "Among the warriors who stop the Demon King's invasion, the top 5 contributors will receive a generous reward. So don't miss out." Oh, and you're probably wondering where this Demon King is, aren't you? Well, why don't you try looking up at the sky? Demon King Pedonar's location is marked with an arrow. Everyone look up, following the arrow's path. That massive red marker pointed straight down, right at Hansu. He had no idea what was happening and swore in shock. What the hell? The other students ground their teeth. That's Pedonar. But there it was. A giant red arrow floating right above Kang Hansu's head. The students started bursting into laughter. So his S-rank was just a fake for the event? Kang Hansu just smirked. "Ha ha, how interesting. Think whatever you want." Thinking Hansu was an easy target, they charged forward, yelling, "I'll be the winner of this event." The words barely left his mouth before Kang Hansu took him down with a single brutal slash. Kang Hansu raised his sword to his face, smirking. Next, the students from afar broke out in a cold sweat. The Demon King is holding a holy sword. It must be a fake. A mage began summoning spirits. "Let's just attack from a distance first. Spirits, aid me." The spirits rose into the air, and then just stopped. They suddenly burst into flames like fireballs, merging into a massive projectile that shot up and came crashing back down. The students scattered in panic. What's wrong with them? The spirits have gone mad. The impacts caused a series of explosions. They shouted to each other, "Everyone, be careful." A few desperate students charged straight toward Kang Hansu. You damn Demon King, you even cut down the spirits. Hansu calmly replied, you're the ones fighting like savages. In that case, don't blame me for what happens next. Kang Hansu casually swung the holy sword. The holy sword created a gust of wind blowing the entire mob away. Casualties, mounted bodies dropping like flies. The survivors' faces bloodied turned to run, screaming, help me. The event is supposed to be over, but they didn't make it fall into Kang Hansu's sword. After slaughtering everyone, he still felt like something was strange. He rested his sword on his shoulder, lost in thought. This is strange. Why aren't I gaining any experience? A rogue hero. Kang Hansu's eyes gleamed. Oh, in that case, let's just kill a few more and see what happens. With a wicked grin, he turned to the last survivor who trembled and backed away. From a distance, only screams could be heard. There were cries for help. Save me. And pleas for mercy. Please. One student called Kang Hansu a devil with his last breath. Night finally fell, quieting the scene of his brutal slaughter. A high elf maid approached to report to him. Graduate Kang Hansu, I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? While sipping tea, Kang Hansu replied, the bad news. Until the system stabilizes, you'll have to stay at this dormitory. Kang Hansu asked. For how long, I'm not exactly sure. But the event has a 5-day limit, so it's 5 days at the latest. Hansu didn't seem too bothered by this. He simply replied, for now that's fine. The maid's face lit up. Great, now for the good news. This incident was caused by a glitch in the education system, she said. Kang Hansu glanced at the arrow still above him. The maid explained this all happened because the system mistook you for the Demon King. However, even for a minor bug, the festival organizers are still responsible. Kang Hansu asked, so, you're saying they'll compensate me? The maid refilled Kang Hansu's cup. You could call this a bribe. In short, we need you to remain calm until this whole thing gets sorted out properly. Kang Hansu just stared at the steaming teacup. So what's my compensation? The pretty maid winked at him. For those 5 days on the top floor of this dormitory, a luxury resort will be temporarily opened for you. Kang Hansu was baffled. Oh. The next moment he was standing right there. Looking down, Kang Hansu was completely floored. Not bad at all. The luxury resort on the top floor was absolutely massive. A lush green paradise sat on the roof with deep swimming pools below where mermaids swam freely. The place was even filled with majestic beasts like the Keelan, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Kang Hansu looked around quite impressed. So spacious. A maid behind him cheerfully asked, would you like something to eat? We have some recommendations if you'd rather not choose. Kang Hansu wasn't picky about food, so he just replied, your recommendation is fine. Yes, sir. The maid then led him to the resort's restaurant. This way, please. And the restaurant was just as stunning, completely surrounded by a massive aquarium. You could dine while watching fish swim all around you. In the middle of the room stood a single formal dining table. Kang Hansu looked so small in here, like a tycoon in his own private palace. The maid left Kang Hansu to prepare his meal. Please wait just a moment. As Kang Hansu gazed at the surrounding fish tank, a mermaid inside noticed him. Curious, she swam closer for a better look. Then for some reason, maybe she thought the glass wasn't there, she slammed headfirst into the tank, leaving Kang Hansu utterly baffled. A voice suddenly asked him, Hero, do you like the restaurant's decor? Kang Hansu unconsciously replied, it's decent enough. Then he snapped his head toward the source of the voice. It was the Demon King sitting right across the table from him. Kang Hansu was stunned. Demon King, what are you doing here? The Demon King was here to give him a piece of his mind, of course. How dare you impersonate the Demon King? I lost my job because of you. An awkward silence fell over the two of them. Kang Hansu finally broke it, saying, fine, I'm sorry, all right, take it or leave it. 5 weeks later, the other students proudly raised their fists to the sky. I finally ranked up to an S-rank hero. Ranks don't mean a thing to me anymore, the other students chimed in. Yeah, that bastard. Just you wait and see. Did he really think he was hot stuff just for being S-rank? But as they were boasting, boom, Kang Hansu literally fell from the sky, landing right in the middle of them. The impact sent them all flying. Ah, they screamed in chaos, staring at Kang Hansu in utter disbelief. Where did he just come from? After a few seconds of confusion, their recent power-up went straight to their heads and they charged forward. Damn it, that doesn't matter. I've hated you since last time. I'm going to kill you. Kang Hansu just stood there with wide eyes waiting for them to rush him. Back to the meal in the luxury resort. Kang Hansu chatted with the Demon King while he ate. So just because of a few stupid mistakes, they fired the actual real-deal Demon King. Sounds pretty unfair to you. The Demon King replied cheerfully, if I were just an ordinary Demon King, things would have been different. But I'm a stage actor now anyway, so you don't need to apologize. I like this place way more than that tiny waiting room. He rubbed his hands together seriously. Well, since we'll be living together from now on, I suppose I should compensate you a little. You see, I'm just one of many versions of myself, so all I can offer you is my vast knowledge. As he spoke, the Demon King pointed to his own head where he stored all the knowledge of this immense world. So what do you want to know? Before the Demon King could even finish his question, Kang Hansu blurted out, I want to know how to travel through space-time. The Demon King replied, oh, that's easy. You just need to get permission from my older sister. Hearing this, Kang Hansu felt completely helpless. These fantasy NPCs. How the hell am I supposed to know who your sister is? Oh, right. Ha, my sister is the fantasy god. That's what you guys call her, isn't it? I was created from dark matter. And my sister was the first life form to exist after the supernova explosion. The titles of demon and angel came much later once history started being written by the victors. Kang Hansu nodded along. So the fantasy god is the first angel, huh, he sighed. Yeah, that's important information, but there's no way the hag who casually dragged me here is going to let me leave so easily. The Demon King smirked. True, but luckily for you, that's not the only way. Kang Hansu's eyes lit up. There was still a second method to return to reality. We cut back to Kang Hansu facing the students charging at him. Kang Hansu held out his hand and gave a gentle push. A pitch-black substance shot out a single attack that completely devoured all the students. They were thrown backwards, then their dead bodies rained down onto the ground with soft thuds. Kang Hansu looked at his hand. Mysterious darkness was enveloping his arm. So this is dark matter. Back to the conversation between Kang Hansu and the Demon King. He had just proposed the second method to travel through space. It's simple. Marry my daughter. Kang Hansu fell silent, unable to believe such a ridiculous suggestion. That's the second method. The Demon King grinned from ear to ear. But she's in another dimension right now. That's how you write it. Cut the crap, old man, don't be shy. Even I can see you're worthy of that girl. Kang Hansu looked like he was about to tear someone apart. And you think I agreed to this? The Demon King shot back. So do you know anything about the origin of skills? Kang Hansu grumbled. If this isn't about the second method, I'm not interested. The Demon King replied, you're far too impatient. Skills are the power born from the interaction between light and darkness. The first light and the second darkness. They mix together to create a power so terrifyingly immense. If it fell into the hands of any random mortal, that person could even defeat him. The first hero was an entity that pursued the greatest power in the universe. Simple, right? This is how his skills were made. And these skills can only be adjusted by the two who created them. Of course, instead of trying to persuade my sister, wouldn't it just be faster to convince my daughter, if you still refuse after all that? The Demon King raised his index finger. There's one other way, but you'll have to risk your very life. So you want to know. We flash forward to 5 weeks later where Kang Hansu is now controlling dark matter. He says it so casually. Hey Demon King, you really should have told me about this stuff sooner, you know. Kang Hansu was absolutely thrilled with the energy in his hands. In the city center, a thunderous earthquake shook the ground and the surrounding buildings. Dark matter shot up from the ground into the sky, pulling up rocks and debris like gravity had just disappeared. And you can bet Kang Hansu was right there in the middle of it. Of course he was. Kang Hansu was already broken, but with dark matter he was on another level, wiping out the small fry students with a single hand. Black marks from the sheer power of dark matter had already spread across Kang Hansu's face. He spoke into the earpiece he was wearing. Hey Victoria, he wasn't actually killed in that last attack, was he? Victoria's voice practically screamed back through the comms. You were going easy on him, that's for sure. And yes, he's alive and well, she reported back to Kang Hansu. All 3 students holding the top spots, including me, have safely evacuated. So, good luck out there, Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu just grunted, then crushed the earpiece in his hand. A wicked smile spread across his face. Time for a slaughter. Another flashback takes us to a restaurant where the Demon King was explaining to Kang Hansu exactly what dark matter is. Let's skip the complicated bits. This stuff makes up a total of 30% of the entire universe. They call it dark matter. And there's only one thing strong enough to affect it: gravity. But instead of gravity, you'll have to bear something much heavier. The weight of an eternal life. The Demon King pushed his hand forward slightly. Just a tiny push. But that seemingly effortless gesture completely shattered the massive aquarium surrounding the restaurant. It all happened in an instant, leaving Kang Hansu completely stunned. But be careful. Eternal life means your regeneration will outpace your consumption. Even I can't harness the full potential of this power. The Demon King's eyes began to glow a menacing red. So, for a mere mortal like you, I have to wonder what's going to happen. Kang Hansu touched his own face. These marks must mean I can't quite control this new power yet. The students didn't hesitate and charged right in. Don't give him an opening. Let's go, boys. Cut him to ribbons. We'll swarm him. Think you can take us all on, you dog? Kang Hansu wasn't about to let these fools keep their delusions. He summoned his sword and one slash sent them flying. He stared them down coldly. Go on. Take another step forward. The students started backing away nervously. But before they could even worry for a second, Kang Hansu launched himself directly at them. All you had to do was step forward. Every single swing of Kang Hansu's sword was met with agonizing screams. From behind Kang Hansu, something suddenly flew through the air, a grenade. It exploded like a firework right over his head. Kang Hansu leaped to another spot, but more grenades landed at his feet. The explosions kept going off without end. The students seized the opportunity and unleashed everything they had. Unload all our ammo right now, let's go. A hail of bullets ripped through Kang Hansu's clothes. He clicked his tongue. Shh. Since this isn't magic, my spirits can't block it. Well, if that's the case. Seeing no movement from the smoke, the students on the outside peered in anxiously. Ha ha, did we actually get him? Not a chance. From within the thick smog, a pitch-black square of dark matter opened up. It's a nightmare, don't give up. They started unloading grenades and guns at Kang Hansu again. Let's coordinate one more time, everyone. Kang Hansu casually raised his hand, and with a single snap of his fingers, a bottomless vortex of darkness expanded, washing over every single student. They were instantly stunned. Kang Hansu spoke calmly. I'll be merciful and let you all return home. So you better be grateful. The students clutched their heads and screamed, How? How is he not dead? That's gotta be cheating. Kang Hansu just burst out laughing. Haha, the more I slaughter, the more hyped I get. Haha, one guy just sat on the ground holding his head. Did this bastard just get revived? The words had barely left the guy's mouth before Kang Hansu appeared right in front of him, making him scream. At that exact moment, another hand shot out, stopping the sword in Kang Hansu's hand from striking the student. A man dressed in white appeared, blocking his path. Kang Hansu glared. Who the hell are you? The man in glasses just smiled. Greetings, graduate student Kang Hansu. I'm the university counselor. University counselor Kang Hansu shoved him away. You're not here to expel me, he sneered. You have no idea why I'm doing all this, do you? The university counselor kept that smile on his face. Of course, I do. I can read minds, you know. Not that he needed that particular skill right now. And if you're wondering what happened to that unlucky student, he was already on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth in pure hatred. You knew all that, and you still tried to stop me. The university counselor replied, I understand your desire to return to your homeland. You spent a very long time in this world. He took a step forward. But even so, your refusal to graduate is a betrayal of both Earth and all of humanity. Kang Hansu found that statement so ridiculous, he laughed out loud. Ha ha. He attacked the counselor with dark matter. I'm a problem student, you bastard. The dark matter shot towards the university counselor, who simply dodged to the side with a smile. Kang Hansu instantly appeared beside him. Knew you'd dodge. He was face to face with him, but his next attack was blocked again. The fact that he dodged means a direct hit would kill him. The counselor just kept smiling. I already told you. I can read your thoughts. But Kang Hansu wasn't one to give up easily. He stomped the ground. Can't know until I try. A cloud of dust and rocks exploded into the air, and the counselor waved it away from his face. Kang Hansu had vanished, only to suddenly appear behind him for a sneak attack. But even with such a calculated move, the university counselor predicted his every step and blocked the attack perfectly. It was just a feint. Kang Hansu used his other hand to activate dark matter for another strike. Dust flew up once more. The university counselor still managed to block Kang Hansu's second surprise attack. He kept that smile on his face, eyes closed. No matter how many of these little tricks you use, nothing is going to change. Though if you had used that skill in high school, you would have been quite promising. Kang Hansu shot back a wide grin. I haven't even gone all out yet, how would you know? The counselor gripped Kang Hansu's arm tightly. It's over. Understanding one's own situation is a very important skill, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. So wrong, in fact, that he opened his eyes wide, asking Kang Hansu in disbelief, Are you trying to kill yourself? Sputter. Kang Hansu answered calmly, That's right, I am. It's not like I have any levels left to lose. All I have to do now is wait to be sent home to Earth. The counselor narrowed his eyes. And what do you plan to do when you return? Earth is being overrun by invaders right now. You think you can protect yourself in your current condition? Even if you take time to recover, they aren't weak like the graduates you find around here. His face darkened with disdain. What's the point of fighting a battle you can't possibly win? But Kang Hansu's eyes remained completely determined as he spoke. Isn't the reason obvious enough? I have to see my parents. I want to experience a civilized life. I have to take my own life back. I don't care if it's the fantasy god or someone else, they can take every single one of my skills. Because as long as I still have this power, the end result will always be the same. Hearing this, the counselor slowly let go of Kang Hansu's wounded arm. A man turns to him and says, Graduate Kang Hansu, I understand your concerns. All right, I'll send people to protect your family. I guarantee there is no safer option than this one. Before leaving, the counselor adds, Oh, and about that secondary school course, you're always welcome. He then steps through a portal and vanishes. Kang Hansu, finally alone, collapses onto the ground in complete exhaustion. Just like that, counselor said, these injuries prove he hasn't fully adapted to his new skills yet. He looks at his trembling hands and clenches them into a fist. By stopping the flow, he can buy himself more time to get used to this new power. Besides, they waltz in here preaching about needing a talent like him. They have the nerve to call an F-rank hero a talent. All right then. Kang Hansu's power suddenly explodes. You can just tell a massive destructive plan is forming in that twisted mind of his. This time it's going to be the final playthrough.